rather large kind of, but simplistic, somewhat ramshackle structure. But when you walked inside, you felt the grandeur of this curving, gently sloping architecture that directed the eyes heavenward. And that must have been an absolutely incredible experience. The second thing is that many of these wooden synagogues had their internal cupolas, and in fact, all of the walls richly decorated with luscious colors and representations of ideas in the Torah and the Talmud and so on, particularly the zodiac, as we shall see in a minute. Now, the black and white photographs we have from Zwodziec do little to really give us a sense of what this experience must have been like. Many years ago, I had the privilege of working with Al Barry, Florida Atlantic University, and director Carl Hirsch on a documentary video looking at the lost wooden synagogues that were destroyed by the Nazis in Eastern Europe. And here's a short clip of a look at one of those synagogue ceilings, specifically a zodiac, with a much younger me describing the experience of walking in there. The narration is by the great Theodore Buchel.
Central design is an enormous zodiac calendar, a common motif in wooden synagogue painting.
When a Jew would walk into the synagogue and would behold all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, he or she would get a sense of the rhythm of the entire Jewish year and its associations with the various festivals that would be celebrated under each of the symbols of the zodiac.
Each sign of the zodiac was surrounded by quotes from scripture and prayers. In this picture of the constellation of Shvat, the well or bucket part of the text leads for mercy and for news of the coming Messiah.
Although the synagogue of Gwoździec was destroyed, it was recreated in a museum in Warsaw. A very beautiful recreation, as you can see here in these photographs, that really capture this kind of like Persian carpet quality into the richness of the imagery and the text that surrounds the worshiper as they go into the synagogue. And you can imagine that the Jews who gathered in the synagogue midweek to deal with much more secular concerns, like, for example, how are they going to fund the school system this year? And how are they going to, provide for Hannah's dowry and things like that? They must have been infused with a tremendous sense of holiness as they sat under these remarkable decorations in this internal cupola. And this is one of the reasons why my wife Ilana and I are so proud to be enthusiastic supporters of Young Israel Door and Theaters, because it, like many shuls throughout the world, encapsulates the value of chesed, of kindness. And although there are multiple minyanim throughout the day, and it is foremost a place of prayer, it really is a tremendous place of chesed, where there's a phenomenal amount of community organization that goes on, a food bank that's especially important to my wife and myself, and blood drives, and support for needy members of our community and the communities that surround us and Israel. It's really a phenomenal place, and I'm very, very enthusiastic about it. I hope that you will join us at the dinner this February. And here's a message from our Young Leadership Awardees.
Alan and I are so honored that the shul chose us to be the Young Leadership Awardees at this year's dinner.
Please join us if you haven't already signed up. Motzei Shabbos, February 12th, 2022. It's going to be a great evening. Celebrate our community and our shul. The more people there, the better it is. If you haven't made your reservations, there's plenty of time. And if you have, good job.
Hello and welcome to the third in a series of videos I'm preparing for my synagogue, Young Israel of Gore and Cedarhurst, in connection with our annual upcoming dinner. And, I've been asking the question, what is a shul? And today's response is going to be, it is a place of rejoicing. We should certainly not discount the role that communal celebrations play in the development of a cohesive national identity that helped preserve the Jews through their long diaspora. And the synagogue was a key element in providing a place where Jews could get together to celebrate not only lifestyle celebrations like baby namings and brit milah and weddings and so on, but also the calendrical celebrations, the holiday cycle, and so on. And in that context, I'd like to take a quick visit to one of the most fascinating synagogues of the ancient world, that of Dura Europos. Now, have a look at this map here. This is where it's located, on the Euphrates River, not too far from the Talmudic city of Nahar Dor. But it's a rather unusual association with the ancient period because it was actually lost for about 1700 years. Here's an aerial view of Dura Europos, and this is especially fascinating because the entire city was basically lost until the 20th century, when it was accidentally discovered by a British military patrol just digging up places in connection with the post-World War I era. The city, which was known in the world, it was destroyed in the year 256 by the King Shapur of the Sassanid Empire. This is, by the way, for those who are familiar with the Talmud, the famous Shvur Malka. And when it was discovered, it was actually preserved in a remarkable condition. The reason for who were trying to defend this eastern outpost from the Sassanid Persians had actually taken all the buildings that were by the wall in particular, ripped off their roofs, and filled them with desert sand as an attempt to fortify the city against the invaders. This was to no avail, but it actually had a really interesting punch for Jews in that the Dura Europos synagogue, which was located right by the city walls, was remarkably preserved, especially its gorgeous 29 panels of wall paintings. We know the synagogue was constructed 245 of the Common Era because the names of the donors, right? Great things about Jewish archaeology is that the synagogues all relax, right? Those inscriptions. So let's have a look at that synagogue now. Here you can see the western wall has the Aron Kodesh on it. Of course, it is the western wall because we are on the east side of Jerusalem. Here in America, we tend to put our Aron Kodesh on the eastern side to face Jerusalem. And you can just get a sense of what it must have been like to walk into this building with these amazing paintings that covered literally every inch of the wall space. And because of the sand, it was actually preserved for 1700 years. No light entered in to fade the paintings, although we can see levels of renovation work where some paintings were painted over and slightly adjusted and so on. There's just incredible effervescence and energy in these paintings. Here's a beautiful scene of the temple, and you can see that the figure third from the top right is clearly labeled in Greek as Aaron the priest, and this amazing mural that shows scenes in the life of Moses, which also indicates fascinatingly that the Jews of Dura Europos apparently had no compunction about portraying the images of women's faces. Here's a glorious multi-figure representation of the Jews crossing the Red Sea with Moses shown in several figures. You can notice here, by the way, that the artist clearly has, in some cases, there apparently are two distinct artists that are demonstrated here. One shows very Roman influence, or rather Hellenistic influence, and a lot of the figures are shown, and the other seems to have more Persian influence, a lot of Persian type clothing and so on. And you see battle scenes going on in Dura Europos, and here's one of my favorites. This is a great image of the humiliation of Haman, who is shown here, who obviously has lost his pants somehow, and he is walking Mordecai in a symbol of great honor, as seen from the Book of Esther. So one can only imagine that these remarkable images must have accompanied a sense of awe and celebration and excitement. This just gives us a little sense at the elements of rejoicing that go into this special building we call the synagogue, and it is one that I associate very closely with my synagogue, Young Israel, going to Cedarhurst. I really hope that you'll be able to participate in one form or another, hopefully by actually coming in person to our dinner celebration this year. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi, it's Stephen and Marjorie Kilmer. We are so excited to join together for the Yoke Dinner on 2/12/22, honoring two awesome couples, the Abramsons and the Goldbergs.
We moved to the neighborhood 25 years ago, and our number one priority was to find a house that was close to a shul. We were so fortunate to make Yoke our home. It's an honor and a privilege to join our Yoke family on 2/12/22.
Please join us at dinner on 2/12/22.
Hello and welcome to the fourth in a series of videos looking at the question of what is a synagogue that is specifically associated with the upcoming annual shul dinner for the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. So today I'd like to speak about the synagogue as a place of memory. And what I'd like to begin with is a small joke where I'll try and make it really quick, but basically there's this women's group in South Florida, and they put together a lot of money. They raised a lot of funds in order to buy a fighter jet for the Israeli Air Force. Tremendously expensive endeavor. And they raise the funds, and they buy this fighter jet, this F-15 fighter, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they're all sitting on bleachers, and the pilot is there from the IDF, and he's about to get into the cockpit for the very first time on its maiden voyage, and he salutes to everyone on the bleachers. He gets up into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, fires up the engines, and goes racing down the runway. And then he stops. And then the plane turns around, and he fires up the engines and goes racing down the runway the other way. And he stops again. He does this a few times until finally he comes and he taxis up to the bleachers again. He pops open the cowling. He walks down onto the tarmac, goes up to the president of the Hadassah group there and says, "Ladies, I'm afraid the plane will not take off. We have to remove at least some of the plaques." For those of you who attend synagogue regularly, you know what I'm talking about, because synagogues have a tremendous amount of their vertical real estate devoted to plaques of various kinds. So-and-so donated the money for this, so-and-so dedicated the money for this, and things like that. And that's really a very old tradition in Judaism. If you look at this example here, this is the so-called Theodotos inscription, which is about 2,000 years old, the very oldest inscription, dedicatory plaque really discovered in a synagogue. It was found in Jerusalem. The text reads in Greek, which is significant: Theodotos, son of Venitus, priest and head of the synagogue, right? He's a Kohen, and he is the synagogus, meaning he's like the president of the shul. Kohen, son of a head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue. Got tremendous yichus going back 2 generations of shul presidents. Built the synagogue for the reading of the Torah and the teaching of the commandments, as well as the guest room, the chambers, the water fittings, as an inn for those in need from abroad, the synagogue which his fathers founded with the elders, and Simonides. So I'm not sure who Simonides is and why he's at the very end of the description, but nevertheless, this is like a typical plaque. It says who paid for it and refers to prior generations and says what was dedicated in particular. Here's another one from Susia in southern Judea, 4 centuries later. Just sometimes they're expressed in mosaics and so on, but basically this is a really old thing. Pretty much as long as we have had synagogues, we have had plaques. They go together. It's also interesting to note that in many of the dedicatory inscriptions, women participate as well. There's one specifically interesting one that was discovered in Smyrna that refers to a woman named Dina, who not only dedicated all kinds of funds for the synagogue, but she herself was also identified as the archysynagogos, the president of the shul. So this is something that goes back a long way, and it has obviously some practical elements, because when people donate money to the synagogue and they get this plaque, it's a way of keeping the synagogue moving, because the synagogue is a human organization. You have to keep the lights on, you have taxes, you have to pay the staff. So donating to the synagogue makes sure that the place exists in a concrete fashion. But it's not, one of the things that's amazing about these plaques is that it's something that allows for a very democratic participation, meaning not only dedicate like the foundation, the major halls, but dedicate amounts for very small, EMS cards for Kiddush Levana, or even more ephemeral things, like when my wife suggested that we should make a donation for the daily coffee expenses you see here by the Yolk coffee stand. But I think one of the most moving elements of the evolution of the plaque in Jewish tradition is the yahrzeit board, in which you can, and this is very affordable, every family can do this. You buy a small little plaque that lists the name of a beloved one who was deceased. It goes up on this board, and then on the anniversary of their death, it's a really nice innovation. I don't think they did this before electrification, but they would just screw in a little light bulb a little bit deeper so that it makes the electric connection, and it lights up. So specifically, as it were, calls attention to the name of the person who died on that particular day. This is their yahrzeit, their death anniversary, and so on. Unfortunately, the Holocaust necessitates a different kind of memorial that represents the collective 6 million losses that Jewish people suffered. It's a very moving thing. And what I think is so meaningful about it, and I have one there as well from my own beloved father who passed away a few years ago, it helps bring a memory of my father into a public place, because it's a wonderful thing to donate to create, let's say, a sculpture or an art installation that is located somewhere, let's say outdoors, or maybe in a museum during an exhibition and things like that. But it's so beautiful to have a concrete reminder of the existence of a loved one in a place where people gather, in a place where you can come together. I often, at the end of davening, just walk over to the plaque, the small plaque that my family and I dedicated in the name of my beloved father, just to think about him or remember him, and to know that in some symbolic way he's there with me davening too. And it means a lot to me. I hope you found this useful, and I would really love to see you at the dinner. I hope you'll be able to participate. Thanks very much for watching.
When I came to the United States, there were shuls. There was no sense of Kehillah. I felt disconnected. However, in the young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, I found a place reminiscent of home, of the Kehillah I miss so much. I would like to congratulate our honorees, Ilana and Dr. Hillel Abramson and Gila and Alan Goldberg. You have contributed to the creation of a new home for me and my family. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the fifth in this series of the What is a Synagogue videos, in which we're talking about different aspects of synagogue life, and I'm preparing these videos in connection with the upcoming annual dinner of my synagogue, Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, where my wife and I are privileged to serve as the guests of honor at their annual dinner this year. So when I think about synagogues, I think so much about how they are places of rebirth, right? It's always a bad idea to bet against the resilience of the Jewish people. We see that especially clearly in this very unusual synagogue in Belmonte, Portugal. Now, I got to tell you, this is an amazing synagogue for all kinds of reasons. First of all, we should realize that the Jewish community in Belmonte, Portugal, here you can see where it's located. It's kind of inland Portugal. It's not near any major areas. It's really quite a remote place, actually. The Jewish community there was basically destroyed in 1497 with the mass conversion that was engineered by the Portuguese authorities. This is following up on the Spanish Inquisition and the Spanish expulsion, which actually swelled the population of Portugal significantly, and then followed by the Portuguese Inquisition, which is in many ways even worse than the Spanish Inquisition. So what happened was, in some really small remote communities like Belmonte, the Jewish community actually went underground, and they outwardly portrayed themselves as Catholics, but in reality they were crypto-Jews, and they continued to practice what they understood as Judaism in secret for 5 centuries. Now, the reason why I qualify that Judaism is because, it's really impossible to keep all of the traditions, especially the rabbinic traditions and the customs that are, widespread throughout Europe, when you're in a tremendous lockdown with no access to books, no access to rabbis, and you're handing things down from generation to generation. It is amazing the degree to which the Jews of Belmonte hung on to their traditions. They were eventually discovered in the early 20th century by this man, Samuel Schwartz, who was a Polish Jew working in the region as an engineer. And, came to talking with people there, and people said, well, whatever you do, don't do business with anyone from Belmonte, because, no, they're Jews there. And he said, what? Jews in Portugal? They've been kicked out since 1497, or they've been forcibly converted. How are there any Jews left here? So he went to Belmonte, and at first the Jewish community there was very hesitant to reveal themselves, and they didn't quite trust him. They asked him a lot of really probing, hard questions to see if he really was Jewish. You can imagine the conversation, right? Funny, you don't look Jewish, you don't sound Jewish. But they brought him to the village elder, who was a woman, and by reciting a few key prayers that they had memorized, like Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, then Samuel Schwartz was able to establish his bona fides, and the village elders said to everyone gathered around, yes, he is in fact Jewish. There are Jews outside of Portugal, and so that began their exposure to the wider world. My wife and I had the great privilege of visiting the Jewish community of Belmonte twice now with kosher riverboat cruises. And here I am with my colleague, the Prague historian David Kraus.
So behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue of Belmonte, which was inaugurated in 1993, if I'm not mistaken. And this is really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the crypto-Jewish community of Belmonte. This gentleman behind me is the president of the Jewish community of Belmonte. As you can see, this is the remote area, and this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity. If it wasn't for the 500 years struggle of the crypto Jews here who kept it alive, and I think this, personally, for me, this is the most fascinating experience.
Obviously, this synagogue is a late 20th century addition to the community, but it has a lot of features that are very specifically and subtly designed to allude to the unusual history of the community. First of all, it has a mikveh, of course. It has a beautiful aron with the 10 Commandments standing on either side. But this is the aspect of the synagogue architecture that I find most fascinating. Have a look at this Ner Tamid, the eternal light, which in most synagogues is, it's defined as a traditional of the pertinent the temple, the actual sanctuary. In most synagogues today, you'll see that there's some kind of a little more beautiful design to look like a flame, or maybe evoke the burning bush of the book of Exodus. But what is this thing here? What are we looking at? That is totally different. You can see they have another one over here on the far wall. What exactly is that thing? So it turns out that this is a traditional lamp from before the area was electrified. And it's what normal Portuguese people would use to light their homes. You would put like a candle on the inside of it, or oil and a wick on the inside of it there, and you would be able to carry it around and things like that. Now, the reason why it's so important is because even after electrification, the Jewish community of Belmonte had a long tradition of lighting their candles in such a way that it would not be apparent to anyone who saw inside their homes that they were lighting them for a ritual purpose. So this lamp, which would look, let's say 100 years ago, like a totally ordinary lamp, meant so much to the Portuguese Jews of Belmonte, the crypto Jews, because it really symbolized their hidden identity. And even now that we have electrification, and now, Baruch Hashem, we have regular Shabbat candles and things like that, they still use this as a symbol of their resilience and their ability to be ready for renewal once again. And that's why I think a synagogue is a wonderful place of renewal. I hope you enjoyed this video. I would love it if you would participate in the dinner. It would be great if you could actually come and join us and meet in person. Otherwise, please feel free to send a greeting. Thank you very much for watching. Can you imagine having a sukkah here with that view? Like, oh my gosh. I'm coming to Belmonte for sukkahs next year, God willing, because this is where I want to have my sukkah. Especially if, you're in Brooklyn or something, this is what an amazing place to have a synagogue. Okay, let's go to the bus. Right. Hello and welcome to the sixth video in this series in which I ask the question, what is a synagogue? And these videos are prepared to promote the upcoming annual dinner at my synagogue, the Young Israel of Lawrence Seahurst, where my wife and I are very privileged to serve as the guests of honor. So today I'd like to talk about the synagogue as a place of security. And it's meant kind of in two senses. The first sense of that phrase is a place where one can go in order to feel secure, where one can go in order to pour out one's heart before God, to engage in fellowship with good friends in the community, and all kinds of very positive things. At the same time, the second meaning of that phrase is the place where you have to have security in order to feel safe. This is something that goes way back in Jewish history, that synagogues, particularly in the diaspora, were places of refuge for Jews from physical attack. Let's recall that Jews were always minorities in the places in which they lived. Jewish communities were attacked from invaders from without. And in fact, as we shall see, most of the so-called fortress synagogues were built in connection with architecture designed to protect populations against the Mongols and the Tatars. And by the way, this architecture was used by non-Jewish organizations as well. But also Jews had a special reason to create these fortress synagogues because there was always the concern of peasant uprisings, of anarchy, which could always affect Jews very negatively, sometimes fueled by anti-Semitic ideologues and so on. During the Crusades in the 11th century, there were actually many episodes in which Jews sought refuge more or less successfully in Christian houses of worship.
Yeah, what's going on?
The upper clergy, bishops, and so on tended to look askance at the rapacious activity of renegade crusaders
Okay, we'll see you
who
then, big
chose to
dog.
attack the local populations of Jews rather than make their way to Jerusalem, where
I'll see you in
ostensibly
5 hours.
the
Have fun
crusade
swimming.
was to be prosecuted. But in
You're
the
welcome.
Middle Ages, Jews began building these synagogues for themselves. Here, let's have a look at a few examples. Most of them are in Eastern Europe because of the waves of invaders from the East. Here's a 15th century example from Krakow. This photograph dates from 1929, but if you go on Wikipedia, you'll see it's it's still there, and you get a sense of the massive walls that enclose this bracelet player. Here is Husiata in Ukraine in the 16th century. Again, not only the big heavy walls, but also like the multiple layers of walls to kind of protect an inner sanctum, quite literally in the sanctuary. Here in Jokva, fascinating exterior structure that also, had that strange kind of crenellation. In some of these synagogues, you actually have like archers' windows and things like that to protect the community. Here is a fascinating reconstruction of the synagogue at Belz, a very important site for Hasidic Jewry, and you can see that on the left, here's the pre-war version of it, and on the right, you can see how it is set up in Jerusalem. Yeah, really interesting. Now, internally, the most important designator of a fortress synagogue style, as it came to be called, is the 9-bay design. You can see in this architectural drawing of a bird's eye view of the Vorstadt synagogue in Lviv or Lvov, which at the time was in Poland, now is in Western Ukraine. And you can see that right in the center there are 4 pillars which surround the bima. These pillars would go straight to the ceiling to give the building more structural integrity. So that meant that surrounding the bima and including the space within the space that the bima itself represents, you would have 9 bays. That is a very, very common structural design of the synagogue. Reinforces the halach imperative to have the bima in the center of the room, whereas you may have had it off center in other structures, perhaps when Jews lived in somewhat safer climes. And it provides both structural intent and also a sense of protection, because there is this space within the space right within the very middle of the synagogue. Here's another example looking at it crossways. This is the Fortress Synagogue of Pinsk, where you can see the bima laterally would be right in the center of the room like that. You also see the kind of crenellations at the top that we observed earlier. Now, these architectural designs tend to exude strength and stability, which is precisely what you want a fortress to do. In the modern era, unfortunately, the need for it is just as acute. Here you can see the exterior door to the synagogue of the small Jewish community of Halle, Germany. You can see on the upper left, there's an arrow pointing at the security camera. And on the right, you can see the arrow pointing to bullet holes that were left in this very solid door that thankfully the Jews inside did not open for their on Yom Kippur 2018, and his attack was foiled, at least in terms of the people who were inside the synagogue. People who were outside did not fare as well. And of course, here in America, we have the same kind of situation where the Tree of Life Synagogue was tragically attacked in Pittsburgh 2018. Also have an attack in Poway, California. And just 2 weeks ago in Holyville, Texas, a man comes in and takes the people in the synagogue hostage. Terrifying kind of things that continue to happen in even this great country to this very day. Security is a reality for synagogues, historically and unfortunately even today in our country. When I was making this video, I made the kind of sad realization that actually the very first person I say good morning to is the security staff at Young Israel, either Bob or Chris or whoever happens to be on duty that morning. They're the first person who is at the door making sure that I'm safe when I get into synagogue and helping preserve the safety and integrity of everyone in the and this is just part of means to have religious freedom in this country. There's a price associated with a psychological price, a sociological price, and an economic price. But are united, that's when we can manage these costs. And in that context, let me invite you to participate. Please, if you're able to attend the dinner, great to meet you in person. If you're watching from far away and it's not convenient for you to come to the dinner, then consider supporting the security costs and many other things that go along with the running of this wonderful synagogue, Young Israel of Lawrence Cedar. Found this video interesting? Thanks for watching. fellow students of Jewish history, and welcome to the 7th and final video in this series looking at the question, what is a synagogue? This series is prepared in conjunction with my synagogue, the Young Israel Lawrence Cedarhurst, and their annual dinner, which is upcoming. Today I'd like to look at the aspect of a synagogue which makes it a central place for community. And to do that, I'd like to take you to the Rhone River in France to look at the medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement. The synagogue is located in the Jewish Carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature, when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of place before them.
Look at this beautiful interior that strikingly contrasts with the very, sort of low-profile sound from the outside. And this is the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe.
There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. Hand up there so we can see the scale.
Of course.
Oh, wow. Look at how tiny it is. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration were so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. We were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us. And so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible. Hey, Salomon, say something for the camera.
I have the privilege to be holding a 1771 Sefer Torah.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which was shortly that was actually formed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and cleaned water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikveh, or ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space. The Jews of Carpentras, of course, do not use the 14th century mikveh or even the 18th century mikveh. They'll use a modern mikveh. But the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, a sub-basement was discovered in the Carpentras synagogue that had some remarkable communal finds. Ça dit quelque chose?
Welcome.
Dis, qu'est-ce que tu veux
This is,
dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Non, super.
Je veux...
Cette synagogue est la plus vieille de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367.
Oh,
et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite.
Fantastique.
Okay. Et shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici?
Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire. Geniza.
Une Geniza ici.
Oui, on a trouvé que c'était. Venez voir.
Ok.
Et oui, on va passer.
C'est une Geniza de documents.
Il y avait des documents. J'ai pas.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Vous n'avez pas vu ça ce matin?
Non, c'est la première fois.
Heureusement, je suis ravi. Je suis ravi. Alors
ouais.
Ça,
qu'est-ce que c'est?
Ça, c'est des... Normalement, il y a des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, à toutes les maisons.
Il y avait des couloirs partout où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté. Et ici, on pense que c'est la Geniza de la synagogue parce qu'on a retrouvé, non c'est fini maintenant, on a trouvé beaucoup de livres, des vieux livres, des vieux, comment on appelle ça, Tefillin, Sissi,
quelle sorte de livres?
Des manuscrits Gutenberg, 189, 1590,
wow,
1540, 50 ans, Gutenberg.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Carpentras synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connecting the homes of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes, which indicates just how important it is that we are connected to our synagogues today. That's especially true in an era when, we are increasingly fractionated as a people and spread out across a wide variety of geographic locations. It's true that we have this remarkable ability to connect now with the internet, something truly unprecedented since the Gutenberg era, but we cannot rely on this virtual connection to replace the actual connection of being physically together with other people in synagogue. So I hope that this short series has been meaningful for you. If you are able to make it physically to the dinner, then I would love to meet you in person. And if our geographic distances are too wide to make that possible, perhaps you'll consider supporting either our synagogue, which I would certainly love, or your own synagogue, so that we can increase the participation of Jews in this wonderful institution. Thank you very much for sticking with me through this series, and I hope you have a fantastic day. Really cool. I found this actual product from another manufacturer about 2 years ago, but it was not under Hashgacha. Good morning. Welcome, Doctor. I missed this. Yeah, this is pretty great. So here it is. Let's crack it open. Let's see what the texture is like.
Just remember this. The last time Manila fan was also on top.
Good point. Okay, here we go. So now we have some Rome de Dapion here, and we have
the other question is if it's good in the jaw. It's like when his jaw gets out of vision. So this is what's the focus is.
It's a sound. No sound. There's a little hiss there. Okay. I got you. That's terrible. Look at this. It just looks awful.
You don't look so bad.
It does not appeal to me.
It doesn't look bad to me.
Understand? We come from the south side of East Gullah. Can't get worse than that.
I love Gala.
Smells like sour cream.
Are you the doctor on standing by? The other doctor standing by?
As you say, we have multiple.
We need a specialist. We might need a specialist.
We're like, what do we have? 5 doctors in this room?
It was gross delicious.
Where's the moldy bread?
It came late. You saw the moldy bread.
Too early.
Also, I'm not entirely.
Oh, not the worst thing I ever smelled.
I'm not entirely sure that the recipe for kutak described in the Gemara is always the same recipe.
Yeah.
Could be several different versions. In Psachim, they have a pumice stick recipe. This might. Oh, the rabbi is here.
Yes,
He's the first one to taste it.
Okay, Rabbi, have a seat. We're hoping that you'll be Mahanas with just a quick word. No one's tasted it yet. No one's tasted it.
No one has.
So just a word of thought, actually, to something I was just discussing with Larissa, which he quoted from the name of Rabbi Moffat. So the Gemara says in Dorim, Hani Bangri Tifshoy, look at these crazy Babylonians, today's done. They're eating bread with bread because this is really an extension of bread.
Right.
So not the Green Day, because that's Avivrach, in the year of his Yortzak now, says, of Memphis, says that, you know what that means? It says, like, you ask an average person, why is it that you work so hard? He says, you know, so I need to earn money. He says, why do you need to earn money? He says, so I can live. He says, why do you live? So I can go on vacation. Why do you go on vacation? So I can work. I can really do work. So he says, honey body tip shy. What fools the people who are achli nama v'nama, that they eat bread in order to eat bread, right? And then the kutak is meant to remind us that you're a foolish Babylonian to spend the time on the rat ring and carry on and going just in order to be able to eat again. So every time we see kutak and are reminded of that, we're reminded of that statement is why we stop, why we do what we do. Anyways, there's a as well. Besides we're passing out from eating it.
Okay, let's try this. This is hamotzi if you want to wash. I also have tam-tams, which in Persia they don't wash on. All right, here we go. So let's see what the texture is like.
I
think what if I kind of bang it like?
It's like the old Heinz ketchup.
You stick your fingers in it? It's got to come out sometime. It's actually moving. It is moving. I think there's a version of this.
I always think whenever I go to pizza store and I see those ZD pizzas, I think that I think about the Babylonian destroyed it.
I've always commented.
Okay, good. I think that's enough. I think it's going to be enough. I think it's fine.
Let's not overdo that.
I think it's fine. Just that little.
Look at it. Just.
Good kutak, that's that.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay.
Does it say refrigerate after opening?
So it says that it's very good if you add it to ash. Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to. Well, I'm going to make a mizonos on this, but I would like to give this opportunity, I think, to the. Oh, thank you. To the Maggid Shir, Goldman. And wait, we got to make sure we really get
Hot tier shasa.
No, you're going.
This will be the first photo of the next video.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Olam Borei minim mizana.
Amen.
Is there a doctor in the house?
It tastes like an inferior form of sour cream.
Okay. You see, this is lush and tall. Okay.
That's a little anticlimactic.
The rabbi's got to go next. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
They say that there's no
Amen.
Speechless. Stephanie Milton.
Okay, how about? Oh, I guess already. I'm ready to try now. Okay, let's see what happens here. I'll set this up, and I'll see if I can give some kind of a product placement. Okay, here we go. Been waiting 2 years for this. Baruch Adonai Haolam Borei Minei Zono.
Shlomo, booty.
You know, I like it.
I could get used to it.
Faintly nutty taste, I think.
Oh, it's not bad.
Yeah,
I like sour cream. Yeah.
That's good, Dr. Hoover.
Not bad. Amen. Not bad. A little
Not bad.
It goes well with rye.
I think this is just
I
another.
would have this on a vodka, by the way. Easy. You see. It's better fresh.
I think
Yes, exactly. Schwartz's pecan is much better structured.
You were in the neighborhood.
It's just stir well before you stir it. I don't think we stir well. I don't think we stir at all. But keep refrigerator. It does say keep refrigerator. Okay. Really not too bad.
Well, the Tam Tams are good.
Very strong sour cream vibe.
Okay.
Not bad.
You know what? This would go really well. You know, I can see why people would lose like a if you were putting this on. You know, that's what it would be like a good gyro sauce. You know?
Yeah, it has a fairly nutty flavor.
It's a little sour. Not bad.
So everyone feeling okay? Yeah, no palpitations or anything?
Not bad. The moldy bread. Really,
maybe the moldy bread would tip it over the edge.
Creativity and historical research.
Everything. I love this.
Thank you.
I want to tell you people a story.
Watching your career as
I want to
chef.
tell you people a story about that.
Thank you for coming, Rabbi. I wasn't sure if you were here.
I want to just tell a story about Dr. Abramson. I'm very sure tied up to Hebron, and last year Pesach, I go to Hebron with my family, and I go to visit the Horowitz family, which is the first people to move into Hebron, who we're very close with, and that's where I stay every year on Chaya Sarah. And I walk into the apartment, and who's on the screen? But Rebbitzin Horowitz is watching Dr. Abramson to Hashia. I said, do you know who that is? He said, no, I don't know, but he's great. I said, yeah. So anyways, I wanted to know that all over the world, Dr. Abramson has our impact.
Next, we're going to solve the shoes.
All right, pass it to Harrison.
Thank you so much for joining us once again for this new installment of our Jewish History series with Dr. Abramson. It is such a privilege for Beth Jacob to host Dr. Abramson, not only because this series is going to be so wonderful, but because it follows up on the mountain of incredible feedback that we got from our last series that we had with you, both in terms of the back and forth and in terms of the content that you were able to share. Tonight's topic is the first in a series of 3, which will be taking a really, really fascinating topic, talking about the controversies that are key to understanding a really important figures in Jewish history. But I'll leave really some of the content to Dr. Abramson. I'll simply start by expressing our hakarata to all those who joined us, and to Dr. Abramson, who was up very late tonight, because it's 3 hours later for him than it is for us. And I'm looking forward to sharing a wonderful materials together. Dr.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. It is a great privilege to speak with your audience again. I really did enjoy the last time we spoke. We had quite, I think, a stimulating interchange of ideas, especially because we developed it over 3 different meetings, and that allowed us to really flesh things out a little bit. And this is a topic that I find especially fascinating and really, in many ways, quite relevant to our own times, especially when we deal with these political catchphrases like cancel culture and the notion that people could express opinions that someone somehow would invalidate them, yet they may have tremendous potential to offer for society as a whole. And this is, in fact, what we see with the 3 great figures that I hope we will have the opportunity to explore over tonight and next week and then in January. They're really pivotal, transformative figures, and when we look backwards in history at their legacy, it's impossible to imagine that there would have been any controversy regarding these towering geniuses. But in reality, if they showed up in our shores today, we probably would not give them an aliyah, and we might even give them an escort to the door, if you can believe it or not. By way of general introduction to the theme, I'd like to actually step out of our Jewish history for a moment and look at this individual on the left, Ignaz Semmelweis, who is most likely not actually Jewish. He was a 19th century doctor who was very active in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, in Vienna and in Buda in particular. There is some question about his background. Most scholars seem to think he was ethnically German, living in Hungarian territories, but it's not at all impossible that he was a descendant of converts to Christianity, which was very common in the 19th century among educated Jewish classes. Here he is with his bride in 1857 when he was in his 30s. Now, he's an unusual figure because he worked as a medical doctor, as I mentioned, in obstetrics in particular. And he was especially charitably minded, and he worked in some of the new clinics that had been established specifically for poor women who were having street births, meaning they would just, find any place to give birth without any medical attention, typically unwed. And there was a fear of infanticide, and so the state set up several of these free clinics for women. And the rumor went around, and it was actually a well-founded rumor, that one of the clinics had a startlingly high mortality rate from puerperal fever, which is essentially a kind of a sepsis that can affect women when they have difficulties in childbirth. The other clinic, which operated on different days, had a much lower level of puerperal fever. And ironically, the level of puerperal fever in the second clinic was just about the same mortality rate for women as those who gave birth without any medical attention. So this really troubled Semmelweis, and he looked at all kinds of reasons. Why is it that Clinic 1, which operates on a certain number of days of the week, is having these atrocious mortality rates, and Clinic 2 is having less of them and more like the normal mortality rate associated with childbirth in the 19th century? It troubled him deeply. He looked at all kinds of variables, trying to figure out what was going on. The only difference between the 2 clinics is that the one with the high female mortality, maternal mortality, was actually a medical teaching facility that had medical doctors working there, or doctors in training. And the second clinic had only midwives, no medical doctors. And so he deduced that what was probably happening is that the medical doctors were coming into contact with cadaverous particles. Now, this was before the theory of germ theory was developed, and people didn't have a good sense of what infection was and things like that. But he thought that perhaps, correctly, although in a kind of a simplistic way, he thought that the fact that the medical doctors were working on autopsies in one room and then walking over and delivering babies shortly thereafter, that somehow contributed to infant and maternal mortality. This was not happening at all at the second clinic. They didn't deal with cadavers at all. And so what he did was he tried to find a way to remove any of these assumed cadaverous particles from the skin by instituting a chlorine hand wash. And the reason why he went with chlorine and lye is primarily because it removed the smell from the hands of the surgeons better than it. And when he instituted this chlorine hand wash, amazingly, the maternal mortality dropped dramatically. And it seemed like this is what did it all. It was just wash your hands. That's the whole thing. You can believe it. The doctors were not washing their hands between autopsies and deliveries. It's just incredible. But he discovered it. He said, hey, you just have to make sure you disinfect your hands. Of course, they didn't have the idea of what exactly disinfection means, but nevertheless, that is precisely what happened. Now, remarkably, Semmelweis's discovery was ignored by the medical establishment in Austria and Hungary. They discounted entirely his theory of cadaveral tissues, and they felt that he was overreacting to these things, and they essentially did not implement any of his common sense procedures in other medical facilities. He did everything he could. He traveled around trying to convince people of the importance of this chlorine hand wash, and he published quite strident attacks on the institutions that refused to institute these very basic procedures. In this particular publication dated 1862, he referred to doctors who refused to wash their hands as irresponsible murderers and ignoramuses. This is the kind of thing that certainly did not endear him to the medical establishment. He grew mentally unstable as a result of his ongoing failure to convince the medical establishment there was value and that he was actually saving lives by this chlorine wash. And although now he is considered, a tremendous hero in medicine, what happened in his life is that his increasingly erratic behavior led where he was put in a straitjacket and he was held in seclusion in a dark room, and he was rather mercilessly beaten. And in fact, 2 weeks after he was committed to this insane asylum, he actually died of blood poisoning. It's believed that it probably had to do with his beating because one of his hands was horribly injured, and he probably suffered some blood poisoning as a result of that. And he died 2 weeks later. Hardly anyone came to his funeral, and he was immediately replaced, of course, at the maternity clinic. And as soon as his replacement took over, of course, mortality rates jumped to 6 times the rate that they were when he was there and having all of the doctors wash their hands with chlorine. So he was an incredibly ignored figure in his lifetime, even though now he's considered a great national hero. And in fact, part of the reason why there's some debate over his ethnicity is because several different nationalities all want to claim him. This is actually an Austrian coin claiming him as their own. There was a gold 50-euro coin published in 2008. But I think Semmelweis is such an interesting and fascinating case study that leads us into the discussion of the people that we'll be looking at, because these are people who, for the most part, were men of tremendous vision, men who really, although Semmelweis did not exactly understand the procedures that led to the lower female mortality, but he nevertheless could make the connection between hand washing and greater health. And despite their phenomenal vision, they were excoriated in their own time. They were hated, actually. They were pursued, and they suffered tremendously as a result of this very unfair criticism, which would prove to be ignored by history over time. But they did not necessarily enjoy that in their own lifetimes. And so what we're going to look at is 3 different individuals in 3 very different time periods. And I'm hoping that we may even see some relevance to our own times On the left, you see the statue of Moses Maimonides in Cordoba, Spain. Actually, it's kind of interesting that, like Semmelweis, he's claimed by Spain, even though he was kicked out of Spain with his family when he was just in his adolescent years. And then you see the front page of the Mesilat Yesharim, a remarkable, amazing 18th century book by Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. And today, Rabbi Luzzatto is one of the remarkable figures of the 18th century that is actually claimed as a hero to not only the Lithuanian Talmudic world because of this particular work, Mesilas Yesharim. He's also claimed as a hero to the Hasidic world because he was first and foremost actually a Kabbalist, and he wrote some remarkable works on the philosophy of Kabbalah. And he's also claimed, ironically, by the non-religious Haskalah movement because he also wrote plays, much like 18th century Italian romances. He was the first Hebrew novelist, and he wrote a lot of modern plays using the kind of vocabulary and syntax and style of Italian poetry. So, but nevertheless, despite this tremendous, fame and his widespread acceptance today, in his own time, he was actually forced to recant his views 3 separate times. He was run out of his native of Padua, Italy. He was run out of his native Padua, Italy. He was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt, Germany, and then, only after much travail was he ultimately allowed to go to Amsterdam after all of his writings were confiscated and then lost, believe it or not. So this is the story of the Ramchal, as we will explore, God willing, next week. And then finally, and I have to say, I'm especially excited to speak about this individual because the last time I spoke about him was back in, I think, 2013. And it was very well received and well publicized, the talk, but it was based on very limited sources. And since then, so many more biographies have appeared of the incomparable Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the great leader of the Lubavitch movement, who is quite possibly the world's most recognized Jew, given the wide popularity of Chabad in the remote corners of the world. The Lubavitcher Rebbe is remarkably well known, and that place is, associated with Judaism for people who have very, very limited association with Judaism as a whole. He was actually quite a brilliant individual, and he was the CEO of a massive volunteer network to which people devoted their lives, and ironically, which has grown exponentially even after his passing. It is amazing that an organization can have no official salary, no official revenue stream, and still nevertheless grow with people devoting their lives to his thought. So we'll look at the Rebbe as he is known in January. So these are the 3 figures. Oh, and by the way, the Rebbe, of course, endured tremendous criticism because towards the end of his life, after he had a tragic stroke and one was unable to communicate effectively, there was a widespread movement among his followers that actually continued after his passing, that argued that he was in fact the Mashiach, that he was in fact the Messiah, and we'll explore that controversy, which really created a huge amount of negative feedback at the same time, which unfortunately obscured some of his phenomenal achievements to otherwise, interested Jews who would have liked to have heard what exactly he had to offer them philosophically and so on. So those are the 3 figures that we'll be looking at over the course of these 3 weeks. And I think at this point, we should get straight to the Rambam. This is my favorite version of the iconic representation of the Rambam. We, of course, have no idea actually looked like, but kind of the turbaned, sort of dignified looking individual is the one that we've seen in many publications since the 19th century. He's actually a bust of him, kind of like a bas relief, is on the wall of Congress as well as one of the great leaders philosophy. Behind him, you do actually see his signature because a lot of his manuscripts, original autographed manuscripts, were actually recovered from the Cairo Geniza, where he lived and worked, and quite a few of his documents survive. There was a saying that from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. And of course, the first Moses in that proverb is Moshe Rabbeinu, the great Moses of the Torah, and Moses Maimonides at the other end, a good 2,500 odd years later. And in many ways, this is a figure that you only see once in a millennium because he had incredible grasp of not only the broad swath of Torah knowledge, but also of basically all secular knowledge at the time as well. Again, in the 12th century, when he was very active, the body of world knowledge, scholarship in particular, was still, almost manageable by a single person. And this is the kind of person who could have achieved that kind of great expertise, both in the Torah realm and in the secular realm. And in fact, the reality that he was someone who was able to excel both religiously and in a secular vein is one of the reasons why he became such a hero in the 19th century to the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment movement, because they saw in him the sort of antidote to the looking, highly insular Eastern European ghetto Jew who was deeply wrapped up in the texts of the Talmud and the Kabbalah and so on, but really could not negotiate the outside world, couldn't, speak the vernacular appropriately, certainly didn't have higher education at a university level outside of the yeshiva. The Rambam, which is the acronym of his full name and title, Rabbi Moses ben Maimon, the son of Maimon, the Rambam exemplified that kind of, you can do it all. You can be highly proficient as a religious Jew and highly proficient and a public thought leader in fields outside of Judaism as well. So many schools were not is that a word? Incoincidentally, not uncoincidentally named after Maimonides, great Maimonides school in Boston, for example, because he exemplified that kind of you can have it all kind of sensibility. His major centers of activity were Spain as a youth. I'll show you a little bit of his map of his travels in a moment, but most of his life and work was conducted in Egypt. So it's a little bit unfair for Spain to claim him as one of their own because, as I mentioned, he was actually exited from Spain in his youth. He is paradigmatic of this ultimate Jew, of course, as a medical doctor, which is one of the most traditional fields for Jews to exist in. But at the same time, he was highly exceptional. He was unusually creative and intellectually very bold. He was prepared to suggest audaciously large and innovative intellectual approaches to some of the great problems of Judaism, as I hope to demonstrate shortly. Here's a map showing you his basic travels. His family was in southern Spain, which was dominated by the Muslims, and actually for about 200 years prior to his departure was really a golden era for Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. But at the very end of it, in the 12th century, among the things that happened is that Muslim tribes from North Africa penetrated into this already Muslim-held territory in southern Spain, and they were quite a bit more radical and much more fanatical about their adherence to Islamic theology in a much more strict vein. So, for example, the commonplace drinking parties that involved alcohol were to be highly excoriated, and the Almohads and the Almovarids, who were the groups that came up, they couldn't believe that the Muslim rulers were actually having drinking parties with Jews and with Christians. And so they really cracked down with a far harsher vision of Islam that had existed hitherto in Cordoba. And so the Maimonides family, despite the fact that they were very well established in the south of Spain, and they had generations upon generations of dayanim, of judges, Jewish judges who had served there, Maimonides' father, Maimon, decided to take the family out of there. And they fled Spain. There's some interesting later historiography that suggests that they may have even faked a conversion to Islam, although the specific reference to that is highly suspect. But nevertheless, they made their way out of Spain and across the coast of North Africa. Maimonides at the time was about 12 or 13 years old. And when they got to Tunisia in particular, that's where he embarked on his medical education. Tunisia actually had was a remarkably advanced center of learning at the time, and they spent some significant years there where he was able to really develop his knowledge of the sciences. He was already a child prodigy and had completed a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah even as a teenager, but his greater works would still be in his future. Then from Tunisia, they made their way to Egypt, and specifically to Fustat, which was a suburb of Cairo, and that's where the Jewish community primarily lived. Maimonides continued his studies there and left it up to his older brother David to provide for the family. By this point, their father had passed away, and unfortunately, David was lost in a shipwreck that also took the Maimonides' fortune with him. And so all of a sudden, Moses had to stand up and become the prime breadwinner for his mother and surviving siblings. And so he did what any good Jewish boy would do. He hung up a shingle as a medical doctor. In those times, the doctors were involved much more in kind of diagnosis and the dispensing of natural remedies like herbs and things like that, rather than surgery. Surgery was considered a much lower profession. It was actually associated with barbers, and that's essentially what he did. He rose to significant fame, however. He had a tremendous reputation, and he ultimately ended up being appointed to be the family physician of the Viceroy of Egypt, where he primarily treated the harem, that is the wives of the Sultan, and their children, which is a very high level position. He describes actually in some of his letters how his typical day would involve him, getting up, saying the morning prayers, getting on a camel, and essentially, just like I do, riding the Long Island Railroad, except that would have been the Long Nile Donkey Road, all the way up to Cairo. Spend the day in Cairo treating all of the harem and their children and so on, and then he would come back late at night. He only ate one meal a day, and after his meal was over, then he was besieged by people in Fustat, came to him for legal halakhic advice and direction and so on, and he was until very, very late at night. And somehow, amidst all of this, he managed to write this work of Jewish thought. And so, at this point, let's turn to his Jewish thought, and that's where we'll see that he got into a lot of trouble. So, specifically, what did he write? So, I already mentioned that Mishnah. It is so significant that it is typically printed with standard Mishnayot today. That if you want to study the Mishnah, you look at the commentary of the Rav Ovadia Bartanura, and you look at the commentary of Maimonides. And he was, perhaps 12 or 13 when he wrote the first draft of this remarkable book that still demonstrates phenomenal erudition, the awareness of everything in the Talmud that is brought to bear on the commentary of the Mishnah. So this in itself is a remarkable life achievement, but he was just getting started at that point. He was also, as I mentioned earlier, incredibly proficient as a medical expert, and he published widely. He wrote treatises, which are still available today, in Arabic. The Mishnah commentary was written in Hebrew. The medical writings are in Arabic. Of course, he was completely fluent in both languages. And he wrote about anxiety and depression. He wrote about traditional medicines. He wrote, like many of his predecessors, kind of like guides to, like field guides to collecting the correct herbs and things like that. And he was really well regarded as a scientist, completely separately from his religious work. He wrote a tremendous amount of correspondence because he was the widely recognized, particularly in North Africa and in Yemen, as being the leading figure of the Jews. He eventually was appointed to be the Nagib, the leader of Egyptian Jewry, a position that was actually handed down for several generations after him as the primary leader of Egyptian Jewry, very important community. And so many communities and individuals directed their problems to him, and he left behind a massive correspondence that betrayed a tremendous sensitivity to individual concerns, and often gave very insightful advice, and often very courageous and heroic advice. Sometimes it's really, you can see the personality of Maimonides coming out in the letters, perhaps more than anywhere else. For example, there's a famous letter that he received from a convert to Judaism who was having a hard time because the rabbi in his town was telling him there were certain blessings he wasn't allowed to say because the blessings say the God of my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his fathers biologically were not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Maimonides writes back essentially saying, your rabbi, he has no idea what he's talking about. Fathers spiritually are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You're completely allowed and encouraged to use these phrases as they are in the traditional book, and they are genuinely your spiritual parents. So you really get a sense for who he was as a person in the letters, which betray a much more personal view. His magnum opus, however, the greatest works of his career include a philosophical classic called the Moreh Nevuchim, or the Guide for the Perplexed. Now, this is a remarkable work which was written in Judeo-Arabic. That is, written in Arabic, written in Hebrew characters, basically in Arabic language, with a lot of Hebraic and Aramaic influences. This is a little bit like Yiddish is essentially German written in Hebrew characters with a lot of Hebrew and Aramaic, and as well Romance and Slavic words mixed in. So it's kind of like a specialized, highly directed sort of work. And the text of it indicates that he wrote it for one student in particular, although it's quite likely that he understood that by writing this work, it would, of course, gain much wider correspondence and much wider circulation. And as the title implies, it was basically a very sophisticated philosophical discussion that defended Judaism from the attacks that contemporary Islamic philosophy bore upon the ancient faith. Essentially, it was an apology for Judaism that was not something they necessarily, wanted to put in the Barnes and Noble of the time for everybody, or I should put on the Amazon front page for everybody, because it was a highly sophisticated philosophical work, and it seems to have been directed primarily at a particular class of Egyptian Jew, or Jew in the Arabic-speaking world. Let us not forget, by the way, that the time that Maimonides is functioning, the Arabic Jewish world is in many ways far more advanced than the Jewish world in Christian Europe. It's true that you do have Rashi and you do begin to see the Tosafot beginning to emerge, but there's no question that the number and scope and creativity of Spanish and North African Jewry is far beyond what they're producing in Christian Europe at this time. So he's writing to like the kind of intellectual elite of the Egyptian Jewish community, saying, don't be overwhelmed by Aristotelian philosophy as it's expressed by the Arabs. Judaism has far more to offer you. And because he was incidentally very well versed in Greek philosophy, and in particular that of Aristotle, he would argue that Judaism and Aristotle are far closer than Islam and Aristotle. Aristotle, of course, was seen as the greatest of the philosophers of his day, and so the idea of a concordance between Jewish thought and Aristotelian thought was considered a very valuable desideratum. So this was a book essentially, if you can imagine in contemporary terms, it's kind of like a book for, from students who finish day school and then they head off to secular college and they're kind of overwhelmed by the philosophies that they encounter there, and they say, oh my gosh, I lived in such a small kind of like insular world in my little modern Orthodox shtetl, and Maimonides came to write them letters saying, yeah, don't worry, we've still got it all over these other ideologies. Let me explain it to you, as it were. That's essentially what the Guide for the Perplexed is all about. Second, and an incredibly important work that he was involved in is this massive thing called the Mishnah Torah. And both of these works together were perhaps what got him into trouble more than anything else. And I'll explain why that is in just a second. The Mishnah Torah, unlike the Guide for the Perplexed, which was written in Judeo-Arabic with a ton of philosophical terminology and lots of references to Aristotle and lots of references to other Greek philosophers and so on, which, by the way, went on to have a huge influence on Christian thinkers like St. Thomas Aquinas and others. Maimonides was regarded as one of the great formative foundations of the scholastic movement. The Mishnah Torah was written in a very simple Hebrew. It's basically middle school level. Like if you have a bright 7th grader, they'll be able to translate the Mishnah Torah without too much difficulty. And as the title implies, it was a repetition of the Torah. What does that mean? We should understand that Jewish halakha, in particular, Jewish law, the guidelines for Jewish practice, are so complex and they are nowhere organized in a central place. That is, if you want to know the laws of the Sabbath, for example, so you'll find a few tiny scattered references in the Torah itself. You'll find one tractate in the Mishnah that is amplified upon in the Talmud, but it is the nature of the Mishnah, and especially the Talmud, to make tangents almost as important as the core material. So what that means is if you have 150 odd pages of tractate Shabbat, you can be sure that at least 40 or 50 pages are not talking about Shabbat at all. And so where are those other 40 or 50 pages? They're scattered in other tractates. You'll find stuff in Tractate Eruvin. That's a huge part of Tractate Shabbat's importance. You'll find it scattered in Sanhedrin. You'll find it scattered in Kulin. So the only way you can really know the laws of Shabbat, which are vitally important once every 7 days, is you literally have to know the entire Talmud. And that's a massive document, incredibly huge. So what Maimonides did is he said, listen, this is really complicated, so I'm going to make it simple for everybody. I'm going to start from the very beginning, and I'm going to discuss the entire Torah. All of the halachot from the Torah, the Mishnah, the Talmud, everything. And I'm going to put it in organized fashion, basically Greek style, with a chapter that's devoted or a book that's devoted entirely to Shabbat, and all of the Shabbat laws will be right there, and they'll be organized by chapters and organized by a numbered headers, which is a very Arabic style of writing. And all you need to understand Judaism and to practice it, the Torah itself, the first and a massive compendium, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. And it was brilliant. It is absolutely phenomenal. It is so easy to read in a very lucid, clear Hebrew, although it's often deceptive in its simplicity. it's fascinating that you can spend very, very high level discussions looking at the Mishnah Torah and trying to figure out why he phrased it this way and not another way, and you'll discover incredible depths of wisdom in it. I know I spent, when I went to yeshiva, and I was in one of the higher level classes, and my chavrus and I, we would work on the Talmud all 5 days a week, and then on Fridays we were assigned the section from Mishnah Torah that dealt with the Talmud. But after dealing with the arcane and convoluted arguments of the Talmud, we thought the Mishnah Torah was so clear and easy. We know this. Are we really going to spend 3 hours talking about this? But then when we got to the Shir and it was offered by Rav Mendel Weinbach, that's all, he completely devastated our understanding of the sophistication of the Rambam and explained how we had missed it, like there was a massive supersonic train going past our heads, and we had totally, were completely oblivious to what was really going on in the text, even though we had a superficial understanding of it. So the Mishnah Torah, incredible achievement that looks at the entirety of Jewish halacha and encapsulates it in a very organized fashion. And moreover, although this was one of the very first codes of Jewish law that tried to put everything within that organized fashion, and was later imitated by the Tur and by the Shulchan Aruch and modern codes like the Mishnah Berurah, all of those later codes did not have the same ambitious scope, meaning they only dealt with those laws that are directly pertinent to post-temple Judaism. All of the sacrificial laws, the laws of Tuma and Tahara that deal with the temple, they said, we'll wait for Mashiach to think about those things. But the Rambam said, no, I'm going to write everything. Every single halacha. The other books did not deal with, what are times going to be like when Mashiach comes? He says, okay, I'm going to talk about the halacha of Mashiach. Mashiach, what does Mashiach look like? Who is he? And how will we know he's Mashiach and so on? That's in this very, very bold and expansive work. Amazing things like how to sleep, right? How to have opinions. What opinions are correct and what opinions are not correct. Brilliant things that the later codes thought were just too large for them, and they dealt with much more mundane matters. I'll just focus on one particular section of the Mishnah Torah that I'm especially close to because I wrote a book on it, and I actually wrote it several times. Just this a book that I'm very to. One of the brilliant sections of Maimonides' books is his discussion of how to repent, the ways of repentance, or Hilchos Va. And so I got into this habit of about 12 or 13 years to do this particular section in the month before Rosh Hashanah, when it's traditionally. And then I ended up trying to English as part of my personal thing. I shared it with some people and liked it, and that kind of grew. I ended up self-publishing because I was experimenting with an unusual way of getting this out. And ever since, I have reviewed my own commentary every year and republished it. Just like, we work on ourselves every year and we try to improve ourselves. I go back to this particular book, which is now in its 9th edition, and I had so much fun with this. Look, it actually has 8 ratings up there. I got a 4.5. So I'm very close to this book, and I feel very, very, warm towards it. Now, I've given you like this, tremendous biography of encomiums and things like that. Who could possibly disagree with the great Rambam? Why would there be controversy affecting him? It was a very intense controversy, and it was especially harsh, not in those regions where he had developed a personal reputation, like in North Africa and in Yemen, and even in Spain, where he had a large following, but in Christian Europe, where Jews did not read Arabic. When they got the Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibon family of Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed, there was a huge outcry. And a lot of the Jews of France in particular said, what is going on here? Look how this rabbi is quoting Aristotle. Look how he's saying things like, accept truth from whomever speaks it. Have you ever heard of something so ridiculous? You always have to look at who's speaking it. You can't just accept truth because it makes sense rationally. And he took a lot of positions that were anathema to European Jews. Like, for example, he had a very dim view of supernaturalism. And he argued that all of the discussions of demons and spells and things like that are in the Talmud, they're all allegorical, and they should not be taken literally. And the rabbis in Europe said, "What are you talking about? We take those things very literally. We believe in demons, and we believe in spells and amulets and things like that." Maimonides are much more rational, kind of like almost, very medical approach, almost a Lithuanian approach to these things. So people
Yo, what's
got
up,
very,
Pimp? How are
very
you?
upset about the Guide for the Perplexed.
Living
And
the
then
dream,
when
dog.
the
Every day's a
Mishnah
holiday.
Torah
Renew the
came
feast.
out,
What's
oh
good in
my
your neck
gosh,
of the
the
woods,
pot
baby?
boiled over. Not only
Kicking
was
ass,
he
taking
charged
names.
with
How are you?
over-reliance on Greek wisdom, and in fact, when you look at sections
Excellent. Do you know what Discord is?
his Hilchot Deot, which deal with
Oh, go ahead, sing.
personality development, he absorbs a lot straight from Aristotle.
That's cool.
He diverges from Aristotle in two very interesting ways. In particular, though, he thinks Aristotle is too easy on anger and not hard enough on humility. That's more of a value.
Shout out to Mexican singers. Go ahead, baby.
The Mishnah Torah was just such a controversy because Maimonides chose to print it without any citations. So, meaning a dispute in the Talmud might extend over 6 or 7 pages, and it might appear in several different tractates. And rather than sort of summarizing what Rabbi X said and Rabbi Y said and what Rabbi Z said, he simply said, the bottom line is this. And it was his opinion, but he did not demonstrate how he arrived at his opinion. He simply stated what he thought people needed to know without all of the scholarly baggage of footnotes and cross-references and but this and however that. This was felt to be, disrespectful to all of these other rabbis that were involved in it. And it was also seen to be an arrogant kind of statement. As I mentioned before, he states openly in his introduction to Mishnah Torah, it's very complicated, so all you really need is the Chumash and my book, and you're good. You're golden. You don't need anything else. Rabbis looked at this and they said, wait a second, we could be out of a job with this. Like, oh my gosh. And then when you add to that fact that Maimonides felt very strongly that, and I apologize, Rabbi Bozy, he felt that rabbis should never be paid. They should always have some other kind of job, and what they do for the community is purely, just their donated time. There are some exceptions to this rule, and obviously, if you hire a doctor and you don't pay him or her, then chances are you don't have a very good doctor. So the rabbis did find ways to get around this, but basically this was Maimonides' opinion.
I love
that all judges and rabbis should perform their services free of compensation. So there were economic reasons why there were attacks on him as well. In Paris, things came to it. Now, he endured some of this during his lifetime, but it was largely relegated to the other side of the Mediterranean, where he never visited. He did, hear some of the rumors that were carried back to Fustat, that he was not well accepted and so on, but he passed away in 1204 before the controversy really came to a boiling point. The worst moment in the controversy was when the Jews of France, specifically Paris, were so upset over Maimonides' works that they approached the Dominican friars and they explained to them that they believed that there was this Jew who was gaining popularity, who was writing heretical works. The Dominicans were very happy to assist the Jews in removing heresy from their ranks, and so they collected up all the copies of Maimonides that they could find, and they set them to the flames in 1232 on the very spot that, ironically, 10 years later, the French court burned all of the Talmuds that they get their hands on. 24 wagon loads observed as a fast day among Parisian Jews every day. So it's once you start on the path of burning books, it's very hard to shut that down. The controversy erupted, and it had three specific peaks with different generations, people who were opposing Maimonides. Ultimately, there was a revolution late in the 13th century that was largely brokered by the great the Rashba, who said, okay, listen, lots of value in Maimonides. We know the charges about Greek wisdom and so on. We know the charges of arrogance and so on, but we kind of set that aside because he was trying to write something that would be usable by everyone. And so he effected a compromise that finally put an end to the dispute, could study the philosophical works of Maimonides, like the Guide for Perplexed, but only after age 25. In other words, younger intellectual students could not approach this potentially heretical work until they had really mastered a large segment of the traditional text, and only then could they return to Maimonides. It's also worthwhile to note that although he is considered a towering figure in halacha, and he is generally considered one of the three major figures that are consulted by Rabbi Yosef Karo, when he formulates the law in the Shulchan Aruch, it is quite often that Maimonides is in the minority. His opinions are often overruled by the two other major medieval authorities that formulate our halacha, and Maimonides is studied even though his halacha is theoretical as opposed to that which is necessarily accepted. But his philosophical work and his generosity of spirit to far-flung communities, his secular knowledge, these are all things that made him phenomenally important and a figure that strides proudly over the centuries of Jewish history. Okay, I talked a blue streak there for about 45 minutes. I want to thank you for your attention and your endurance, and I'm going to stop sharing the screen, and I think we can take some questions now, discussion.
Erev Tov L'Chulam. It is so wonderful to see everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. It's our second installment of the wonderful lecture series, and especially the second installment of our second lecture series with Dr. Henry Abramson. The first one we got on our own, phenomenal feedback, and thank you so much for starting us off with the fascinating look at the broader pictures that gives us real insight into the Rambam. And we're moving on to our next topic tonight. I want to just remind everyone that we appreciate Dr. Abrahamson's time, and we're lucky to have a third presentation, but it's not going to be on a Monday. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a break for the end of year vacations that are coming up for many people. And so the next installment will be on the 6th of January at the same time. It's a Thursday evening. With that, I will pass the baton and look forward to listening and learning from Dr. Abrahamson.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. That's very kind of you. I really enjoyed our opportunity to speak last week, and I have to say I am super excited about tonight's talk because I find that the Ramchal, our subject on it, is completely fascinating. He's written some works that I have been very engaged with for decades, and there's a lot of exciting new research that has been presented on the Ramchal that I'm hoping to share with you tonight. The topic for tonight is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. I will most likely use the acronym of his name interchangeably. That's the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. He was an extremely important thinker in the early 18th century. So we're jumping ahead some 6 centuries from the Rambam, but I think you will find that many of the features that we looked at in the Rambam's life are echoed in an unusual way in the Ramchal's life. I've also thought of a sort of a title for these 3 lecture series. I know it's a little bit late, we're halfway into the series, but I'm thinking that I will call this Revered Yet Reviled, meaning both of these aspects were true. Their biographies, the Rambam, the Ramchal, and when we get together in January, God willing, to speak about the Rebbe, all 3 figures were of towering stature and tremendous impact and huge influence on the Jewish world. But at the same time, during their lifetimes in particular, they suffered some phenomenal controversy and bitter, withering criticism. This will be certainly true for the Ramchal, as I hope to explore with you tonight. So let me begin first by introducing you to a book that, if you are familiar with the Ramchal, you are most likely familiar with this particular work, the Mesilat Yesharim, which is translated as the Path of the Just. Sometimes confused with another book, Orchot Tzadikim, which has a very similar title, The Ways of the Just, but this is quite distinct from that work, which was written a few centuries earlier. It's a rather remarkable piece of literature. It is essentially a kind of it's one of the class canon, meaning the collection of works which are kind of the go-to sources for the study and development of ethical culture among the Jews. And the model is based on an extended discussion of a passage in the Talmud, in which one of the figures describes a successive stages of personality development, from vigilance to zeal, cleanliness, and each of these stages of development are fleshed in great details. What does it mean to be vigilant? Why are we starting with vigilance? And then what does zeal have to do with vigilance, and things like that? It's really quite a fascinating, is an extremely popular book, especially widely studied in yeshivas and seminaries, primarily because it's a great place to sort of exercise who am I and what kind of person do I wish to become, which is associated with emerging adulthood as a stage of development. Some of us are kind of stuck on it for a very long time. The Vilna Gaon, for example, is famous for having studied Mesilas Yesharim 101 times. I myself, I personally would like to match that goal. I'm up to my 28th time through Mesilas Yesharim. I really find this a tremendously fascinating and endlessly inspirational work. But what's, I think, especially noteworthy about this book is that in the 1990s, a new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was actually an autographed version, written in the Ramchal's own hand, and dated some 2 years before this work was published. And the previous version was dated 1738, making it the first draft of Mesilas Yesharim. It is complete start to finish, and yet it lay moldering in an archive unpublished. And it is remarkably different. Now, let me tell you why the difference is there, or what the difference is, and I think you'll find it that's quite fascinating, and in fact, in many ways, more interesting than the one that's been so famous for a couple hundred years. In the version that everyone has been studying since the 1740s is basically a didactic frontal lecture. There is an omniscient narrator who simply tells us what we need to know. We read it like, long Atlantic essay or something like that. But in the version that Ramchal's own hand, it's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. The setting is 2 young men. Well, we'll start with one of them. There's one character who is called the Chacham, the wise person. And he is, to try and put it in the context of the 21st century, he's kind of like a really good YU graduate. He is a learner, earner, He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. He's interested in science and culture and literature and music and the arts. And, he has kind of broad interests. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with time? And again, the term modern Orthodox, the term Haredi are not appropriate for the early 18th century, but it's kind of like, on the one hand, you have someone who has kind of like a broad base of interests, and Torah is, prominent among them. And then you have others who are like extremely interested in Torah and don't have apparent time for things outside of the traditional canon of text. But the Chacham wonders about, what do Haredi do with their time? Don't they spend time reading songs? Get bored? Aren't they curious? Don't they want to know about early on in the book? He looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his who he hasn't seen for very many years. And he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He has, so to speak, flipped out. And he goes over to him and says, "Oh, Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I haven't seen you in so long. What's going on? How are you doing?" And they start to catch up. And he says, "Listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way?" And they engage in this deep discussion that in many ways is kind of like the same kind of discussion that goes on among spiritually motivated Jews even today. What is the right place to sort of situate ourselves within Jewish culture and the broader world? To what degree do we consider ourselves primarily Jews or primarily human beings, citizens of the planet? Where do you put the needle on that kind of axis? This is a great question, really. It's gripping. And they have this extensive discussion, and the character who has flipped out, he is the Chassid, although that term should not be confused with the later Hasidim. We'll be discussing, God willing, when we get to the Lubavitcher Rebbe. But he's the pious one. Ultimately, he demonstrates to the Chacham that there is far greater depth in the wisdom that he is exploring through the traditional text, and that much of what the Chacham had thought of his worldliness is in fact a kind of banal superficiality. A fascinating work. Here is a modern printing of the Mesilat Yesharim, and as you can see in the Hebrew subtitles here, it has actually two versions. The version Aleph is called Seder Vikuach, which is the order of the debate or the order of the dialogue. That's the dramatic version I've described to you. And on the left is the Beit Seder Paraki, the order of the chapters, which is essentially the standard version that we have studied to this day. And one of the great questions about these two works, which are very similar in content, just quite distinct in form, is why did the Ramchal set aside the dramatic version? It is in so many ways so much more powerful and immediate and gripping. Why would he not publish that and instead publish the Seder Prophet? So I hope by the end of tonight's lecture, I hope to illustrate why, according to one of the most prominent young biographers of the Ramchal, Dr. David Sklar, who wrote his dissertation on this and is working on a forthcoming monograph, why he thinks that he set aside hesitatingly and perhaps grudgingly the first version and rewrote it as a standard text. Let's for a second at the very actual reception history of this book. Reception history refers to, it's not only important to understand what's in the book itself, but how was the book absorbed in its time? How was it received by its readers? It says a lot about the historical period that we're engaged in. It also has an especially interesting sounding German name, Rezeptionsgeschichte, which I like saying because it makes me feel learned. But let's look at this unusual reception history of this work. First of all, from the Maskilim, that is those early 18th century proponents of greater engagement. Most prominent of them, of course, is the father of the Haskalah here in the red jacket, Moses Mendelssohn. And he's a brilliant work. Of course, he was born, he was years old when it was first, so he read it after the Ramchal had died, unfortunately, a very early death due to a plague. But Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, he was, after all, a rabbi. He was strictly observant, although many of his followers abandoned Judaism. But he thought that the Mesilas Yesharim was a phenomenal work of great power, and he admired the Ramchal deeply. Joseph Klausner, following in that tradition, the first chair of the Department of Literature at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, felt that the Ramchal's work represented the first modern Hebrew writer, because the Ramchal not only wrote in this very dramatic kind of, poetic form, he also wrote actual plays, like sort of Hebraic imitations of Italian plays that were, characteristic of the 18th century. So he said the Ramchal was really the first modern Hebrew writer. It was a very positive reception from the sort of left wing of the Jewish reading world at that time. And moving towards the right wing, the Hasidim thought he was fantastic because, first and foremost, the Ramchal was a Kabbalist, and most of his important writings, especially the writings that he himself cherished, were deeply suffused with the wisdom of Kabbalah. In fact, the Mesilas Yesharim itself, although it does not present on the exterior form to be a work of Kabbalah, there are tremendous references all through it to Kabbalistic doctrines. So the Hasidim, who are great lovers of Kabbalah, they remarked on it that, according to, for example, Dofer, the Maggid of Mezrich, who was the student of the Baal Shem Tov and the later teacher of the 5 greatest dynasties of the Hasidic world, that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal, meaning he was of such a high stature that people didn't know what they were dealing with. I think that's quite true. And so in terms of the 18th century triangle of Jewish ideologies, particularly in East Central Europe, you have the Haskalah, represented by Mendelssohn. They love the Ramchal. You have the Hasidim. They love the Ramchal. And then finally, you have the Misnagdim, the so-called traditionalists who took the term opponents because they opposed the Hasidic movement. And the king among them was, without doubt, the Vilna Gaon, shown here, Elijah of Vilna, who himself wrote a couple of fascinating things. He said that if the Ramchal were alive in his time, he would have walked all the way from Vilnius to Padua, Italy, in order to study with him. And furthermore, he said that there are no words out of place at all in the Mesilat Yesharim until the 11th chapter. I actually have a theory as to which words the Vilna Gaon thought were out of place in the 11th chapter, and God willing, maybe when we get to the question and answer period, if you ask me, I'll tell you what my theory is about what words he pointed out as being out of place. So again, amazing. The Ramchal achieved a level of acceptance among all stripes of Jewish intellectual movements of the 18th century. I can't recall too many figures before or since who have received this universal level of acceptance, albeit some 60 years after his passing. During his lifetime, we have a totally different story, as we will explore now. So let's get into his biography a little bit, understand who he was, what his background was, what he was all about, and then I'd like to get to the controversies that dogged him during his lifetime. He was known as the genius of Padua. Padua is a smallish city on the Po River in northern Italy, not too far from Venice. His parents were sort of upper middle class merchants, and they gave him a standard education of an Italian Jewish family of their class. He received a thorough grounding not only in Torah studies, according to the kind of Italian broad view of emphasizing scripture, Tanakh, as well as Talmud, Actually, his principal teacher was a Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, who would remain very close to the Ramchal all the way through his life. Even though he also taught him for his bar mitzvah, he was also, 15, 20 years later, very much involved in his life and activity, far away from Padua. He also received a fairly significant secular education as well, with a thing in European languages, including Latin, and primarily because, as we shall see, Padua was a university town and was one of the few universities that admitted Jews to its medical faculty. And so there was a lot of emphasis placed on European understanding of the world around them, contemporary science, the arts, of course, and so on. Early on in his career, really as a teenager, he wrote several works that are quite fascinating. He wrote works on public. He wrote early experiments with forms, including parables, abilionate dramas, like to be staged as plays. So he's really quite a young, attracted to himself a number of these students who had traveled to Padua to study medicine at the university there. This is actually the autopsy theater. Only a small number of autopsies were performed every year, and they literally had to build an auditorium like this to allow as many people as possible to actually observe the autopsies taking place. And a very small coterie of perhaps a dozen of these students from all over Europe would gather nightly at the home of the Ramchal, where he had kind of like a special room set up in an attic, and they would study the Kabbalah. Now, the Kabbalah, of course, is the great mystical teachings of the Jewish tradition. Very prominent in their curriculum was the study of the Zohar, very important mystical work. And they became known as the Chavraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, for their intense studies. They developed a very ritualistic kind of organization where they had specific seating charts for each of them. It wasn't kind of free for all. It was really a close-knit study group. They had particular rules about how they were to greet each other, how they were to speak about each other. They had a rigid cycle of who was to prepare the material to be studied that night and so on. And it was really, it must have been quite an amazing intellectual experience to be at the Ramchal's table studying with him. And this is all when he is in his late teens and his early 20s, studying with students who were significantly older than him, but mesmerized by his grasp of the material and his unusually piercing and poetic analysis of the text. One of the more fascinating things about the community of Padua and this particular study circle was that Padua was, among the social difficulties that plagued that town in the 1720s and 1730s was a gambling addiction that unfortunately affected many of the men, the Jewish men in Padua. Playing cards in particular were very popular. And so they had a nightly Beit Midrash that, and they made a rule, the Jewish community of Padua made a rule that every single Jewish male in Padua had to show up at Beit Midrash 5 nights a week, and attendance would be taken. And if they failed to show up everything to learn some Torah because they were off, gambling or something like that, they would be fined. You have to pay a fine to the bakery. And that in itself is rather an amazing thing that community could actually impose or even think to impose such a rule. I really wonder how well it was enforced, but it gives us a sense how far we are from Avery Padua living today. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because the only group that was explicitly exempted from these rules were the members of the Ramchal's study circle. because everybody knew that the Kabraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, they were not spending their time playing cards. They were actually learning Torah at a very deep level, and so they received a formal exemption because everyone regarded these Jewish medical students who were studying with the Ramchal were really on a separate level. It's interesting to note, by the way, that the medical students must experience quite a cognitive dissonance, because when they were at school in Padua, even though they were admitted appropriately to the college, which was, as I mentioned, very rare for universities at that time, there were a whole series of, discriminatory practices to endure. They had higher tuition, for example, and there were certain things like they had to present a gift of 1 pound of candy every Christmas to the other students, kind of like a nasty Secret Santa sort of thing that they had to do. But nevertheless, while in the daytime, they were kind of like distinctly second-class citizens, but at night, they probed the depths of the universe with their teacher, the Ramchal. Now, it happened that the controversy really began to erupt in the 1720s, when the Ramchal first discussed his encounters with something called the Maggid. This is where the controversy really begins. When he was 20 years old, the Ramchal related to his students that he would receive these nightly visitations from a kind of supernatural being known as a Maggid. The word Maggid is related to like the word Haggadah, like the Passover Haggadah. It means to tell or to relate. And the Ramchal would describe how, perhaps in a dream, but some kind of vision, this angelic being would reveal to him these Kabbalistic truths that he would then relate to his students. Now, it sounds pretty weird. It definitely is a very unusual kind of phenomenon, but it is not without precedent in the Jewish tradition. In fact, one of the more well-known of the stories of Magidim is the Maggid of none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. Now, we normally think of the Jewish legal tradition as being extremely rational and very evidence-based and very rigorous and exposed to logical argumentation and so on. But in reality, the author of the code that we revere and study today, the Shulchan Aruch, he reported also these visitations of a Maggid. He wrote about it in something called Maggid Mesharim. So even it's fascinating, even at the core of our legalistic tradition, there is a mystical essence to it. So in the case of the Ramchal, he began telling his students that he was receiving these visions from the Maggid. And this went on for quite some time until one of his students, named Yekusiel Gordon, who was studying in Padua but was originally from Vilna in Lithuania, wrote home some letters. We have the text of some of these letters, and I'm going to paraphrase, but basically they say things like, "Dear Mom and Dad, thank you very much for sending me to the University of Padua. I'm having a great time here. No, it's not a party school, but I got to tell you, I found this amazing teacher, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Yiksato. I'm learning with him every night. And guess what, Mom and Dad?" He actually didn't write to his parents. I'm kind of making it a little bit more amusing. He says, "The Ramchal is receiving these nightly visitations from the Maggid. Isn't that fantastic? I found the best rabbi." I mean, and don't forget, this is before Chabad, so there's no Chabad houses. But, to imagine finding a Ramchal, incredible. And now this is really what got the Ramchal into trouble. As part of the unfolding of the story, incidentally, his teacher, Isaiah Bazan, wrote to him, because we have, amazingly, the correspondence of the Ramchal, a lot of his letters to his teachers and others, and letters back to him. And Isaiah Bazan says to him, "Why did you tell everyone about the Maggid. And in particular, why did you tell a Litvak? Don't you know that the Lithuanian and the Polish Jews, they don't know how to keep a secret? They're going to go home, they're going to blab to everyone. And that's exactly what happens, right? Now, the reason why this is significant is because this letter made its rounds in Lithuania, and it came to the attention of one Rabbi Moshe Chagiz. Rabbi Moshe Chagiz was actually a professional heresy hunter who followed in the footsteps of his father, who was also a heresy hunter. And the heresy of the day was named Shabbatai Tzvi. So let's quick moment to refresh ourselves on this sad story that occurred about 75 years prior to the events I'm describing. Shabbatai Tzvi was this infamous failed Messiah, but he was quite famous among Christians as well, because the whole idea of a Jew proclaiming to be the Messiah and gathering literally thousands of Jewish followers from all over Europe, all over the Eastern Mediterranean, many of whom sold all of their property, their homes, at a fraction of value in order to follow him, on the assumption that he would initiate the Messianic era. They would all return to Jerusalem. It was like big news very closely. In a particular rendition, you see that in the background, some sort of chicken scratch on a plaque of what Hebrew letters must look like. What ended up happening with Shabbatai Tzvi, he was originally, he was a well-regarded young man. He was actually the subject of many marriage proposals, although he did not accept too many in his youth. Later on, when he was older, he would actually get married 3 times, and one of those times was actually to an actual Torah scroll, meaning like, the Torah scroll itself he got married to. It was very kind of like irrational and unusual behavior. But around age 23, 24, he began showing signs of what later historians have postulated were signs of some kind of bipolar disorder, perhaps some kind of manic depressive illness, because he would have these periods of great euphoria, which he called illuminations, during which he would claim to be able to access, huge realms of thought, or would perform supernatural activities like levitation or kvitzos derech, the teleportation and things like that, which would then later be followed by periods of depression and quiet. And this was just kind of like an unusual idiosyncrasy of this otherwise well-regarded young man, until he hooked up with an individual named Nathan of Gaza, who was unfortunately a very significant enabler of the worst aspects of Shabbatai Tzvi's worst inclinations, and this kind of blew the whole Messianic movement up to a point where many Jews were caught up in it. You can see here as actually a prayer book that was composed in the Sabbatean movement, which, by the way, persisted for a good century and a half after the movement formally ended, as I will describe in a minute. Here's an example of a Christian art showing Sabbatai Tzvi giving blessings to several people wherever he goes. He was fond of, handing out global honors, like naming friends the Sultan of Africa or the King of Europe and things like all promising the eventual Messianic redemption, doing away with fast days, renaming them holidays, all kinds of fascinating and unusual and definitely very antinomian behaviors. Here's one of my favorite images that actually shows Nathan of Agazda, his familiar deputy, who was leading thousands of Jews off to Constantinople, where they were to demand the return of Jerusalem to Tzvi, who would then bring about the Messianic era. What actually happened in the 660s is Shabbatai Tzvi presented himself to the court in Constantinople. The Sultan didn't deign to meet with him personally, but sent an envoy who made a counteroffer. The envoy said to him, "Listen, Mr. Tzvi, or do you mind if I call you Shab Tzvi? We're not going to give you Jerusalem as you request. Instead, however, we will allow you to remain alive if you accept Islam as your faith. And to the great disappointment of Shabtai's followers, did. He became a Muslim. His wife at the time, Sarah, also became a Muslim, and the movement collapsed as Jews returned penniless throughout Europe and had all over again. A small number, some 300, Shabtai Tzvi, who was the Messiah, would mean that all of us Jews must also convert to Islam as part of the unfolding of the end of days. They converted. They constituted a distinct group in Turkish society in particular called the Dinne, who actually were present and very active in political life right up until the 20th century. But that's basically the whole debacle of Shabtai Tzvi. After his demise, it's a fascinating story. What happened to him afterwards? Seems he may have actually done some tshuva, some repentance. At the end, one of his last requests, he was later imprisoned by the Sultan because he was just behaving way too erratically. One of his last requests in prison was for a Yom Kippur prayer book because he wanted to repent appropriately. At any rate, there was, after the debacle ended, a huge outcry, and the Chagi's family in particular spent their energies hunting out any vestigial remains of Sabbatianism and hoping to extirpate it from Western society. It was not at all a strange phenomenon to have prominent rabbis who were actually still enthusiasts of Shabtai Tzvi well into the 1700s. And this is precisely what Rav Moshe Chagi suspected Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto of doing. That he felt that the Ramchal, with his nightly visit from the Maggid, it's like Shabtai Tzvi 2.0. He must certainly be relying on Sabbatean doctrines and so on. And so he got to work right away to pursue this young man. The first thing that he did was he went to Venice, which controlled the rabbinate in Padua. Venice was like the regional authority. And he said to the Venetian rabbis, "What is going on in Padua? Do you know what's happening over there? I heard about this guy, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, and what he's been saying about the Maggid and so on." So the Venetian rabbis, picked up the 18th century non-existent telephone and said to the rabbis in Padua, "You've got to investigate it." And the rabbis in Padua said, "Oh, Moshe Chaim, he's a wonderful guy. We all love him. He has beautiful midos. He's such a learned guy. He has a study circle every night. You must be talking about another Ramchal." But they said, "No, this is the one we're looking for. This is what he's doing." And they said, "Okay, look, he's a little bit eccentric. There are some eccentricities, we'll admit. One of those eccentricities, for example, was the fact that he was clean-shaven. He even when he was 23 years old when this occurred, it was unusual for him to not wear a beard. Back then, if you wanted to remain clean-shaven, you had to use like depilatory powders and things like that. Halakhically impermissible to use a straight-edge razor, but to use powders and lye and things like that. So that was a little bit unusual, but also even more of a shanda. He was not at the time married. And this was 23 years old and still unmarried. There's something fishy there. Ultimately, he would marry. He found a woman named Tzipora, whose father also had very mystical tendencies, shall we say. And the Ramchal certainly must have liked the irony of his name being Moshe and her name being Tzipora. He wrote a beautiful, intricate literary ketubah that is still studied to this day for its poetic and Kabbalistic value. At any rate, the rabbis in Padua said, "Okay, listen, what we will do is we will force him to take an oath. The oath will make him promise that he is not to engage in Kabbalistic do is just keep your head down accept the oath, take that oath, and obey it. And in fact, the Ramchal did obey that oath, much as it galled him, and that Kabbalah was really his main interest, but he took on these stipulations that were applied to him. So after he got married, things calmed down a little bit, but Rabbi Moshe Chavgiz was not satisfied with the very light slap on the wrist that the Ramchal received. He felt that he wanted perhaps an excommunication, something a little bit more serious. So he kept his eye on this young Ramchal, and it happened that the Lutzato business failed at this point. The father passed away, and the Ramchal, who was largely supported by his father, could no longer maintain the lifestyle that he had, primarily focusing on his learning in Padua. So he decided with his wife that they would make their way extremely cold winter all the way up to Amsterdam, where his brother had established a business. So on their way, when they left Padua, Rabbi Moshe Chavgiz took advantage of their travel, and he sent word ahead to the city of Frankfurt am Main. And he said to a much more receptive Beit Din there that there is a guy coming your way. His name is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Lutzato. I suspect him of being a Sabbatean. Here's all my evidence. He got away with it in Padua. I'm sure that you're not going to be as lenient. And so when the Ramchal arrived in Frankfurt, en route to Amsterdam, he was actually arrested by the Beit Din. He was placed under house arrest while an investigation could be initiated. The Ramchal was distraught. What does this mean? I mean, I thought I dealt with this in Padua. I haven't violated the oath at all. He wrote to his teacher, Isaiah Bazan, who immediately came to his defense. The end result of this very trying episode is that the Ramchal had to take a second oath, reiterating the stipulations of the first oath. It was deeply, deeply humiliating to him that he was still suspected of these kinds of attitudes. But once again, Rabbi Isaiah Bazan, his teacher, said to him, there's not much you can do to protect yourself here. You are not a wealthy man. You are not without admirers and students, but including himself, but you simply don't have any recourse here. What was perhaps most awful, however, is that he was carrying with him a chest full of his manuscripts, his personal writings, and he was a very, very prolific individual. As I mentioned, he wrote his first book when he was in his teen years that is published and still studied to this day. He had a full chest full of manuscripts. They were seized by the Beit Din in Frankfurt, and they proceeded to examine them for heretical materials and statements. By the time they had gone through them, they could not determine whether or not the Ramchal was in fact a heretic. Read between the lines, they could not understand the writings. They were full of Kabbalistic references, and they simply could not find any of the incriminating evidence that they had hoped to find there. However, they had different choices before them. On one choice was they could simply return the manuscripts to the Ramchal, saying we couldn't find anything wrong, and therefore, you're off scot-free. They were loath to do that, though, because it would reveal their ignorance about the content of the documents, and they were concerned that perhaps they were heretical. On the other hand, if they could confirm they were heretical, then they could set them to the flames. It is an unfortunate precedent, but Jews have been known from time to time to burn their holy works, or the holy works of their opponents. We saw this with the Rambam, and in the 18th century it was not uncommon as well. Mendelssohn's works, for example, including his translation of the Torah itself, was set to the flames. So the third option that they utilized was they would bury the manuscripts, neither destroying them as if they're heretical, nor returning to the Ramchal, but they would bury them, and then the location of the burial was promptly lost. So to this day, somewhere under the streets of Frankfurt is a huge chest full of the Ramchal's own writings. Perhaps one day they will see the light of day. In this context, we have Rabbi Isaiah Bazan's very heroic defense of his student, which is, we have much of the text of it because he engaged in correspondence with the Beit Din while he was on the way there, and he presented himself and argued very forcefully in defense of his student, saying, what have you found that he has done wrong? This is quite literally a witch hunt. It's an unfair accusation. You've traumatized this young man and his family for no reason, and so on. And ultimately, after taking that second oath, the Ramchal was free to go. He found his final refuge, not his final refuge, but a major refuge in Amsterdam. As I believe we discussed long ago in the first series when we spoke about Jews and modernity, we looked at the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam, and you recall that they're a very unusual community because they were made up of the descendants of Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, beginning with the Portuguese Inquisition, or prior to the Inquisition, in 1497. And then for the next few centuries, as they slowly made their way out of Portugal, they were able to reclaim their Jewish identity many, many generations later in some occasions. And it's worthy to note that the origins of the American Jewish community lay in the Portuguese Inquisition, because it is those Jews who were living in Portuguese Brazil in the 1650s who, for a very brief period of time, when the Dutch took over a region of Brazil, those Portuguese Jews living as Christians at the time decided to come out of the closet and proclaim their Jewish identity, only to discover a couple of years later that the Dutch gave that region back to Portugal as part of a treaty, and they found themselves once again under the clutches of the Inquisition. So they all boarded boats and separated, and 23 refugees made their way up to New Amsterdam, which is, of course, the island of Manhattan, and they formed the first settlement of Jews as a community in what would be the United States. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam, they had a much wider tolerance for this kind of ideological dissent. They recognized in the Ramchal, in many ways, one of their own, and they gave him a fairly respectable position in the Talmud Torah, in their school there. Not a very heavy teaching load. He was more of a respected, learned person, but he lacked the same study circle of students who were really on par with him. Portuguese Jews were also cognizant of the huge tumult that occurred when Uriel da Costa was forcibly excommunicated there, and later, of course, the issue of Spinoza, which was also something that happened in Amsterdam. So they treated Ramchal with kid gloves, and they gave him a respectful position. And it is at this time that he began to write the works of his great maturity, including the Mesilat Yesharim, but also Das Tvunos, Derech Hashem, some phenomenal classics that are widely studied to this day. However, this was spiritually insufficient for the Ramchal. He felt that he longed to move to the land of Israel to make Aliyah, and he was approaching his 40th birthday. He wanted to begin to teach Kabbalah publicly, which would have represented, the end of the restrictions of the oath that he first took in Padua and then had to repeat again in Frankfurt. And so he made plans with his wife to sell all of their belongings in Amsterdam and then make his way to Israel. He landed at Akko. He wrote a few pieces of correspondence back to his beloved students, and then shortly after arriving, he died of a plague, and he was buried in Israel. His legacy, however, is quite fascinating, and in many ways he occupies the same kind of position that we discussed last week when we were talking about the Rambam, who was another figure who was revealed and yet reviled in his lifetime. And I believe we'll see the same pattern when we speak in a couple of weeks about the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who also had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish world in the 20th century and into our own century as well. But during his lifetime, he faced tremendous challenges and often very bitter withering criticism. So with that, I'll bring this to a close, and perhaps I will just mention, because I recall that I kind of given you a teaser at the beginning, you might be wondering, the opening question, right? Like, why did he publish the second version of Messias Yesharim and not the first? And what are those strange words in the 11th chapter? So, according to the research of David Sklar, who's done this beautiful dissertation on the Ramchal, and in particular looked at archival sources in Amsterdam and elsewhere, really fleshes out his life in a very, very thorough way. He argues that his sponsors in Amsterdam, the wealthy families who supported him while he was there, felt that the original version of Mesilas Yesharim had too many recognizable figures in it. Meaning, if you read this carefully and you knew the Ramchal's history, you would see kind of caricatures of individuals that he wished to criticize. And they felt that it was somewhat incendiary. They did not want to have anything blow up again in Amsterdam like they had seen he dealt with in Padua and in Frankfurt. And so they counseled him not to publish it, or perhaps they said they were not willing to publish it at all. It was not a neutral work of Jewish literature. And so the Ramchal's best friend, who he thanks very in a very florid manner in the conclusion to the work, quickly edited the work and reshaped it into the more standard, more neutral, kind of frontal discussion that we have today. And the Ramchal perhaps grudgingly signed off on this new version and said, fine, and he just set aside the manuscript dramatically. And in this context, when you think about what the Vilna Gaon said, that nothing is out of place until the 11th chapter, there's one passage in the 11th chapter where the Ramchal is speaking about the negative character trait of vengeance. And he seems to just like step out of tone for a moment. Like for most of the book, he's got this kind of even, soothing kind of prose, and then at one point, it just gets a little sharper than you would expect. And in that context, when he's writing about vengeance, he says, and I know that taking vengeance would be as sweet as honey. And it stands out like an unusually personal kind of revelation, or personal kind of sharing that means that he really felt that deeply. And that's my theory as to the Vilna Gaon's words out of place in the 11th chapter, that perhaps he was reflecting on his own experience and the way he was hounded across Europe, literally, and it would have been as sweet as honey to his vengeance. But nevertheless, it was incompatible with the personality type that the Torah demands, and would have been inconsistent with the values of Mesilas Yesharim. With that, I want to thank you once again for your endurance. I really appreciated the opportunity to speak with all of you, and I think we have some time for some questions.
Despite only operating 2 of its 6 large refineries in Cleveland. Following the failure of the Pittsburgh plan, Rockefeller set his sights on the Pittsburgh and Philadelphia refineries. Adopting the same playbook as in Cleveland, in autumn 1874, Rockefeller and Flagler met with Charles Lockhart and William G. Warden, the proprietors of the leading refineries in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, respectively. After 6 hours of inconclusive talks, Rockefeller invited Warden to Cleveland to examine Standard's books. Once Warden realized that Standard could sell...
The series that we've been looking at really focused on 3 colossal leaders who have had phenomenal impact and phenomenal influence on pretty much everything we do Jewishly since their lifetimes. We're all united in the fact that they were revered long after their deaths, but reviled at least at certain points during their lives. And the strange kind of connection of the often bitter controversy that surrounded these individuals, these really gigantic thinkers, and the way in which they've occupied so much of our intellectual space nowadays, and you see how much we really owe to their innovations, was something that really intrigued me. In the first class, of course, we looked at Maimonides, and his books were so controversial that they were actually burned by other Jews in the 13th century. Then we looked at the Ramchal, who was mercilessly pursued throughout Europe, and finally wrote his Mesilas Yesharim, the tremendous work that's been accepted universally as one of the classics of Jewish theology and Musar. He wrote that only after enduring tremendous bitter criticism. And today we're going to look at the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who also had a similarly outsized impact on the way Jews do things today. But during his lifetime, which overlapped with many of our own, I'm sure, he was embroiled in many points of controversy. So what I'd like to do over the course of the next 45 or 50 minutes is to take a broad 30,000-foot view of his life and work, and then to zero in on some areas in which he encountered significant opposition, around which there was significant controversy, and try to reflect on what that means for how we treat leaders of this type. And that will bring us to the conclusion of this tripartite series. I should preface this by saying that I originally gave a lecture with the same title, incidentally, back in 2013. And I recorded it and put it on YouTube, and it was actually for a very long time one of my more popular lectures. It had a significant number of people who were really curious to know who was this great, virtually ubiquitous figure in Jewish life. I had made a few really basic, simple errors that I'm prone to make when I, try to cover a lot of detail in the space of 60 minutes. And I ended up deciding that, there's just so much noise about the small details that it would probably be better if I took it down. So I actually have made it private for the past few years or so, but I really wanted to come back to that. I was also disappointed in myself in that when I first gave that lecture, and I was thinking about a much smaller audience, really just a very focused audience in the synagogue where I had davened, and I put it on YouTube thinking there would be a similar kind of audience. I really started with the controversies before I really talked about the incredible achievements. And I think a lot of viewers, as time went on and the controversies began to become less and less significant, they began to see me in a light that I didn't think was a very fair kind of criticism. And so I figured, let's just take this offline. But now, Baruch Hashem, I finally have the opportunity to address this individual, who I have to say has had a remarkable impact on my own life. Just like the Rambam and the Ramchal, he's one of those figures that has really shaped the way I think about my own Judaism, about my own relationship to God, to my family, and my community, and to the world as a whole, and what little I can achieve during the few years that I'm given and willing to exist on this earth. So with that said, let me tell you a little bit about the sources that went into this particular topic, because I am confident that many of you will want to read more about the Rebbe if you haven't prior to this. Part of the reason for my difficult first foray into this topic was because the first real biography that appeared after the passing of the Rebbe in 1994 was this book, a very scholarly book published by, I believe it was Princeton University Press, by Samuel Howman, who's a scholar that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and Nachum Friedman, whose work I was not as familiar with. And this book, although it was incredibly useful and very detailed and eye-opening, it tends to take a more of an academic critical approach that I value, but as I read more of the literature that comes from students of the Rebbes or followers of the Rebbes, I think that some of that academic criticism was not entirely appropriately placed in some regards. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to discuss that in the question and answer series. There is, on the other hand, speaking about the student memoirs, there is this wonderful book by Harav Steinsaltz, which is definitely written as an homage to the Rebbe. It is written with his classic scholarship, but nevertheless is written as someone who is distinctly a follower of the Rebbe and wants to encapsulate and embody his own values in his own life. This volume is far more popular, and you see it all over the place. It's Joseph Telushkin, a very talented writer who I believe lives out where you are, and I've long relied on his wonderful surveys like Jewish literacy and Jewish humor and so on, and his book on the Rebbe is really quite amazing. I think it's actually one of the most well-balanced books in that, unlike the more scholarly book entitled The Rebbe, which tended to be a little bit more salacious in nature, and unlike the more hagiographic treatments that come from the Chabad sources, he struck a balance, and I think he's one of the best places to go if you want to learn a little bit more about the controversial aspects of it. But at the same time, he really presents a well-balanced picture of the Rebbe. But by far, my favorite biography is this one by my colleague Chaim Miller, who's also a New Yorker. This Turning Judaism Outward is written, I think, with the greatest possible use of sources by a Chabad insider. He's published quite a few Chabad-specific works and really knows the inside culture. The culture of Chabad is really quite intense, and with its own language and its own customs that really, I'm still learning things about it. Like, for example, one of my children actually married into Chabad, and, we're making the invitations. And I learned that the custom is you always put, I think it's 5 o'clock as the time of the wedding. And it means nothing. But that's when the Rebbe was married, 5 p.m. So you would not know these things unless you were inside Chabad. So this is, I think, my favorite source. I actually reread it because I wanted to be prepared for tonight's talk. So with that kind of like personal and bibliographic background, let's look at the Rebbe's life itself. Why don't we start with his formative years? Here's a beautiful picture of him at 2 years of age. He was born in 1902 in Nikolaev, Russia, and at a very young age he moved to Yekaterinoslav, which is a city that's on the eastern end of Ukraine. After the Communist Revolution, they decided to rename it because Yekaterinoslav was very hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Dnipropetrovsk. That's actually a joke. I don't know if you can hear that very soon. But today it's called Dnipropetrovsk because it's on the Dnieper River. And it was a fairly new town, Jewishly speaking, because it was rapidly expanded in the 20th century in connection with all kinds of industrial efforts, specifically the building of hydroelectric dams and things like that. And so it was kind of a young, growing Jewish population of blue-collar workers and their families, Jewish blue-collar workers who went out there to seek work, particularly in the 1920s and the 1930s, when the work really expanded dramatically. He was an unusual child in many ways. It's strange for someone who would ultimately become the head of the entire Chabad Hasidic movement. He didn't have a typical Chabad yeshiva experience. He was trained primarily by his father, who was a remarkable scholar, and he served as a communal rabbi in Dnipropetrovsk. Later, he would be persecuted by the Soviets and sent out to the Gulag, where he had to exist far out in Siberia. His wife went and followed him there, and incidentally, one of the most powerful documents I've ever seen is they lived in tremendous penury. This is speaking about the Rebbe's father, long after the Rebbe had left the Soviet Union. The Rebbe's father, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak Schneerson, had very little paper and very little writing instruments, but what he did was using ink that was made from wild herbs that his wife would collect in the Siberian countryside and then grind down into making an ink-like substance. He would write tiny, tiny little scholarly notes in the margins of the few books that he possessed. Fascinating. He's a whole picture of what kind of individual he was. At any rate, young Menachem Mendel was the first of 3 boys, and he didn't have a Chabad yeshiva to go to. He was trained primarily by his father and by hired teachers, but by the time he reached the age of 12, he had really demonstrated that he had the Sitzfleisch, the personal self-determination and self-discipline to study on his own. And in fact, he studied Jewish topics on his own for the rest of his life. That was his preferred modality of study, was solitary study. He went on, however, to engage in quite a bit of secular study, ultimately studying at universities in Germany and in France, where he was especially interested in engineering, although he had an unusually broad interest in all areas of human endeavor, leaning toward the sciences as a whole. A turning point in his life, one that really dramatically propelled him towards leadership, even if he didn't realize it at the time, was that he was set up for a shidduch with the then Chabad Rebbe's second daughter, Musia, shown here. Her full name is Chaya Mushka Schneerson. You'll notice that they have the same surname. That's because the sixth rabbi in the dynasty of Chabad, his surname was Schneerson, and he was a distant cousin to the seventh Rebbe, who would become his son-in-law, our protagonist, Menachem Mendel. So Chaya Mushka is shown here. She was the second daughter of the existing Chabad Rebbe, and for some time there was reputation of this young boy from Dnipropetrovsk who showed tremendous promise, and eventually he was brought to the Chabad court, which at that time was bouncing between Poland and Latvia, depending on the political circumstances at the time, and ultimately they were married. They maintained a home until her passing in 1988. Unfortunately, they remained childless, which was we can only imagine a source of some stress for both of them, and may have actually contributed to the Rebbe's ill health at certain points in his life when he engaged in numerous fasts. Now, the bulk of our efforts today, however, should focus on his activity as the Rebbe. And how that came about was really quite fascinating. Here he is with Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson, who is the older man seated to his right. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak was the sixth of the seven Chabad Rebbes, the first of which was the famous Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi, who is also the author of the most important book of the Chabad movement, known as the Tanya. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, who is known by the acronym Rayatz, that's the Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, is also known as the Freer Dicker Rebbe. To my generation, the earlier Rebbe, the previous Rebbe. In other words, when you wanted to speak about the Rebbe, if you're talking to a Chabadnik, they'll want to know, well, which Rebbe are you talking about? Because obviously the Rebbe is our current Rebbe. But because of the interregnum between the sixth Rebbe and the seventh Rebbe, with older Hasidim, thinking of the sixth Rebbe as the Rebbe and the new Rebbe as the new Rebbe, so he became known as their Frierdiker Rebbe, the earlier Rebbe, and that's how he's typically referred to today. When you say the Rebbe to a Chabadnik, that means Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. If you refer to the Frierdiker Rebbe, that means his father-in-law, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson. One of the most, this is also a heroic character that deserves a tremendous amount of attention as well on a biographic level. He was especially noted for maintaining a tremendous network of Chabad operatives behind the Iron Curtain in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, of course, was deeply anti-clerical at this time, very deeply anti-religious. They had the so-called Bezbožniki, the League of Militant Atheists, that were doing everything they could to extirpate religion throughout the Soviet Union, especially focused on Jewish activity. And so the Rayats, the Frierdiker Rebbe, using a lot of support that came from places like the American Joint Distribution Community, he was able to fund a lot of these underground networks in the USSR, especially after he had escaped across the border into interwar Latvia, which at that time was not under the Soviet rule. But this was an extremely difficult endeavor involving a lot of secrecy and a lot of risk. And ultimately, as the environment in interwar Europe grew more and more intolerant, with the rise of fascism and anti-Semitic movements, they eventually had to flee Europe altogether. And the Frierdiker Rebbe, followed shortly thereafter by the Rebbe, made their way to the United States. Immediately prior to leaving, the Frierdiker Rebbe was actually in Latvia, then Germany, and then he escaped to America. The young Schneerson couple were at this time living in Paris, where the Rebbe was engaged in studies of engineering. Now, when Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson arrived in the United States, I've used the abbreviation Ramash, which was common for the time, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. There was an interesting kind of environment here, which we're going to explore in a little bit more detail when we get to the challenges, because he was the husband of the second daughter. Right? Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson had 3 daughters and no sons, which posed a challenge for future succession, because typically a son is favored over a student or an outsider to take over the leadership of a Hasidic dynasty. And it was generally assumed at that time, in the 1940s and earlier, that the elder sister, who was married to Rabbi Shmayahu Guare, that he would eventually become the Rebbe. And in fact, he had some of the most important responsibilities associated with the Chabad network at that time, specifically control of the yeshiva. The yeshiva, Tomchei Tmimim, was the pride and joy of the Chabad dynasty, and those really important responsibilities were typically given to the favored son-in-law. So what would you do with this individual, Ramash, who has shown some significant talents in a lot of ways, although his personal manner was very much to try and blend into the background. He certainly did not seek out any kind of communal responsibilities. He was, however, as we shall see, extremely dedicated to Chabad as a body of thought, as a spiritual system, and especially to the person of the Rayatz, his father-in-law. This picture, I think, characterizes this warm relationship between them very well. So he received the following responsibilities. First of all, he was put in charge of Kehot, which was their publishing arm. Now it is quite massive. It's comparable in many ways to Art Scroll. It certainly predated Art Scroll as a Jewish publishing house. And it was thought that this would suit his scholarly nature very well. He was put in charge of Merkos, which was Jewish education, but separate from the yeshivas. This also turned out to be quite appropriate for his skill set. Merkos was specifically to deal with kids who were not necessarily in the yeshiva system. One of the great potential opportunities which Chabad was very quick to exploit was this notion of release time, that when public school kids were given a certain amount of time every week to receive religious instruction at private institutions, this is where Chabad could step in and offer free or highly subsidized religious education to Jewish kids. It turned out to be extremely successful. He was put in charge of an interesting organization called Machne Yisrael, the Jewish camp, which was essentially part of the Frierdiker Rebbe's attempt to get people fired up about the idea of Mashiach, of the Messiah coming. This, of course, will be much more relevant as we get to the controversies as well. It turned out that this was not an especially successful part of the Rebbe's early career, although it would always stay with him as a motivational force, and as we shall see, it would become quite powerful when we get to the late 80s and 90s. And then finally, he was put in charge of Kevra Kadisha, the Chabad Kevra Kadisha, or the Burial Society. The Rebbe actually used to joke that these 4 responsibilities corresponded to the Chabad sense of the 3-level soul. The intellectual soul was publishing, the spiritual soul was about education, The animal soul was always desiring redemption, so that's Machne Yisrael, and then finally the body was the Chaver Kadisha. But compared to his brother-in-law, these were comparatively minor, secondary kinds of responsibilities. They would turn out to be central to his specific mission, and they would define Chabad in a very big way. But at the time, this was kind of like, it was understood that his brother-in-law was really central to be the Rebbe. When he ended up becoming the Rebbe, however, in 1951, the Friedrich Rebbe would pass away in 1950, and after a year of uncertainty, the Chabad movement coalesced around Rabbi Menachem Mendel as the leader. He proclaimed his mission statement, and it was something that is quite interesting in that he never deviated from it throughout his entire career. 50-odd years of activity really focused on this one simple idea, based on a passage in the mystical literature, that the love of God, the love of Torah, and the love of one's fellow Jew are all one and the same thing. He proclaimed it at his initial, coronation as Rebbe, and it was something that he adhered to, and everything he did was focused around the statement. It's a fascinating thing because, when you think about how, all of us, of course, in this call are moderates, but there are fanatics, right? To the right, fanatics to the left, and things like that. And what this statement says to me, among other things, is that, for some people, they're really focused on, let's say, the love of Torah, but they tend to ignore the love of fellow Jews and sometimes even the love of God. And there are those Jews who are so absorbed with God that they don't have anything for Torah and maybe not paying attention to Jews. But in reality, the Rebbe was trying to say that each one of these things is essentially the same kind of drive as the other two. And the goal is to try to recognize the value of each of these things and to appreciate people where they're coming from and to accept them on that level and hope to develop the other two levels. And I think that's very characteristic of that. But let's go on to the actual achievements of the Rebbe, and then we'll get to the meat of it with the challenges and controversies. So the Rebbe had an unusually powerful sense of marketing skills. He was very much engaged in graphic design. He personally was involved in creating the logos and even the letterhead of many of the movements that he was associated with. He personally looked over any graphic representations for children's magazines, for example. He actually would look at each of the cartoon boxes and make suggestions as they were being published. Even when he was an older man, he was still looking at these things. He used to say, for example, it's kind of relevant to contemporary controversies, that there should always be, whenever you had a children's magazine that had pictures of young boys on it, he says there should always be a girl on the cover as well. This was way back in the 1950s and 60s, that girls had to be included in all of their publications. And he was also very much quite attuned to the zeitgeist. He was very much able to discern what kind of things would work for his audience. Even though, he was a foreigner, coming with a Russian background and then a European education to an American environment, he was very well attuned to what American young people needed. One of the things that his father-in-law used to say, when he came to this country in 1940, and people were far more lax about the observance of commandments and things like that, he would insist, and people would say to him, the reason is because America is anders, that America is different. The rules we played by in Europe, they don't really hold in America. People are more relaxed. And he would always say, America is nicht anders, that America is not different. We have the same kind of responsibilities, the same kind of impetus, the same kind of demands placed on us. And so the Rebbe, his son-in-law, with that kind of motivation, but attuned to the demands of the time, was able to really craft his ideas into specific, well-thought-out campaigns the most important of which is certainly one that was later known by the term Uparatsta, which is based on a word in the book of Genesis, when God promises to Abraham that he will spread out to the north and the south and the east and the west. And he began to develop a network, later known as the Rebbe's Army, casually, of shluchim, messengers, that were literally sent out to service communities all around the world. And I'm sure everyone on this call has all kinds of adventures dealing with travel and always having Chabad come to their aid because of this incredible network of thousands and thousands of these Chabad houses that are located in the most unlikely places in Central Africa, in Far Asia, all kinds of places. It's really because of the Rebbe's vision that Chabad wellsprings had to spread out throughout the world. And he was able to motivate young people to literally dedicate their entire lives to move to a location where there was none or very little of a Jewish community and just settle there for the rest of their lives. It was truly mind-boggling. Many people point to the influence of John F. Kennedy and the Peace Corps and things like that, but I think by comparison, the Rebbe's Army has far more lasting staying power than the Peace Corps. But nevertheless, the Rebbe was able to tap into this idea of this selfless, lifelong determination and dedication, and put this on young people and say, great, go out there, make your own decisions. We'll give you some seed money. We'll help you as much as we can from the central offices, but go out there and do what you can. He was able to craft specific focused campaigns that somehow touched what a lot of people were feeling. They're very simple, very straightforward, sometimes quite audacious, and we're all familiar with so many of them. Like, for example, the Neshek campaign, which stands for Ner Shabbos Kodesh, the lights of the Holy Sabbath. Simply promoting women lighting candles on Friday night. And if you look at some of this contemporary artwork, that you can see that the message is so clear. That handing down from mother to daughter. It's a very simple thing to do. Just light the candles Friday night. And so, the Chabad students would go out on so-called mitzvahim, which is a Friday afternoon in particular kind of activity, where they go out to neighborhoods where they hope to meet Jews and simply give away free candles to women and say, here, would you like to light Shabbos candles? And there's no strings attached, and there's no complex kind of arrangements, just really simple. Light the candles, candles bring peace. Look at all these other blessings that come along with it. We're all familiar as well with the mitzvah tanks, right? These loud, audacious vehicles that roll through many urban centers, and they serve as kind of like mobile squad to suggest that Jews come in and put on tefillin or have a kosher egg roll or something like that, say a bracha. And it's all just for the sake of getting people to add to the level of kedusha, of holiness, by performing these commandments. Incredible kind of vision that motivated people and made them smile because they were so, out there. One of my favorites is the giving dollars. So one of the 10 campaigns in particular, there are actually many more than 10, but there are 10 that are specifically identified by the Rebbe as being campaigns. One was tzedakah, giving charity, right? So how do you convince people to give charity? Well, you give them money and tell them that they should give charity. Right? You make it easy for them by giving money to them in order to give charity. And so on Sundays, the Rebbe would essentially hold court, and hundreds of people would come by, and he would hand each of them $1 and have a brief conversation with them. And the Chabad was always very attuned to technology and the use of radio and the use of video later on. So we have tremendous archives available of these interactions. Very often with famous people, Nobel Prize laureates and heads of state and so on, but far more commonly, just regular people from the street, Jews and non-Jews, anyone could come up and could have a minute to just speak with the Rebbe and to collect $1 from him. Now, the idea is the dollar is something you keep for yourself, and you give a different dollar in charity, but it was just a simple, brilliant campaign that communicated goodness to the world and really helped elevate the message of Chabad Hasidism to the vision of the Rebbe. So these are all tremendous things that I'm sure many of you are very familiar with, and maybe you have even experienced yourself. And we should understand, however, that the Rebbe's life was hardly one of uninterrupted successes. He suffered, like we all do, terrible traumas in his life, and many traumas that were far worse than especially we who have had the good fortune of growing up in North America have experienced. But he lost much of his family in the Holocaust or shortly thereafter. He did not see his own mother for about 20 years, and only then was, after the war, was able to reunite with her and bring her back. His father had succumbed to illnesses after that long captivity in Siberia, and losses to both he and his wife's family were really quite tremendous. And the dislocation, the refugee status, for about 20 years, he and his wife were actually stateless, because when they left the Soviet Union, they had to apply for something called a Nansen passport, which was given to people who were, forced out of their circumstances during the revolutionary period. And with taking the Nansen passport, he had to give up his Soviet citizenship, and so they were literally, living on a knife's edge for a good 20 years. But there are certain challenges and controversies which are specific to his role as the Rebbe, and that's what I'd like to spend some time with him. The first one we've already alluded to a couple of times, and it was actually one of the most bitter and long-lasting and painful challenges that he had to meet in his life, and that is the succession conflict. Rabbi Shmaryahu Gurari, shown here, was long the establishment candidate, so to speak, for the role of the Rebbe. Unlike Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, he had spent all of his time by the side of the sixth Rebbe throughout the wanderings in Eastern Europe. He was already placed in charge of the yeshiva, as mentioned earlier, and although there's no question that the Frierdiker Rebbe had a soft spot in his heart for the second son-in-law, the fact that the sixth Rebbe passed away intestate, that is, without a will, meant that the whole question of succession was up for grabs. Now, Rabbi Shmaryahu Gurari, also known as Rashad, was also the favored candidate by his mother-in-law, the wife of the Frierdiker Rebbe, and she consistently maintained that he was the right candidate long after the succession conflict had abated. And in fact, although the Rashad, after the painful period when Hasidim were trying to decide which of the two brothers-in-law should be followed, eventually the Rashad capitulated and decided to become a chassid of his brother-in-law, the Rebbe, and recognize him as such. His wife and his mother did not publicly recognize him. And when we get to the 1980s, this separation, this rupture would be much more painful and would be in fact permanent. So this was a very difficult thing for the Rebbe at the time. There's no question that he did not intend to become the Rebbe at the very beginning when the sixth Rebbe passed away. But over a series of about half a year, as more and more Hasidim began to approach him and urge him to take this on, and then some of these Hasidim actually published in the press that they wished to follow the second son-in-law, it became clear that the Rashad simply did not have the same level of authority, or the kind of did not capture the imagination of the Hasidim as much as his brother-in-law did. So eventually the Rebbe was able to overcome that succession crisis, but it proved to be a long-lasting wound that he felt in his family. There were many of his, we talked about several of the really successful campaigns that continue long after his passing. Even with COVID, you can walk down streets in Manhattan and you'll have Chabadnikin trying to get you to wear tefillin. But many of his campaigns did not succeed, and he was deeply frustrated with his lack of progress. One of those, for example, that he felt very, very close to was the idea of mandating prayer in public schools. And this is also exemplary of his kind of large vision. He didn't consider himself just, the Rebbe of Chabad. He considered himself the Rebbe of the world, that he was concerned about not just, Jewish kids in Chabad yeshivas, but Jewish kids in public school and non-Jewish kids in public school. One of his other campaigns was really trying to emphasize the 7 Noahide laws and to popularize them among non-Jews. At any rate, in the 1960s, the Supreme Court struck down the practice of prayer in public schools, and the Rebbe fought bitterly against this and was quite vocal about it. In this regard, he was going up against the American Jewish establishment, which thought that generally it's probably a better thing to keep state and religion separate, church and state separate. And they didn't appreciate that the Rebbe was trying to bring prayer back in. They were saying, no. If we bring prayer back in, it's going to be Christian prayer. So, why are you doing this? I can tell you, by the way, that my own experience in public school, which was just a little bit later than this, and it was in Canada. I don't know how the Canadian environment was shaped by the American, but I went to public school from about 1969 or so into the 70s, and I grew up reciting the Lord's Prayer every morning. And, I still remember it, and, it's not such a bad prayer. It's a very nice prayer. You forgive others your transgressions, things like that. But I remember that when I was about in middle school, it abruptly stopped. And then we had, for about a year or two, this kind of, I guess it must have been in response to the same kind of argument. We had this kind of multicultural moment of religious thought every morning where the principal would read over the intercom some, 2-minute Buddhist teaching, or my favorite were the Native American teachings about Manitou and all kinds of things like that. And occasionally there would be a Christian teaching or a Jewish teaching. And the idea was kind of like all religions. And then eventually that disappeared. We had a moment of silence, but that was, just too hard to mandate. So they eventually, they did away with it altogether. No more prayer, no more moment of silence, no more religious thought. But the Rebbe really wanted to make this happen. He argued strenuously for a moment of silence as well, and he was not able to succeed. So he was deeply frustrated with it, and he was often the only person in the room screaming for this, but he simply could not achieve it. And he met with a lot of opposition within the Jewish world. Perhaps one of the most painful moments was a rupture within the Chabad movement itself that occurred in 1985 and extended for 3 further years. The rift over succession, which had kind of scabbed over when the Rashad accepted the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson as the Rebbe, had not totally healed. And 30 years later, one of the people involved, librarians with this extremely valuable Chabad library, which had hundreds of volumes from the 16th and 17th century, very, very rare volumes that were rescued from Eastern Europe, noticed that there were 2 volumes that were suddenly missing from the shelf. And they didn't know what was happening, where were these books going? And so they installed a security system, and they discovered to their dismay that the Rebbe's nephew was actually taking the books and then selling them privately. Now, that certainly, didn't sound very nice, and he was taking them at night surreptitiously and so on. But when they challenged him, saying, "What are you doing with the books?" He insisted that, in fact, he was only taking books that already belonged to him, because he, as the Rashad's son was the grandson of the Frierdiker Rebbe, and the library belonged to his grandfather. And so therefore, he was really the inheritor of these books. And although, Chabad is free to use them in their library and consult them, if he chose to take some of them and sell them on the private market, that would be fine. Obviously, the Rebbe disagreed and said, no, these are library books. These are books for the entire community. Because the Frierdiker Rebbe left without leaving a will, there was no way to really clearly understand what was his intention with regards to his multi-million-dollar collection of books. There was quite a fractious dispute over this, and ultimately the Rebbe decided, again very controversial for the time, to take this to secular court. He chose not to bring it to a Beit Din, that is, keep it inside the Jewish world with a Jewish court. And there are a lot of interesting theories as to why he decided not to do that. Perhaps it would have placed too much pressure on a Beit Din to have to judge something so weighty as a Rebbe's claim to a library and so on. But ultimately, they went to New York State courts, and in very dramatic testimonial, what really swung the decision in favor of the Rebbe was when his wife was questioned. They took a deposition regarding what she thought was the true ownership of the books. And the real question was, were they the personal property of her father, the father-in-law of the Rebbe, or were they the property of the Chabad Hasidim as a whole? And when questioned, Chaim Miskit said that the library and her father belonged to all the Hasidim. So in other words, with that very clever answer, the judge was satisfied, and in fact he ruled that the books belonged to the Chabad Association. It was a public library owned by, or a private library owned by this institution rather than a single person. The books had to be returned. This particular date, the 5th of Teves, when this was decided, was declared a Chabad holiday, and it's called Didan Natzach, which literally means in Aramaic, our side won. But it showed a tremendous rift in the family that showed that the antagonism over how the succession would be played out was not yet solved. It was made even worse when a deranged Chabad supporter, reacting to a very fiery speech that the Rebbe gave regarding the disposition of the books, broke into the home of Muhammad Dina Schneerson, that is the widow of the 6th Rebbe, and beat the 86-year-old woman senseless, sending her to the hospital. And this was literally the end of the relationship between the two sides of the Schneerson family. They never spoke again, separated, they were buried separately, and it's a very sad internal family conflict that went along with the challenges of leadership. But perhaps the controversy that spread most widely after the Rebbe's death were the sterling controversies regarding his view of messianism. When the Frierdiker Rebbe died, the Rebbe would spend literally hours at his grave, shown here in 1950, shortly after his passing, reciting psalms and reciting special prayers and so on. And he was definitely very, very close to his father-in-law, and for years afterwards, the Rebbe basically, once he moved to 770 Eastern Parkway, he only left it either to stay within the Crown Heights community for a few special weddings when he was younger, or to go to the grave of his father-in-law in Queens. And only on, I think, 3 occasions he went up to the Catskills to visit some summer camps that he had found. Otherwise, he spent his entire life entirely within, a radius of about 12 miles, and basically living in one room in 770, doing all of his work there. So when the Rebbe in the 1990s went to for one of these long, solitary, meditative states at at his father-in-law's grave, even his uncharacteristically long stay there was a concern for some of the tenants. They went in to see what was going on. At this time, as we shall see in a moment, the grave was enclosed, and they saw that he had had a stroke. They managed to revive him, and he recovered to some extent, but for the last few years of his life, he was unable to communicate to the same degree at all that he had prior to this stroke. And it was during the last few years of his life, when he was in this kind of, nebulous condition, that many of his followers insisted that he, in fact, was not just a Rebbe, but he was actually the Messiah, Mashiach, come to redeem the entire Jewish world. And an entire scholarly industry began to develop, developing proofs that, in fact, this is the coming of the Mashiach. Look at how many things he has done. He really was someone who strode across the global stage. He had transformed lives all over the world. And he meets all of these characteristics. A lot of research was done into Maimonides and his views on how to identify the Messiah and so on. And this movement grew. And during those last few years of his life, with whatever notions he was able to communicate, many interpreted even the smallest hand gesture as a level of assent to that particular view. Or if some people would be singing songs specifically praising him as a Mashiach, and they did not feel that he was, denying them, then that was in fact an assent. So there's a lot of speculation about exactly what was his mindset at the time. And amazingly, this continued even after his passing and burial in 1994, when for a long time a significant number of Chabad Lubavitchers continued to believe that not only was he the Mashiach, but he was actually going to rise from the dead to assume that role. Now, I'm not going to get into the theology of this, but it sounded to many Jews like Christianity, not like Judaism, and there was a huge amount of furor over the argument of the Rebbe as the Messiah. Now, the degree to which we can lay this at the feet of the Rebbe himself is I think, beyond the scope of our discussion, although there are some fascinating thoughts on this in the work of Rabbi Telushkin in particular. But what really was the controversy that went on afterwards, very similar in many ways to the controversy about the Rambam, is that a very important scholar at Yeshiva University, Rabbi Dr. David Berger, a noted historian, wrote a book that had the subtitle The Rebbe, the Messiah, and the Scandal of Orthodox Indifference, in which Dr. Berger argued, rather inflammatory kind of thesis, that, hey, wait a second, if you have all these Lubavitcher Shluchim all over the world who are doing amazing things for the community, but they regard their Rebbe as a deceased Messiah going to rise again from the dead, and he would say that that was clearly heretical in Judaism. And that would mean that these people who are slaughtering meat for kosher consumption and running Jewish schools and running Jewish synagogues are actually invalidated in all of those tasks. Their meat is no longer kosher, their schools are no longer kosher, they can't even count in a minyan. And he, as you can see from the subtitle, he was calling it a scandal of Orthodox indifference, because not a lot of the Orthodox world really seem to care. They've grown dependent on Chabad and so on. And, if Chabad individuals, and there's a lot of debate over exactly how many Chabadnikim actually felt this way. In my limited experience, there's a whole spectrum. But this was a huge shanda, to use the Yiddish term. It seems, however, that, where are we now? We're like 30 years on from his passing, that much of this has really faded into the background, and I'm not sure exactly how all Chabadnikim have made their peace with the Rebbe's passing. There are definitely some who definitely still believe that he is the Mashiach, but it remains to be seen whether the younger generation will continue that. Nevertheless, it is fascinating that we're even talking about the younger generation. But amazingly, the Chabad movement has actually expanded exponentially since the Rebbe's passing, which I think is more of a testament to the strength of the Rebbe's leadership, that it could actually grow after he is no longer at its helm than anything else. Let me conclude by just taking you on a little bit of a virtual tour of the Rebbe's grave, which we saw in that last image. It's a site called the Ohel. And I'm thinking that because I'm speaking to people on the West Coast who may not necessarily have seen this particular location, it is, I have to say, one of the most powerful experiences, and it is one of the few truly Jewish religious pilgrimage sites that we have in America today. It's basically a cemetery in Queens, filled with thousands and thousands of graves of regular people. Right at the border of the cemetery, there's this welcome house where you come in, and there's a synagogue there, there's a mikveh there. You can borrow books, you can buy books, you can watch videos of the Rebbe speaking and so on. And when you're in this little house, then you go through this really remarkable ritual. I myself am not of Chabad persuasion, but I find this very appealing and very cleansing spiritually and very meaningful. You sit down and you privately write out a small note called a pidyon, or a pidyon nefesh, which is essentially a petition. There's a lot of interesting theology about, what exactly are you writing here? Who are you writing to? The basic idea is you're writing to God. It's a form of a prayer. You write, there's certain particular formats with referring to your mother's name and so on, but you write what you really care about, who you want to succeed and be healthy, and you think about your family and things like that. And then, you take off your shoes because you're going to be walking into a holy place, like we have in this week's parsha. You give a little bit of tzedakah. There's a big place where you can put in a quarter, $1, or $100, whatever you want. And then you walk to the actual grave itself, which is located. There's kind of a special walkway so that people who have to be concerned for ritual impurity, like Kohanim and so on, can actually follow a distinct path. And this structure is called the Ohel, or the tent. It's not a very good tent because it has no roof, right? It's just the walls, and it's surrounded by the regular graves of people. You go in the door there, you light a little candle, and then you walk into this area that's really quite unusual. In this particular Instagram photograph is the grave of the 6th Rebbe is on the left, and the grave of the 7th Rebbe, Brother Nachum Mendersnitz, is on the right. And there's kind of like a half wall enclosing them. And people around are reciting prayers and reading psalms and so on. In the back are the women from this photograph, and in the front area are men. And once you've recited your psalms and things like that, then you take out a piece of paper that you've privately written, and you quietly read its contents aloud, and then you tear it in half, and you throw the paper into the grave area itself. It's kind of like a physical embodiment of your prayer. Truly beautiful kind of experience, and then you leave. And I think that this is such a phenomenal way that Chabad keeps the Rebbe still in their lives, because when people really want to pour out their soul to God, and I myself have done this, you go to the Ohel, and it allows you a place where you have a special level of focus, and in the merit of all the righteous people who are buried there, including the Rebbe and his father-in-law, you can hope that your prayers will be more directly channeled to God. It's a very meaningful experience. But that's not the last thing that I'd like to leave you with. The custom is also that when Chabad young people become engaged, before they announce their engagement, they will go as a couple to the Ohel itself, and they will recite their pidyonos, they'll pray for their futures, and then only after, as it were, visiting the last remains of the Rebbe, They walk out of the old house, take the photograph for only Simchas or Instagram or whatever, and they begin their lives anew as the next generation of Chabad Hasidim. And I think that's the greatest legacy that the Rebbe could leave behind. So with that, I really appreciate your attention. We've gone on almost to the end of 60 minutes, but I will be very happy to answer some questions, as long as they're not too difficult.
Thank you so much, Dr. It's really stimulating, and all of you should like so far. And then wish you a refresh labor. Hopefully, we're getting through the lecture so beautifully, and hopefully you stay well. And so before I share a couple of questions that have come in, I want to just make sure that we are on the record giving you our appreciation for what everyone here on the Zoom and in the community who have been informed by your lecture. Really appreciate it so much. So on behalf of all of us, definitely want to share that. A couple of questions that have come through. How do you explain the seeming post-Rebbe legacy in that clearly, at least in terms of their personality, no one person has come up as the embodiment of the leadership of Chabad the way the Rebbe has?
Well, that's a great question. I should let your audience know that, I was trained in the history department. Those in the prophecy department are considerably more advanced, and I never got a chance to take any of those classes. But I would think that probably the most obvious reason is that, the Rebbe was a colossal, towering figure. It's hard to imagine many people in our lifetime who could generate the same kind of output that he had with the same kind of single-minded focus. And he really was a figure that there's very, very few people who I think equal.
Yes. And do you see an infrastructure for another Rebbe? Does that ever play into the work of working? That's the future department.
Right. That's the prophecy department. But I don't really know. I myself, I remember what it was like after the Rebbe passed away. I was a graduate student at the time, and I kept on thinking, okay, that's basically it, right? That Hasidic dynasties, they come and go, and there are some exceptional dynasties like the Rostrovers, who are able to continue without a living Rebbe. But I really didn't think it was happening for Chabad. And good thing I didn't publish anything, because I would have been proved wrong. They have incredible staying power. I think the reason why they're able to stick to the mission and the message is because the Rebbe really laid it out very clearly. Over half a century of his dedicated service and consistent messaging, and so it's carried on through a second generation. It remains to be seen whether we can carry on to a third or fourth generation. Who knows? But it definitely is something that has resonated for a long time.
Here's a question that came in. Was part of the Rebbe's philosophy to simply raise the religious connection and observance of people and Jews, or was it trying to recruit more people to be members of Chabad?
From my limited experience, and I guess I have a little bit more limited because I've read 4 biographies and quite a bit of the Rebbe's works and so on. I think that he was a true believer that Chabad Hasidus had phenomenal value for the spiritual needs of a Jewish person. But I think that he was far more interested in elevating, people's spirituality across the board. This is evidenced, by the way, by the fact that a lot of his closest secretaries and associates were actually not Chabad themselves. They were trained in Musar yeshivas, trained in Lithuanian yeshivas, and he just liked working with them. So, there was no real pressure for them to somehow adopt Chabad minhagim or anything like that.
This is an interesting one that ties all three of your talks together, which is one of the first common denominators was that there seems to be a significant fear among the detractors of all of these figures, whether it's the Rambam or the Ramchal. There was a fear that people were against the individuals because they were worried about that. Do you ever see a sort of a thread of X never came true, right? That there was, again, you talk about specifically, I don't know if the question is thinking specifically about Chabad, about Chabad or in general, fears that will cause some of these controversies to fester were those historically seen as grounded.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, now that's a tough question. if we break it down and we think about what is it that they were afraid of? So Rambam in his era, people were afraid that there was just too much Greek wisdom, and that it would essentially put the rabbis out of business because there were no footnotes and it was all just the Rambam worship and no one would know how to learn on their own. And I think when it comes to the Greek wisdom, yeah, the Rambam basically, what they were afraid of eventually happened because we are still deeply engaged in non-Jewish subjects and trying to figure out the balance between how much non-Jewish stuff should be in our Jewish stuff until we can figure out how to make it kosher, like kosher sushi. Like we went for thousands of years without sushi, which was really hard, but now that we figured it out, it's good. So I think there was a justified fear there. With regards to the open-ended Rambam worship, I don't think that really came about. Maybe it's because our culture is too intrinsically critical that if there are no footnotes, we'll add footnotes. When it comes to the Ramchal, the very, very specific fear was that Sabbateanism would spread, that he was a secret Sabbatean and that his views would infiltrate many other people and influence much more of this neo-Sabbateanism. And I don't think that happened at all. There was definitely a residual level of Sabbateanism that existed through the 18th century, but it was it couldn't be tied to the Ramchal in any way, and so I think that was not a rational fear at all. In the case of the Rebbe, there are several controversies that we looked at, but I think perhaps the most enduring one is the question of a sort of a splinter movement in Judaism that recognizes a dead person as Mashiach. That is a fear that is still real. There are still some questions about it, and I don't think that David Berger's thesis is intrinsically incorrect. I think that halakhically is pretty straight up. That there are certain things, if you believe these things, you're not kosher to be government, I'm sure. But it just seems that as a collective body, we don't have a pope. We don't have like one rabbi in charge who tells us what to do. As a community, we sort of muddle through and figure things out. And lay people have input, and rabbis have input, and sometimes scholars have input, and we sort of find our way through these things. And I think that's really what's happening with Chabad. So it's a great question. I would love to put something like that on a final exam for my students, but I think I would have to argue in favor of discontinuities rather than continuities.
Maybe on that note, that'll be our final exam. We very, very much appreciate the chance to study and learn together. And again, really, the feedback has been so wonderful. We look forward to more chances to be able to spend time together. Hopefully, we'll be in a world where we can actually see each other in person, and look forward to the opportunity to try and make that happen. And just on behalf of Becky, I want to just also give thank you to all of our participants who have been able to join us and learn together. Dr. Abrams, to get to all of you, and everyone, and Lila Cho, and thank you so much for joining.
Have a great night.
Rockefeller was the senior partner and was responsible for the management of the business, leaving scientific and technical details to Andrews. A few weeks later, the American Civil War came to an end, with General Robert E. Lee's surrender at Appomattox Courthouse on the 12th of April. The jubilation in Cleveland was cut short by President Lincoln's assassination on the 15th. Though the return of peacetime conditions would benefit the emerging oil industry. The end of the Civil War.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today I'd like to speak about interesting moment in 18th century European Jewish history that actually had some really interesting, quirky individual elements, but also had a lot of implications for the way in which Jews encountered modernity for the next couple hundred years. Specifically, I'm addressing the premature burial controversy of 1772. So let's have a quick look at this fascinating period. The controversy erupted when this man, a scholar named Olaf Gerhard Dixon, a tremendous Orientalist with as we shall see, a very deep relationship with the Jewish community, teamed up with a recent convert to Christianity to present a rather insistent demand to the ruling Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin in Germany in 1772. Specifically, what Dixon said was that Jews are practicing a form of funereal rites that results in the alarming burial of humans before they are in fact deceased. This is a terrifying kind of thing. And as you would expect, Frederick II was similarly moved by this alarming statement, and so therefore he put in place a decree that Jews must not bury their dead until 72 hours have passed from the moment of death. Now, this presented a tremendous challenge to the Jewish community because, as we shall see, Judaism really favors rapid burial, but nevertheless, these figures were invoked to address this decree of Frederick II is where we're going to focus our energies. Nevertheless, before we go there, I have to say something really bizarre about this particular individual, Dixon. He was actually a student of the great Jonathan Eibishitz. He attended many of his lectures in Altona, and Rabbi Eibishitz was a very, very well-known rabbi, one of the best-known rabbis of the 18th century. And here's the most bizarre thing about this Christian scholar, Dixon. Apparently, he actually received rabbinic ordination. I know, that's so weird that a non-Jew would receive the title of rabbi. Now, I just have to take a minute to look at this little kind of footnote to Jewish history. Here's a piece by Dr. Schneider Lyman, which is absolutely fascinating on this unusual individual. And he cites the actual Shtar HaSmicha, the document of ordination that is signed by one Rabbi Moshe, son of Rabbi Tzvi Hirsch Lifshitz. Not an exceptionally well-known individual, but as you can see from this document, basically he calls this individual a chaver, meaning he wants to include him as a colleague, as a friend, but this clearly indicates rabbinic ordination. Smicha uses that term with some crazy to give him smicha. And as you can see in the English translation here, that there's tremendous respect for this individual, and we know from the scholars later work that in fact he was very closely related with Jews and was very well regarded with Jews, but still to give him smicha is a big leap. As much as I'd like to, I'm not going to follow that particular fascinating footnote. And let's go straight to the premature burial controversy, which I'm sure you'll agree is also quite fascinating. So apparently in the 18th and into the 19th century, and even soaking into the 20th century, there was a Europe-wide scare of premature burial. This extends all the way into the New World of the Americas. And as a result, there was this new industry that focused on finding ways, for example, to build what were called safety coffins. The idea that, God forbid, you might be buried before you are actually dead. And so therefore you had to find a way of escaping, of signaling your much exaggerated death by these bizarre kind of safety coffins that would pop open, or here's one of my favorites, and this is actually from South Carolina, the installation of these bell hooks. I don't know if there's any connection between this term and the famous writer who took the pseudonym bell hooks, but nevertheless, this is a bell hook. And they would be installed just outside of the gravestone, and they would have a bell attached to it and a rope. As you can see in this diagram, the rope or string would be extended through the ground, through a hole in the safety coffin, and held in the hands of the presumably deceased. And then If the deceased would realize they were not in fact deceased, then they would pull dramatically and forcefully on the string, which would cause the bell to ring and hopefully draw the attention of passersby who would come and rescue the individuals from the early grave. Can you imagine walking by a cemetery and hearing the bell ringing like that? Like, yikes. When this accusation of premature burial in the Jewish community became a legal decree from Friedrich II, Moses Mendelssohn was approached by the community of Schwerin to address the issue. Moses Mendelssohn is one of the most famous Jews of the 18th century. He is widely regarded as the father of the Haskalah. We've spoken about him in many other lectures. Basically, he was personally an observant Jew who had mastered much of the culture and learning and vocabulary, really, of 18th century intellectual currents. And he was very active in the literary and intellectual and philosophical scene of late 18th century Germany, and a profound advocate for the amelioration of Jewish citizenship disabilities. That is, the emancipation of the Jews was a primary focus of Mendelssohn, and in particular the generations that followed him. So the community went to Mendelssohn and said, hey, please, you've got to help us with this. We have this decree that's directed at us because we're believed of practicing something which, of course, is abhorrent to Jews. We would never want to bury someone before they're dead. But it should be borne in mind that, particularly in the 18th century, the actual standard of determining death is not so absolutely clear. There are long discussions of it, by the way, in the Talmud, has a lot of implications for how we deal with modern situations of brain death and so on. Now, Mendelssohn had just come off of a nasty, awful scrap with an individual named George Lavater, shown in this famous Oppenheim portrait. Mendelssohn is shown in the red jacket on the left, and on the right is Lavater, who had sort of outed Mendelssohn by writing publicly that he challenged him to either debate the value of Judaism and to defend it in front of Christian critics, which would have put Mendelssohn at odds with many of his Christian defenders and those who wanted to argue for emancipation, or, said Lavater, he should simply convert to Christianity. And he argued that Mendelssohn secretly wanted to convert to Christianity, but was not able to because of, familial entanglements and things like this. Now, this is something that was infuriating to Mendelssohn because he found it very difficult to choose whether to engage in debate, which would have sunk to Lavater's level and denied the statements that he made, or to remain aloof and then, through his silence, to have to be perceived as somehow, not necessarily as forceful a defender of Judaism. Ultimately, he chose that discretion was the better part of valor, and he did not engage in a wide open debate. And Lavater was widely criticized for his rather boorish literary activity. And Lessing, who is shown in the blue here, by the way, Lavater is shown on the right, despite the yarmulke, not a Jewish guy. And Lessing, the great playwright, composed a tremendously complimentary allegory called Nachum der Weise, which essentially put Mendelssohn in kind of a Solomonic role as being the wise and rational overseer of a multi-religious environment that pertained in Central Europe at the time. At any rate, Mendelssohn had just kind of escaped this. He would later, by the way, address Lavater indirectly in his most famous work, Jerusalem. That's not for our purposes right now. The Jews of Schwerin went to him and said, listen, you are the most well-known Jew here. You are so articulate. You have the ear of the educated elite of Germany. Would you please defend our traditional burial practices? To which he ultimately agreed and was successful in removing this decree. Now, the background to this, however, is quite fascinating. It wasn't only to Mendelssohn that the Jewish community of Schwerin wrote. They also wrote to a much more senior and very well-regarded rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who incidentally was at loggerheads with the previously mentioned Rabbi Yonasan Eibishitz that we shown earlier. Rabbi Emden had a much more traditionalist viewpoint, and he initially demurred, saying, listen, I can do this for you, but the right person to do it is really Moses Mendelssohn, and he handed off the task to the younger man. So Mendelssohn did the job, and he convinced Frederick II that Jews certainly had no intention of burying people before they were dead, and they made sure they were dead before they buried them. But in a private communication back to the Jewish English Fair, he said, look, I did what you asked me to do. Baruch Hashem, it worked. But, I don't really know that that was such a correct thing to do, because in reality, this seems like a reasonable public health measure, right? Like, why shouldn't we make sure that people are dead before they are buried? I mean, what a horrible thing to think that a person is buried when they're still alive. It makes sense for us to adopt these kind of sensible health measures. Now, I'm not going to take back my position, and I'm glad I did it, he said, but essentially, I really think we could have simply gone along with what Friedrich II did. Now, by the way, why? What's the point of reasoning for both sides? The traditional Jewish practice, and by traditional, I mean the overwhelming part of the last couple thousand years, Jews have struggled to bury their dead quickly, primarily because the decomposition aspect of the post-death process is connected Kabbalistically with atonement. That the idea of returning to the dust is actually something which is considered beneficial to the deceased, and so therefore, there are all kinds of customs. Like, for example, in Israel, they don't even use coffins; they bury people directly in a shroud in the ground to accelerate the decomposition process. In countries where coffins are required, they always drill holes in the bottom of plain, fine boxes. They are not designed to be airtight and lead filled and things like that. And the reason for the holes in the bottom is so that the dirt can actually make contact with the deceased. And if you have to put in a concrete sleeve, as you do in some parts of America, for example, they make sure that on top of the sleeve they put dirt in, and then they bury the body and dirt goes on top. These are all ways of showing respect for the dead by allowing them a rapid decomposition. But on the other hand, there are very halakhic acceptable reasons for delaying the death. For example, if it's connected specifically with the wishes of the deceased and for their honor, a concept called kavod made in Hebrew. Like, for example, if you don't have the shrouds that are necessary for the burial, and will take a day or something to get them, then there's an argument to be made to wait for the proper shrouds. Or more significantly, if family are far away and cannot gather within 24 hours, if there's some reason to delay for a little bit longer, these are things that really have to be handled by an Orthodox rabbi, but nevertheless, that is the traditional custom, is to try and bury as quickly as possible, but also to make some allowances for the kavod made. And secondly, Mendelssohn argued, if you look back in Jewish history, and you don't have to look very far, just look to the Talmud, to the minor tractate Smachot, which means happy occasions, but that's actually a euphemism. The actual title of the tractate deals with sad occasions, rather than titling it sad occasions, we call it happy occasions, which deals with funerals. And the predominant modality of burial for much of Jewish history, particularly in the Hellenistic period, was not underground burial, not internment, but burial in crypts, such as the great necropolis that you see in Beit Shan in northern Israel, or several of them that are preserved in Italy. Burial in crypts was a very, very standard form of Jewish practice. In fact, they would actually practice secondary burial, meaning you would bury a loved one initially in ground to accelerate the decomposition, and then a year later on the yard site there would be a ceremony called a likut atzamot, the collection of the bones, and the family would go back and would formally collect the bones and then bring them back to the family crypt, to an ossuary where the bones might actually be preserved above ground in a koch, kind of like a hole in the wall or in a sarcophagus, as shown in this image here. So the idea of delaying burial or burial above ground, just essentially kind of like, as it were, from storage of the body until a later form of burial, It's all perfectly consistent with Jewish historical tradition as discussed in the Talmud. So Rabbi Mendelssohn wrote, why are we so insistent on not allowing, for example, a mausoleum burial for 3 days before we inter the body? We could do that. So this really was a much larger controversy that reflected sort of like many of the aspects of the Haskalah that Mendelssohn personally advocated for. There was, first of all, the idea that it's not impossible that non-Jewish authorities, like the Duke, might actually pass a law that is not intended to be discriminatory against Jews, but is intended for the general public health, including those of Jews. This might be one of those laws. Do we have to view the outside world as fundamentally toxic? Secondly, why do we have to do things today just because that is the way we always remember doing it, especially when we have historical precedent for doing them a different way? And so there are a lot of elements here that spoke to the emerging sense of modernity and a questioning of Jewish practice that goes hand in hand with much of the Haskalah. It definitely would get way out of hand with Mendelssohn's students, many of whom would advocate far more radical changes than are discussed here, but this is like just the opening of that discussion. So Rabbi Mendelssohn wrote, and by the way, there's a fantastic chapter on this on Rabbi Dr. J.J. Shafter's PhD dissertation on Rabbi Yaakov Emden that is available online. I highly recommend it. If I remember, I'll put it in the notes or link it because it's a great piece of scholarship. But anyway, Mendelssohn wrote that, he wrote to the Jewish community, I believe they won't listen to me because, the custom that we've done all the time is pervasive and strong. But, and perhaps they will disregard what I say, and they'll say I'm a scoffer. But nevertheless, I wrote my piece. Actually, I believe he wrote this to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, not to the community. So Rabbi Yaakov Emden wrote back. Now you recall, Rabbi Yaakov Emden was 30 years Mendelssohn's senior, much more traditionalist, much more a defender of the older ways of doing things. He wrote, "Heaven forfend, it is profane to question the custom of our fathers. It was neither known nor heard in the entire world, in those places where our fellow co-religionists are scattered, that they should practice another custom to bury their dead. Trust the people of Israel. If they are not prophets, they are the sons of prophets." That latter phrase is citation from the Talmud, meaning that Jews will somehow, instinctively know what's the right thing to do when there may lack some leadership or clarity from higher levels. Anyway, a very sharp, exchange between the two. Rabbi Schachter's analysis reads, and I got to read this correctly. Mendelssohn came to realize that ultimately Emden was firmly anchored in only one rule, that of traditional Judaism. Over and over again, we found Emden forcefully articulating the traditional viewpoint on this matter without granting even the slightest legitimacy to any non-halakhic discipline like medicine to effect a reassessment of halakhic practice. This is essentially a statement that pertains to an ongoing dynamic debate within the Orthodox world, to be sure, even to the present day. How much do we rely on non-halakhic, non-Jewish sources for aspects of value that should be incorporated into traditional society, and how much do we simply rely on tradition, even when there are good historical, public health and other arguments against it? Fascinating kind of debate. Here's an interesting book that was published shortly after the debate by Marcus Hertz, a strong defender of the Mendelssohnian approach. And this is actually a very fascinating kind of image. Look at this artwork here. It's just great. It shows someone who is standing in an attitude of mourning, but it looks like he's got kind of a smile on his face. And if you look on the right, you see there's actually like a person emerging from the grave, right? Which is a premature burial controversy. But the man who has come to the cemetery is there to mourn the loss of, you can see in the gravestones written in Hebrew, Hechacham, the wise person, Rabbi Moshe Midessa, which of course is one of the ways that Moses Mendelssohn was so called. So in other words, he's come to mourn Moses Mendelssohn, but the premature burial controversy still exists to the present day. That was a fascinating piece of art. So the legacy of this is quite complex. First of all, we should note that this is not dead and buried, so to speak. You can see I've provided a few examples of some very reputable news organizations like Reuters and New York Times and Newsweek. I've also included Fox News as well. And these are all recent examples of premature burial that have occurred even in our present day. So the actual aspect that Tixon was, bringing forth to Friedrich II is not at all a dead issue, pardon the ongoing pun. But the more significant issue for our purposes here in terms of Jewish history is to understand the intellectual dynamic, the challenge between the perspective of, on the one hand, Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, and on the other hand, Rabbi Yaakov Emden, and how that dynamic continues to inform, particularly in the Orthodox Jewish world, its relationship to modernity, to our very own days. Okay, I hope you found this interesting. If you like Jewish history and you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, please do, because we've got a large community of people from all over the world and all walks of life who find this interesting, and I'd love to include you in that number. It gives me a lot of pleasure to see this community grow. Thank you very much for watching.
When Titusville producer Myron Benson formed the Tidewater Pipeline Company to build a 100-mile-long pipeline to Williamsport, Pennsylvania, Standard scrambled to buy up tracts of land to block the way, while company officials bribed legislators to vote down pipeline bills. Despite these efforts, the Tidewater Pipeline was completed in May 1879. The acceleration of American...
The controversy erupted when this man, a scholar named Olaf Gerhard Tixon, teamed up with a recent convert to Christianity to present a rather insistent demand to the ruling Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin in Germany in 1772. Specifically, what Tixon said was that Jews are practicing a form of funereal rites that results in the alarming burial of humans before they are in fact deceased. This is a terrifying kind of thing. This is not dead and buried, so to speak. You can see I've provided a few examples of some very reputable news organizations like Reuters and New York Times and Newsweek. I've also included Fox News as well. Moses Mendelssohn was approached by the community of Schwerin to address the issue.
Conversely, electrification saw a sharp decline in the need for oil for lamp lighting in homes. Yet this was more than offset by the increasing demand for Standard Oil's product in other areas of the economy and society. In the 1890s, for instance, there were rapid advances in the development of automobiles, and in the 1990s,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
tea would appear, fueled by petroleum. Ships, which were huge.
Since we are now in the month of Kislev, the month in which Jews around the world will celebrate the holiday of Hanukkah, there's one question that has been burning in my mind and probably in many of yours as well, and that is, what did the menorah in the temple actually look like? Now, the menorah is one of the most important Jewish symbols, and until it was later eclipsed by the Star of David, it was certainly one of the most popular ways that Jews would signify their religious affiliation, especially from the 3rd century on. It is noted as a diaspora phenomenon in particular. Here's a typical example of the menorah from a 1953 photograph, and you can see that it's usually depicted with rounded arms. Of course, the Hanukkah menorah has 9 branches, whereas the version in the temple would have 7. Notice also the oversized dreidel here, which I'm not sure why it's quite so big, but perhaps it is an attempt to reach the required minimum size of the Chazon Ish, very important 20th century rabbi. But at any rate, how did the menorah get rounded or straight branches? those who prefer the straight branch candelabra for the holiday of Hanukkah are most likely associated with the Chabad Hasidic movement. And you will see this particular representation in lots of public places, which is kind of a signal motif of the Chabad movement at this time of year, and also on the tops of minivans, like in this Paris photograph from 2009. The leader of the Chabad movement, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, was very adamant in indicating that this is the appropriate shape of the menorah, and that's why his followers to this day also tend to use this shape of menorah. And the evidence to support this particular design is specifically associated with the thought of Moses Maimonides, very important medieval scholar who lived in the 12th and very early 13th century. And Maimonides, through his son, Abraham, who left no room for doubt, argued that the branches should be straight. Besides Abraham's explicit statement about his father's views, we also have a medieval manuscript in the Oxford Library that has a hand-drawn menorah. And here you can see it looks kind of strange with these round symbols and these triangles, these cups and so on, that are actually described in the biblical text, which incidentally, you know, if the biblical text gave us a very clear, unequivocal point of view as to whether they were round or straight, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But this drawing in this medieval manuscript of Maimonides clearly indicates that his opinion is that they should be straight. Other authorities from that period, however, left either ambiguous descriptions or sided with a rounded version. The evidence for rounded arms to the menorah are significant as well. So perhaps the most well-known is the representation of the menorah on the Arch of Titus. The Arch of Titus was a ceremonial arch constructed in the late 1st century under the Emperor Domitian, and it was designed as a type of post-war propaganda to commemorate the victory over the Judean rebels. On the inside of the arch, you can see there's a bas-relief that actually presents the carrying away of spoils from the temple, and the menorah is prominently displayed here, clearly having round arms. And this is in conformity with the depiction that we have from Josephus, who was the major historian of that period. What is significantly at dispute is the base of the menorah, which does not conform to other descriptions at all, but we're going to focus specifically on the shape of the arms for now. So the question is, do we rely on Josephus and Roman representations of the menorah, which seem to have some historical validity, or do we rely on these medieval thinkers like Maimonides, who presented an entirely different tradition? Well, if you look at some of the rest of the 1st century archaeological evidence, and in particular, I'm going to rely very heavily on the research of Lee I. Levine, who's a professor at Hebrew University, who did some amazing work with this. Stephen Fine has also done some remarkable work with menorahs in particular. But Professor Levine points to several other examples that all come from the late Second Temple period, that is, right up until the destruction of the temple in the year 70. For example, if you look at this archaeological remains of Jason's tomb, this is a tomb from the era of the Hashmonaim, that is the Maccabean generations of kings in Israel, and this is a tomb that's located in Israel. When you go up close under this arch, you'll see that there's actually some bars that have been placed there to prevent people from actually going into the crypts themselves, where there are loculi, which are kind of like little niches in the wall or in the floor that are designed to accept bones, like ossuaries and things like that. A funny story, when I visited this tomb many years ago with my wife and our first 2 children, and we're looking through the bars at what's going on there, my daughter, who was just about 2 years old at the time, actually slipped through the bars and went straight into the tomb and was looking into these loculi, and we were like, not sure what to do, trying to get her out, but that's another story. At any rate, she got out. She's okay. She's living in New Jersey now, and like that. Okay. Anyways, what do we have inside this tomb? There's some interesting graffiti. And if you look at this image from Professor Levine's book, you can see that number 3 there's kind of a stag, and below it there's an interesting boat. And then number 4 lists 5 representations of a menorah. Very crude, obviously, but they all clearly have gently curving branches. So it's impossible to say how this connects to the menorah in the temple, it's reasonable to assume that the graffiti artist here is trying to mark the walls with some kind of Jewish symbol, but it's also difficult to say when exactly this graffiti was inscribed into the walls and whether or not the artist, if I can use that term, was actually familiar with the shape of the temple menorah. So let's skip past this particular example, although it's quite tempting. We also have a coin that's printed by King Antigonus in the year 37 before the Common Era. This is one of the kings of the Hashmonaim, and one may assume that he had a good look at the temple menorah. And this particular coin also represents the arms of the menorah as gently curving. And finally, there are a few other examples, but I'll just include one from Professor Levine's book. This is a wall decoration, a kind of a stucco etching that was found in a Jerusalem home in the upper city, in the Herodian part of the upper city. And it clearly also portrays gently curving arms. So to wrap this all up, we don't know for certain. Maimonides offers one particular vision of Hanukkah menorahs, which has been followed by the Chabad tradition in particular. Others suggest the arms were rounded, and there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that that may be more accurate. I hope you found this short video entertaining and maybe even a little bit inspirational as you light your Hanukkah menorah this year. I want to mention that I'm hoping to produce a series of videos on Jewish art and artists over the course of the next few months in connection with my preparation for my cruise with Kosher Riverboat Cruises in the region of Italy, which is, of course, going to be packed with lots of discussions of Jewish art. Please visit the website to learn more about this particular cruise. There are several others, and they're just absolutely fantastic. This particular cruise is going to be especially interesting because I'll be co-teaching with Rabbi Edward Reichman, who is a medical doctor who is also an expert in medical history, medical ethics, and many other areas. This particular cruise is going to be CME accredited for those of you who can use those credits for your professional life, and I think it's going to be an absolutely amazing cruise. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. I wish you a lichtigen Hanukkah. Thanks very much for watching.
Standards control of the domestic market in the United States remained seemingly unassailable, owing to its control of pipelines. In the early 1880s, Standard revolutionized distribution by storing refined oil in large tanks, where the company's large fleet of tank wagons would fill up before selling to customers. Rockefeller realized that he could control oil prices by changing oil storage costs.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish Art and Artists, which is a series of brief videos I'm putting together to prepare myself for an amazing trip to Venice, which is scheduled for October of 2022 with, as usual, Kosher Riverboat Cruises. I'm just trying to prepare myself for visiting this beautiful city in the region by studying up on Jewish art and artists in general. So today I'd like to look at a famous synagogue, a 6th century synagogue found in northern Israel. Here's a map so you can see where it was located. It was discovered in 1929, and it took the name Beit Alpha after a nearby kibbutz. Now, the most amazing thing about the Beit Alpha synagogue is this phenomenal mosaic that has several registers, which you can see on the far right. There's kind of like a synagogue motif, and then in the center this glorious mosaic, and at the bottom there's this massive representation of the Akedah, the binding rising. I want to talk about those things in a little bit more detail. Architecturally, the synagogue is fascinating because it has what appears to be steps up to a second floor, which may have been a women's gallery. And there's even this fascinating kind of dedication here, which is written in Greek and in Aramaic, that just thanks the people who laid out the mosaic and indicates that it was paid for by the entire community, which is really interesting. Of course, you can't have a synagogue without some plaques, right? You have to have some dedicatory materials. But let's look at the art in a little bit more detail. Starting at that bottom register, here is a really fascinating representation of the Akedah. You can see that on the right, there's kind of like sort of really some flames, like that's where the ram will ultimately be sacrificed. And then there's Abraham who it looks like he's got some kind of a halo around his head, and he's clearly labeled with the word Abraham there, and he's kind of throwing Isaac up onto that altar while he holds the knife. Notice that the style is, really primitive, almost childish, which is kind of strange for 6th century Byzantine art, but it's not out of the question, I think, for folk art. You can see towards the left, looks like there's perhaps that is Eliezer. One of the early scholars who studied this was Professor Sukenik, who suggests that, perhaps the ram is upright because the artist actually ran out of room putting this thing together and couldn't squeeze the ram in sideways, which is hard to believe, especially when it's in the center of the mosaic. But nevertheless, the mosaic style as a whole is kind of crude, so perhaps that's what happened. It's also interesting to note that for those of you who are sensitive to the Midrash, which is a traditional interpretation of the biblical text, according to Midrash, Isaac was a grown man. He was 37 years of age at the time that the Akedah happened. But here he's clearly represented as a child. So that's fascinating because it indicates that the authors of this mosaic, who incidentally we know because we have this really interesting dedication that lists their names, one of them is clearly Jewish, the other is clearly Greek, which may indicate some generational differences. Like for example, I have a Hebrew name too, but I go by the English name Henry, and all my kids have only Hebrew names. So maybe it's kind of like a Baal Tshuva phenomenon. Who knows? At any rate, is it possible that the creators of the mosaic were unaware of the Midrash? A lot of the research that I'm presenting comes from Professor Lee I. Levine, who wrote an excellent chapter on this in his book, Visual Judaism in Late Antiquity. And he suggests that the artist was really working with more of a shared narrative that local Christians had as well at this time. This is in a heavily Christianized area of Israel in the 6th century in particular, so it's not out of the question. If you think about synagogue architecture, where the Midrash clearly states that the 2 tablets of the law were square, and yet you see a tremendous amount of art and iconography by Jews that represents the tablets of the law as having rounded tops, and that is in synagogues all over the place. So it's not out of the question that the artist could simply be working within an art vocabulary that was common to Jews and Christians at the time. Also fascinating and a little bit weird here is this amazing zodiac that appears in the center of the floor. And as you can see there in the center, there is a figure surrounded by what looks like horses, like for a chariot. And around that figure are the 12 signs of the zodiac with the Hebrew names. And then around that are the 4 seasons of the year, 4 tukufot in Hebrew. It's very common to see the zodiac as a decorative element in synagogues. You see that all the way up into the 20th century. So that's not surprising. What is surprising, however, is sometimes to see facial representation, okay? But even more surprising is that you've got clearly the figure in the center is the sun god Helios, right? Who is like going across the sky with his chariot straight out of Greek mythology. Like, wow, this is like serious avodah zarah. How did it get into the floor of a synagogue? Unless we got to rely on the kind of general artistic vocabulary of the time, it is surprising. Also, on the outsides, the tukufot, the seasons, do not correspond, as they do in other 6th century mosaics. They do not correspond with the correct months of the year, meaning they're not lined up winter with the winter months and so on. So is it possible that the artist was perhaps a little bit confused about these things? I think that's certainly quite likely. Okay, that's about it for a brief look at this fascinating 6th century synagogue. On behalf of Kosher Riverboat Cruises and my colleague, Professor Eddie Reichman, with whom I will be team teaching. He's an expert in Jewish medical ethics, and this particular cruise has special accreditation. Thank you very much for watching. Check out the website. It is going to be an amazing trip. Thanks again for watching. Hello, everyone. We're continuing with our series on Jewish art and art.
That's a Ori.
Please join Rabbi Rothschild's World Peace Discord.gg.
For this, and I'd like to look at a specifically historical context here of kind of a folk art that's associated with the Jewish catacombs of ancient Rome. I originally recorded this video prior to last scheduled trip of Kosher River Road cruises to Venice, and I'm just so fascinated with stuff. I thought I would put it into this video again. I hope you find this interesting. The catacombs that were discovered in a Randanini vineyard. Apparently some farmers were working in the region of Rome, and they found these ancient underground tombs, which were common. I mean, there are a lot of ancient tombs in the region, and there was only one really external marker that you can see here. This was the lone standing structure that appeared to be some sort of cover over the tombs. When they got in there, it became very clear that the tombs were actually not Christian in origin. They were therefore not protected by the Papal Commission for Sacred Archaeology, because that only protected Christian tombs. Any pagan tombs or Jewish tombs, heretical tombs in other words, were exempt from protection of the church, and therefore could be explored with a lot more scientific research, and unfortunately could be exploited as well. That's part of the sad history of the Randanini vineyard, is that the catacombs discovered there in the next century or so since their discovery, many of the amazing inscriptions and other works of art that were discovered there were actually sold for profit, and it was exposed to anti-Semitic graffiti, especially during the 1940s. But nevertheless, the material that remains is absolutely fascinating and tells us a lot about the nature of the life of Jews in Rome in the 1st and 2nd century. Let us recall that the major population of Jews in Rome probably had a major spike in the 1st century after the Temple Revolt, when all kinds of slaves were brought back to Rome, although Jews were clearly living in Rome prior to this period. So we have since then discovered 6 specific catacomb systems in Rome, which are definitely Jewish. It's interesting also to note that they're all centered around the Colosseum, which was built largely with the labor of Jewish slaves. So Silvia Capelletti describes a lot of the history of discovery of these catacombs. They were known, of course, much earlier than 1859. Benjamin of Tudela, one of the most famous Jewish travelers of the 12th century, reports seeing some on the eastern bank of the Tiber, which is probably Monteverde that he saw. And later, early 17th century visitors also confirmed seeing them and described the presence of Jewish symbols, in particular the menorah. The menorah, the 7-branch candelabrum, is one of the most famous Jewish symbols. It goes back really to the ancient period, and it's especially poignant to think of it because the menorah was the symbol of the lost temple, and so therefore the Jews kept that symbol as their prime signifier of Jewish identity. Most of the graves seem to have been created in the 1st through the 4th century of the Common Era. It may seem strange to think of Jews being buried in these kind of underground crypts, but this is not at all strange in the ancient world. In Israel, in fact, there's significant descriptions of burial practice and exactly how the bones were interred and so on, and particular practices for reinterment. This is actually in keeping with the very ancient pre-Roman practice, the Etruscan practice of underground chamber burial. The Romans themselves actually preferred cremation. Cremation, however, was at odds with the Jewish and then, of course, later the Christian belief in the physical revival of the dead, the resuscitation of the dead that would occur in the Messianic period, and therefore inhumation or burial in the soil as we have today slowly became the much more popular practice. However, for quite a period of time, the practice of burying in crypts was maintained, and that's why we have these catacombs today. Most of these photographs are taken from an amazing website that you really have to visit. It says so much about all of this information. Catacombsociety.org, that is in memory of Estelle Shohat-Bretman, who did a tremendous amount of research. There's a lot of her writings on this website, hundreds and hundreds of photographs, really worthwhile. Okay, let's have some look at what do you see inside these graves. So here's an amazing picture that shows the interior of the system in the Via Randanini, and you can see that there are these sort of horizontal rack-like graves on the left and the right that are lining the sides of the hallway. That's basically the main system of burial that's portrayed in this crypt, although it's clear that it was used over many centuries. It may even have had some usage by non-Jews, either prior to or post the Jews working in this particular area. It is quite long. We're talking about basically a quarter mile of tunnels that are used for the graves. Here's a map from Jessica Della Russo that shows the various levels, but there are also other forms of burial as well. There's also some burials, for example, in coffins. Some of them were apparently much smaller, indicating a lot of child mortality. Here's actually a lid that came from a Monteverdi. It's also quite possibly of a Jewish child, which indicates some of the hesitations about the depiction of the human form in a three-dimensional image may have been ignored by some of these populations. Some of these were gorgeously decorated. Like, look at this image here with a beautiful, looks like a date palm tree. Here you see a painted ceiling with peacocks and all kinds of interesting depictions. Here is the perennial menorah symbol in a Latin inscription. The vast majority are in Latin or in Greek, as you see here. But in both of these, you can see the menorah appearing as well. Well, I hope you found that interesting. I really find it fascinating, and I hope that you will be able to join us on the Gems of Northern Italy tour, which is planned for October of 2022. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to be on that trip, God willing, also with my colleague, Rabbi Dr. Edward Reichman, who does some fascinating stuff on Jewish medical ethics. We're actually going to be CME accredited for this, and I think that's really great for all of you physicians who are interested in joining us. So I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to a new series of lectures, which I'd like to call Jewish Heroes and Heroism. And the reason for this series is because I'm preparing for a new set of lectures to go along with another cruise. This time, the cruise with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, as always, is going to be on the same river, which I'm especially looking forward to. And because we will be specifically looking at Normandy and focusing on D-Day and events of the First and Second World Wars, this whole series, which I hope to release once a month or so, is going to be on a few select individuals who I think exemplify certain aspects of Jewish heroes and Jewish heroism. Just to look at the cruise itself, this is going to be so fantastic. I love these cruises. We're going to visit the Seine River. We're going to start here in Paris, and then we're going to make our way up to the northwest, following the Seine River out to Normandy and the region of Le Havre. I'm especially looking forward to seeing Rouen, which has been recently featured in some archaeological studies because we've found very old evidence of a medieval Jewish community in Rouen, and that's going to be absolutely fascinating. But let's go to our topic at hand. Since we are entering the month of Kislev, and we want to talk about heroism, it seems obvious that we should speak about Judah Maccabee. Yehuda Maccabee, one of the most remarkable heroes and military campaigners of all of Jewish history. And I specifically want to look at one battle in particular, the Battle of Emmaus, which in many ways is characteristic of the kind of military thinking and strategy that Judah brought to the field. So just to place this in context, we are, of course, speaking about the Great Hanukkah Rebellion, which broke out about the year 167 before the Common Era. It's often, especially in primary school, portrayed as a war against the Seleucid Greeks. That is the successor kingdom to Alexander the Great's empire. But it really was a civil war in which Jewish Hellenizers, that is, those Jews living in Israel who really wanted to assimilate to Greek norms, were leading a charge to try and make Jewish culture much more like general Greek culture and get rid of all of those fanaticism and things like that that are associated with the old timers. This led to, and the great examples of that are the high priest Menelaus, who was quite a mendacious and dislikable character in many ways, who ended up getting the position of high priest, a highly corrupt position at the time, largely sponsored by the Greek emperor Antiochus Epiphanes IV. They faced a dramatic grassroots rebellion led by Matisyahu and his sons, who were known as the Maccabees. After Matisyahu died, the leadership clearly went to Yehuda Maccabee, who, as we shall see, was an especially talented military thinker. So let's look at this specific battle that is in the context of this civil war with a lot of major support from the Syrian Greeks. So here we are in the year 166 before the Common Era. The battle was at Emmaus, very important city also in Christian thought as well. And General Lysias comes down here at the behest of the Emperor Antiochus with 40,000 well-armed professional troops, with 7,000 horsemen. And it's an incredibly large force to bring to bear here. It is so overwhelming in nature because he's facing essentially a guerrilla revolt by peasants that slave traders from all around the region began to descend on Israel because they anticipated there would be a lot of people to buy and then sell on the slave market. By the way, much of this information comes from the Book of Maccabees, which was not included in the traditional Jewish Tanakh. It's considered one of the Sefer Chitzonim, one of the outside books, known as the Apocrypha, that is ironically included in the Christian Bible for reasons which are too complex for us here. But the first Book of Maccabees was likely written by someone who actually saw the events firsthand. At any rate, the forces under Judah gathered at Mitzpeh, not too far away, about 3,000 volunteer peasant fighters, very poorly equipped. No match at all for this professional army. But the description in the first book of Maccabees is fascinating. When they realized that they were going to be attacked by such a large and professional force, they fasted, they put on sackcloth, they specifically went and looked at the Torah for guidance. What should we be doing? And in fact, they followed the dictates that are laid down in the book of Deuteronomy to the letter, dismissing anyone who wanted to fight if they had been married within the previous year, or if they had just planted a vineyard, or even if they were afraid, they were dismissed. And with this preparation, Judah went into battle, which is one of the reasons why I think he's such a tremendous hero, because of his ideological purity combined with his heroism. That would not always stand him in good stead, as we shall see in a moment. At any rate, here's a map of the actual Battle of Emmaus. It starts out when one of the local commanders, Gorgias, takes 5,000 troops and 1,000 horses from the larger camp in Emmaus, and he takes them out in a rapid forced march overnight, hoping to attack Yehuda before they can flee to the hills. They fully anticipate that this is going to be just a cleanup operation. They want to take care of it, as efficiently as possible. You can see from the kind of dotted lines that that's the path that the Gorgias and his troops took. When Judah heard about this, they rather than scattering and going to the hills, which is sort of like the go-to move of rebels in this region, or the caves later we would see with the Bar Kokhba rebels. Instead, Judah makes a very bold move and he counterattacks. he actually moves to the south and avoids Gorgias's army, and he actually attacks the main camp at dawn. An incredibly bold and, if I can use the Hebrew term, chutzpahdik move. The camp is completely surprised by Judah's bold attack, and they are defeated, and the camp is set on fire, and the vast majority of those who survive simply flee. But Judah does not direct his troops to pursue the fleeing base camp. Instead, he orders them to remain and to stay in hiding for Gorgias to return. When Gorgias comes back and he finds that his camp is in flames, that's when Judah surprise attacks again and completely throws them into confusion, and it's a complete victory for the Maccabees. A really dramatic turnaround for a poorly equipped, vastly outnumbered force. And this kind of strategic thinking is something that we will see characteristic of Jewish heroism over the ages. Now, there's a lot more to say about the Hanukkah Rebellion. It was not a one-battle war. There were many battles, some of which were definitely reversals for the Maccabees, and I have discussed these in some degree elsewhere. But I think in terms of Judah Maccabee, one of the things that we should reflect upon is that although he had this laser-like focus on the task ahead, and he was a brilliant commander, he proved unable to adapt to the end of the war, when a lot of the victors, the Jewish victors, thought that, okay, this is the time where we should compromise and we should make peace. He seemed unwilling to do so, and in fact, he continued the war even after the majority of his loyalists had abandoned him, and he ultimately fell in battle. But nevertheless, a phenomenal example of Jewish heroism. I hope you found this little video useful, and I would love to see you on this cruise on the Seine, where we're going to speak a lot more about this kind of history. Thank you very much for watching.
Larger than 21 population. We tried to play by higher set of standards and rules with our independent region.
Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on Jewish heroes and heroism. This lecture is part of a series used as part of my research to prepare for the Kosher Riverboat Tours cruise of the Seine River planned for 2022. So today, since we are in the month of Kislev, I thought I'd look at one of the battles of the Maccabees, which is especially fascinating. It happens to be a battle that the Maccabees lost, but nevertheless, there's a particular moment of incredible courage that left a lasting imprint, especially in art history, but also in the kind of spirit of the Maccabean Revolution. It's the Battle of Bet Zachariah, which you can see here in this map, is not too far away from Jerusalem, which is just up to the northeast a little bit. It's near the town of Alon Shvut and Kfar Etzion. Now, what exactly happened here? You have a look at the description of the battle. The Maccabees come down from Jerusalem, where they encounter Antiochus's forces commanded by Lysias. Lysias had already learned that the frontal attack is not the best, so he decided to come down south and then advance to Bet Zachariah through Idumea, and there they had a tremendous battle, and the Maccabees actually had to retreat. But what's the specific moment of special heroism? It's associated with Elazar, who is the brother of Yehuda Maccabee. And here, I'm going to read to you from the book of Maccabees itself. Here it is in my favorite edition of the Apocrypha. Now Elazar, called Avaran, there's some interesting discussion why he was called that, saw that one of the animals was equipped with royal armor. What are we talking about? The Syrian Greeks used these ferocious elephants in war. They're really amazing, terrifying creatures. What's going on with this particular war elephant? It was taller than all the others, and he, Elazar, supposed that the king was on it. So he gave his life to save his people and to win for himself an everlasting name. He courageously ran into the midst of the phalanx to reach it. He killed men right and left, and they parted before him on both sides. He got under the elephant, stabbed it from beneath, and killed it. But it fell to the ground upon him, and he died. When the Jews saw the royal might and the fierce attack of the forces, they turned away in flight. So this was ultimately a defeat for the Maccabees, a temporary defeat, but nevertheless, Elazar's heroism is one really bright spot in which you can imagine the incredible courage it must have taken to run up to this strange and ferocious-looking beast and to take it down. You know, I think this actually inspired the famous Star Wars scene of taking out those big walking creatures as well. Anyway, let's have a look at this in terms of art history, because what I find especially fascinating about it, this Gustave Doré, I think, is a fairly realistic kind of depiction of the battle. But in the medieval period, most artists, especially in Christian Europe, had never seen an elephant. So it's really interesting to see when they're reading the Apocrypha. You recall that the Apocrypha was actually preserved in Christian Bibles, not in the Jewish tradition. So we have the Greek translation of this book that's still widely read in Christian churches. And they're trying to depict this in illuminated manuscripts. So they don't know what an elephant looks like. They say, oh, it's kind of like a big, like horse thing with sort of a long trunk coming out of his nose. So here's an example in which it looks a little bit like a horse with a trumpet. And notice that the scale is way off. Like, you have no idea how big an actual elephant looks. Here's another example where the artist just gave up and said, oh, it's basically a horse, right? A big horse. Here's another example in which it's kind of like a happy dachshund or something like that. Another version in which the proportions look about right, but again, the scale is totally wrong. And I have to say that of all the depictions of Elazar's death, this one is perhaps the most horrible. You can just imagine being squashed in that manner. Here's one in which the elephant gets a little bit closer to reality, but the trunk is totally wrong. And here's one which looks a little bit like kind of a saber-toothed tiger with a trunk. Again, the artists are just flailing about trying to figure out how to depict these elephants. This one is great. Looks kind of like a salamander with these bizarre ears. And here is actually my all-time favorite. This one, I think, inspired Dr. Seuss. So all joking aside, the heroism of Elazar is absolutely amazing. And he has, in fact, earned a name for himself for this tremendous act of courage back in the era of the Maccabees. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish Heroes and Heroism series in connection with kosher riverboat cruises. Today I'd like to speak about a very inspirational young woman named Hannah Senech. She was born in Budapest, Hungary in 1921 to an assimilated Jewish family. Her father unfortunately passed away when she was only 6 years old, and she was raised by her mother together with her brother Georgi. She was a very bright young woman and did very, very well in school and had a quite passionate attachment to Zionism. And so in 1939, with admittedly the political situation in Hungary deteriorating, she moved to Israel. She made Aliyah and she joined a kibbutz there. But that was not enough for her. She wanted to do something for the people of her homeland in Hungary. And so she decided to volunteer to work with the British as a parachutist. She was one of 37 odd individuals out of 250 applicants who were selected to parachute behind enemy lines into Hungary, where they would work with the resistance. Once they landed in Europe, they learned that the Nazis had overthrown the local Hungarian government and that they were implementing a much more rigid regime of anti-Semitism. Most of the men in her group called off the mission, but she insisted on penetrating enemy lines and working with the partisans to try and destabilize the country. Unfortunately, she was caught by the Nazis. She was imprisoned and she was tortured, beaten horribly, losing several of her teeth. But throughout her entire ordeal, she refused to give up the signals to the radio transmitter that she held, which would have betrayed several other members of the resistance. After a show trial, she was ultimately put to death by the Nazis. One of the things that has come to light since her execution at a tragically young age was the fact she was a very talented poet. I myself have been very moved by her poems and have included them in some of my other lectures. One of the most famous of her poems in Hebrew has become kind of a youth anthem in Israel, and I'd like to read it to you here. I'll read it in English translation, but you can see on the screen the Hebrew original. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. Blessed is the flame that burns in the secret fastness of the heart. Blessed is the heart with strength to stop its beating for honor's sake. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. She composed this poem shortly after landing on European soil, shortly before she would be captured, and shortly before, like the match in her poem, she would be consumed in the heroic flames of her self-sacrifice for her people. We plan to study the lives of many great Jewish heroes in the thousands of years of Jewish history on the Normandy Seine River cruise, which will take place in July of 2022, God willing. This is going to be a special opportunity since we will be in the region of Normandy to show special tribute to Jewish service members during World War I and especially World War II, marking D-Day and the Somme. I hope you'll be able to join us. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure that you are, like me, following the events in Ukraine with great trepidation. It's terrifying to see the impact of this cruel Russian invasion on a civilian population. And I'm specifically concerned for the health and safety of their remarkable president, Volodymyr Zelensky. And I'd like to take this opportunity to speak a little bit about his leadership in the historical context of Jews living in Ukraine. It is my small part to respond to his recent request that Jews around the world raise their voices in protest at what is happening in Ukraine right now. Zelensky's leadership is surprising and inspiring in so many ways. His heroism under these current circumstances, of course, has gripped the attention of the world, but it's also remarkable, especially to many Jews, and especially Jews in America and Israel, because of the prevailing stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. First of all, I'd like to provide some basic information on President Zelensky's biography. Secondly, I'd like to place his leadership in the broader context of the history of Jews in Ukraine, and to respond to the question of how unlikely is it for a Jew to be the leader of this country. And thirdly, I hope to achieve in my small way to contribute to the chorus of voices that are all praying for the safety of this leader, for his family, and for all the citizens of Ukraine that are suffering under this savage, unprovoked, and pointless attack. So first of all, who is Volodymyr Alexandrovich Zelensky? He is 44 years old, president of Ukraine. Prior to his role as president of that country and really inspiration to the world, he was actually a comedian. He has been declared, however, the #1 target of Putin, the leader of Russia, and he has so far survived several assassination attempts. Now, Gail Beckerman wrote a fantastic piece in The Atlantic recently, and she wrote What is remarkable, truly mind-blowing in the long sweep of history is that his Jewishness has not stood in the way of his being embraced as a symbol of the nation. Now, we'll agree that Zelensky himself is remarkable and mind-blowing, but in the long sweep of history, I would say it's only remarkable and not necessarily mind-blowing to see a Jew in a leadership position in Ukraine. It has, after all, happened several times before that Jews have been within the very tight leadership of this country, particularly over the last century, and I'd like to kind of explore some of those details now. Zelensky's parents were in many ways typical for their generation. They were both highly educated, very urbanized, literate. His father was a professor of mathematics. His mother taught engineering. And note that they were specialized in non-ideological fields, meaning although they may have been very cultured and very engaged in other kinds of aspects of life, Soviet Jews, when they studied in university, they tended to gravitate to those fields which would be less vulnerable to critique. For example, you don't have a lot of university-trained Soviet Jewish historians because that tends to be a highly ideological field. Zelensky's parents were typical of a type of Jew that was known as Homo Sovieticus, or Soviet man, Soviet human. The idea was to try and keep your head down as much as possible, to not affiliate openly in any way with any organized Jewish entity, certainly not to attend a synagogue, because that was, during the very repressive era of the Soviet Union, the best way to get yourself on the KGB mailing list and to be exposed to all kinds of persecution, small and large, in the future. So they strove to excel and to raise their families quietly, but to stay away from anything ideological or political and so on. They were Russian speakers. This is also fairly typical of Jews because as a minority, Jews tend to sort of culturally orient themselves towards the dominant population, and Russians clearly dominated Ukraine for much of the 20th century. Zelensky himself was raised as a Russian speaker, his first language, but he adopted Ukrainian as his second language, like many people of his generation. Actually, one of the things that I've witnessed in my own lifetime and over the course of my own visits to Ukraine, that it was, in the 1980s, clearly dominated by the Russian language, except in the western regions of the country. But now it's overwhelmingly Ukrainian speaking, and the Russians are in the minority. It's remarkable how that changed really since 1991 so rapidly. He also, Zelensky, studied English, and he studied very well. He's actually quite fluent in the language. Let us not forget that he was only 13 years old at the time that Ukraine became independent, so he was an adolescent at the time when that cultural shift was happening. His wife is not Jewish, which is very typical for Jews in Ukraine, just like it is in the United States of America, a very high degree of intermarriage between Jews and Ukrainians. He went to school and he studied law, also typical for Jewish kids, although a little bit more ideological, particularly in the independence period. And then he went into comedy. He got involved with a comedy troupe that was called Studia Kvartal 95, or Kvartal 95, and this is also actually a very long Jewish tradition. But let's not forget that for much of Ukrainian history, Jews were much more urban than Ukrainians. They tended to concentrate in villages, in towns, and whenever they were allowed to live in them, in cities as well. And there were certain kinds of activities that Jews gravitated towards. Entertainment is one of them. And you have a very long tradition of Jews in the klezmer music tradition. And Zelensky fits very well into that kind of paradigm of Jews in entertainment. We, of course, see that tradition in America as well, with Jews gravitating and in many ways creating Hollywood and the film industry and so on. His comedy troupe recorded a TV sitcom that proved to be extremely popular. It was called Sluga Narodu, or Servant of the People, and it ran from 2015 to 2019. Zelensky played a mild-mannered high school teacher in his 30s, still living at home with his parents, who was caught on a cell phone video in a tremendous rant against corruption in the country. That video was uploaded and became viral. And in the series, Servant of the People, he ends up becoming elected to be the president of Ukraine. It's a hilarious sitcom. And then the great irony of it, one of those cases where art imitates life, imitates art, some Kvartal 95 employees decided to start a real political party with Zelensky at its head in 2018, and they ran on the platform of the fictional character Vasil Petrovich Holoborodko, who was elected in Servants of the People to be president, and Zelensky himself was then elected in a remarkable landslide to be the actual president of Ukraine. In the April 2019 election, he won 73% of the vote, which is just amazing. Now, it's not overwhelmingly amazing because here in this country, of course, we have Ronald Reagan, who was an actor who ended up becoming, one of the most memorable presidents of the 20th century. But Zelensky in Ukraine, that's his story. He made brilliant use of Instagram and social media to communicate his platform to ordinary Ukrainians, but those are skills that really served him well in the current crisis as well. Now, we see, though, that Zelensky himself is not just a TV character. I mean, it was hard for a lot of people, myself included, to take it really seriously that he was elected to this position, but he has really come into his own. And besides the obvious heroism that we're seeing in the current conflict, the Times of Israel published a really interesting interview with David Horowitz in which they write about the time when his own prime minister spoke poorly about Zelensky behind his back, what would be called in traditional Jewish thought, Lashon Hara, and a recording of that was leaked. And then the prime minister, embarrassed, submitted his resignation. But Zelensky denied the resignation letter, saying that essentially, if he were to leave the government at this time, it would be very destabilizing, it would have a negative impact on the Ukrainian people. So this is a phenomenal demonstration of character, that he was willing to forego his own personal humiliation because it was really for the betterment of the nation. He truly was a servant of the people in that particular episode. Now let's try and understand a little bit more about how is it possible that Ukrainians could specifically elect a Jewish man to be the head of their government. Now, let us recall that, why are we even asking this question? Primarily because here in the West, there is a deep-seated stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. I think it's especially true of children of Holocaust survivors who grew up in the diaspora for two reasons. First of all, because there was a certain degree of Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis. That is, of course, Putin's go-to line, which is absolutely absurd and offensive, that Ukraine needs to be denazified. That's ridiculous. But there is definitely a history of this that I've explored in other videos of a little more sophistication and length. The second reason for this, for the stereotype, is because Jews in the diaspora have been separated geographically from the normal day-to-day of Jewish Ukrainian life. I mean, look at it this way. Jews have lived in Ukraine. There has been documented Jewish life in Ukraine for well over 1,000 years. If you were to add up the years in which there was sustained violence from Ukrainians directed against Jews, and there were, of course, such moments of possible pogrom in 1113, the pogroms of 1648-49 under Khmelnytsky, the 1768 Haidamach uprising, of course, the pogroms of the early 20th century and the Revolutionary era, and then the Holocaust, which had Ukrainian collaboration to some degree with the Nazis. If you added up all of those years, however, you would only get to about 4% of the entire scope of Ukrainian Jewish coexistence. And over the much longer period of time, like 96% of those years, Jews and Ukrainians are doing business together. They are exchanging recipes. A lot of Eastern European cooking is essentially Ukrainian cooking. We're exchanging, linguistic terminology. Ukrainian Yiddish is heavily influenced by Ukrainian. I mean, give you even in the most intimate of terms, like for example, in Yiddish, we don't call our fathers, Abba, which is the Aramaic and Hebrew word, or Av is actually the Hebrew word, but Abba is more common. We don't call them Vater, because that's like a German term, even though Yiddish is essentially German. We call them Tato or Tati, which is based on the Ukrainian Tato. And we can go on with so many words which are like kitchen vocabulary, home-based words that are really Ukrainian. Yiddish doesn't absorb those words unless Jews and Ukrainians are spending time as children in each other's kitchens, unless there is a significant amount, particularly through women, of cultural cross-fertilization. So, thinking about it in those terms, it makes more sense for us now to just stop talking about Ukrainian anti-Semitism, please. There is a place for that, but it's not here and it's not now. Let me just conclude this small committee rant with this particular Pew Research Center chart, which was conducted in, I believe, 2019, looking at the rate of anti-Semitism in various Eastern European countries. And in this remarkable study by a very reputable organization, it appears that Ukrainians are far more likely to welcome Jewish neighbors. And what does this chart actually say? When asked, would you accept Jews as fellow citizens, only 5% of Ukrainians said no. That is the smallest number of any of these states. Russia, 14%, Lithuania, 23%, Romania, 22%. I mean, those are serious issues. With Poland, 18%. But I wonder if the United States would even come close to that 5% number. That's pretty remarkable. Well, the election of Volodymyr Zelensky was not a one-off phenomenon. This is something that is really demonstrative of Ukrainian society as a whole, and I hope to demonstrate in the next few minutes why that might be so. One thing that's very important to understand about Ukraine as a nation is that it's been bifurcated for much of its history. Not exactly down the middle geographically, but culturally very much so. The western parts of Ukraine, concentrate in the region known as Galicia or Halichina, has always been very much oriented towards Europe, whereas the center east of the country has been more oriented towards Russia. And throughout its long history, Ukraine has kind of vacillated between, do they balance more heavily towards European models of thinking, or do they balance themselves more towards Russian ways of thinking? There is a clear distinction in so many ways. This kind of balance between East and Western ways of thinking really begins to find pragmatic expression in the late 19th, especially the 20th centuries, when you have an era of national awakening that affects much of the region, and Ukrainians themselves have to sort of say, okay, well, what are we? What do we believe? Who are we like? We see this in particular in the revolutionary era, that is after the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. As Ukrainians attempted to articulate an actual political organization, they found it was essential for them to forge relationships and alliances with the Jewish minority. The Jews had a lot of advantages that Ukrainians did not have at the time. Jews were overwhelmingly urban and literate and numerate, were a lot more conversant with the types of work that was necessary to actually create an administrative apparatus, skills that were not necessarily well developed in the far more agrarian rural population of Ukrainians. And so the smaller number of Ukrainians who were urbanized and educated, literate, and so on, they formed these alliances in an organization called the Centralna Rada, the Central Soviet would be one way to translate it, or the Central Council, which was distinct from the Soviet councils to the north in Russia. In fact, Russia would invade Ukraine in 1918, and that would begin a civil war between Russians and Ukrainians, a civil war because they were originally both part of the Russian Empire, that would ultimately result in much of Ukraine, although not the western part, being conquered by the Russians. But during this brief period of collaboration, which was actually the subject of my PhD dissertation, the Ukrainians and Jews established a remarkable level of cooperation that was kind of Zelenskyan in its scope. They had a Ministry of Jewish Affairs, they had money printed in Yiddish, they had correspondence in Yiddish. It was really a remarkable kind of thing. It ended in disaster because ultimately the Ukrainian state, the independent state, was unable to hold back the waves of popular violence that surged across the country. The Soviet invasion, the remnants of various anti-Soviet forces active in Ukrainian territory, and ultimately it simply could not sustain itself. But there was a flash of the possibility for a very brief period of time that we would see later flourishing in the beginning of the 21st century. It was during that time that you really saw expressed, if only for a few months, the orientation towards the West, towards Europe, and its values of modernism, tolerance, multiculturalism, democracy, transparency, and so on. Now, if we focus in on the Soviet period during the 1920s, we see a lot of these things happening, albeit in a fairly restricted form, during the 1920s. This is the era known as Korenizatsiya, a period which was, it's hard to translate that term, it's kind of like indigenization, meaning allowing local cultures to express themselves. This is before Stalin really was able to cement his own power, and so as a result, you see an effervescence of Yiddish, of Ukrainian. You see a lot of new cultural possibilities that begin to, express themselves in all kinds of artistic and cultural venues. It comes to a crashing halt as well in the 1930s when Stalin takes over. This is the era of the Holodomor, the incredibly tragic famine that was artificially engineered by the Soviets that affected so many Ukrainians, millions of Ukrainians. Stalin's ideology called for the repression of all kinds of national expression, and we see this carried through after World War II by Khrushchev and Brezhnev, really up until the final years of the Soviet Empire. Now, if we move to the Nazi period, this is obviously, in terms of Jewish-Ukrainian relations, the darkest period of their interaction. So what exactly happened during this time? Well, again, I would refer you to other videos on my channel where I discuss this. It requires a lot more elucidation to understand properly. But basically, the Nazis were able to capitalize through very effective propaganda a widespread anti-Semitic sentiment that was especially present in the area that Professor Snyder calls the bloodlands. That is, those regions that were temporarily controlled by the Soviets between 1939 and 1941, the Nazis were able to really capitalize on the local anti-communist sentiment by specifically playing up the idea of the Judo-Kommuna, the Jewish communist conspiracy, which was also a farce. The idea that communism was dominated by Jews, which was certainly not true, especially after Stalin purged so many Jews from the party. The Nazis were able to direct a lot of the anger with communism against the local Jewish population. The Nazis enlisted the help of local populations, not just Ukrainians, but also Poles, Lithuanians, and Latvians, really the entire area of the bloodlands, to react against the Soviets by attacking the local Jewish population, however unfair that was. And it was during this time that the so-called Holocaust of bullets took place, when the Nazis used primarily firing squads to destroy the little Jewish Stettlach that dotted the population. Perhaps as many as 2.5 million Jews were killed in these, the most notorious of which occurred in Babyn Yar in the middle of Kiev, where 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of a few days. The Nazis would go on to use Babyn Yar for many months afterwards and killed upwards of 100,000 people at this point, including lots of non-Jewish Ukrainians. But during this time where you have a minority of the population who are Hilfswillige, you also have a minority of the population who are later recognized by Yad Vashem as righteous Gentiles, who are also cognizant of the local ties that they had with their Jewish neighbors and protected them from the Nazis. So there's a lot more to say about this. It's a very complex situation. Perhaps I'll just say one last thing. one of the heroes of this period is a remarkable clergyman named Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky, who was the leader of the Ukrainian Catholic Church in the West. He was actually very friendly with Jewish populations before the war. He actually mastered Hebrew. One of my first scholarly articles was a translation of some of his Hebrew language correspondence written in his own hand. And during the war, he directed his network of monasteries and convents to save some 200 Jewish children. He was definitely very pro-Jewish. Yet at the same time, he conferred a blessing on the Waffen-SS division that was made up of Ukrainians called the Galicia division. And like people have said, how is that possible that he could convey a blessing on an SS division? So we should understand that the Ukrainians who joined that division were largely thinking of themselves as the first Ukrainian division, that they were going to use the Nazi support in order to fight against the Soviets. That was the overwhelming mentality. So there's a lot more to say than I can in this short video, but it's complicated. It's not at all straightforward. Someone with undeniable moral fortitude. Sheptitsky also, by the way, complained to the Pope himself, saying, why are you silent? Why saying we need more support for the Jews? We need, to have a stronger voice that condemns this violence. But even he could see value in Ukrainians joining the Nazis to fight against the Soviets. So it's complicated. After the war, and this is a period that's especially relevant for Zelensky's parents, there's tremendous repression of both Ukrainians and Jews who are striving to express their national identities. It was like incredibly dangerous to study anything Jewish, to promote Ukrainian ideas, and to talk about certain Ukrainian historical figures or even historical periods. And this is the era when there was tremendous amount of dissidents who were arrested and sent off to the Gulag, sent off to prison camps in Siberia. It is ironically at this time when a new kind of Ukrainian Jewish rapprochement is forged specifically by that generation of dissidents. People like Anatoly Sharansky, the so-called Shestisyatniki, the 60s generation was extremely important. And when this began to thaw, particularly under Gorbachev, then there was a tremendous upswelling of support for national expression by both Jews and Ukrainians, and mutual expressions for each other's support. This is happening not just in Ukraine, but also in Poland and in Belarus to a certain degree, especially in the Baltic states. And a lot of these regions, the former bloodlands, are beginning to communicate with each other and to leapfrog over each other to make more and more demands for what Gorbachev would call glasnost, or openness, and even perestroika, reconstruction of the Soviet Union. Ultimately, the Soviet Union is unable to withstand the growth of this nationalist feeling, and in 1989, it goes into a period of collapse. 1991, Ukraine becomes independent along with the Baltic states and so on. And that's when Jewish life really flourishes. This is when Zelensky himself is just a teenager. There's tremendous development in, for example, Dnipropetrovsk, which has this remarkable center, which claims to be, it could be, the largest Jewish complex anywhere in the world, the Menorah Cultural and Business Center. You can see here it has some remarkable architecture that's designed to evoke a 7-branched candelabrum called a menorah, which is associated with the ancient temple in Jerusalem. I've been there. It's a remarkable place. The community there in Dnipropetrovsk, sometimes abbreviated to Dnipro, because well, originally it was named Yekaterinoslav, but they said that's too hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Dnipropetrovsk, and I think Dnipro is even a little bit easier. But a tremendous effervescence of the Jewish population there, and Zelensky is coming of age in an era when there's so many possibilities for Jews. At any rate, let us return to the present moment. I'm uncomfortable speaking about contemporary events because I studied in the Department of History. The Department of Prophecy was down the hall, and they seemed a lot smarter than I was. But I do want to take this moment to once again express my concern for Volodymyr Zelensky, an incredibly heroic figure who is determined to remain with his people in Kiev. He is really, like his namesake, a servant of the people. And I'd like to conclude with a sentiment that, you'll hear the expression right now. People say, Slava Ukraini, like glory to Ukraine. And then the response is Heroyam Slava, glory to the heroes. This itself is a beautiful phrase, but it has a bit of a complex history. It predates the Holocaust. It goes back to the great poet of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko, and it was used during the revolutionary period at the beginning of the 20th century, but it was also really capitalized by some of the much more pro-Nazi groups during World War II. So it's a complex kind of phrase, and hard for me to really say it with full enthusiasm. But what I can say is it's remarkable to see, as a Twitter colleague of mine posted online recently, this t-shirt worn by a man in a cafe in Lviv, which is also pronounced Lviv, in Western Ukraine. It says, Kavod to Ukraina, glory to Ukraine in Yiddish. And to that I can clearly say, Kavod to Giborim, glory to the heroes. Thank you very much for watching. Let us hope that the Russian advance is halted and that a ceasefire is declared and that the people of Ukraine should be safe, along with their remarkable leader, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really enjoying my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruise on the Seine this year, where there are going to be three main attractions. First of all, there's the natural beauty of the Seine River and the countryside of that part of France. Also, the 1,000 years of Jewish history that goes way back in that region. And finally, of course, special emphasis on the history of Jews in the armed forces of several countries. We're going to emphasize in particular World War I and II. And today, I'd like to speak to you a little bit about Jews involved in D-Day. But let's start by having a quick look at the route that we're going to be following. Here's where we'll be beginning at Paris, of course, and you can see the Seine River flows sort of to the northwest into the English Channel and ends up at Le Havre and Honfleur. And we're also going to be looking at the city of Rouen, which has a really fascinating Jewish community that goes all the way back to the 11th century. In fact, in the 12th century, they had a local leader there with such importance that some Christian texts refer to the local Jewish leader as the King of the Jews. Here is a modern picture of the medieval Rue des Juifs, or the Road of the Jews that exists in Rouen today. It was also the site of some fascinating Portuguese and Spanish refugees from the Inquisition, including João Pinto Delgado, who in the 17th century wrote a lot of really interesting polemics to defend the Jews who had returned to their Jewish identity after fleeing from the Iberian Peninsula. But let's focus today on D-Day, because some really interesting things associated with Jews and their military service related to this event. D-Day is, of course, Tuesday, June 6th, 1944. It is a day that marks the major Allied landings at Normandy in the huge step forward in the fight against Nazism in World War II. It was also known as Operation Neptune. It represented the largest seaborne invasion in history, with 24,000 paratroopers landing in advance to prepare the region as best as possible for the landing of 7,000 sea vessels, and nearly 200,000 naval personnel participated in total. About a quarter of those, by the way, were American. There were tremendous losses on both sides, the Allies and the Germans, about 20,000 casualties. among the Allies, 4,000 of those casualties were actually soldiers who were killed in this very, very difficult military assault. Here you can see a map that shows the sites of the landing. The Seine River flows just to the east of the major landing sites, including Omaha Beach, where we'll be spending time looking at the region and a remarkable museum that's located there. It was an incredibly punishing and difficult landing. The Germans were well prepared for it, and they knew that it was going to be coming eventually, so they had reinforced the region, and there was a tremendous amount of difficulty and effort imposed in trying to make the landing to several beaches. Now, let us understand how Jews related in particular to this war and especially to D-Day. Jews, of course, coming from America, had a unique perspective on the war because they realized already by 1942, reports were circulating of the concentration camps, of the death camps, and the horrible persecution that the Nazis were meting out on Jews. So Jews had a special sense of responsibility with regards beating back Nazism, and they realized that if they were to be captured, it would be considerably more dangerous for them than regular American POWs. And so you see Jewish efforts in several different regions of activity. In the arts, for example, Jews like Irving Berlin, who was a very well-regarded composer of popular music in the first half of the 20th century, he devoted his talents to writing what has become a major anthem for the American people, God Bless America. And in the lyrics of that song, Berlin specifically alludes to the war in Europe that is on the horizon in 1938 when it was first broadcast. The lyrics include, while the storm clouds gather far across the sea, right? 1938, this is the era of Kristallnacht, of the Sudetenland crisis, and so on. Let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voices in solemn prayer. God bless America, a land that I love. Understood in this context from a Jew who had fled persecution in the former Russian Empire, coming to these shores and achieving fame and fortune by dint of his talent, you can really understand how much he really did attach himself to America. And this kind of anthem has a tremendous impact on the larger population. Now, of course, in terms of the actual war effort, perhaps the first place we should start is Jews active in intelligence. Before the invasion, there were about 200 Jewish code breakers working at Bletchley Park in England, which was the headquarters for deciphering Nazi communications. This is the site where Alan Turing worked and others. It was really an important place for the intelligence activity behind the war. Among the Jews who were active at Bletchley Park was Max Newman, who was a British-born child of Polish Jewish refugees, somewhat like Berlin somewhat earlier. He was a chess prodigy, a math major. These were characteristics that he shared with many of the other Jews there at Bletchley Park. He headed a department that was casually called the Newmanry, that called for the design of the world's first programmable electronic digital computer, the Colossus, that was instrumental in determining what were the German war plans. Also in the preparation for D-Day, you have people like Fred Balcom, shown here in this photograph, fourth from the left on the top row, who flew meteorological flights at 20,000 feet to determine the best weather conditions to allow the invasion to happen. He actually was responsible for delaying the invasion by 2 days to ensure that there was the best possible conditions without an undue delay. Turning to the landing themselves. So looking at the overall participation of Jews in the armed forces, there are about 550,000 American Jews who served in the U.S. armed forces during World War II. 36,000 of them were decorated, 24,000 of them were wounded, and 10,500 were killed in action. About 40% of all Jewish physicians served in the military, a remarkable number. In the landing at D-Day, about 4.2% of the soldiers making that assault were of Jewish origin, and that is, like all these other numbers, quite disproportionate because at the time, Jews made up only about 3.6% of the population. Let me look at a few of them because they're really quite fascinating. Let's look first at Lieutenant Robert Halperin, who was the child of a Ukrainian Jewish immigrant named Aaron. And I think this combination of Ukrainian and Jewish, and heroism is something that we're seeing in our own day as well. He was a part of Assault Force U, which was one of the first units that made their way ashore to mark the landing sites so that later boats could safely hit the shore, avoiding both attack from the Germans and friendly fire from the Allies. Here's a quote from a contemporary war correspondent named William H. Stoneman, that Halpern was involved in an intricate job calling for as much brain as courage and barrels of both. He is certainly making a hero of himself again this morning on D-Day, doing a job on which the success of our assault depends, and which not one man in 1,000 would like to have. For his efforts there, he received the Bronze Star. He was specifically cited for bravery in saving several soldiers from drowning. He went on to receive the Silver Star and another kind of medal, an Olympic medal for sailing for Team USA in 1960. Another Jew among the first to arrive on the beaches of Normandy was Abraham Condiotti. His boat hit the shore within 67ths of H-hour. He was possibly the first of all American soldiers, and maybe even of all Allied sources, to actually attack the beach. He was 22 years old at the time, a Sephardic Jew from Brooklyn. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency reported at the time that when his parents were told that their son was involved in the invasion, they went straight to synagogue and they engaged in nearly 4 hours of prayer. I think as a parent, I probably would have done something like that too. On that same boat was Captain Leonard T. Schroeder, a 25-year-old from a Baltimore neighborhood. He was featured in a French magazine in 1994 describing the heroes of Normandy, and he said at that time that, "Today I realize that to be the first man ashore is an immense honor, yet I do not merit it more than anyone else. 5 of my men died down there in Normandy. They alone are the heroes." I hope this video gives you a sense of the importance of the Jewish effort behind D-Day and of those hallowed beaches that absorbed the blood of so many soldiers who went on to fight the great fight against Nazism in World War II. If you are able to join us on this cruise, where we'll be looking at the beautiful scenery of the Seine River, the 1,000-year history of Jews in the region, and specifically focusing on the history of Jews in the armed forces, I would love to meet you in person and spend some time with you on this wonderful experience. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I, for one, I'm really looking forward to our scheduled July trip on Kosher Riverboat Cruises as we explore the Jewish history of the Seine River. We're going to go all the way up to the English Channel, and we're going to especially be concentrating on the beaches that are associated with D-Day we spoke about in the last video. Today I'd like to speak about one location that's going to be halfway along the cruise. That is in the medieval city of Rouen. Now, Jews lived in Rouen from about the 9th century, and then they were expelled in the 14th century. But there wasn't a lot of actual architectural evidence of their existence there until August of 1976, when people were doing renovations to the remarkable 16th century Palace of Justice in Rouen. And we knew that it was located in the old Jewish neighborhood from before the expulsion of 1306, when a car dramatically collapsed in a huge sinkhole right in front of the steps up to the appeals court. This is really remarkable. And when they opened up that sinkhole, they found that there was this remarkable medieval building. And upon closer examination, it turns out that not only was this a building in the Jewish neighborhood, it was actually the yeshiva that had at its head the most remarkable figure of Normandy at the time, the great Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir, the grandson of Rashi himself, a really important commentator Oh my gosh, I'm going to tell you more about that. But let's have a look at this building here to begin with. Here's a great book that came out to celebrate this discovery. This is a sort of a museum catalog kind of thing. It was published in January 2020 in the city of Rouen. And the title, by the way, is Focus. La Maison Sublime, the Sublime House. I'll tell you why they called it that in a minute. The oldest Jewish building in France. This is what this is. It's the oldest Jewish building ever found in France. The great Professor Norman Golb, who's really written a lot about the ancient world, about the medieval world, he wrote fantastic stuff on a Khazarian document found in the Geniza, and also some great things on the Dead Sea Scrolls, rather controversial theories. But he had just published in Hebrew 2 months prior a book about the Jews of Normandy, France, that exactly coincided with this finding. So he was brought in to try and examine this excavation and try to determine what exactly was it. And you can see it's got this remarkable Gothic architecture. They estimate about 11th century architecture with some amazing views and some interesting kind of decorative elements throughout. And when reconstructed by an artist, obviously these are like kind of the basement and foundations of the building, it probably rose up, judging by the height of the walls and things like that, to 3 stories. It must have been a rather magnificent building. And it was not just a house. It was clearly something that was intended for public use. Now, what really changed was when they discovered some graffiti scratched into the walls in the basement. Here's a photograph of the rabbi of Rouen at the time, Solomon Perez, who's showing the graffiti to the great rabbi of France, Rabbi Yaakov Kaplan, and Jean Le Cornet, who was the mayor of Rouen. And he's pointing out this remarkable phrase. As you can see here, this is what it looks like. It's the first one, the top blocks there said, this house will be sublime until the rock of Zion shows mercy. In its original context, it's a quote from the book of Kings. This house refers to this temple, right, in Jerusalem. In this context, it's kind of like a pun saying this great yeshiva will remain in place. How ironic that it still remains in place. This house will remain until the Messianic era. Now, what I find absolutely fascinating about this amazing building is not only the fact that this is the oldest building in France that's ever been discovered from before the expulsion of 1306, but that we know from Professor Golb's research that the Rashbam actually taught here. And then when we go visit this, we'll be able to walk on the same stones upon which the Rashbam himself walked. It's amazing. We also know that the remarkable commentator Avraham ibn Ezra, another great favorite of mine, visited this particular yeshiva. And so just to be in the same space where these great medieval thinkers were, I think that's just going to be fantastic. So this whole cruise is going to be amazing. I hope that you will be able to join us on this cruise. Please check out the website that I'll put at the end of this video. If not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the videos that we make as we visit these remarkable sites in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruises along the Seine River later this year, looking at the Jews of Normandy in particular. And I came across something just recently that was just so fascinating. It may be a little bit geeky and a little bit specifically for those who are interested in a deep dive to how history is actually written, but I just can't help it. I got to tell you about it. This is so fascinating. This is a discovery of Professor Norman Golb, a great scholar who really was one of the most prominent scholars looking at things like the Dead Sea Scrolls and a lot of really unusual discoveries in the Cairo Geniza specifically. He just passed away, unfortunately, in 2020. Now, this particular story describes his old school scholarship, the kind of scholarship that I barely remember from my graduate school days, because with the internet, everything has changed. Basically, he came across a published text. He saw something funny in the way the text was published, and he said, well, I wonder if that's really what it looks like in the original. So he goes and he travels to England to see the original, right? These are things you had to do before the internet was invented. And by looking at the original, he was able to discover some amazing things about the Jews of Normandy and really to correct the historical record. All of this is told in one of his most recent books, The Jews and Medieval Normandy, a big, thick brick of a book that has some tremendous information. If you're intending on going on this particular cruise, don't read the book in advance, because then you'll end up asking me really hard questions. I'm just kidding. You can read the book in advance, and then we'll have a lot of fun talking about it. At any rate, what's the story here? So we have to first go to Cairo, where, as you may be aware, an amazing discovery was made in the 19th century of a phenomenal trove of medieval documents that describe really Jewish life around the medieval basin as a whole. The Cairo Geniza is so named because it was a repository for all kinds of texts written in Hebrew characters, whereas Jews today still have the custom of not disposing of works that are written with religious intent. For example, if they include the name of God in them, those are called shemos. They put them instead in a place called a geniza, which is like a storeroom or, a treasure house, something like that. And then eventually they are buried. But the Jews of Old Cairo, a place called Fustat, actually regarded anything written in Hebrew characters, regardless of the nature of its content, as deserving of, going into the Geniza. And they sat there for hundreds and hundreds of years until the 19th century, when they were discovered. Here's a picture of one of those great researchers from the turn of the 20th century, Solomon Schechter. You can see him here hard at work at his desk, deciphering the many, many fragments of the Geniza archive, which is still, undergoing tremendous research. We're not even close to finished going through all these little scraps of paper and putting it together. But let us remember that our story begins actually with a printed text. A scholar named Jacob Mann worked with a lot of these early texts in the beginning of the 20th century, and he published a book called The Jews in Egypt and Palestine Under the Fatimid Caliphs, which was published in 2 volumes in Oxford in the 20s. And he found one particular document to have such pathos that he actually printed it in full. It deals with a man named Mar Ruben Ben Isaac. Mar is like a title of respect. He apparently was some landowner. And Jacob Mann identifies his place of origin as one Rodez in France, which is in the region of Languedoc, which is nowhere near Rouen or Normandy. It's in the south. But the spelling of the Hebrew text did not seem right at all. It would have had to have been spelled Reish Vav Dalet Samet, Rodez, but it was spelled Reish Dalet Vav Samet, which would be something like Redos. Now, it's unusual for the scribe of an original document to make a mistake like that when a professional scribe is actually recording a document. It's like kind of like a notary public. They don't want to make mistakes. So how is it possible that it was recorded as Rodez? So Professor Gold went to England to find out. Now, for those of you who were born after 1980, you might be wondering, why would you go all the way to England to find this document? Why don't you just look it up online, right? Like Google? Now, you have to remember, of course, this is in the era before Google. It's the only way to see these things nowadays. But I did, in fact, since, I'm in that transitional generation. I was born sometime before 1980. I went and looked it up at the British Library, which has wonderfully digitized so many of these Cairo Geniza manuscripts. You can see here that the catalog information still records it as Rodez, according to Professor Mann. They'll probably update this once they see this video, or once they read, Norman Gold's book on Jews in Normandy. And here is the actual document. Isn't this great? We can actually see the document up close. What does the document say? Well, basically, it's a letter of introduction. One Mar Ruben Ben Isaac went to this scribe named Abraham at a Mediterranean port, probably the city of Arles. and that would mean that he likely took the Seine River and then connected in Paris to get to the Rhone River, and then it made its way south. And if you're curious, yes, Kosher Riverboat Cruises does cruise both the Seine and the Rhone, so you can actually duplicate Mar Ruben ben Isaac's itinerary. At any rate, why did he leave this place in France, Rodez, apparently? It's because he tells this very sad story that his son was killed in a forest by brigands, and he went to the local authorities to seek some redress, to find the criminals and things like that. But the authorities, discovering that this was his only child, Rahman al-Islam, so sad, the authorities decided to simply dispossess him of his land since he had no inheritor. They said, fine, you're not going to leave the land to anyone else. We're going to take it for ourselves. Now, this was, by the way, a huge transgression of medieval law in many different places, as Professor Gold describes in his book. And part of the reason why this document is so fascinating is because it indicates a breach in what would have been the normal circumstances of that era. At any rate, Mar Ruben ben Isaac, heartsick at the loss of his son, devastated by the loss of his physical property. He was, of course, a landowner, which is also significant. He decided he wanted to go to Jerusalem and to settle there and ultimately to be buried in land. And he made his way down to the Mediterranean and then over to most likely Beirut. And he stopped in the very large Jewish community of Damascus, where this letter served as a letter of introduction. Right? Okay, so now fascinating. Now, let's look at the kind of geeky stuff about how do we connect this from Rodez to Rouen. So if you look at the key passage in the text here, I've blown it up. You can see here where I've circled the text. That's the place name, Meir. It looks like Rodos. That's how Professor Mann read it. And it could be Rados or Rodez, but he identified it as Rodez, which would have been in the south. However, this bothered Professor Gold, and he looked more carefully, consonant by consonant, in his letter. And you see in the next line, there's this word bakesef, which is a very common word. It means with money. And if you look at the third letter, of course, Hebrew written right to left, it is the third from the right, there's a samech there, an S sound. And it looks significantly different from the final letter in the first word of Rodos. And in fact, if we zoom in on a little bit, you can see that the samech and the final mem are very, very slightly different, especially if you look at the lower right corner, where the final mem in Radom is slightly more, it's got more of a 90-degree angle, and the samech is more kind of like on a 45-degree angle. This tiny, tiny difference makes all the difference in the world for how we read that word. Rather than reading it like Professor Mann does as Rodez, reading it rather quickly, a very, very careful look at this text suggests that it's not Rodos or Rhodes, but Rodom. That makes a lot more sense. Now, where is Rodom? The original Latin name for Rouen was Rotomagus, and in the medieval period, it was shortened to Rotom or Rodom. That would be the Hebrew use, and the pronunciation later shifted to Rouen. So, in other words, what Professor Gold did by looking consonant by consonant is he was able to shift the location of this letter from the south of France to Normandy to the city of Rouen. Now, there are tons of fascinating implications of placing this in Normandy rather than the south of France. I don't want to make this video much longer. Please have a look at Professor Gold's book for all of the discussion. It devotes about 50 pages to it. But let's just finish the story of Ruben ben Isaac specifically. So if you look at the other side of this document, verso, you see there it's written with several different hands, not the scribe from Ar, but that continues the story. And amazingly, by looking more broadly in the Geniza archive, another document turned up, which deals with this same person and continues the story. I'm going to quote from that second document found in the Geniza now, which is clearly identified without doubt as being associated with Ruben ben Isaac. This man, the other document states, the bearer of this letter, was one of the most important members of the community where he lived and was wealthy. The ruler of his land cast a punishment on him, and he fled, coming to Damascus for the land of Israel. But brigands attacked him and plundered all that he had, inflicting wounds on him. He was thus in great despair, and when he came to Jerusalem, he said, I will go on to Egypt. Perhaps they will give me some provisions for the way so that I can return to my place. Your custom, dear associate, is to do good toward all who come to Egypt. Do so the same with this man. Perhaps he will eventually return to his place. Right, so now we can put the whole story together. The man suffered tremendous tragedy in Normandy. He decided, I'm going to retire to the land of Israel and be buried there. He made his way over to Damascus, got more letters of introduction, but on the way to Jerusalem, unfortunately, he was attacked again, lost all of his possessions. He was not able to make a go of it. He could not make Aliyah. He decided, I'm going to head back to France. I'm going to go via Egypt, which also had a strong Jewish community. I will get one last burst of support in Egypt, and then I'll make my way to Rouen. Well, try to put my life together again. It appears that he was unable to return to Rouen because he would not have left such important documents behind. Chances are he simply ran out of energy and decided to settle in Egypt and eventually died there, and his documents eventually made their way into the Cairo Museum. It's a fascinating story. Sorry for taking it down a little bit of a geeky path into how historians really do the tough work, but I hope you found this interesting anyways. I hope you'll be able to join us on this amazing cruise on the Seine River. There's some fantastic, amazing medieval Jewish history in Normandy, and especially on the coast. We're going to be focusing, of course, on Jewish military history and Jewish military heroism because of the tremendous significance of that location for World War II and World War I as well. Thank you very much for listening. Hope you have a great day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited that very soon we will be embarking on yet another kosher riverboat cruise, this time on the Seine River, and it's going to give us a phenomenal opportunity to explore the amazing history of the Jews of France. This cruise is also specially themed Jewish heroism, primarily because we're going to be going up the Seine River to Normandy and then visiting the beaches where D-Day occurred, and we will be marking with special ceremonies those who served in the armed forces. But today what I'd like to do is look a little bit more closely at our origin on this cruise. That is, of course, the famous city of Paris, and specifically I want to look at Napoleon's role in creating really the basic framework of modern Jewish identity. So let's just look at what happened in the late 18th century. Of course, France has this amazing revolution in 1789, and they proclaimed this document, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. And it's, it's basically saying, equal rights for every man at any rate. Women is something separate. And so Jews began to say, wait, what about us? What's schlecht? What's wrong with us? Why don't we get this as well? And so the French revolutionary government thought about it for a little while, and they realized that they had got themselves in a conundrum because the Jews were traditionally considered alien. However, there was a big split in the Jewish population. Let's have a look at this map here. This is what France looked like. This is an ecclesiastical map from the end of the 18th century. And while I'm on this map, let's have a quick look at where we're going to be cruising. We're going to land in Paris, and then we're going to take our boat up the Seine River to the English Channel, and then where the tip of that arrow is where you have the Normandy beaches, and then we're going to head back down again. But back to our discussion, there's really two significant populations of Jews in France at this time. There were in the south the Sephardic Jews, and in the northeast the Ashkenazic Jews. The Sephardic Jews in the regions of Bordeaux and Bayonne, for example, tended to be far more acculturated to French norms. They spoke French fluently. They dressed like French citizens, and they had a much more diverse economic profile, and so they really were much more kind of like integrated into French society, even though they lacked the same rights as French Catholics. In the eastern section, however, bordering Germany, you have the huge mass of Yiddish-speaking, largely much more Orthodox Germanic Jews or Ashkenazic Jews. And so there was a lot of concern in the French population, primarily with these Ashkenazi Jews. We actually admit these very different foreigners or foreign-seeming people, even though they've lived in this region for 1,000 years, and we really just consider them Frenchmen as well. So basically, in 1790, the French government said, "All right, we will accept the Sephardic Jews." And then a year later, it was inevitable. It was the logic of the whole idea of the revolution. They accepted the Ashkenazi Jews as well. There were a lot of complaints, however, for the next decade, and then back and forth with a lot of people appealing to the government saying, all of our business rights changed and the economy changed quite a bit because now Jews have much more freedom. They're no longer artificially restricted by a discriminatory legislation. And so they ended up appealing to Napoleon. Napoleon was troubled by this question. He said, well, why don't we assemble a representative group of Jews and ask them, what do they really intend to do here as citizens of France? Can they ratify their patriotism or not? And in his typically grand kind of way, he said, I think we should assemble the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, the great court of 71 judges that had not sat for 1,900 years. But Napoleon liked to think big, and so he said, let's put it together again. He issued a call, and Jews from all over Europe, primarily those who were of the Maskilic bent, meaning were much more open to modernization and reform of Jewish tradition and so on, but nevertheless headed by this remarkable individual, Rabbi David Sinsheim, who was a very well-respected, highly Orthodox author who had created the Yad David commentary on the Mishnah. He was a very well-respected and erudite scholar, and Napoleon gave him this great hat. I mean, I wish I could get a hat like this to wear to shul on Shabbos. That would be amazing. At any rate, David Sinsheim became the president of this unruly body of Jews from all over called the Sanhedrin. And when they came together, first actually under the name the Assembly of Notables, Napoleon presented them with 12 questions. And these 12 questions were basically designed to try to measure to what degree do these French Jews consider themselves essentially French. If, for example, France were to be attacked by Germany, which happens with regularity, would these Jews on the border defend France, or would they, God forbid, join with the invading enemy? This particular question, by the way, the Assembly of Notables all stood up and said, "Jusqu'à la mort," we will defend France to the death. Napoleon asked a lot of really interesting questions, 12 of them in total. Rabbi Sinsheim was in charge of formulating the written responses, and essentially his draft response sort of articulated a way in which French Jews could maintain their communal identity and a degree of independence, while nevertheless being patriotically attached to the French nation, recognizing their responsibilities to the larger civic polity of France, and so on. In a word, he really brought it down to a concept that has been advanced by the great Rabbi Shmuel of the Talmud, Dina de Malchuta Dina, the law of the land is the law. There's a lot more to say about that particular Talmudic concept, but basically this satisfied Napoleon, and he confirmed the earlier decisions of 1790 and 1791, granting the Jews equal rights in France. There's more to say about this, but let's just have a look at some of the artwork from the period. Here's a remarkable print that shows Napoleon the Grand, the great Napoleon, reestablishing the religion of Judaism in 1806. And you can see he's got kind of like this imperial sort of robe like Caesar with the laurels and things like that. And he is graciously reaching out his hand to lift up the fallen Judaism. And the Judaism there is like forlorn, and the Ten Commandments have fallen from her grasp onto the ground. There's the menorah from the temple in the background, and sort of like the Judean wilderness receding off into space. And Napoleon, who was holding, the tablets of the law, is the great hero in this. And here's one more that I find absolutely amazing. This is actually something that was a medallion that was struck for Napoleon in his honor by the Jewish community in France. And you can see on the left, of course, the profile of the emperor, and on the right, mind-boggling, there is Napoleon in a godlike sort of posture, actually handing the Ten Commandments to a servile Moses. I don't know how they were thinking this was anywhere near acceptable, but nevertheless, this was a kind of slavish honoring of Napoleon that went on, at least among some circles of French Jews. I should point out that while there were some Jews that regard Napoleon as being tremendous, and in fact they looked at his name Bonaparte as, and they translated it as Chelek Tov, good portion, and they had almost messianic pretensions for him in a way. There were other Jews who violently opposed him. Some Hasidic groups further to the east, of course, regarded him with great suspicion and so on. And in fact, there were some measures that Napoleon put in place that would lend credibility to that particular posture. At any rate, that's a very quick look at a key moment in French Jewish history that had implications really for Jews and modernity as a whole, as many countries moved towards a kind of civic democracy. What was the rule, and how do they deal with distinct communities like the Jews within their population? So more to say about that. I just want to put in another plug. I'm really so excited that we're going to be cruising again. It's been so long. For those of you who are interested, it's an absolutely fantastic experience because we have, about 100 people on these boats, and they're kind of like floating shepherds. We have meetings 3 times a day on the boat. We have amazing food from Malcolm Green, and I imagine those bus tours are a lot of fun too. But one of the really nice things is you don't have to unpack and go to another hotel and unpack again. The hotel travels with you on the river, and all you do is you stop and then you get off, you walk, so on. And it's a manageable group, like 100 odd passengers. It's just beautiful. You get to know people, and we have friends that my wife and I have made years now from these cruises. So if you're able and interested, I would love to see you on this cruise and spend some time with you. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed this particular video, and I look forward to seeing you. Thanks very much for watching.
Software data analytics company has garnered at least $300 million in new and expanded business since Trump took office for his second term, helping to make it the S&P's top performing stock of 2025. In May, Pentagon leaders allocated up to $795 million more to the military's core artificial intelligence software program. Yay! Doesn't that sound good?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. On Sunday will be March.
Officials reversed earlier plans to ditch some of the company's services when their superiors awarded Palantir a $30 million contract this spring to track immigration enforcement. AI replaces people. These guys program the AI.
Yom Yerushalayim, Sunday, May 29th, 2022, which falls out in the Hebrew calendar on the 28th day of the month of Iyar. And Jerusalem Day is a modern event that was commemorated by the State of Israel on the first year after the conquest of Eastern Jerusalem, which allowed the city to be united again after 1948. So what I'd like to do in this brief video is to give just a little bit of a historical overview of how this came to pass, and look very briefly at some of the ongoing political controversy that surrounds this particular event, and also a little bit of the religious controversy, because even though the unification of Jerusalem is something that obviously Jews look upon with tremendous favor, there are nevertheless differences of opinion over what to do about this particular event. Okay, so let's do the history. First of all, Jerusalem. It is the ancient capital of the Jewish people. The earliest mention of it, however, is in the pre-Israelite period, when the Egyptians mentioned it in their execration texts. Execration texts are really amazing things. They are these kind of like clay tablets, or sometimes they're shaped like figurines, and the Egyptians would list all the people and places that they really didn't like, and then they would, have some kind of ritual humiliation or destruction of that object, smashing them up, burning them, sometimes even worse things. So Jerusalem is mentioned in an execration text that dates from about the 19th or 20th century before the Common Era. The Canaanite inhabitants were the Jebusites, and they are described in the Bible as the inhabitants that were conquered by King David, and that's when David named it his capital. His son Solomon, of course, would build the temple there, and ever since then, for the last 3,000 years, it has been the undisputed capital of the Jewish people. Although they did have a civil war, of course, Samaria became a very important site and so on, but we'll skip over that. The city was conquered many times over the next 3 millennia, and it received many other names, such as Isla Capitolina by the Romans, Beit al-Maqdis by the Fatimid dynasty, and finally Al-Quds by Arabs in the contemporary world. By the time we get to the 20th century, Jerusalem is held by the Ottoman Empire based in Istanbul, and when it fell in the context of World War I, then the British took it over on December of 1917. The next few decades are known as the era of the British Mandate, because technically the land of Israel and also surrounding areas as well was given to the British as a mandate from the League of Nations to basically administer it. There was always a Jewish presence in Jerusalem from ancient times right through to modern times, but sometimes it was very tiny. But when we get to the 19th century in particular, from about the 1870s and 1880s, there is a growing stream of Jews who are seeking to make Israel their home, and the population in Jerusalem in particular is expanding. There is also a growing Arab population at the same time, as there is increasing wealth and prosperity in the region. Then these things go hand in hand. There's a lot more migration from outside the land of Israel, both Jewish and Arab. After several decades and World War II, the British are ready to leave. They ask the United Nations, which is the successor organization to the League of Nations, to say, we're having a really hard time. Tensions between Jews and Arabs in Jerusalem and in the region as a whole are increasing, and we'd like to leave, please. So they asked the United Nations to come up with a plan to somehow deal with the competing claims for Jerusalem and the entire region. The United Nations come up with this partition plan in 1947, which is actually pretty bizarre. It involved dividing the land of Israel into 7 distinct sections. Here you can see a period map that shows on the left the 3 green areas belong to the purported Jewish state. And this basically corresponds with more or less where their concentrations of settlement were. And on the right, you see the sort of goldenrod color. That is the regions that were to be given to the Arabs. And the 7th, so there's 3 and 3, that makes 6. The 7th area was Jerusalem, which was to be an international zone, because nobody could agree exactly how they would divide the holy city. What ends up happening is the Jews, even though it is kind of a strange plan, they agree to the plan, because after all, it represents the very first moment that Jews are able to reestablish their sovereignty in the land of Israel, since they were exiled in the 1st century of the Common Era, and war ensues almost immediately. The war lasts for a little over a year, as you can see in these 3 maps. But in the end, remarkably, the Jews are able to consolidate the territory and even expand it somewhat as the armistice comes into place in 1949. So between 1948 and 1967, Jerusalem is a divided city, think Berlin, with the primary areas of Jewish settlement prior to the war trapped on the Jordanian side of the border. In 1967, there is another major war, the Six-Day War, which there's a lot to talk about. It has a tremendous impact on politics in the region, even to this day. But basically, the Israelis stave off an impending attack from the Egyptians and the Syrians in particular, and remarkably, largely through very effective use of air power, they actually consolidate their territory even more and expand it to include, as you see in this map here, which is provided from a more left-wing source, so you can see some of the names. People will always argue about what names you use for different places. I don't want to get into that, but the map on the left, you can see that Syria loses territory in the Golan Heights. Egypt loses the massive amount of territory, the Sinai Peninsula, and including the Gaza Strip. And then the so-called West Bank, because it is on the west bank of the Jordan River. Many Israelis prefer to use the Hebrew names like Shomron for this region. That is occupied by the Israelis. Now, there's a lot to say about this as well. It's heavily populated by Palestinians who are certainly not happy to be under Israeli sovereignty at this time, but the Israelis do not annex it outright. What they do annex, meaning take for Israel permanently, is East Jerusalem with a large Arab population. And that means that Jerusalem, the city, is once again united, but at great cost, which of course still has contemporary political ramifications to this day. It is the reunification of Jerusalem in 1967 that is specifically celebrated on this day, Yom Yerushalayim. Now let's just talk very briefly about two ongoing issues regarding Yom Yerushalayim. Obviously, for Jews, and especially for religious Jews who see the establishment of the State of Israel as perhaps the unfolding of the Messianic era, that this is the Reshit Tzmichat Geulatenu, the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. This is a hugely important event, and it's really of cosmic and metaphysical proportions. So there are many Jews who find themselves in that particular ideological camp, who say, oh my gosh, we should go full on with a holiday. We should recite specific prayers that are only recited at times of great celebration and so on. But others say that, wow, this is really a great political event for the Jews, but maybe we should hold off on some of those other things. Who says we're qualified to establish holidays? And still other Jews will say, no, we disagree with this either religiously or politically and want to downplay Yom Yerushalayim. I'll leave that up to you to decide exactly where you want to fall in that particular spectrum. And at the same time, the second issue is, of course, that Jerusalem is reunited or reunified, at least on a political level, on an administrative level, but it is hardly unified in terms of the peace and stability of the region, which, of course, sees Jerusalem not as the city of peace, but rather as a city of strife. Hopefully, we will one day see a resolution of all of these events, and we will be able to celebrate Yom Yerushalayim with a full heart of enthusiasm for the happiness of all the residents of Israel and the Middle East and the globe as a whole. Okay, that's taking you very quickly through a historical perspective on what exactly is this day Yom Yerushalayim. I also want to say that I prepared this video as part of the promotion for the Kosher Riverboat Cruises, which is an organization that I'm really happy to be working with. I love cruising with KRC. We're going to be going to the Seine River in just a little over a month now. And we're going to cruise from Paris along the Seine River up to the coast of Normandy. And we're going to have some special moments there on our visit where we will be commemorating Jewish heroism. And that's really the connection with this particular topic. Not only does Yom Yerushalayim fall out on the 28th, this coming Sunday, it's also a moment of great Jewish heroism as the Jews were able to reestablish themselves in their ancient capital after 3,000 years. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you are free and able to join us on this Kosher Riverboat Cruise, we'd love to have you and talk a lot more about these things.
Thank you very much for watching.
Social capital of having a baby without actually having a baby. Like walking around with a baby in a stroller and trying to be armed as a mother or a father or whatever. In the other direction. There's something deeply strange and off-putting about this behavior. And I think it's, it's like, we're going to look back 10 years and try to go, what were people doing right before the metaverse, before everybody plugged in, and they go, oh, they were walking around with fake babies in New York City, they have dolls, and it's going to be like, oh, well, yeah, I guess this is better.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today I'd like to speak to you about the Blois incident of 1171, which is a disturbing moment in French Jewish history. This video is intended for educational purposes only. I prepared this video, of course, in context of my research, getting ready for the Great Kosher Riverboat Cruises trip to the Seine River, which is going to be so exciting. It's just a few weeks away, and we have only 6 cabins left. I'm very excited to see the response to this particular trip. But to dive into our material in particular, the scope of Jewish history in France, which is so fascinating, has nevertheless a big lacuna in it. Basically, from the early 14th century until the later part of the 18th century, there's not a lot happening Jewishly in France. And why is that? That's largely because of the series of expulsions that the Jews endured in France from the early 14th century on, a few of them even earlier. These tend to be localized until they got larger and larger and drove many of the Jews from the region further east, which we'll talk about at the end of this video very briefly. During the cruise, of course, we're going to look at the grand scope of French Jewish history, particularly along the Seine River. We'll spend some time visiting the amazing medieval yeshiva in Rouen, which was the home of the great Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra for about a decade. There's also, of course, fascinating populations of Jews in the south of France and Provence. But for the most part, there's a big gap for a few hundred years because of those expulsions from the early 14th century on. Part of the reason for those expulsions is what we're going to talk about today, this Blois incident that occurred in the early 12th century. It is, of course, an infamous example of the blood libel, and a fairly early one as well. We've already talked about the negative impact that the First Crusade of 1096 had on the early Ashkenazic population in the region of northern France. But emanating from England came a new challenge, and that would be the challenge of ritual murder. This first surfaced in 1144 in Norwich, when a young child was found, and the Jews of that region were blamed for some kind of mysterious ritual murder charge. I want to underline the fact that these ritual murder and blood libel charges are malicious in intent, and they do not correspond to reality. We have no evidence of Jews ever engaging in any of this nefarious activity, but nevertheless, the whole idea of some kind of strange cabal, unfortunately often involving children, it just seemed to stick in the popular psyche like an ice pick to the brain, and it lasts right up until the 20th century. Some of the crazy fever dreams of QAnon and things like that seem to involve, pedophilia and, God forbid, these kind of terrible things. So there's definitely a medieval connection to this that unfortunately is attached to the Jews, and it's just one of those self-perpetuating myths. At any rate, you can have a look at this map here, for example, which shows the scale and scope of blood libel charges, which start in England in the 12th century and then spread slowly to the continent, become very popular in Germany in the 13th and 14th century, and they make their way all the way out to the Russian Empire and right up until the 20th and even 21st century, if you can believe it. Some of the ritual murder and blood libel charges had a special longevity, such as this 15th century example of Simon of Trent, in which case the church was actually involved to a certain degree, even extending a beatification, which is like one of those stages towards even sainthood, to the victim of this supposed plot. And the relics of these children are sometimes, inhumed and later even incorporated into the Catholic worship, which is completely bizarre. At any rate, let us return to the 12th century in France. Blois was one of the early charges in France, and it was especially powerful in its impact on this tiny, struggling Ashkenazi community. We have a lot of accounts that corroborate the essential story of what happened in Blois. Many of these accounts were reported by Christian sources as well as Jewish sources, and we see them not only in terms of personal letters and communal documents, but also transformed into poetry and even liturgy, which of course has survived for centuries. Especially important for understanding are well-corroborated accounts that emanate from nearby Orléans and from Paris, and they especially involve one particular figure who was the recipient of many of these documents, the great Tosafist Rabbeinu Yaakov Tam. He was the grandson of the famous Rashi, extremely important in interpreting the Talmud, and this is one of the incidents that occupied the last years of his life, as Jews from around France asked him for direction and guidance. Here, by the way, is a map that shows you where Blois is. It's just to the southwest of Paris, and while I'm on the same map, here's roughly where we will be traveling on this trip as we make our way down the Seine River from Paris to Normandy and then back. One of the most important secondary sources that analyzes the events of Blois in 1171 is an article by Robert Chazen. Dr. Chazen is one of the greatest medievalists that we have in the field. I had the great privilege of studying with him at Oxford on an NEH seminar, and it was absolutely fascinating. He wrote research on Blois in his youth. He published an article in 1968 in the Proceedings of the American Academy for Jewish Research, and he essentially takes us through the story. What exactly happened? So apparently there was a Jewish traveler named Isaac ben Elazar who was passing along the Loire River with a load of untanned skins, right? The leather worker, basically, to make leather, you've got to flay an animal, and then you've got to, scrape off the excess meat, and then you have to soak it in various solutions until it finally make it into leather. So apparently he had some skins, I imagine it was on some kind of wagon load, early in this process where they were still quite bloody and so on. And as he's passing along the banks of the Loire River, one of those skins came loose, and it frightened a nearby horse that was connected with a Christian servant who mistakenly took this bloody skin for the body of a child. And perhaps he had somehow heard about the incident in Norwich from 30 years earlier, and he thought that it was happening here in France as well. Who knows? But he went and reported it, and it reached the local nobleman, a Count Thibault of Blois. Now, Thibault of Blois was an interesting character. He had some kind of unspecified relationship with a Jewish woman named Potsalina. Now, this relationship, in one of the sources, the word that's used to describe his feelings for her was ohev, from the word ahava, or love. In Hebrew, the word ohev can mean love or like, and so many scholars have tried to interpret this as perhaps a closer relationship, a more romantic relationship even. But other scholars have said it maybe meant more like favor, that he favored her. Who was this Potsalina? She was apparently a very successful moneylender, and we discussed in other videos the role that Jews played in early commerce and credit at this time of year. So Potsalina was arrested by Thibault. Why she was arrested may have more to do with Thibault's wife, Alex, who, although we don't necessarily know the nature of Thibault's relationship with Potsalina, we certainly know that Alex was full of animosity for Potsalina, some kind of jealousy perhaps, or it could also be due to the fact that she was heavily indebted to this moneylender. And this is a pattern that we also see in many Jewish communities, where moneylenders, if they're good at their job and extend a lot of credit, then at some point, sometimes the debtors begin to feel resentful and they expel the Jews. You see this happening throughout Europe at this time. At any rate, Thibault, perhaps acting with the strong urging of his wife Alex, imprisons not only Potsalina but also the entire community. about 31 adults, and later they would actually be burned at the stake. The entire episode, by the way, was so moving that I mentioned how Robert Chazen wrote this article in his youth. The great Geniza scholar S.D. Goitein, he wrote a play on this in 1927, which is really quite amazing. At any rate, the community responded right away with collecting a bribe of 220 pounds to try and release this community of 30-odd people who were arrested, and this amount was rejected. Professor Chazen suggests that perhaps the amount might have been too low because after the incident, they ended up having to find 1,000 pounds to indemnify the entire region against further attacks of this nature. They organized an appeal to the king, Louis VII, who agreed with the Jews, as is something that typically happens in these blood libel cases, where the secular authorities, and quite often the church as well, will say, no, it's not true. The Jews don't do this. Please stop, inflaming the passions of the local population with these crazy stories. But nevertheless, they're typically not able to control them, and quite often they result in something as terrible as what happened in Blois. But what is especially amazing about Blois is that there's no evidence that any crime was committed. Typically, with these blood libel cases, God forbid there is, the body of a child found. It even happens, of course, even in the 21st century, where God forbid horrible people will kidnap children and do terrible things to them. Rahman al-Islam, it should not happen to anyone. But then when people look for an excuse, they want to find someone to blame. The Jews, who are frequently the other, they often are a very convenient target for the justified anger of a community. But in Blois, there was no body ever found, and there was no child ever reported missing. There was no evidence that anything happened at all. But nevertheless, the charge was recognized by a governmental authority like Thibault, Count Thibault, and as a result, they actually executed the entire population that they had imprisoned. This occurred on the 20th of Sivan in the year 4931 in the Jewish calendar, which corresponded to May 26th of 1171. The martyrs included Postelina and 2 of her daughters. In terms of the scope of this, we should recognize that the entire population of Blois, the entire Jewish population of Blois, was only 40 people, most likely 40 adults, according to one of the contemporary sources. So basically, wiping out almost the entire community. We don't know exactly what happened to some of the others. The children, however, were forcibly converted to Christianity and were lost to the Jewish community. As a result, a fast day was instituted that is observed even up to the present day in many communities because of the many other tragedies that happened later on this day, such as some of the Khmelnytsky massacres in 1648-49. This particular date, the 20th of Sivan, which is coming up as I record this, is recognized as a fast day, 1,000 years later. Dr. Chazen makes some very salient historical observations about this entire sad tragedy. This was a formative element in the development of a centralized authority among Jewish communities in Ashkenaz. Let us recall that we're speaking about tiny, essentially pioneering settlements. They're only there for 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. These are relatively new settlements in terms of the scope of Jewish history. We can trace the dates of their arrival with some degree of accuracy, not only by the historical records that we have, but also by some fascinating DNA research that shows the path of Jewish migration through the Italian peninsula up into the region of Ashkenaz in particular. It also, Dr. Chazen points out, really emphasizes the role that great rabbinic leaders like Rabbeinu Tam played in directing the response to a crisis like this. Nevertheless, even with these heroic efforts, the Jewish communities of Ashkenaz could not rise the swelling of anti-Semitic fervor, which would only increase over the next couple of centuries in this region and would drive Jews further and further to the east, not only because of this negative pressure on Jews, but also because of the positive pressure or the vacuum that was represented by the economic opportunities extended to Jews in the Polish-Lithuanian commonwealth. Okay, that's a very quick look at this very sad incident of 1171. We're going to be looking at the entirety of Jewish history in France, with specific focus on the Seine River and Normandy right up until the 21st century. A lot of emphasis, for example, on the role of Normandy in World War II, the location of D-Day, and so on. I hope you'll be able to join us, and if not, I certainly look forward to sharing with you some of our experiences via video. Thank you very much for watching.
David Schreiber is the camp's owner. Why do you think people come here?
I think people come here for an experience. They want to meet new people, want to try different things, and feel part of a community. You should go to the hospital.
Welcoming adults and restrained on a bed. Wasn't until recently that programs doubled.
They should be restrained.
Despite. Do you find that the popularity of summer camps for adults right now is tied to people wanting to seek a simpler time?
Yes, 100%. Things are complicated right now. There is a simplicity that comes here, right? There's sort of a depth in the superficiality.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you're doing well. Today, I'd like to speak to you about someone who is
Take the restraints off when you're better. If you commit
kind of a hero, a scholarly mentor to me. I'm speaking about Cecil Roth, the great 20th century historian. And I found that, quite recently, his work has intersected with my own work and my own life, actually, in three distinct ways. So I thought, hey, let's make a video about Cecil Roth. So let me tell you quickly about those three ways, each of which is a small plug. The first is I'm going to be going on 2 history cruises this year, in which I'm going to rely very heavily on Cecil Roth. One of those trips is along the Seine River, and in fact, the video that you see behind me is a really cool kind of panorama of the various rooms and places in the boat that we'll be sailing on. And the second cruise is going to be to Venice, and Cecil Roth, of course, is primarily known in his research specialization as a historian of Italian Jews, so I'll be relying very heavily on him. The second major way in which his work is intersected with my own is that, God willing, I'll be speaking in New Jersey twice this month. And I'll be speaking about the meaning of Jewish history, looking at how historians have made an impact in the way we shape our understanding of the past. We're going to start by looking at Josephus, looking at the great Roman Jewish War of the 1st century, and then we're going to move in the second talk to the medieval period, looking at people like David Gans and several other historians, and then finally we're going to look at the modern period, and Cecil Roth is one of those figures that is so important for us understanding how we got to be where we are today. So I'm going to put details about where I'm speaking in Teaneck and then in Fairlawn in the information box if you are available, and in New Jersey this month. And third, I'm really excited to be working with Cecil Roth Scholarship on my own attempt to create a survey of Jewish history. This is a forthcoming 3-volume work that's going to be appearing under the imprint of Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. So Cecil Roth has become so important to me in these 3 distinct ways. Let's talk a little bit about him now that we've had this longest introduction. He was born on March 5th of 1899, although some of the official records actually record his date as March 11th. The family history indicates that his father, who was a Polish immigrant, somehow missed the date to register his son's birth properly, and so it was delayed by several days until March 11th. Some records apparently reflect that later date. Cecil was one of 4 brothers. One of them, Leon, actually became a professor of philosophy at Hebrew University. He received a traditional secular education, and his father enjoined a private Hebrew tutor. His mother was English-born, and so Cecil Roth had kind of an upbringing that was open to the Eastern European influence, but also firmly rooted in his English background. He served in World War I as a private, and he saw combat. As a religious Jew, he was sometimes brought in to actually serve as a chaplain and officiate at the funerals of some of his compatriots. After the war, he returned and he entered Oxford University in 1919. Here's a picture of him in that year. He was at Merton College, and he showed an early great talent for history, ultimately graduating with a doctorate in 1925. His graduation was especially interesting in that because two of the exams were held on Shabbat, he had to miss them, and nevertheless he was able to graduate with distinction. He married Irene Davis 3 years later, and she actually wrote a very important memoir of their life together, which I've relied on very heavily for this particular video. Now, it's so fascinating when you look at their early life together because he did not have a permanent position as an academic until 1939. It means almost all of the 20s and the 30s, he was a freelance historian. There's not a huge amount of demand for freelance historians. He was well published. His dissertation was a huge success, but he had to basically cobble together a living by writing, short pieces for newspapers and going from lecture to lecture and things like that. Part of the reason for his being passed over for positions was certainly the general, challenging situation, especially in the Depression. But there was certainly some anti-Semitic prejudice as well. Despite his really stellar career as a student and then as a young postgraduate, he was never honored by becoming a fellow of the college from which he was graduated. And he overheard people saying that no students of the Jewish persuasion would be welcome in the senior common room. And this came apparently from senior fellows. He engaged, however, in incredible output, despite his precarious finances, and his total number of publications, as we shall see, numbered in the hundreds. He ultimately was appointed to be a reader in post-biblical studies at Oxford in 1939. The position was created specifically for him, and he remained at Oxford teaching as a beloved instructor until 1964. Later, he went on to have some visiting appointments at Queens College in New York City, also Stern College at Yeshiva University, and as we shall see, a rather unfortunate appointment at Bar Ilan University at the end of his life. His activity during the late 30s and into World War II shows a tremendous unification of his scholarship and a personal heroism as well. He was interviewed for a position with the British war effort that would have taken advantage of his Italian skills. He was, of course, fluent in the language and one of the world experts on Italian Jewish history and Italian history in general. But he was turned down ostensibly because he only held the rank of private for the 1 year that he was eligible to serve in World War I. It's not impossible. There was some anti-Semitism that held him back as well. His life was personally threatened several times by Nazi sympathizers in England because he was such a vociferous opponent of Nazism. And he did this in two ways. And one way was by collaborating with Arthur Schiff on his really impressive Haggadah that had a very strong anti-Nazi tone to it. And there's some excellent research that's forthcoming on some of the hidden messages in the Schiff Haggadah. We should also mention, by the way, that Cecil Roth had a lifelong interest in Haggadahs in particular. He was very deeply involved with the Sarajevo Haggadah. He published a version of the Chinese Haggadah, the Haggadah of the Chinese Jews and so on, which I understand has an absolutely delicious set of recipes. No, just kidding. His major work on the eve of the Holocaust was a book called The Jewish Contribution to Civilization. He published this in 1938 as a direct response to the rise of Nazism. Whereas Hitler and the Nazis wanted to show how the Jews had somehow ruined Western civilization and were responsible for its downfall, Cecil Roth pushed back with the skills that he had at his disposal, which was to demonstrate over and over again the tremendous contributions, as the title indicates, the Jews made to civilization. There's a fascinating note in an article by Elisa Lawson, who wrote a dissertation on Roth's contribution to English history in particular. And I hadn't seen this myself, but apparently he dedicated a different book directly to Hitler himself, a book on the Sassoon dynasty, again, speaking to the idea of the Jews making tremendous contributions to world history. And with his uniquely fluid style, Elisa Lawson quotes an open letter to Adolf Hitler that Cecil Roth published in his book on the Sassoon dynasty, expressing, here I quote, profound execration and abhorrence, not merely as a Jew and as an Englishman, but as a human being, for you, your ideas, your ideals, your methods, and all that you stand for. Very powerful kind of statement. He and his wife Irene also engaged in heavily charitable activities. They opened up a soup kitchen for refugees, serving 1,600 meals a day. He resigned all of his honorific posts with various Italian learned societies because of his opposition to Mussolini, who was, of course, an ally of Hitler. But in the 1960s, the Italian government reached out to him again and reappointed him to many of these honors, including awarding him the Order of Merit from the Italian Republic for his tremendous contribution to their history. Here's a rather remarkable coin, a medallion that was minted in his honor. He was, of course, subject to scholarly criticism. It's impossible to avoid this. And one of the reasons why his work was criticized was because he had kind of like a level of scholarly ethnocentrism, which demonstrated deep enthusiasm for the history of the Jewish people. He once said, "A man can call himself a Jewish historian only if he loves his people and if, in the light of that love, he presents the event in their history." It should be noted that a lot of this criticism was really overblown, and in fact, lumping him in, as some historians have done, with the Lachrymose school, that is most notably associated with the criticism of Saulo Baron, very important historian also of the 20th century. Lachrymose means full of tears, and there's this kind of idea that historians have skewed this notion that Jewish history is all about books and pogroms, right? Like there's discrimination and all kinds of violence, followed by scholarship and huge achievements. Now, there is some merit to looking at history that way, but Cecil Roth could hardly be called a member of that school, and he often pointed a penetrating searchlight on some of the darker aspects of Jewish history as well. And he has been defended by no less a scholar than David Ruderman, who wrote a tremendous article, championing the kind of work that Cecil Roth did and criticizing the critics who overstate his idealistic view of Italian-Jewish relations in particular. He was really a much more objective historian than some of those critics give him credit for. Nevertheless, he was definitely a strong proponent of the Jewish people in a much more nationalistic sense. She wrote that he would have been overjoyed to hear that one of his most popular works, A Short History of the Jewish People, was translated into Russian and published in a Samizdat edition, meaning a self-published, pirated edition, which was circulated, hand to hand during the repressive era of the Soviets. When people would get a book, they would translate it, and then they would laboriously type it out with like tiny onion skin thin papers, trying to type up to 8 copies at a time and then circulating them just through networks. And she says he would have been delighted to hear that his book was pirated in this way. And she wrote that he used to say, "If any work of mine has been the cause of even one Jew of uncertain allegiance to Judaism to return to the heritage to which he was born," he often said, "I would not consider that my work has been in vain." So you get a sense of his attachment to Judaism and how he expressed that in his works. He wrote tens of monographs, general histories of the Jews, works on art history, analysis of Haggadahs, things like that. The last count of his bibliography extends to 779 publications. I mean, incredible. Many of them translated into other languages. He loved biographies in particular. He wrote, when he was criticized sometimes for looking at strange individuals, he said, "If I have preferred the picturesque to the drab and devoted space to the curious as well as to the important, I do not feel that an apology is needed." He gets this with a sense of humor as well. I wish there was some YouTube of him speaking. In fact, I'm going to go search right after I make this video. But his most colossal contribution, which is often overlooked, is the fact that he served as the editor-in-chief of the massive multi-volume Encyclopedia Judaica. which is without doubt the largest, most far-reaching piece of and comprehensive piece of Jewish scholarship since the Babylonian Talmud. It is a massive work of scholarship. I myself use it quite frequently. I refer to it very often, and every now and then when I'm reading, I'll come across a passage and I'll say, "Wow, this is like so well written and well expressed." And I'll look down and I'll see the little initials CR, that in fact that particular article was written by Cecil Roth himself. But just to get a sense of kind of his approach and his skills that he could bring to bear in producing this particular massive work of Jewish scholarship, when he wrote that aforementioned book, The Jewish Contribution to Civilization, 1938, he had one of his senior students prepare an index. When he went and he looked over the index, he was horrified to see that it did not include any names of women. So he went back to the student and said, "Well, how come there are no women mentioned here? I wrote about so many women." And he said, "Well, I didn't think they were important enough to make it into the index." So he chucked the index, and he went and he asked his wife Irene to go over and repair that flaw. And of course, that's how it was published. Irene Roth says this was her primary contribution to her husband's scholarship. But it gives you a sense how here in the 1930s, he's thinking very seriously about these things. He was a great popular historian, involved in all kinds of multimedia activities as well. Here you can see an interesting picture of him with Cecil B. DeMille, the great director who produced the Ten Commandments and many other films, and he once wrote a note to him from one Cecil to another Cecil. Right? Although Cecil Roth's Hebrew name was Bezalel, I don't know if Cecil B. DeMille had a Hebrew name. Towards the end of his career, he made more and more trips to Israel. He had visited when he was a much younger man, but ultimately settled there for the last decades of his life, as he was especially working with the Encyclopedia Judaica, based in Jerusalem, and later also with an office in New York. Here you can see a photograph of he and his wife Irene on the tarmac arriving in Israel. Back then, I actually remember, getting off planes and walking across the tarmac. I don't think we do that too often, especially at international airports anymore. Unfortunately, at the end of his career, when he had achieved already so much, he was the subject of a terrible defamation that had a tremendous toll on him and unfortunately cost the larger world much of his energies as a scholar. In 1964, he had been appointed to be a professor at Bar Ilan University in Israel, which is a great school that has strong ties to the observant Jewish community. And a scurrilous account was published in an Israeli magazine in Hebrew that misquoted Roth in his writing The Short History of the Jews. Specifically, there's one passage. I'm going to read it to you in full, and then I'm going to say how it was abused by the author of this article to indicate how far-reaching this crisis was. So here's the quotation in full. "It is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so if we are to regard potsherds as more significant and more reliable than the memory of people or written records of immemorial antiquity." So in other words, just reading that in full, he's clearly arguing against those historians who deny the historicity of the figure of Moses. But the quotation, which was published in a religious circulation, stopped after words "that may be so." In other words, the only thing that was quoted was, "It is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so." Stop, period. Oh my gosh. So this portrayed Cecil Roth completely contrary to his personal lifestyle, his personal religious views, and so on, not to mention his scholarly views, that he denied the historicity of Moses, which of course is a terrible thing to say for someone working in a religious institution. There was a huge controversy that ensued, and ultimately Cecil Roth suffered a heart attack. The university strove to defend him, but ultimately decided that he would resign from that position, and he did not continue as a professor there. It's just horrible to see this example of what we call today cancel culture attacking a scholar of great merit like Cecil Roth. At any rate, he continued his work lecturing and teaching at other schools, and especially his work on the Encyclopedia Judaica, and died in 1970. And here is a photograph of his tombstone in Israel. So by way of conclusion, here's a beautiful photograph of him hard at work in his Oxford library. Cecil Roth is one of those great scholars of the 20th century that, saw so much publication and had such a tremendous arc of a career, unfortunately ending in this kind of infamy in Bar Ilan, but at the same time also achieving this massive, enduring success with the Encyclopedia Judaica. I have to say that I myself really am drawn to him as a figure in so many ways. I really appreciate the fact that he hated correcting galleys. He used to hate, like, galleys are like when they typeset the book and things like that, then they send the author back the copies and you have to read every word that you already wrote, and you can make small changes like, correcting spelling errors and things like that, but you really shouldn't add big chunks of paragraphs because it throws off the formatting and so on. I hate that too. I hate looking at galleys. I also appreciate his tremendous sense of humor. He was once asked why he studied the history of the Jews, and he wrote, or he spoke, there are Jewish historians whose involvement carries with it a search for theory, even a sense of destiny. I commend to the young in heart among you my ultimate answer. It is because it is fun. He clearly had a great sense of fun when he was studying history. It really just radiates from the page when you read his work. And you know what? I have fun too. So I really feel a tremendous amount of sympathy for Cecil Roth. I hope that some of you will be able to join me in discussing Cecil Roth's work, either this Shabbos or the next, at Congregation B'nai Yeshua in Teaneck and at Congregation Darkei Noam in Fairlawn. I'd really love to see some of you on these cruises. We will definitely return to his work. We hardly touched on his role as an art historian, but he had remarkable sensitivity to finding antique works and analyzing them. And last of all, if you're not able to join me in New Jersey, not able to join me in Europe, I hope you will join me on the page when we publish this book with Foreign Publishers that is going to rely very heavily on the approach of Cecil Roth. Okay, I thank you very much for watching this longish video, and look forward to speaking with you in the future.
It's becoming interesting. There was reportedly a dinner that was being set up with J.D. Vance, Vice President Susie Wiles, Trump's chief of staff, Kash Patel, the very competent head of the FBI, sarcasm, and Pam Bondi, again, very competent attorney general. And they were all supposedly going to dinner to silence Dan Bongino, podcaster turned administration official. And they were supposedly meeting to tell Dan Bongino to shut up about Jeffrey Epstein and about the cover-up. And this is what was supposedly happening.
What a great pleasure to see all of you here today. I'm so excited. This is the first time I've been on the Send cruise. Very excited about it. But I've been with David for about 5 or 6 cruises now. And if this is your first time here, I guarantee you're going to have an absolutely fantastic time. This is like a little floating shtetl or like a summer camp reunion for older adults, and it's absolutely fantastic. My goal here, the part I play, is to try and give some historical context to the things that we will be seeing. So my goal in this very brief talk, which is only about 10 minutes, not very long at all, is just to give you a sense of what to expect over the course of the next week, divided into our journey in space and our journey in history, and then we'll have a couple of remarks about what this might mean for us today. So I didn't introduce myself properly. Henry Abramson. Here is an old picture of me from before I grew my beard. Great. I am a dean at Touro College. I'm a Canadian by birth. I had the good fortune of studying at some of the world's greatest universities. I was at Harvard for a while, Cornell, Oxford, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. My area of specialization began, as I mentioned, with Soviet Jewish history. Later, I moved into art history, intellectual history, and right now, my major project is a 3-volume survey of the history of the Jewish people published by Korn Press. that'll come out, God willing, and starting in 2 years from now. So here's where we're going to travel. You can see this map here. Paris is right in the center of this blue line. If you were to go upriver, you get to Troy, which is one of the most places, of course, associated with Rashi, the flourishing of the great medieval civilization there. But we're going to be going to the left, up to the north here, to Rouen, and then Le Havre, and we're going to spend some time at the embarkation point, D-Day, and so on. So we're traveling downriver to the beginning of our trip, stopping off at some of those major places, and then we'll be coming back, of course, at the end to get to Paris. This is a region called Normandy, and it's actually very deeply associated with a high point in Ashkenazic civilization. So we're going to spend a lot of time talking about basically 200 years of incredible creativity. Really, a kind of an explosion of Jewish spiritual activity that continues to nourish Jewish minds to this very day and constitutes a staple, in particular, of the yeshiva curriculum. We're going to look at Rouen. This is the Palais de Justice, which is a place where they're kind of like their, not city hall, but their court system. And we're going to spend a lot of time in particular discussing the Balei Tosafot, the grandchildren of Rashi and his surrounding culture, which especially invested a tremendous amount of energy into developing the ancient texts of the Talmud and trying to understand how they could be applied to the High Middle Ages. And of course, the teachings of the Balei Tosafot continue to inspire Jews to this very day and have tremendous relevance. We're also going to be looking, of course, at some military history because we'll be looking at the Battle of the Storm, we'll be looking at the embarkation point for D-Day, and I have my colleague, Captain Irv, who is going to give us some real insight into what it means to participate in the military as a Jewish individual historically and so on. So we have a varied history that's going to look at the medieval period in particular, when you had this great high point of Jewish cultural activity here, and we're also going to be looking at the 20th century with the battles as well. What to expect? I mean, it's so much history. It's absolutely fantastic. I myself have to be absolutely fascinated with the history of Abraham ibn Ezra, a noted biblical commentator and scientist. You see a medieval representation of him holding his accolade. He's one of the very few medieval Jews. There are more than one who actually have a crater on the moon named after them. So we have a lot of fascinating things to say about Ibn Ezra. He spent the last 10 years of his life here in Normandy, then went to London for a couple of years before he finally passed away. He has a lot to teach us. Really looking forward to talking about this. We'll be looking at the period of the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasidei, the pious ones, it's been reused. Hasidim today generally referred to movements like Chabad and Breslov and so on, which come out of Eastern Europe in the 18th century. But the term Hasidim goes way back. Goes back to King David. The followers of Yehuda Maccabee were also called the Hasidim. So there was an unusual, bizarre period in Jewish history, lasted about 150 years, was very active here, that adopted a tremendous amount of strange and Jewish practices. Which, they're quite foreign to the way Judaism developed afterwards, but nevertheless quite fascinating. You'll see here in this image, I have a printout for some Shabbos, but this is, for example, a beautiful illuminated manuscript from the holiday of Shavuot. It's actually held now in the British Museum. It's called the Tripartite Makor. You can see on the left, you have Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, receiving the Ten Commandments here, handing it off to Aaron, who is the high priest and looks like he's wearing a bishop's mitre, like an actual ecclesiastical hat. And then behind them, kind of like a hierarchy, you have a group of men all wearing the Jewish hat that Jews were required to wear from the 13th century onward. And then behind them, you have this really strange grouping of animal-headed women, where because of the strange, way of thinking of the Ashkenaz, they did not want to portray women's faces. Unfortunately, in some parts of the world, we've actually gone backwards. Now we don't portray women at all. They were not so strong back then. But you can see they're all portrayed with kind of calves' heads or dogs' heads and things like that. They're actually, though, rather sympathetic in nature. They're sort of cute, which is they're not meant to be like ugly. It's just fascinating. We'll look at that. We're also going to look at the the period of modernity, when the Jews of France were the first ones to receive full legal emancipation. It was a huge shock. Here you have a remarkable depiction of Napoleon, who is shown here in a rather self-serving depiction that was not unlike his character, where he's raising up a fallen woman that represents Judaism. He's holding on to the Ten Commandments here, and Napoleon is giving Jews a hand, literally, by raising them up in the status. Unfortunately, that legal emancipation is not anywhere near a social emancipation, as we shall discuss in the later lectures of this cruise. And then we're also going to look, of course, at the Dreyfus trial and its implications, which are global in nature, and speak quite a bit to really what's happening in France today. We're in an extremely challenging time. Jews in France are quite threatened in many ways. And there's a massive departure of French Jews from this region because of the multifaceted anti-Semitic forces that have come to bear on our population here. So that's basically the scope of my presentation. We're going to do a very quick survey of all of French Jewish history. I find it fascinating. I hope you will as well. And with that, I'm going to conclude, and I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Captain Elston.
1-877 cars for kids. 1-877 cars for kids. 1-877 cars for kids. Donate your car today. Yeah, that little tune that's been bouncing around in your head for 2 decades. Time to put it to good use. Cars for Kids makes it ridiculously easy to donate your car. No paperwork, madness, no DMV nightmare. They do it for free, pick it up fast, and boom, you've just done a good thing. A real tax deduction, and you're helping kids in need. These guys have been doing this for over 30 years and have processed over 1 million cars. This is legit. Call 1-877 cars for kids or go to carsforkids.com. That's
So why am I here? I'm here to answer this question. Is being in the army or in the military a job for a nice Jewish boy or a girl? Before we go into that, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. As I said, my name is Captain Irv Elson. Just a little shy of 6 years ago, I retired after 35 years in the Navy. My wife, Fran, is here with me. We came into the Navy right out of seminary, and 2 weeks after ordination, we were already on a plane to Okinawa, Japan. Now, we came into the military for only 3 years. You know, it was the first 3 years to do a little travel and, get a little experience. And 35 years later, they finally kicked me out of the military. The joke is that they still have the claw marks on my desk as they dragged me away. It was really a great experience. Currently, I'm the director of the JWB Jewish Chaplains Council. We're a not-for-profit Jewish organization, God help us all, whose mission is to provide meaningful Jewish living for Jews in the military. Just to tell a little bit about what we're going to be learning about during this cruise. You're going to be learning a lot about battles of World War I and World War II. We're going to be learning together about the Battle of the Somme and then the invasion of Normandy. But we thought it's important also that we're able to connect the Jews that fought then to the Jews that are serving now. And I really like these two pictures. The picture on the left is a picture of a Jewish service in France in 1944. And the picture on the right is a picture of a service in Iraq in 2013. Moving ahead, here's a picture on the left of 2 service members in Vietnam. Does anybody know who the service member is on the right? No, it's definitely not me. The name of this gentleman was, Oliver Shalom, David Bruckenthal. David Bruckenthal was originally from Long Island. He served in the Coast Guard, and he was the first Coast Guardsman killed in combat since World War II. As a matter of fact, he was awarded the Silver Star. He passed away about 12 years ago, and he is one of the first Jews to have a U.S. Coast Guard cutter named after him. So one of the things that we're going to do in the next couple of days is we're going to hear these stories of valor, not only the Battle of the Somme, but not only Normandy, but we're going to be hearing stories of valor of men and women who are serving today, serving now. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about Jews in the military. I'm going to give you some numbers you're going to forget, but I want you to remember the date, April 9th, 1917. All right, April 9th, 1917. Because we're going to talk a lot about how the beginning of World War I, the American Jewish community came together to support the men, and not that many women served, but to support the men who were coming into uniform. We're going to learn a lot about some of the choices that the American Jewish community had to make when it came to coming together. Dare I say it, please don't kick me off the ship. Reformed, conservative, and Orthodox Jewish communities came together to support the men and women in the military. On Shabbos afternoon, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the halakhic challenges that Jews in the military are facing today. We're going to talk about what is different in the military today. What is different about wartime today that really challenges us as Jews and challenges our halakhic principles. And finally, we're going to hear about stories of heroism. We're going to hear what Jews did then and what Jews did now. All right, so I'm just going to ask you a little question just to whet your appetite here. All right, let's start. Who was the first Jew to die in the Revolutionary War? Anybody know? We're going to play this group against this group. That was, yes, do you know, sir? No? Okay. His name was Francis Salvatore. He was from Savannah, Georgia. He actually started by supporting the rebels, the Revolutionary War, financially, and eventually he fought for the Revolutionary War and was the first Jew to kill. All right, here's an easy one. Which army had more Jews during the Civil War? The Confederacy or the Union? The Union. Wow. Okay. Let me shake your hand. Well done. Did you read my notes while I was talking? Yeah, okay. Yeah, absolutely correct. We had said originally we thought it was Confederacy, but about 10,000 Jews fought in the Civil War, 3,000 for the Confederacy, and about 7,000 for the Union. Okay, very good. So this group has 1 point. All right, the next one. Another easy one. I'll give you a hint. He was a Navy guy, okay? Who was the biggest Jewish hero of the War of 1812? Oh, you're going to love this. I'm going to tell you later on a fascinating story of Commodore Uriah P. Levy. Commodore Uriah P. Levy. Does anybody know what made Uriah P. Levy so famous, besides being the hero of the War of 1812? Yes, Val? Well, that's later on, right? He preserved Monticello. Yes, sir? Yeah, sadly, he abolished corporal punishment in the Navy. He also instituted grog aboard Navy ships. Anybody else? What made him famous? Yes, okay. You don't count because you're my wife. Commodore Uriah P. Levy was the most court-martialed admiral in the Navy. He was court-martialed 6 times. 6 times. All on made-up charges because of anti-Semitism, and he beat the rap each of those times. Okay, Commodore Uriah Levy, very good. All right, how many Jews won the Medal of Honor in World War I? That's a hard one. No, actually, 4. 4 Jewish service members, 4 Jewish army guys won the Medal of Honor. Okay, next one. This one's easy, and if you don't know the answer, you'll get the answer tonight in the movie. But who was famous Jewish comedian served as an artilleryman during World War II? Not Danny Kaye. I heard it over here. Mel Brooks, yes. You're going to see him in the movie tonight. Mel Brooks, God help us, enlisted in the Army, and he trained to be a radioman, but typical Army, they sent him to be an artilleryman, and he fought in World War II. All right, very good. Let's move ahead to Korea. This is an amazing, amazing story. What's the name of a Jewish hero who won the Medal of Honor during the Korean War? I'm going to spend a couple of minutes, and please tell me when my time is up. The name of the person is Tibor Rubin. Tibor Rubin was born in Europe. He was sent to the camps during the Holocaust. He survived the camps. He came to the United States, and at 17 years old, at the beginning of the Korean War, he joined the U.S. Army to thank the United States for liberating the camp. Tibor Rubin fought in Korea. He actually was sent by an anti-Semitic sergeant up to this one hill, saying, "You get up in that hill and don't give up that hill so the rest of us can retreat." And the Chinese masses came. Tibor Rubin protected the hill. His entire unit escaped, and he was captured. He was captured by the Chinese. He served 2 years in a Chinese prisoner of war camp. But what made it really remarkable was that Tibor Rubin at night would escape from the camp and steal food and bring it back for his fellow inmates. For that action, he was first awarded the Silver Star, and many years later, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. Tibor Rubin passed away 2 years ago. Really fascinating man. And then finally, I'll give you a little gimme. What's the name of the TV commentator? I believe he's CNN, who's a Jewish Medal of Honor winner from Vietnam. You'll see him every once in a while. Yes. No, Larry King did not win the Medal of Honor, but he did serve. Anybody else? I don't know. These are all questions I've been thinking about these things. Colonel Jack Jacobs. You'll see him on CNN every once in a while. The military expert, Jewish Medal of Honor winner. I am so excited to be here. I'm so excited to share with you about the men and women in uniform today and some of the really magnificent things they're doing while proudly being Jewish. Thank you very much.
Fortune 500 CEOs may be competing, fucking each other's wives, whatever. But when it all comes down to it, there's a few principles they heartily agree. And I think with tech, you would find that to be the case. With Elon and Sam, they hate each other. He hates him, and he sucks, and they suck. But at the end of the day,
and now we're back. So thank you so much.
Government to regulate their industries. They don't believe in the American government. They don't believe that the Bill of Rights or the Constitution should get in the way of whatever the hell they want to do. Palantir, with the software and data analytics company, has garnered at least $300 million in new and expanded
I want to give a. Who's been with us for?
helping to make it the S&P's
Can I have a show of hands? Okay. Right. Talk to these guys if you have. So it's in that. So that's a good thing. All right. And on the count of three, everyone, I want you to say where you're from. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. We got the loud Scott here. Oh, there is. So we're going to keep this short. I know everyone doesn't want to sit there and talk 24/7, and just give you some quick information. Everybody can relax. We have a very packed schedule, but that should give you free time to get off the boat, wander around. We have some just basic information that we want to give everybody as well. I first want to introduce the crew so you know who is who. And then you can go, and if you have any questions, ask them. Okay? Don't ask me. So first, I want to say David Krause, who's our tour director, our European director. We have Cullen, who is our hotel manager. Not hotel manager. Cruise director. Sorry, he's been demoted. We have Henry Abramson, our Dr. Henry Abramson. We have, where is Stuart White? Rabbi, oh my gosh, we're all on first name basis here. It's fine. This is very relaxed. That's how we're going to do this. I'm David Lawrence. We also have, I didn't wear my name tag. We have Captain Irv Elson. Rabbi Captain Irv Elson. Sorry, I'm missing out everybody's name. So, some basic information as we get started. I know we just, I don't know if you saw it when you just arrived for those early people. We had an 18-wheeler that just showed up from England, from London, and you take everything off the boat. Oh, Naomi! You're right in front of me. Naomi Nachman, our food extraordinaire. I'm so sorry. I haven't slept in 3 days, so I'm not going to say Naomi every other minute now, so because I forgot about you. So I'm just going to say the name. So at around 11 o'clock, our semi showed up, packed to the brim. Everything came off the boat, and all our stuff came on it. We turn over a ship, we make it kosher. It is quite the feat. I think something only Malcolm can do. Who's downstairs getting your dinner ready for you. And so, and I want to thank you for everybody's patience. I know going through the airport during Fashion Week is interesting. Going through Paris during Fashion Week is interesting. If you ever get an Uber or a cab, congratulations, you did it. It only took me about 45 minutes this morning. So, a couple of things you want to talk about. If anybody, and again, our basic policy is on board, we make sure that people have had, their vaccines or have said they've had their vaccines. Also, if everybody does have their vaccine, so we want to make sure that they do. That is the ship policy. If someone for any reason is not feeling well, just let us know and take it easy. If people want to get administered a COVID test, I believe we have some on board. But again, we're not going to test everybody. It's just something that we don't do. And again, we're just asking people if they're not feeling well, just let us know. Also, just a quick thing about drink credit. So every boat that we're on is different. Some include everything, some don't. So this boat during all meals with this breakfast, open bar and breakfast. Bloody Mary, why not? Right? It's fun. You gotta have it. Okay, so for lunch and dinner, all beer and wine and all soft drinks and everything are included. During dinner as well. We have our coffee service. We have our early morning coffee service. We have it at breakfast. We have it at tea time. And we have it during the meals as well. So that's how it works. Then any other additional drinks that we have, you can purchase from the bar, and we give everybody an onboard credit. So everybody has $100 of onboard credit to go use at the gift shop, at the hairdresser, get a massage, whatever you want. So we will be extending that to everybody as well on board. Did I miss anything? I had literally a couple of minutes to speak, and then we're going to go over the schedule. So every day is going to be like, you're going to get on your pillows, you're going to get a schedule that's basically your times. We're going to talk about the port talks. We don't want to spend too much time doing it. But we're going to give you a brief update of what we're going to be doing the next day, so you can prepare for it. You had also, I'm sure you had asked by Tanya, or bugged by Tanya. She's this very strong Colombian lady who has to get all her information on a spreadsheet. About the two tours that we have on one of the days, we either have home floor or we have the Somme, which is a World War I day. So we wanted to get a basic idea of who wanted to do what. We have that list. If people want to change, should not be a problem. Just let us know ahead of time so we can make sure we have room on the bus. We have two buses going to Hunt Floor. We have one bus on the all-day tour to the Somme. So we'll go over that as we go over that. All right. Any other brief questions? But I'm sure you'll have a lot. You can pull us out afterwards and talk to us. But again, thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to have beautiful weather all week long because it does not rain on our tours, and this is a fact. Okay, people have been on our last cruises. Did it rain on the tour? I'm not. We've been doing it for about 11 years. It doesn't rain when we tour. It can rain in between when we're traveling, but it can't rain when we tour.
It's amazing. It fries chicken that tastes like takeout, except way healthier. It bakes pizza, it grills steaks, it bakes bread, it cooks bacon. It even comes with an egg tray, and it bakes cakes and muffins. So moist you think it'll come from a bakery. Best of all, your IQ Mini Oven connects to your smartphone app. Set it to whatever you're cooking. Your phone tells you when it's done to perfection. It also pairs perfectly with your Chef IQ Sense. That's smart. This is great. People have tiny apartments, even big houses.
Good morning. It was an absolutely fantastic Shabbos here in Rouen. Really enjoyed it. It's a very late night though because the sun goes down quite late. Shabbos didn't end until after 11:15. Today is a more somber day. We've got an early start because we're heading over to the Battle of the Somme, which is a very important site in the history of World War I, and it's going to be more of a tour of the battlefield and a tour of the cemetery. Apparently, have a fantastic museum there. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm sure it's going to be a very educational experience, although a very somber one indeed. And right now, at the Anzac Memorial for Australian and New Zealand
troops that fought so nobly here on this particular ridge. It's not too far from the location of Amiens, France. And were able to secure this particular location from the German advance. It's considered a turning point in the war in 1918 and really allowed the Allies to actually win in this region. There are primarily Christians buried here from those forces, but there are also Jews and also Hindus buried here as well. The markers were all uniform, basically name, rank, and date, but families were allowed to add personal epitaphs as well. And some of them are very heartbreaking. I mean, these are young boys, 17, 18, 19 years old. Behind me here is one fallen Jewish soldier. You can see that his epitaph reads, his name was M. Mark, an Australian man, age 18, and the quotation, the personal epitaph for family reads, "A young life nobly given, God rest his soul."
I'm always a little torn when I see these rated military cemetery overseas. On the one hand, young lad Novitsky, 20 years old, fell and died away from family, away from friends, away from his community. And it's just sad, it breaks your heart. On the other hand, he's buried among his shipmates, he's buried along his fellow soldiers. The military is the only profession where you work with people that would literally die for you. And that's who he's surrounded by. I actually feel a little guilty just putting one stone in one grave. You should really put them in every single one of them. Allow me to chant the El Male Rachamim. El Male Rachamim Shochen Bamromim Ametz Menucha Nechona Al Kanfei Ashkina Nemalot Kedoshim Utorim Kezoar Araki Amasi Prim למשמעת אחינו אנשי חיל אשר הערגו למוות נפשם בעד ארצנו לחירות העולם לכם בעל הרחמים עתידם בספק כנפיך לעולמים ושרוד ישראל חיים אל נשמותם לא ייסגו ילבוי חרב ולא ילמדו מלחמה ונאמר אמן. Exalted and compassionate God, grant perfect peace in your sheltering presence among the holy and the pure. To all the men and women who gave their lives in defense of our country and the defense of freedom of the world. Master of mercy, may they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings, and may their souls be bound up in the bond of life. And let us learn that nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they study war anymore. And together let us say.
Behind me is a dramatic memorial to soldiers from Newfoundland who fought here in World War I. And you get a sense of the nature of trench warfare. And you can see the landscape behind me is studded with, studded isn't the right word, is just drilled with all these trenches. You can see that they've actually reinforced some of them with wooden planking to make it easier for people to walk along them. And there are several rows of trenches for various purposes and communication between them. And if I just turn around here so you can see what's going on the other side, behind me, you can see that stone plinth. That's actually where the German front lines were. And you can see that the actual trenches extend for something like 100 meters. And then beyond it is the actual no man's land, which is where that sort of fencing is located. There were about 6,000 people killed here on July 1st, 1916, an incredibly awful battle, terrible charge as they came out of the trenches, which were by then clogged with war dead, and tried to make their way across no man's land to the so-called danger tree, which you might be able to see in the background there. And the German machine guns, which could fire 500 bullets a minute, just simply mowed them down. It was one of the most horrific massacres World War I on this location.
I often think what it would have been like for that 18, 19, 20-year-old sitting here in this trench, cold, scared, hungry, and what motivates him when he gets the signal to step up and climb over the trench and walk across the battlefield. And what kind of motivation does this person have? Does he do it for king and country? Does he do it for his brothers to his left or to his right? Does he do it for greater honor? And you find newfound respect for the people that fought in this war, for the ideals of freedom that they fought so valiantly for. And these trenches really become sacred space.
I think it's extremely poignant, and I want to specifically give appreciation to David Krause for putting this cemetery specifically on our agenda, because it allows us to go a little higher above our national particular sensibilities and understand that the war is so destructive to both sides, and especially in World War I. I want to just harken back to something that Vic said earlier in our trip, and also place it within the significance of the Jewish calendar. So Vic said that World War I was in many ways, part two of a three-part war, with World War II, of course, being the third. The first being the Franco-Prussian War, the second being World War I, and the third being World War II. There's no question in my mind. I think it's an interesting thesis. There's no question in my mind, and I was taught in graduate school, that World War I was definitely World War II Part 1, because of the disastrous arrangements made in the peace treaties afterwards. It virtually guaranteed that the Second World War would be fought. And the Second World War, of course, is something that we as Jews especially associate with horrific consequences. But what I'd like to specifically point out to your attention is that the time of year that we're in right now, we're just about to begin the 3 weeks, the period of national mourning. And when you go back to 1914, of course, World War I, in many ways, if you want to pick a specific date, you could look maybe at the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, which happened around Shiva Sirvatamos. But I think one of the most widely recognized dates would be August 1st, 1914, which was the date that both Russia and England declared war and formal hostilities really began. And that, of course, occurred on National Jewish Memorial Day, Tisha B'Av, the same date that represents a series of cataclysms in Jewish history, from the destruction of both temples in Jerusalem on that day, from the expulsion, liquidation of the Warsaw Ghetto. So many terrible things happened on Tisha B'Av. So in many ways, the events that we are commemorating with this specific tour are really looking back to that long arc of Jewish history, which seems to cycle around Tisha B'Av as a day of our national distress.
It's a lot more fun when you have the energy to do it. We've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 30% off your first subscription order. Go to armor.com/Tim, or enter TIM to get 30% off your first subscription order. Everyone I know is on this screen. ARMRA.com/Tim. It's so good when you get it. It keeps your mind clear, fortifies your gut health, you're sharp. It helps me do the show. It helps many people I know perform the functions of their life at a high level. Ain't it great? That's ARMRA.com/TIM.
Morning. We're docked in Le Havre, which is near the mouth of the Seine River. It's going to just very close by empty into the English Channel and the Atlantic Ocean, and we're at what is, for many of the passengers on this particular cruise, a destination that they've been waiting for a long time, because we're going to go visit the beaches where D-Day occurred, going to Omaha Beach in particular, and promises to be a very meaningful day. Many of the people on this excursion with Kosher Riverboat Cruises are actually the descendants of young men who landed on these beaches in the defense of Western civilization against Nazism, and so it's going to be a very moving day for all of us.
We are now in
Normandy, on the Normandy beaches, where one of the arguably the most important historical event of the Second World War took place, which was the 1944 6th of June invasion of Europe when Allies, Anglo-American forces joined by many fighting nations, Canadians, Czechs, Poles, about 20 different nations fighting the Nazis. So over there you can see remnants of the Argentine harbor, known as Mulberry, which was actually the backbone of the first couple hours of the days of the invasion, through which millions of tons of equipment was shipped to support the advancing units. And all of these concrete blocks were prefabricated in England by the Allies before the invasion. They were brought here on ships with giant fleets of Allied ships. They were dropped here and they created this artificial backbone of the advancing Allied units.
So right now I'm on Omaha Beach. This is where the Americans landed. You can see, looking out behind me, the ocean looks like a fairly flat, sandy beach. Everything seems to make sense. But what's absolutely terrifying about the thought of making the landing here is you look at the bluffs behind me, and I never really could understand this until I see this for myself. They're so close to the sand, and they're really quite steep, and they were riddled with German bunkers. In fact, they have a replica of a bunker right up there. You can see what it must have been like. That's actually one of the bunkers, but they had the bunkers at the top of the ridge there. And how would it be possible to actually make your way up those really steep cliff-like hills to get onto the rest of the territory here? It's absolutely terrifying. And the air support was not able to take out the German guns on the ridges, and it was just simply a brute force attack on this particular beach. But ultimately, this was what saved Europe. This was the attack that really began the end of the Third Reich. And just imagine the amount of blood that was spilled on these sands.
My name is Michael Kurzban. We're here with the Coastal River Cruises at Omaha Beach today. My dad is Marcus Kurzban, who actually landed here several days after D-Day. Born in Berlin, came as a young man, and then at 18 joined the military and fought here. Don't know much about his battles. I do know that he fought in the Battle of the Bulge, and he was very proud of having been an American soldier, and went on to lead a very good Jewish life with wonderful family and friends, and we're very proud. And I'm just so incredibly moved. I just cry him all the time knowing he was here wearing his dog tags today, and it's very meaningful to me.
I didn't expect it to hit me as hard as it did, just standing on this sand. You could feel, even though there's kids playing and people bathing and running, and you could feel that there's something special about this place. As in a lot of these places, I'm torn. My wife and I were talking. If I feel offended by, this is such a holy place, and there's people, sunbathing and so on. So on the one hand, you say, yeah, it's terrible. How can they do that here? On the other hand, I think the boys the men who were here in 44 said, that's exactly what we're fighting for, so that people can lay in a beach in peace and, not be scared to be sent to prison to get shot. This is the freedom that these men want for us, and it is the debt that can never be repaid.
There are young people that are never going to win a Little League championship. There are young people that are never going to have their
if you were a Christian serviceman, you certainly wanted to return home to your family, like everyone who fought here. But if you were captured, at least if you were an American, you could be assured that you would be treated theoretically under the Geneva Conventions of War. But But if you were a Jewish serviceman and you were captured, then chances are you would be treated far more harshly and sent directly to the concentration camps. So many Jewish servicemen were aware of this and either elected not to have their religious designation marked on their dog tags in case they were captured, and for other reasons, people may not have indicated their Jewish background. So in an unknown number of circumstances, we know that about 4.2% of the soldiers who landed here were Jewish. And that, by the way, is slightly disproportionate. There were about 3.6% of the American war-ready population was Jewish, so we were participating at a higher number than our proportion. But an unknown number of them were Jewish and were buried under Latin crosses like these. A man named Shalom Lamb and Rabbi J.J. Schachter of Yeshiva University discovered this, and simply by coming across the name of this individual, Benjamin Garadetsky, and they thought, it sounds a lot like a Jewish name. It's rather unusual to see a name Garadetsky on a non-Jew. So they went back and they did quite a bit of genealogical research, and they discovered that, in fact, he was of Jewish origin. So after tremendous work contacting the members of the family in America, they were able to recreate that he was, in fact, a Jewish individual. And with their permission and with a massive file documenting their research, they made a petition to the American government, which agreed to change the cross to a Star of David. And in fact, they've done several others, and one more at least in this particular cemetery, another one in the Philippines, and their work continues. It's very hard. It's a chesed shel emes. It's just a mark of kindness, and all I can think about is I wonder what Benjamin Garadetsky did in his lifetime that he should merit to be buried with Kvurat Yisrael in this unusual place.
This was a place where the future of the entire world would be decided. Would Hitler and the Nazis have their way? Would the whole world come under their evil dominion? Or would justice and liberty and goodness triumph? Thank God we know the answer to that question. For the Jewish people, it was certainly a question of existential survival, for we know what the plan was of the Nazi regime: to eliminate and murder every Jew in the world. Indeed, even as D-Day was proceeding, thank God successfully, the Nazis were intensifying the extermination and the murder of Jews throughout Europe. I wear this shirt, my father's army uniform, my father's Yifron Libracha, who spent 3.5 years in the Pacific Theater in the Philippines fighting against the Japanese. But as he told me, as soon as the declaration of war was given, after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, he rushed, and he emphasized the word rush, to come to the ad hoc centers that had been set up to enlist every able-bodied American who wished to serve. And there was no question, there was no hesitation, there was no regret, there was some trepidation, but there was a certainty that this was the obligation for everyone in order to come to the aid of not only the United States of America, but to all good people throughout the world. This should not be lost either on we ourselves or on our children or grandchildren, to teach them that there are things worth fighting for and even worth dying for. God willing, we should live for it, but be prepared as well to give everything in order to ensure that this is a safe and good world in which to live.
Father God and God of our ancestors, give salvation to nations and strength to governments. Bless and safeguard our country, the United States of America, and the people who dwell therein.
Supreme sovereign of all, protect and help our president. Shield him against all sickness and injury, and grant to him and to all constituted officers to our government such wisdom and understanding that they may lead our nation in justice and righteousness. We beseech you, O God, the shield that protects our armed forces in the air, on the sea, and on land. Bless them always with victory, and may be your will that the dominion of tyranny and tyranny speedily be brought to an end, and the reign of righteousness be established on earth with liberty and freedom for all mankind. And together let us say,
Straight jackets to an institution. That's exactly how I feel. That's what ICE would do. If I ran this country, ICE would be tasked with grabbing busboys. They'd be tasked with putting these people in straight jackets and putting them in an institution and getting to the bottom of this crap. You're not going to experience everything on earth, you narcissist. You don't get everything. You're people that are not going to have the things. I'm sorry about that. It is a deep narcissism. It is not a search for community involvement. It is not this bullshit. It is a deep and unrelenting narcissistic personality type that demands that they have every experience on earth at all times. There is a time for all things. Someone said it, I don't know where, I don't care. The point is this. It is a deep commitment to worshiping the cult and the church of self. To say, I'm going to be a child again at summer camp. I'm going to get drunk and put whipped cream in my mouth and like a degenerate. And I'm going to do the slip and slide. What do you call that? That fucking thing? It's a slip and slide, right? Yeah. I'm going to get drunk and do a slip and slide and get in a canoe. After I take jello shots, I'm a degenerate. I'm a degenerate and I should be in
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Recently, I spent a couple of weeks in Budapest, and I came across this really remarkable, unusual memorial statue. It was a creation of Thomas Sabo in 1991, commissioned by the Karl Lutz Board in Switzerland and supported by the Budapest City Council. And it's really an unusual kind of image. It is a sculpture, a 3D sculpture, that takes advantage of being low to the ground. A lot of it is like right on the ground, and quite a bit of it is actually attached to a nearby building. So it really uses space in an unusual way. And it features this strange kind of prone figure who is somehow wrapped in a long article of clothing that appears to be binding him uncomfortably. He's prone and he's like trying to get up. He's got some kind of like, it looks like either a turban with a sort of a knot on it, but I think it's some kind of like maybe an impression of the tefillin shalosh that Jews wear during the morning prayers, the kind of black leather box. But anyway, he's reaching up with his right hand, and looming above him is this kind of angelic figure in a very different color, in a very shiny brass or bronze kind of color, who is like lowering down to him some kind of like article of clothing, some kind of a textile that appears to be sort of like a lifeline, and it appears like the angelic figure is like trying to raise up this downtrodden figure. I had the great privilege of spending 2 weeks in this beautiful city of Budapest as a guest of the Ashkenazium, which is a remarkable institute there dedicated to the study of Ashkenazi history. And they're doing some really high-level work that I found absolutely fascinating. I gave a course on the birth of Ashkenaz, followed by a symposium on the Piaseczna Rebbe, who was someone who's I've spent a lot of time thinking about and writing about, but that's going to take us a little far afield. My wife and I stayed in a beautiful apartment at the edge of the Budapest ghetto. This is a representation of it, which is actually just outside the currently very active Jewish school in Budapest. And the statue of Lutz is on Dob Utca, which is the largest east-west thoroughfare that you can see sort of going up towards the right on the image of this map. At any rate, there are many, many monuments commemorating those who rescued Jews in the Holocaust. The two most famous are Raoul Wallenberg, for example, who has many monuments in his memory. He was deeply involved in saving Jews in his diplomatic capacity, and just after the war, he disappeared. He was most likely taken away by the Soviets and later killed. A statue was created commemorating his heroism that shows a man with a club upraised, about to strike a horrible snake that he's grasping in his left hand. But that particular statue, probably because the Soviets were responsible for killing Wallenberg, it was taken away just the night before it was supposed to be unveiled in 1949. The statue was placed in front of a factory, and when an Israeli pharmaceutical firm, Teva, bought that factory many years later, they asked for permission to move the statue to where it was intended to be displayed in the capital city in Budapest. That was denied, but later they were able to create a duplicate that stands there today. So this is one of the many monuments to Raoul Wallenberg, who did very similar kind of work to Karl Lutz during the Holocaust. Also, a very different kind of memorial to Angel Sanz Briz, who was a Spanish diplomat who did the same kind of work as these heroic individuals, Raoul Wallenberg and Karl Lutz. His memorial is a very large and colorful mural that is quite prominent on one of the streets of the Jewish center. Anyway, let's try to understand something about Karl Lutz. When you look at the plaque below, it's not going to help too much unless you read Hungarian, but basically it starts with a quote from the Talmud that says, "Whoever saves a single life, it is as if they have saved an entire world." And it is a memorial to a man named Karl Lutz. Now, who is Karl Lutz? I was so taken by this unusual statue, I had to find out more about this particular individual, especially because just nearby, on the other side of the statue, there's this monolith that is taken from Karl Lutz's own personal writings, in which he speaks about how he felt so privileged to be able to help save people, and then he asked the question, where was God? Which is, problematic, troublesome, like, where was God in saving these people? Why am I left to do it, is what I think of when I read this passage. But let us return to Karl Lutz. What is the story behind his rescue of the Jews? He was born in 1895 in Switzerland, and at a very young age, he immigrated to the United States, where he lived for 20 years. He ended up working in the Swiss consulate in Washington, and then he was stationed in Jaffa, which was in pre-state Israel, in the Yishuv, mandatory Palestine. And he served there from 1935 to 1942. So he really got to know a lot of the contemporary 20th century politics of the Jewish people as a whole, as viewed from that crucial posting. At one point in 1936, when there was a riot against the Jews, this was during the darkest period of the white paper era, he watched a Jew being lynched and was very much affected by the violence of that particular riot. Later, he was posted in Budapest, and when the Nazis took over Hungary in 1944, I should mention one thing here. For those of you who are less familiar with the history of the war, one of the unusual aspects of the Holocaust in Hungary is that Hungarian Jews specifically were largely protected from the worst aspects of the Holocaust until very late in the war. The Hungarians were actually allies of the Nazis, and that meant that they had a considerably high degree of autonomy with how they were to implement a lot of the anti-Semitic regulations. And to be sure, there's definitely a lot of anti-Semitism, and it was a fascist party, but they kind of slow-walked the worst aspects of Nazi anti-Semitism, specifically the deportation to the death camps, especially for Jews who had Hungarian citizenship. They were much less tolerant of Jews who were refugees in Hungary at that time, but that takes us beyond the scope of our discussion. At any rate, when it was very clear that the Nazis were going to lose the war, Hungary, pushed hard against them, And that's when the Nazis said, okay, that's it. They took over Hungary. So rather than it being an allied state, they simply took it over. And that's when a rapid drive to deport the Jews of Budapest and the rest of Hungary was undertaken by the Nazis and their Hungarian collaborators. So in that rush to murder as many Jews as possible in 1944, that's when Karl Lutz and others got extremely active. Lutz did have the rights to issue 8,000 protective letters. Here you can see an example of one of those letters. And he pushed the envelope of the law as much as he could to extend those letters not to individuals, but to entire families. And he wrote all of them as rapidly as he could to try and extend protection under the Swiss flag to these Jews. He was personally quite heroic. At one point, he even saw fascists abusing a Jewish woman and throw her into the Danube, which was one of the most sadistic methods of choice of the fascists at that time. And he dove into the Danube after her and rescued her and then scolded the fascists themselves. A great amount of personal courage that he took on behalf of people that he didn't even know. So as a result, tens of thousands of people were rescued by his diplomatic heroism, and he was later recognized by Yad Vashem, the Israel Holocaust Memorial Authority, as one of the righteous of the nations. So that helps me put a lot of that particularly evocative statue in Budapest into perspective, and I see much more about how this represents Karl Lutz extending a hand of rescue, literally extending a textile that's meant to be a rope to rescue the downtrodden Jews and to bring them out of their dire situation. It's very, very moving. I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching.
Necklaces, and they're actually kind of creepy critters. They're not aesthetically pleasing. They're not cute. They're kind of creepy, and everyone agrees they're kind of creepy and off-putting. Even the most ardent fans of the Labubu will agree that it's sort of a monkey's paw.
The late Chief Rabbi Jonathan Sachs used to quote,
and like many things, it is completely devoid of meaning. And in a world that is increasingly devoid of meaning, it absolutely
the classic
makes
Jewish
sense.
telegram, start worrying, details to follow. I thought that given our specific moment today, we should have a look at what does the greatest Jewish pessimist of all Jewish history have to say about the possibility of shaping our destiny. If I had to pick one person who is a candidate for that competition, I would say it has to be Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra, an incredibly brilliant biblical commentator and scientist of the 12th century. He was reduced to such terrible situation that he would write out his manuscripts and sell them. Sometimes the only copy of a manuscript, a book that he had written, and then he had to write it all over again from memory. Let's have a look at some of his poetry to get a sense of his personality, and then I'd like to talk to you about how did he suggest that we orient ourselves towards the future. Please forgive my Ashkenazic attempt to reproduce the Sephardic pronunciation. Ashkim lebeit asar omrim kvar rachav. Avo leit erev omrim kvar shachav. O yale merkav o yale mishkav. O yale ish ani nolad b'li kochav. So in this great translation by T. Conley, when I come to the patron's house early in the morning, they say, he's already ridden away. When I come in the evening, he says, he's already gone to sleep. He either climbs into his carriage or he climbs into bed. Woe to the poor man born to misfortune. And that phrase, born to misfortune, nolad b'kochav, has a lot of weight in the Jewish tradition. It means literally, or translates literally, he was born without a star. Or if you want in more colloquial speech, he was born without mazel. Without mazel. You know, we say mazal tov, right? Which sometimes that's understood to mean something like congratulations, well done, things like that. But what it really means is good constellation and auspicious horoscope. It is a reflection of the long tradition of astrology in Judaism, which goes well back into the Talmud period and before. This was something deeply important to Ibn Ezra because not only was he a tremendous expert of the biblical text and the Talmudic text, he was also a scientist. And he is often depicted, for example, holding an astrolabe, which is this very important medieval device that allows people to navigate using the stars. So he believed that he was born with an exceptionally poor mazal. But the fact is, he also had an optimistic streak. So you see in a fascinating book he wrote called the Sefer HaMoladot, Jews, like everyone, are affected by the constellation. However, there is some wiggle room. Like, let's say, for example, if your mazal is to be the chief, the boss, then if you're born in a lowly socioeconomic state, then you might only become the boss of, the foreman of a construction crew. But if you're born in a higher socioeconomic state, you could become the king of an empire. Right? You're going to be the boss, but it's going to be within the parameters of your socioeconomic status. You can, however, change these things by, for example, moving to a different time zone, quite literally, because your relationship to the stars, as they, circle in the night sky, will change based on where you live on the globe. He also, of course, is heavily reliant on the discussions in the Talmud about how a person can change their mazal through acts of kindness, through acts of chesed. But even though the Ibn Ezra was known for his lament of his Shlech Mazel, of his unfortunate constellation, his biblical commentary is brilliant, his poetry is absolutely sublime, and his contribution to astronomy is recognized in the broader world because there is actually a crater on the moon named after Ibn Ezra. I hope you found it interesting, and God willing, we'll speak in the future. Thanks very much for this.
The Antiques Roadshow, maybe the most American show ever. Boomers go, well, I bought something at a garage sale. Hopefully, the Declaration of Independence is in the back of this dresser, and I can retire. That's what America's about. So the
Hello, my name is Henry Abelson. I'm a historian, and I spend most of my professional energy thinking about the
is now worth what? Get up the worth of this company.
Long history of the Jewish people. It says at the beginning of Tractate Megillah in the Talmud that Reish Lakish says, "Ein HaKadosh Baruch Hu makeh es Yisrael Elohim ken borehem b'fur t'zula." This is the source of the proverbial statement that Hashem never sends any kind of affliction to the Jewish people without first creating a remedy for that affliction, without first creating a cure for the illness, without first creating the solution to the problem. And I think in terms of what's going on right now, what could possibly be that cure for the horrible makkah of October 7th? And we continue to agonize over the men, women, and children who still remain in unspeakable conditions in captivity in Gaza. And I wonder, we see the makkah, but where is the ritual? So one of the occupational hazards of being a historian is that dates tend to reverberate throughout history. And, I use dates for my PIN numbers and all kinds of things like that because you just have to remember things by numbers. And there are certain events in history which are so big that we can't even think of a word for them. We actually end up using the date. Like, for example, 9/11, 2001. We don't know how to term that horrific attack on the United States of America, so we just simply call it by the date. The British have the same thing with the attack on their transit system on July of 2005. They call it simply 7/7. And so we too have simply October 7th until we think of a name to describe this. That's where we are. So that makes me think of another October 7th, which seared in my historical memory. And that is an unusual moment of Jewish heroism that initially went almost unrecognized. This, of course, was the revolt of the Sonderkommando against the Nazis in 1944. in a very nice circle of power in Auschwitz. The Sonderkommando were the most degraded, most abused prisoners of the Nazis who were used for the horrific task of having to process the bodies of other Jews through the gas chambers and the crematorium. And we know about this particular doomed but highly symbolic revolt, which actually shut down the crematorium, allowing time for the Allies to get in there. But the records of the perspective of the Jews who participated in that revolt are recorded in the amazing and horrific writings of a man named Zalman Gradowski. He was one of these Sonderkommando, and he wrote about his Holocaust memoirs, little fragments, little bits of paper when he could get something, and he literally buried those bits of paper all over Auschwitz in the actual ashes of Jews burned in the crematorium. He figured that at some point in history, people would come back and dig up those ashes, and they would find these notes when he described what he went through. He described how there was a turning point for him that occurred in March of 1944, when there was a large group of women from Czechoslovakia, Jewish women, who were to be gassed all at once. And it was such a large affair that the Nazis had actually invited senior officers to participate in watching the murder of these women. And they humiliated them and stripped them and forced them to march naked into a central room. And the Sonderkommando were there, standing with their backs to the Nazi officers, watching this large group of Jewish women. All of a sudden, to Gradowski's amazement and to the Nazis' horror, something very unusual happened. I'm going to read directly from his memoirs that were discovered after the war. In the large bunker stand thousands of victims waiting for death. All at once, spontaneously, a song rings out. The clique of superior officers stand transfixed. They cannot understand, they cannot grasp. How is it possible that there, in that bunker, in the heart of the grave, on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives about to be snuffed out, can raise their voices in a song? The melody of the song does not let them rest. It troubles them, shatters the certainty they felt up to now. A new song of faith and courage comes pouring out of their hearts. The mass now sings the national anthem. They sing the Hatikva. It's an amazing description of something that turned Gradowski around. He said, if these women who knew they were going to their death could stand up to the Nazis, if they could be stiff-necked at this moment, we'll certainly see any others on this line of stage. And that was the genesis of the revolt, of that heroic October. And I believe this is an example of the refuah that comes before us. But the heroism of those women and the heroism of the Sonderkommando, including Zalman Gradowski, that represents the stiff-neckedness of the Jewish people. But they refused to give up. They refused to abandon the captives. They refused to abandon their own security and their own right to exist in their ancestral land. That's really the refuah that was created for them. And we all have the merit to see this crisis end speedily, with the safe return of all our young men and women, with the safe return of all of the hostages to their families, speedily in our day. And may we all merit to see the coming Mashiach.
I want to come out of this administration and go back to a fun job like podcasting. I don't want to be the deputy director of the FBI and cover up child sex scandals all day. I want to read ads for Blue Chew and from my house. It's a good gig, this podcasting. It's not bad. Hard to complain about. Yes, there's a good amount of it happening all the time. You got to do it every week.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Allow me to say thank you to all of you for bringing us to this remarkable moment, reaching 100,000 subscribers. This is a tremendous honor for me personally. Thank you so much. But really, it is a testament to your support and the fact that you're willing to sign on and say, yes, I'd like to learn more about this unusual people and their long history. So thank you so much for participating as subscribers and as members. Okay, let's go very quickly through the history of this channel. I think it has some utility for us to understand where we've been. The first upload was on November 12th, 2009. And back then, I had a small adult education group, about 10 students. This was when we lived in Miami, Florida. It's really nice to see you on this experiment. I'm going to try and do a little YouTube thing. Let's see if it works. You're in my office here. And I just wanted to say a great thank you to Penny Pash for offering her home to the Shear, and also to Eileen for putting the whole thing together. It was really a tremendous boost for me. It's so nice to be together. Then in 2012, again at the suggestion of my wife, I was teaching these adult education lectures at the Young Israel of Bal Harbor, Florida. Very wonderful place to teach, a wonderful community. And we had about 50 participants every week in these, lectures. And I was initially giving them without recording them, until suddenly I thought, why not just put the actual lecture online? I know we're trying to get people to come together in person, and that's great, but you know what? Let's open up the audience to the entire global classroom. So the first upload there was January 26, 2012. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to the Kehila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. Academics, we just need someone to talk to. If no one will listen to us, we feel useless. So it's so wonderful that all of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy. I talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home. So at least I can come here and do things. When we edit this, we'll just remove that little thing about home, I think. I then experimented a little bit with direct-to-YouTube videos, thinking about, what are the essential things that people should know about Jewish history? And so I created this essential lecture series in October 2014. And that allowed me to experiment a lot more with the technology end of it, which is not something I learned in graduate school, but I'm thinking it's really important that we teach our graduate students specifically this. And those came out starting in October 2014, but the experiments would be especially important when we got to the COVID pandemic of 2020, where it was no longer possible for us to gather in large numbers, and all of a sudden YouTube became especially important for teaching Jewish history. Then the personal change in my life in the fall of 2015, I was promoted to the campus in Brooklyn, New York of Touro College, now Touro University, and I started doing the same kind of thing there in the college campus with the Jewish History at Avenue J series. This was also great, larger audiences enjoyed it quite a bit, and we raised about $20,000 for student scholarships with voluntary donations and sponsorships of the lectures. And that was also, really nice too. I have to add to that in the spring of 2017, after some political events that were happening at the UN, I realized that there's a lot of power in these videos and this growing audience for social advocacy. And so I began the series, which I called Israel, the Land and Its People. And it went beyond the academic blah, 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 to providing information that can be consumed on a much more popular mass level, and hopefully educating people about the situation in the Middle East and helping them to understand the kind of difficulties that Israel finds itself in. I want to say 3 institutional thank yous. First of all, when we moved to New York, we were in the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst community, which was a really warm and welcoming community. I especially appreciated my relationship with Rabbi Yaakov Trump, who was open to the spirit of experimentation and also was gracious enough to let me use the synagogue together with Rabbi Moshe Teitelbaum, his predecessor, and offer the adult education lectures there. And sometimes we did them in tandem. We also had some opportunities to do some really exciting things, like, for example, when I discovered a modern Persian equivalent of a food that's described in the Talmud. We had a wonderful tasting ceremony on December of 2022. Luckily, I found one that was actually under kosher supervision. That was really exciting. The second major institutional thank you, and this is all due to YouTube. I'm really grateful for all of you for making this possible. A great organization called Kosher River Cruises, led by David Lawrence and Malcolm Green, friends of mine now. They invited me and my wife to join them on their cruises of discovery along the great rivers of Europe, in particular, looking at Jewish history. And so when I got involved with Kosher River Cruises, all of a sudden, most of my learning, which was basically book learning, archives and occasional trips to specific locations, all of a sudden I was able to go travel in tremendous luxury together with large groups of people who are similarly motivated to study the history of the Jewish people and actually go to the sites where these things happen. It was absolutely mind-blowing, and I'm really grateful to be continuing this partnership with Kosher River Cruises.
Stop and you eat it like this?
Ooh, that's fun.
Okay, I'm going to focus in on the actual time a little bit.
That's a good herring. A good herring. A good herring.
And finally, I have to specifically thank the Orthodox Union and Rabbi Moshe Shwed, who approached me way back in, I guess it would be 2019, saying, hey, we're enjoying your Jewish history videos. We're about to start the next 7-year cycle of Talmudic study called Daf Yomi. They're creating a new app called alldaf.org, and they want me to record Jewish history videos on every page of the Talmud. 2,711 videos.
This is a way to just introduce people to the amazing, fascinating diversity of topics and subjects that are in Daf Yomi. Look at the historical, social, economic context that produced the Gemara and the Rishon Acharonim that we have.
Today, I'd like to look at a character who's quite fascinating to me, Ben Bagbag. It's such a strange name. First, where did they get the beach to make the wool? How do they do that anyways? I mean, you can't just go to the corner store and get some Clorox or something like that. So, I did a little quick research. And
it's intended to enhance and to illuminate the daf for people who are currently learning. And secondly, perhaps even more importantly, it's intended as an easy slope up for people who want to get into the Daf Yomi but are not quite ready to jump off that precipice. So this is a way to just introduce people to the amazing, fascinating diversity of topics and subjects that are in Daf Yomi.
I think it's really important for us to recognize what a strange historical moment we are in, that there are 100,000 plus people who are sufficiently interested in Jewish history as to commit to subscribing to regular videos to learn more about it. That in itself is mind-boggling. It's also strange from an academic perspective because, I grew up before cell phones, before the internet, before the web, and most of my academic career was structured around the usual things that historians do. I wrote some books, I taught a lot of courses, I gave a lot of adult ed lectures and so on, and I met those traditional milestones like, thank God I received the PhD, I got tenure, I became a dean, I did all those things. But YouTube, in many ways, is a totally different category of milestone. I was talking to one of my kids just this morning, and he's been through all of the academic trajectory, and I think he's proud of me, and I think he says, yeah, my daddy does that academic stuff. But when he heard about this award, he was unusually proud, and he said he told some of his friends, and they're, I don't think he told a lot of his friends when I wrote my first book or anything, but meeting 100,000 subscribers, we're in a different world. So I'm really grateful to have that opportunity. And I have to say, I was really warmed by the fact that your 100,000 subscriptions have made my son more proud of me. That's the best. Finally, let me return to expressing my thanks to all of you. I am deeply gratified by this recognition that, again, it's not me, it's all of us together, coming together as a community to create this. And more importantly, I am encouraged and inspired to do more. I want to, just increase the awareness of Jewish history. I'm very grateful to be a small vehicle of doing that, and there are many other great YouTubers online who are doing that as well. I'm going to call out Sam Aronow, for example, who does these great videos with animation and stuff. Wow, really fantastic. I love working with the team at Unpacked to produce explainer videos. There are so many great people doing work in this field, and I want to do more. So I'm going to continue experimenting. I have a few ideas in mind about what we'll do for the next 100,000 members of this community. So please stay with the channel and send me your comments. I'm very, very grateful for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to learning with you for many, many more years to come. Thank you again.
Agit gewinnt Schuh in Nachricht von den Kindern.
A symbolic position, and that they wanted to pull the strings behind the scenes. Tech people are now doing the same thing. They want to take over. They want to put AI that they've programmed in charge of a lot of decisions. They want to get rid of a lot of the government, and they want the president of the United States to be essentially a puppet.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let me tell you right up front, this is going to be a somewhat different video than most of the ones that I put on this channel. And the reason is because it's actually a product placement. Now, just bear with me. We will have some Jewish history and I think some interesting Jewish history. And I've actually had a lot of fun making this video. I got this really nice email from Jimmy at FlexiSpot, and they make standing desks. And he said to me, hey, would you like to include one of our desks in your video? And I said, great. And I was really happy for two reasons. First of all, because my daughter and son-in-law, who do a lot of work at home, they both have standing desks, and I have long coveted them. And I'll tell you a little bit more about why I coveted them later on in this video. And secondly, because now I can officially say I am an influencer. I actually signed an influencer contract that I would talk about this desk in this video. Now, I do get lots of offers to, sell this or sell that. And typically they're either spam, crazy things, or they're products that I have no interest in whatsoever. But a standing desk is something that I'm really keen on. So now I thought to myself, though, how am I going to talk about standing desks in a channel devoted to Jewish history until my son-in-law, the owner of a FlexiSpot desk, says, why don't you talk about the history of Jewish furniture? And it's perfect because there's one humble piece of Jewish furniture that I happen to have a deep amount of attachment to, and I believe it's pretty uniquely Jewish. What I'm talking about right now is, ironically, the Stender. Now, those of you who have spent time in yeshivas, I'm sure you have seen these things. The Yiddish word Stender means literally stander, and it is a fixture in yeshivot, anywhere where you have traditional Jewish study. Here's a look at my Stender from the base medrash downstairs where I do a lot of my studying. And you can see it's a really basic thing. It's kind of like a sort of a podium or a lectern. And it allows you to set a book on it. There's a little lip there. And it's a very efficient way of actually working with text. Now, this is especially important because in Jewish history, of course, the Jews are known as, in Arabic, Am al-Kitab, the people of the book. That we have long been associated with long hours of textual study. And how exactly was that done? I mean, how actually did people learn these texts? There is a lot of suggestions and passages in early rabbinic texts that suggest that students would typically sit on the ground while a lecturer would provide information, a rabbi. And that makes a lot of sense, especially for oral instruction. But what about when you're actually working with a physical document, either an old manuscript scroll or even a manuscript turned into a codex, which is like an early book? but with handwritten pages. I mean, it's hard to like hold these things while you're sitting down, and especially if you want to jot them things down on the side or something. How do you do that? So it's quite likely that sometime in the early Middle Ages, Jewish study of text moved to kind of like desks, or as we can see from this 14th century example of a medieval copyist, some kind of like angled thing that was set on a table. You can see that there's a second one that's kind of like sticking up front, kind of like a second computer screen that allows the original to be placed, and then the copyist, the scribe, can actually write the letters out like that. And this is great for like writing and larger text and so on, and we'll come back to it when we talk about the standing desk. But what about for individual study, where you're just focused on trying to learn the text? That's where the Ständer comes in. Let me demonstrate here what it looks like. I want to give thanks to Professor Kent, who took these pictures of me in the base measures this morning. Here's me standing at my Ständer, and you can see obviously it's great for standing and learning a text, or for prayer as well. And in fact, it's not impossible that this kind of lectern may have been either adapted by the Jews from a church lectern that looks something like this, or this one here, but both of them, I got to tell you, they would not do the job the way the Jews need it, because it's obviously intended for only standing, whereas a Ständer has much more flexibility than a standard podium, and I'll show you why. Here you can lean over with the lectern, and this is really good for like changing your posture and changing your blood flow and stuff like that. And most importantly, you can also sit with the Ständer. I know it's called the Ständer for standing, but it's often used sitting. And in many yeshivas, you will see hundreds of these things, with each individual student having their own Ständer and being able to move between standing, leaning forward, sitting, as they wildly just gesticulate and argue about the meaning of their text with their study partners. So the Ständer is like a really humble, basic piece of study furniture that proved to be extremely functional and durable. We have photographs that clearly show it being in use, but it's quite likely that it goes back centuries upon centuries. But we don't have much literature on it because, you know, it's a piece of furniture after all. Here's my own Ständer from my home. It's a little bit different. It's also a stripped down version, but it has a couple other nice things on it. You see these wheels here on the side. Those are kind of like screws. You can loosen them, and then not only can you change the height of the Ständer, kind of like a flexi spot, but without electricity. And you can also, with that sort of curve thing, you can see you can loosen it up, and then you can change the angle, which I like to use it sometimes flat on top for holding big, heavy books when I'm not learning, but then I angle it when I'm actually sitting down or standing and learning with it. Really, really helpful and useful. Now let's do the actual product placement. Why would you want a standing desk? Why would I want a standing desk? Well, specifically because I read this book with my wife. We listened to it actually on an audio book on a few long road trips. There's so much fascinating information about why a standing desk is good for your health, and specifically for weight loss, because when you stand, you actually burn a lot more calories than when you're sitting. I mean, it stands to reason, right? You're sitting sedentary for sometimes 8 hours in front of a computer. Wow, not healthy, right? So let's have a look at the standing desk itself. It's basically like, you know, you can see it's a flat piece of desk, and you can put all kinds of stuff on it. It has phenomenal weight-bearing capacity, and I think it would be beneath my dignity to actually sit on the desk and test it, but I will tell you that I have done that, and it can easily hold my weight, and possibly two of me, or at least two of me it can hold. It goes up and down with a touch of a button. I really love it. Here, I'm going to do it while I'm talking to you right now. Here we go. Here's down. Wow, look at that. That's great, right? Nice and smooth and easy. And here is up, right? And I can't tell you how convenient it is to be able to do this while I'm making videos. It is quiet. It is really super stable. And here's one other thing that's kind of cool. Once I got this standing desk, I found that a lot of impromptu meetings are a lot shorter, because when people come into my office to talk to me about one thing or another, and I'm already standing, then they feel they should be standing too, and they don't get too comfortable, and we talk about what we need to talk about, and then I can get right back to my studying, which is what I really love doing. This all makes me think. I love my Stender, which is pretty basic, and I love my new FlexiSpot standing desk. What would happen if FlexiSpot made a Stender? But chances are it'd be a really niche market. So those of you who want to get a traditional Stender, you can go to your local Judaica store. There's some online. Here's kind of a funky one with curved metal pipes used for the legs. Here's a much more traditional set. This is I love this. This is like giving it as a chasam gift. Every man's best friend. You thought it was a dog, but no, it's a Stender. But if you want this beautiful standing desk, then you got to go to FlexiSpot, because the E7 is just fantastic. I'm just so delighted to have this FlexiSpot standing desk. Thank you, Jimmy, for reaching out to me and asking me to include this in a video. I think it's going to make my work life a lot more healthy and pleasurable, and I look forward to using this desk to make lots more Jewish history videos for all of you. Please be sure to check the links in the description box and use code YTE730 to get an extra $30 off the E7 desk. Thank you very much for watching.
But unless they release everything they have on Epstein, and unless Khalid testifies, they are part now of the biggest and most evil cover-up in human history that we know about. By the way, there were probably others. They can't get away from that, no matter how much.
Hello, most valued members of the Lander College for Men Base Measures the Talmud community. I'm so delighted to invite you to our first annual breakfast, which is scheduled for Sunday, December 15th at 9:30 a.m.
What's happening? We kicked summer off with the Chef IQ Sense flash sale.
Here on our beautiful campus in Queens, New York. We're going to have a Chinuch roundtable that is specifically directed at the question of Jewish education, and it will be moderated by Rabbi Shmuel Marcus, our Magid Shir, and the participants will be none other than our Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonason Sachs, and our Menahel, Rabbi Yosef Sonnenschein. It promises to be an extremely enlightening and inspirational event. I have the privilege of offering some opening remarks at this event, and I really look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you so much for supporting our fantastic institution, and thank you very much for watching. Please see below for more information and to RSVP.
This is great. People have tiny apartments, even big houses, it doesn't matter. This is such a great, compact machine that makes everything you need at home. It's so smart, so healthy, so good. It also pairs perfectly with your Chef IQ set so that you know that the thing you're eating is cooked. So visit chefiq.com, use promo code TIMD. Again, that's chefiq.com, promo code TIMD, TIMD. People are buying $8,000 lifelike baby.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited that this Shabbos I'll be spending it in the community of Roslyn, New York, at the famous Roslyn Synagogue. I'm really delighted to be invited by Rabbi Dansker and the community to serve as a scholar in residence there on the topic of resurgence in Jewish history. And here's a quick sense of what we're going to talk about. On Friday night, we'll begin with a discussion that's appropriate for this time of year. We're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah. Hanukkah is typically told in a very childish fashion with very clear-cut good guys and very clear-cut bad guys. But when you actually get to the nuts and bolts of the story, it's quite a bit messier and quite a bit darker, in fact. That's why we're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah, because there's a lot of material from that unique period of history that we can derive for our own times as some kind of guidepost and some kind of warnings. Secondly, on Shabbos, we're going to have a talk specifically on the ways in which Ashkenazic Jews and Sephardic Jews have dealt with the communal traumas that they were exposed to over the long course of their histories. I understand that the Roslyn community is very diverse, and so we're going to look at a comparative approach to Ashkenazim and Sephardim and see if we can derive some lessons from them as to how we can handle the challenges of our day. Then after Mincha, I'm looking forward to examining one particular population that is so fascinating and very rarely spoken about, This is the saga of Bukharan Jewry, coming from Central Asia. What a phenomenal, amazing story that they have to tell about Jewish survival under incredibly difficult circumstances. It's a story that's not often told, and I'm looking forward to discussing it with all of you. And then finally, after Shabbos is over, we'll break out the laptop and the projector, and we're going to go look at a much more political topic. Specifically, I want to focus on the topic of the Yishuv becomes the Medina. I want to focus on the very crucial period of state building that occurred between World War I and 1948 as a trilateral complex conflict between the Jewish population of the land of Israel, the Arab population there, and the British Mandate authorities. I'm going to go through maps and talk about the back and forth of it. I know it's a story that has been told frequently, but now that Israel is under so much international pressure, it's especially important for us to review how did we get to statehood in the 20th century at all. I think that's going to be a very relevant talk. We will go beyond it up to the Oslo cards in our own times, but that will be kind of like a fast addendum at the end, just so we get a sense of how Israel came to be a state in the 20th century in the first place. Okay, I'm really looking forward to this Shabbos. I'm really looking forward to meeting all of the members of the community of Roslyn, and I hope that we'll have a chance to talk more then. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to meeting you on Shabbos.
What these critics misunderstand collectors say is the therapeutic potential of the dolls. Women who have lost babies or experienced miscarriages are comforted by the reborns. The dolls can also soothe women with PTSD, Alzheimer's dementia, autism.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I consider myself incredibly privileged because I have a job where not only can I spend a lot of my time thinking about Jewish history and talking about Jewish history to people who enjoy listening to stuff about Jewish history, but that I work in such a phenomenal environment here at Lander College for Men at Torrey University. And right now, we are about to begin our annual charity campaign where we raise funds for scholarships for our totally amazing students. It's going to be March 25th and 26th, and we have a big goal. We're really hoping to get widespread participation in this annual campaign. And right now, to kickstart it, we have an incredibly generous 4 times match in place. That means that whatever dollar you give, we have donors who believe in our institution and especially believe in our students so much that they will match it 4 times over, which really gives your dollar an incredible impact here on our campus. Now, let me just tell you something about our campus. If you're not familiar with this amazing institution, you should understand that our students are really top-notch, really amazing young men. Almost all of them have spent at least 1 year in post-high school Talmudic institutions, usually in Israel, and many of them have spent 2 or more years full-time study of Judaic texts before they come to our campus. And then here on our campus, oh my God, they're just mind-blowing. Not only do they come here quite often with like massively high SAT scores and tremendous records of student achievement and volunteerism and all kinds of things, they get up early in the morning. You walk into our base medrash, our study hall, which is just rocking with noise through much of the day, but in the early morning hours, very quiet, just little groups of students. And then by 7:45 a.m., I'm there with them. My day goes from 7 a.m. till 7:30 p.m. I love it here. But at 7:40 a.m., then they start with their morning prayers. After they wrap those up, then they have a quick class in Jewish law, breakfast, and they get right into deep Talmudic study. And their study of Judaic texts with a brief break for lunch and for afternoon prayers goes until 3 p.m. These are really intense, motivated students. And only after 3 p.m. do they really get down to their secular studies. And oh my gosh, do they ever dive into those secular studies. Organic chemistry and biochemistry and advanced marketing and management and artificial intelligence. These students are really at the cutting edge, and they are going to be the leaders of the Jewish people of the next generation. They have already demonstrated tremendous success. Our alumni network is fantastic. I can't believe I am so fortunate to be coming to work every day, to be dealing with these kinds of students and these kinds of faculty and these kinds of student service personnel everyone here is totally committed to the same thing. We have extracurricular activities that literally go till midnight. But I just want to emphasize how I love this campus. I love these students. I love my colleagues. And I really want to ask you to help support them. Some of our students come with very, very high financial need, but we try very hard not to turn away anyone for financial need. We really bet on our students to succeed and lead the Jewish people into the next generation. So we're counting on your support. Please do consider giving to this charity cause, March 25th and 26th. And right now we've got a 4 times match in place. I really hope you will take advantage of this. Thank you for the privilege of speaking to you, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
As clear as I can. Something is deeply unsettling about playing dress up or playing pretend as an adult. One of the things that I find the most disturbing in our current society is that people are playing pretend as adults.
Hello, colleagues. I hope you're well. I'm just taking this minute to let you know that we're in the middle of our annual scholarship campaign for students, and we have an amazing 4 times match from sponsors. Thanks to our tremendous staff, Rabbi Ari Young, Rabbi Eliezer Fedez, who worked very hard to put this together. I want to let you know that these funds go to our students who are the most needy. We have some students here, brilliant students, we all love them, who come from families that do not necessarily have the wherewithal to afford tertiary education, but we really go the extra mile to try and make it possible for every qualified student to participate in your classes. Now, it might be a little bit weird for me to suggest that you should consider including Latter Calls for Men in your charitable giving. Everyone gives charity, but you receive compensation from us for your time and energy, and we're very grateful for those things and your expertise and your scholarship and so on. But I'd like you to think of this as a gift to those students that you really love the most. Think in your mind about those students who just really contribute to the class, really make you feel good about engaging in the teaching profession, and say, you know what, I want to support those students. And if you contribute, your dollar will be matched 4 times over because of the tremendous legwork that our development team has put in advance. So I would like to humbly suggest that you consider contributing to the charity campaign this year. It makes a big difference to our students, it makes a big difference to me, and it makes a big difference to our institution. Thank you very much for listening.
They're here to help you get back on your feet and get your summer back on track. They've recovered over $25 million for their clients nationwide, and they don't back down when it matters most. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another was awarded $20 million after getting a $0 offer.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to take a minute to quickly broadcast this live stream because we are in the final day of our annual scholarship campaign for students at Latter College for Men of Touro University. And, I only have a minute to take your time, and I'm very grateful that you're going to listen to this. I just want to tell you that I've been reflecting on, why do I exist? There are a lot of reasons, I think, why I exist. I think I existed for my parents. I think I exist for my wife and for my kids and grandkids and stuff. I think there's a lot of reasons why I exist. I'm happy they're there. But as a Jewish historian, it's clear to me the reason I exist is for my students. And I have some absolutely amazing students here at Latter College for Men. They're incredibly dedicated. They're incredibly motivated. They work hard. They study hard. And they really want to put their heart and soul into what they're doing here on our campus. And I believe that, at least in a professional sense, that's why I exist. Now, if you have been enjoying the videos that I put online, and I'm really grateful because it's nice to have an audience for people who want to, spend time thinking about Jewish history. But if you've been appreciating them, then please consider appreciating my students because some of them really need the support. We do everything we can here at Latter College for Men to not turn away any qualified student. So, we need these scholarship funds to really close the gap on tuition because some of them come from families that are quite challenged financially. So
We have right now in place an amazing 4 times grant. For every dollar you donate, it will be multiplied by 4. We are in the last 9 or so hours of the campaign. And right now, we have raised about $250,000 of our $300,000 goal. I would really love to see us close that gap to really ensure that we have the funds we need to support these students going into the next academic year. And that's, I guess, it. I think I exist for my students, at least professionally. I consider you my students, and I consider these young men my students as well. So please help each other. And I think you really want to be part of this. Thank you very much for watching.
Only kids can have the fun. Well, Yelp reports that there is a 350% increase in searches for adult summer camps this year as people look for community and nostalgia. And as Nancy Chen shows us, plenty of both can be found at camps around
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to send you a quick video to say thank you so much for supporting our charity campaign.
Child's favorite summer camp. Except this one is for the grown-ups.
For student scholarship. This has been an absolutely phenomenal year for us. We set a goal of $300,000, which was larger than any goal we've ever had in the past. And not only did we meet it, we also set an additional bonus goal of $10,000, and we blew right past that to raise $316,000 for scholarship funds to help our students who experience the most financial need. And we could not have done it, obviously, without your help. So I really want to say thank you so much for helping our students. I also want to wish you and your loved ones, as you enter this Passover season of redemption, a great personal blessing in your lives, and may we all experience the redemptions that we all need in all aspects of our lives, both materially and spiritually and psychologically, you name it. I hope you have only tremendous blessings for the coming year. Thank you very much for supporting our students, and thank you very much for watching this video.
The American media is presenting going to an adult summer camp as normal activity. And it's, I don't care if it's this or
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes about the
this is fucked up. Let me articulate this in a way that people can understand. You have stages to your life.
Duro River in Jewish history. The Duro is one of the most gorgeous rivers I've ever seen in my life. It's absolutely fantastic. It travels between Spain and Portugal, and I'm really hoping that I'll be able to get there again this year as the pandemic, thank God, subsides in many parts of the world. Portugal is doing really well right now, and the vaccinations are proceeding apace. So I'm really hopeful that, thank God, we'll get back to the touring schedule with Kosher River Cruises. So let's talk just for a few minutes about the Douro River and specifically its connection with Jewish history. So first of all, let's have a look at the geography. Here's a beautiful shot of the Douro. You can see the deep valley that the river creates, and it goes through these amazing meandering paths through mountains. But it's not always like that. It actually has some beautiful terraced farmland and agriculture. It's actually very famous for its wine region. And of course, the name port, like the drink port, comes from Oporto, which is at the very end of the Douro River. But here's where it is located in the Iberian Peninsula. You can see it travels from north central Spain out to the Atlantic Ocean through Portugal. We're going to focus on the part of the Douro that is in Portugal primarily because that's the most navigable by smaller river boats as we'll be taking on Kosher River cruises. And most of it is filled with these gorgeous kind of like terraced landscapes where you get to see the vineyards on either side, and there's actually very little urban development along the river, so it's really quite scenic and really fantastic. The earliest presence of Jews in Portugal is recorded in 4th century church documents. By the time you get to the 12th century, there are communities located along the Douro, Porto in particular, and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlement. Jews are especially involved in the extensive maritime economy of Portugal. Of course, it was one of the great seafaring nations of the medieval period, and Jews are involved in everything from the mercantile activities to navigation in particular, very strong in navigation, to calculating the scientific basis for the star charts and all kinds of fascinating things like that. They're especially active in Lisbon, which is a little south of the Douro River. Now, Jews basically did very well in Portugal. There was some tension in the 14th century after the Black Death, when Portugal was hit very hard, not surprisingly perhaps because it is a maritime nation. But even with the tensions that tended to subside towards the end of that period, there was still a strong sense in Iberian Jewish culture that Portugal is a great place of refuge. And in fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, none other than the ancestor of Don Isaac Abravanel fled to Portugal, where he found some refuge. And there's a long connection there with obviously the neighbors in the peninsula to the east. After the Spanish Inquisition, the Douro River in particular is flooded with Jewish migrants who were struggling to get out of Spain, and with the expulsion in 1492, it was one of the most popular land routes for Jews to follow. They would end up finding very brief respite in Portugal, however, because of the massive forced conversion of 1497, and then just a few decades later, followed by the incredibly difficult Portuguese Inquisition. This effectively ended the Jewish presence as Jews per se in Portugal. But these Jews who are now called New Christians, because they were forcibly converted to Christianity, suddenly had newfound freedoms as a result of their liberation from Jewish disabilities. And although many of them struggled to hold on to their Jewish identity, they were actually able to travel throughout the Mediterranean basin, up into the North Atlantic, to England, to Amsterdam in particular, and to begin to make their presence felt on a much larger scale. Of course, there were Portuguese Jews at this point, or crypto Jews, who fled to the New World, where they established communities in Brazil in particular, of Portuguese holding, and ultimately made their way up to New Amsterdam, which was, of course, Manhattan. The Douro River and its environs was, as we mentioned, a major conduit for Jewish migration. It also ended up harboring a lot of crypto-Jewish communities, Portuguese Jews who decided to stay in Portugal and maintain a Christian exterior while still practicing Jewish habits secretly on their own. And so you have these amazing communities which have like these possibilities of mezuzah scars in the doorways. Like this is my colleague from Portugal, this is David Krause, pointing out possible mezuzah scar. You have the remarkable community of Belmonte, which was only discovered in the 20th century as a crypto-Jewish town. Here, by the way, is a picture of their magnificent reconstructed art and their mikveh there, which is significantly more modern than the medieval mikveh discovered at Coimbra, also to the south, a really important university town that educated a lot of these crypto Jews. This is the town square, which looks very cheerful now, but it was actually the site of public burnings of Jews in the Portuguese Inquisition. Here's some of the students from Coimbra. They're still dressed in the long Harry Potter type robes and things like that, which is really fun. It's such a gorgeous river and an amazing trip. The boat is so fantastic. I hope that many of you can join me on this because we have such an amazing time. It's Jewish optimized, right? We even have 3 minyanim a day in the lounge area of the boat, and it's just fantastic to enjoy this return to Portugal for Jews, 500 years later after the Inquisition. Absolutely fantastic. Anyways, I hope you'll be able to join me. Check out the website and have an excellent day.
There are people that are not going to have the things. I'm sorry about that. It is indeed narcissism. It is not a search for community. It is not this bullshit. It is indeed an unrelenting narcissistic personality type that demands that they have every experience on Earth at all times. There is a time for all things. Someone said that, I don't know what, I don't care. The point is this. It is a deep.
One of the most fascinating figures to emerge from medieval Portugal is undoubtedly Don Isaac Abravanel. Fascinating individual, sometimes known as the Abarbanel, because his name actually admits of several different transliterations from the Hebrew, and he himself actually used different versions in his own lifetime. He was a very important Portuguese thinker and diplomat and politician and financier who reached tremendous heights in the late 15th century in Portugal, and then amazingly continued his career already when he was quite elderly in terms of his literary output, in terms of what he did in terms of biblical commentary and thought. Fascinating individual. Let's take a few minutes to look at his remarkable life. So we should bear in mind that the overall context of the Abarbanel's life is inextricably linked with the history of the Reconquista. This refers to the several centuries when Christian forces began to reconquer the peninsula from the north moving down to the south, hence the term Reconquista, right, the reconquest of the area. And slowly, over the course of several hundred years, the entire peninsula was Christianized, both in terms of removing its Muslim inhabitants and, as we shall see, also its Jewish inhabitants. In the late 14th century, there was a surge of forced or coerced baptisms of Jews, associated with, among other things, some pogroms in 1391. And in the larger time period, Don Isaac Abravanel's family fled from Spain into Portugal. His grandfather was caught up in a lot of the tumultuous events of the 1380s and 1390s, and he made his home in Portugal. There, the grandfather of our protagonist was very much involved in building his career as a courtier, meaning serving the Portuguese royalty, and especially in the area of finance. By the time Don Isaac was born in 1437, he was already very well established, and Don Isaac was given a very expansive education, not only in Hebrew subjects, but also in Latin and Greek. He spoke several languages of the peninsula and so on. And he was trained or groomed really to serve the great houses of Portugal, primarily in the area of finance. He was especially close with the House of Braganza. In the 1480s, however, there was a major upheaval in the ruling classes in Portugal, and Don Isaac suddenly found himself on the wrong side of the ruling powers, and he was forced to flee across the border, in fact, right by the Douro River, where we will be touring, and leave his family behind as he sought safety within Spain. This was a very tricky venture because Don Isaac was, of course, a descendant of someone who had fled Spain as a result of the forced baptism of the 1380s and especially 1391. And it was actually tricky for him to be actually in Spanish territory. However, he laid low and he kind of lived under the radar, managed eventually to bring his family over, although the bulk of his wealth was abandoned in Portugal. And it actually was especially interesting because it was at this time that he actually composed some of his most fascinating works. He wrote in the space of about a year and a half some 300,000 words, which is the equivalent of, let's say about 5 or 6 novels of commentary, writing particularly on Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And the works he wrote there are especially fascinating, together with his later commentary on Kings, because he could write with a first-person account of what it's like to actually be in a royal court and deal with the many financial and the political and the diplomatic challenges that faced him. Among the challenges that he encountered, for example, while he was in Portugal, was the wide-scale kidnapping of Jews and selling them into slavery, and he was very active on behalf of the Jewish community, hunting down the slavers and redeeming Jews from captivity. But to return to where he ended up, just on the Spanish side of the Portuguese border by the Douro River, after he remained low for a little while, he eventually reached out to the Spanish crown and he regained his authority under the Spanish crown once again as a prominent courtier and as a financier. Over the course of his lifetime, Don Isaac Abarbanel actually served 6 different kings, and he had moved, as we saw, from his Portuguese exile to actually the heights of authority under Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, serving as the number 2 person in terms of the entire economic infrastructure of Spain. He's second only to Abraham Senior, who was the first tax collector of the entire peninsula, and it was in this capacity that he served Spain well. It was, however, to be short-lived, because Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand had already instituted the Inquisition as of 1878, and they toyed with the idea of expelling all the Jews of the peninsula, and that is in fact what happened. So it's a remarkable painting made in 1889 by Emilio Sala that depicts that key moment when Don Isaac, who is shown in the red robes with his back to us, who is speaking before the king and queen as the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada gesticulates loudly, demanding that the Jews be expelled so that the entire peninsula could be unified. And although the king and queen implored Abarbanel to stay because they really valued his financial acumen, he ultimately decided he would certainly leave with his co-religionists, and this was the Great Expulsion of 1492, which of course sent Jews all around the Mediterranean basin into Europe, of course overland into Portugal and into France, and many of them ended up in the Americas, particularly in the Portuguese holdings, but that's another story. And once again, Abarbanel is sent into exile. This time he ended up in Italy, where he was quite active, continuing his commentaries on the rest of the Bible, on the Haggadah, on Pirkei Avot, developing some fascinating messianic theories. He really believed that the arrival of the Messiah was around the corner, that would in fact the Messianic age would begin in 1503. Unfortunately, he was sadly mistaken. And he ended up actually, through a course of wandering, at the end of his life, he found himself in Venice, where a twist of fate would bring him once again to the attention of kings, and he became involved in the possibility of engaging in negotiations with Portugal that had originally caused his first exile. It turns out that the negotiations did not proceed apace, but nevertheless, you see that even at the end of his lifetime, he was an incredibly influential advisor to kings. But what he's remembered for most dramatically in terms of Jewish history is his remarkable body of commentary on virtually the entire Torah and the prophets in particular, and a fascinating series of writings on many other elements of Jewish literature, such as the Haggadah, the Avot, and his messianic writings. Fascinating individual, tremendous contribution. I hope you found this useful, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future.
I think a lot of people now, the jig is up. The jig is up. Now, of course, we have to end with this ad, which is awkward. Signature is sponsored by Palantir. Palantir, brighter future is ahead. Palantir is here to help government and people exist together. Look at your neighbors. Do you love them? Well, you'll love them even more with Palantir. You'll know everything about them and you. Palantir will get involved in your communities and make them safer and stronger. God, we love Palantir.
Let's continue our discussion of the Jews of Portugal with a look at the remarkable Amatus Lusitanos, who was a very important doctor of the 16th century. His roots in Portugal made a dramatic mark not only on medical science, but also on medical ethics. So his years are 1511 to 1568. He was born in Castelo Branco, which is just south of the Douro River, where we'll be cruising in just a few months. His parents were conversos, and the situation of the Jews in Portugal at this time was rather complex. Because if you recall, there was a massive exodus of Jews from neighboring Spain in 1492, with the expulsion of the Jews from that part of the peninsula. Many of them made their way over the border along the Douro River and elsewhere into Portugal. in many ways, it was a really horrible situation in Portugal at the end of the 15th century. Children were separated from their parents and shipped off to a remote island off the coast of West Africa. And after tremendous privations and difficulties, the massive number of Jews who remained in Portugal were forcibly converted to Catholicism. But there was kind of like a sort of wink-wink attitude where there was a general agreement that the Inquisition, which had wreaked such havoc in Spain, would not be imported to Portugal, at least not right away. And in fact, that was true for the first couple of decades of the 16th century in Portugal. So Amatus Lusitanos' parents were among this population. He was born in 1511, just less than 2 decades after Portugal's invasion of 1497, and his parents christened him João Rodrigues. In Latin, his name is Joannes Rodericus, and in fact, he published his very first book under that title. But in reality, because of that sort of period of leniency, even though they were outwardly Christians and were baptized, they made no secret to their son of his Jewish identity. His parents taught him Hebrew and many Jewish rituals. He went on to study in Spain at the University of Salamanca, which I had the privilege of visiting just a little while ago, and I had an amazing time visiting the campus there. You see some of the gorgeous sandstone facades. In fact, on this one, which has so many fascinating carved reliefs, there's an interesting kind of student lore that if you can find the frog that sits on top of the skull of one of the gargoyles that is high up on the facade, then you can actually, you'll do much better in your final exams. I was thinking we should probably install something like that for college, but we're not that yet. There were actually several famous professors who were active in Salamanca at the time, people of Jewish backgrounds who were now conversos. You can see that Hebrew was a valued part of the curriculum there. Here's a look at one of the classrooms where you can see the professor would actually stand on the lectern up there. I definitely got to get my voice and here are the student benches, which I think are designed to keep them as alert as possible for intellectual. At any rate, he graduated in 1530 from the University of Salamanca with a degree in botany that would serve him very well for some of his early research. But the situation in Portugal was deteriorating rapidly. The Inquisition was formally established in 1536, and they had the first public burning of conversos in 1540. So our hero, Amatus Lusitanos, made his way to Portugal in 1533, and this was a period of long wandering. It was at this time that he adopted a Latin name, which is rather remarkable given his history. Amatus means loved or beloved, and it is probably a translation of his original family name, which might have been Chabib, the Hebrew word meaning beloved, and Lusitanos means Portugal. So even though he had to endure a long exile that would last right up to the end of his life, he nevertheless proclaimed himself a loyal son of Portugal with his very name, Amatus Lusitanos. He ended up in Ferrara, where he became a professor at the university there, and he worked quite significantly in a lot of anatomical studies. These were published in a series of books called Centuriae, from the word 100, because each of them described 100 cases of people that he had treated with very detailed medical information. And they're really quite fascinating for their time in the 16th century. They describe, besides the medical information, they describe a lot of social history and the conditions of people in general in the region that he treated. He made some major breakthroughs. For example, he discovered the process by which veins are able to direct the flow of blood in one direction. This was actually wrongly attributed to other scientists, but in fact it was Amatus Lusitanos who discovered it. The King of Poland, Sigismund III, invited him to serve as a royal physician. He declined that offer, but he did agree with the request of Portilius III, who asked him to come and cure his ill sister. Later, he ended up becoming a permanent physician to several monasteries and treated Portilius III several times. In 1549, however, he was involved in a very nasty controversy in which he described in one of his earlier publications some mistakes in the work of a colleague, Pietro Andrea Gregorio Mattioli, whose years are 1501 to 1577, and Mattiolis did not take the criticism well. He lashed out at Amatus brutally and hurled some vulgar and insulting invective at him, and especially pointed to Amatus's Jewish background. Again, recall he's actually officially a Christian because his parents were forcibly converted, and he therefore has the right to study medicine and to practice and so on, but he never made any secret of his Jewish background at this point. When a new pope was installed shortly thereafter, Pope Paul IV in 1555, there was an upswing of very strong anti-Semitic and especially inquisitorial activity in Italy. There was a huge controversy in Ancona where several Jews were attacked by the Inquisition, in fact, burned to death. And in this context, Amatus's own home was ransacked, and many of his precious books and unique manuscripts were stolen. He ended up escaping to Pesaro, later to Ragusa and Salonika. And in 1558, he formally abandoned Christianity and he practiced Judaism till the end of his life. He unfortunately died of a plague. So this is an interesting image of Lusitanus. It's kind of an interesting title page that has, among other things, an image of the tetragrammaton at the top with sort of like a Latin invocation of God as a protector of science. And on the right and left side, you see these medallions that show various figures who are like especially strong in their contribution to sciences, like Galen and others. And on the bottom left, you see three figures. The figure on the extreme right is Amatus. The figure on the left is Mattiolis. And as you can see, the caption underneath says, "Dissentimus," means we heartily disagree. Besides his amazing and important contributions to medicine, he also made a signal contribution to the development of medical ethics. He wrote a physician's oath, which was really quite exceptional for its time, in that he specifically indicated that it was inappropriate for physicians to make any distinction with regard to the religious origin of their patients. He argued that physicians should treat people regardless of their faith or creed. His approach to non-sectarian medical ethics was not only unusually modern, it was also especially poignant given the fact that the Inquisition had declared him their enemy because of his open adoption of Judaism towards the end of his life. There's some fascinating research published by Isilda Rodriguez and Carlos Gil-Heiss at the University of Coimbra, where a lot of the publications of Amatus are held. And you can see here the inquisitorial censor has gone through much of his medical research and has redacted significant portions that especially deal with things like sexuality or any kind of more modern, straightforward approach to the medical profession. The physician also took issue with his medical oath. As you can see, even that was also heavily censored. The life of Amatus gives us such a beautiful insight into the struggles of Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century, but also the tremendous resilience of spirit that many of them demonstrated, contributing to world culture and science, even while many of the forces of the globe were arrayed against them. I hope you will be able to join us as we cruise the Douro River a little later this fall with, God willing, an improvement in the conditions of the coronavirus globally. Hope you all remain well and healthy, and thank you very much for listening.
And if you look at the face a little bit, get the close up of the face, it's evil. It's not smiling in a nice way. It's an evil being.
One of the most fascinating aspects of Portuguese Jewish history is the story of the Jews of Belmonte, which is absolutely fascinating and really is especially interesting because it is a continuous history that is still developing and quite exciting. A lot of the Jewish history that we have today is centered in really important cities like Lisbon and especially the beautiful Porto. But Belmonte has a very special story that we really got to look at. So here's a map showing you roughly where Belmonte is. It's a small village, just a little bit south of Douro River, not too far from the University at Coimbra. And Here's a beautiful picture, by the way, from last time I was there. You can see that it's very rustic, and you've got the mountains fading away into the distance, lots of cobblestone streets, really a fascinating kind of hilltop village. But the story that connects to the Jews is absolutely fascinating because, see, what happened is, after the forced conversion of Jews in 1497, that effectively ended the presence of practicing Jews in Portugal, there were a number of Jews who went underground. As we've discussed in previous videos, these crypto Jews, also known as new Christians, that's what they were called by the Christian community, or the conversos, were also known as Marranos. The term Marranos has fallen into disfavor because it is a derogatory term, it means swine, and obviously was connected with the idea that these new Christians were forcibly converted and their descendants were somehow still returning to Judaism. In reality, you see that in certain communities, like in Belmonte, that is precisely what was happening. One of the more preferred terms today is B'nai Anusim, or simply Anusim, which means the children of those who were forced, or simply the forced, because they were forced to accept Christianity at the end of the 15th century, although they obviously rejected it. At any rate, what happened in Belmonte was that there were Jews there who simply went underground. To the outside world, they portrayed themselves as Christians, which is essentially the crypto-Jewish story, but they maintained their continuity for 5 centuries. Now, they have some lingering issues that are associated with that, such as, for example, some genetic ailments because of consistent inmarriage. And in terms of traditional Judaism, we have to understand that they've been separated from the larger population of Jews for half a millennium, so quite a bit of their Jewish observance has kind of been shaped by that. Some holidays actually got a lot more attention, like, for example, the fast of Esther, which is kind of a minor fast in the rest of the Jewish world. For crypto Jews, it's especially important because Esther herself, in the book of Esther, is described as perhaps the first crypto Jew, because she had to present herself as a non-Jew in order to survive personally, and later she revealed herself, and of course saved the Jewish people after all. At any rate, so that they have an attenuated type of Judaism in many ways because of this 500-year separation from the Jewish world. But in the 20th century, they have engaged much more deeply in crypto and fascinating things. First of all, let's talk about the story of their discovery, which is just amazing as well. A man named Samuel Schwartz, who was a Jew from Eastern Europe, who was an engineer working in the region, and he spoke multiple languages, was an autodidact, very interested in history and things like that. And it happened that in 1917, he was working in the region in some mines, and he was doing various things, and someone said to him, whatever you do, don't do business with Baltazar Carrera de Sousa. Why? Because they said he's actually a Jew. So anyway, Schwartz thought, why would you think there's a Jew here in the middle of rural Portugal? But he decided to check it out a little bit, and turns out he uncovered this crypto Jewish community. They were quite suspicious of him at first. I bet they said to him, funny, you don't look Jewish. But at any rate, when he insisted on speaking with them more about this, and then he started reciting for them certain things like the Shema Yisrael prayer, they actually believed him. They said, okay, I guess we can open up. This is, after all, the beginning of the 20th century, and the Inquisition, although it lasted for 400 years, is officially over at this time, so we gradually opened up to Schwartz, and he discovered the existence of a phenomenal crypto-Jewish community still active in Portugal. He wrote up his findings in several publications, which attracted worldwide attention. A lot of historians and scholars descended on the community to try to understand them better, and it's absolutely fascinating. Here's a look at the community again today. Here's the beautiful synagogue that was built there for the crypto Jews of Belmonte, and here's the interior with the ark. It's absolutely gorgeous, really powerful statement. Imagine praying in this beautiful space after being hidden for 500 years. Here's the mikvah, very beautiful. And they have an excellent museum there, which unfortunately doesn't have a lot of stuff online. We really got to see more of this because it is gorgeous. They have all kinds of interesting artifacts related to the crypto-Jewish practice, like this interesting funnel-like device, which is apparently designed to allow women to light candles on Friday nights and to hide the glow from neighbors who might be looking in the windows. Now, women were especially prominent in preserving these traditions under these really horrific conditions. We see this not only from Esther mentioned earlier, but really in the crypto-Jewish communities throughout Latin America and the Iberian Peninsula. I can't wait to get back to Belmonte this October, God willing, when the COVID restrictions subside and we'll be able to travel again. I'm looking forward to seeing it and spending a lot more time in that amazing museum. Thank you very much for watching.
This is his MO. Trump very much believes that all things are to please the king. He believes that. All things are to please the king. And if he's bored, or if he's covering up an international child sex trafficking scandal, or if he's running cover for Netanyahu and Adelson in Israel, or whatever they're doing, it's fun to just divert attention to the king's court. And everybody, we're having a duel. We're going to joust.
So, welcome everybody to yet another of our KRC lectures. I'm very happy that I can introduce my dear colleagues, especially the main star of today, Dr. Henry Abramson, the Dean of Touro College, our scholar in residence, and David Lawrence, who is the director of River Cruises, and my name is David Krause, and I'm the European director. And again, I'm very happy that we are meeting here on this lovely, for you morning, for me since I'm in Prague, it's late afternoon. And the talk of today is going to be the Jews of Portugal. The Sephardic diaspora and the heritage is undoubtedly one of the most fascinating, the most complex, highly original and unparalleled phenomena of the Jewish world. And not only, as I mentioned, it is a diaspora within a diaspora, if you will, but also it entails a complex phenomenon out of cultural, ethnic, religious, and even linguistic and dietary heritage, which some of these things will touch today. The history of the Jewish community in Portugal specifically plays an indispensable part of the Sephardic heritage. And perhaps without us even realizing it on day-to-day basis, some aspects of it influence us even today. And speaking of today, of course there is history, but there is also a bustling and ever-growing Jewish community in Portugal of today, including one of the most, specific, within a specific segment of the Jewish people, one of the most unique Jewish communities that could be found anywhere in the world, which is the Jewish community of Belmonte, which probably are the last Marranos, the super Jews in the world. So, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Abramson, who is going to talk about some of these aspects, and especially some of the phenomena that are related to the actual cruising route of our soon to happen cruise on the Douro River.
Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate the introduction. And I have to say, I'm like so thrilled to be speaking with you about this upcoming trip. My wife and I were very excited to travel to Douro with Coastal River Cruises with David Lawrence and David Krause a couple of years ago, and it's such a fascinating place to visit. And especially after being cooped up so long with COVID-19 situation going on, we're really excited to get back to more of our life as we knew it beforehand. And let's hope that, God willing, all of the news about the pandemic continues to go in a positive direction so that we'll be able to safely make it through. The plan for today is I'm going to make a presentation of probably about 20 minutes or so. That's going to be an overview of the history of the Jews of Portugal, just to give you some kind of historical context for the places that we will, God willing, be visiting in just a few months. And then David Lawrence is going to speak a little bit about, what are the arrangements for the cruise, and maybe give us some more sense of what's going on in Portugal, what's going on with the preparations. And Malcolm is heavily involved in creating those delicacies for us. And then after that, David Krause will take over and will manage questions to either myself or to either of David's. Because this is a webinar, you can communicate with us and with each other through the chat function, and we encourage you to put your questions in the chat. David Krause will be managing those questions after you. Okay, so let me take about 20 minutes or so to give you a very quick overview of the history of Portugal. Let me share my screen here. I don't think that worked. Let me try it again. Does that look right, David? Do you see my screen with the boats of Portugal and things like that?
I do, Henry.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is actually excellent. This is a photograph that I actually took on the trip when I was with my wife and Coastal River Cruise a while ago. This is the opening of the Douro River. Just behind my shoulder would be the Atlantic Ocean, and here we're looking inland from the city of Porto, also pronounced Porto. But you'll see the how it's written with the letter O at the beginning or just the word Porto. Very important to this. So let's have a look at the overall geography. Here's Portugal, of course, is on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula. Here you can see it has some beautiful view of the Douro River in Porto as well, with that gorgeous bridge from the 1920s spanning it. And Jews have a long history there. If we zoom in a little bit, we can see that this map indicates all of the places where Jews lived before the 15th century. Quite a number of very significant locations that we'll be talking about, God willing, on the cruise. But just to point out a few in particular, Lisbon is, of course, the capital of Portugal and has a very strong Jewish history. We will also hopefully visit Coimbra. We were able to visit the last time. That's actually a very important university town in Portugal. They have one of the oldest schools in Europe there and has a strong Jewish history. There is Belmonte that David Krause refers to. I'll show you a picture a little later. That is one of the most unusual places because an actual community of crypto Jews, also called Moranos, although they prefer not to use that term, managed to hide out for 500 years. And they were so used to hiding that when they were discovered in the 20th century, they actually thought they were the last Jews left in the world, which is kind of amazing. But here is Porto, right at the mouth of the Douro River. Douro River basically takes the top fifth of Portugal, and it flows from the west to the, from the east to the west into the Atlantic Ocean. And we'll be following it upriver, and then we're going to get on a bus, God willing, and head into Spain to go to Salamanca, also a very, very important city in Jewish history, and then we'll take the boat back again. It's also a fascinating river on a geographic level because it has the the world's highest locks, which is quite an experience. It's especially nice when we plan to do it in the daytime. These locks are these mechanical devices that essentially allow river boats to negotiate the differing levels of the river so that you don't hit any rapids and things like that. And you actually, it's basically a water elevator. And you get into the lock and the water will raise the boat up something like 200 feet in the air, which is really quite impressive. But that's more for the trip. Let's go straight to the history of the Jews in Portugal so we can understand a little bit about what happened to them. We have early evidence of the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula in general, not specific to any particular location in Portugal, but there tends to be second-hand evidence. Like, for example, in the 4th century, there's a church council in a place called Elvira, which lists all kinds of prohibited activities for Christians and Jews, including, the church prohibits Christians from taking meals with Jews and with fraternizing with Jews, and some really interesting things like forbidding Christians from asking rabbis to bless their crops and things like that. And that's one of those things where you get the sense that if the state is really intent on banning something, chances are it's happening anyway. So that's an interesting kind of thing. So imagine that Portuguese and Spanish peasants would have been going to the rabbis and saying, listen, can you please give a bracha for our field because we really depend on your spiritual and supernatural intervention. But we don't have too much internal evidence of what's going on in the Jewish community until quite a bit later, in Portugal specifically, more in southern Spain, in places like Granada, and places like Al-Andalus, you see a lot more of what's going on. But in Portugal, we first begin to see something significant about the Jews in the 12th century, when the very first king of Portugal appoints a Jewish treasurer named Yahya ibn Yaish. And this is actually something that happens throughout Europe very commonly. Jews are, I don't know why, associated with facility with finance, and so they're often appointed to these kind of high economic posts. The king, by the way, faced quite a bit of opposition over that decision, but nevertheless he insisted on it, and in fact prospered as a result. A later king, Afonso III, formally recognized the Jewish community. Again, more strong evidence. We don't have internal evidence from Jews and what they did in Portugal that's very detailed, but we know that the king formally recognized 7 distinct communities with their Jewish populations, and once again issued royal protection for those communities in exchange for their services, of course, and in particular in the era of tax farming and financial activities. We'll have a lot more to say about the economy when we're actually on the tour, and we'll talk about what we did at that time for the economy, but for the most part, they were well received by the royals. And over the next few hundred years, Portuguese Jewry actually developed a reputation for being a community that lived in significant affluence and with the protection of the crown, so much so that when there was anti-Jewish discrimination in Spain, particularly in 1391, when a wave of pogroms, hard to describe in any other way, spread across northern Spain, a lot of Spanish Jews fled to Portugal, including Shmuel Abarbanel, the father of John Isaac Abarbanel, also pronounced probably more correctly Abravanel, and he was actually, it's shocking to hear this, but he was actually forcibly converted to Christianity, as many other Jews were in 1391. He fled to Portugal to be able to resume his Jewish identity. So John Isaac's own grandfather was actually technically a Christian and would have been recognized by a Christian by the Spanish church and by extension also the Roman Catholic Church. But during this time, like from the 13th century to the 15th century, there were just a couple of punctuated moments of taxation and some unfortunate uprisings of violence, particularly in Lisbon. But the general picture is that Jews were increasing in affluence and in authority in Portugal, and it was considered kind of a safe haven in many ways for Jews in Europe. The end of that period, the 15th century, is kind of like the swan song of that period of great affinity between, especially the Portuguese royalty and the Jewish community. Afonso V, I don't think they were terribly original in choosing names for things. There's another name, Wow, which is one of my favorite names actually. Wow is spelled Jaoa with an accent over, I think, the O. I'm never sure if I pronounced that correctly, but I always think of like, it must be that when he was born, everybody said, oh, wow, it's a boy. I'm laughing. I can't hear any of this. If any of you are laughing, but I'm enjoying it. So, at any rate, the King Afonso V actually faced much more stiff popular resentment of the Jews. There's a lot more violence against Jews. Again, sporadic and localized, but sometimes quite intense. Lisbon stands out in special contrast to many of the other sites of Jewish population. But Afonso V continues to protect the Jews and retains that idea of being a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law, that Jews are allowed to practice. Now, a lot of that was a picture, by the way, of Afonso V. I'm sorry, I didn't show you that earlier. A lot of this changes with the Inquisition. In order to understand the Inquisition, it comes to Portugal in the early 16th century. We have to go back and understand a little bit about what happened in neighboring Spain. Highly influential related culture and politically and geographically dominating the peninsula. Spain and the Iberian Peninsula in general, we recall, is very unusual in Jewish history because Jews throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin in general always lived in a binary culture. There was always Jews as a tiny minority within a very large majority culture. For the most part, that was Jews living within Catholic Europe or Jews living within Muslim North Africa and the Middle East. And very rarely you have a much more diverse culture as you have in the Iberian Peninsula because of the influence of Islam. Islam conquers the peninsula from the Visigothic kings who converted to Catholicism in the 6th century. The Muslims conquered in the 8th century, and they institute a period which is known to many as La Convivencia, the period of great coexistence, which is somewhat exaggerated, but for the most part it's true, that Jews, Muslims, and Christians actually lived in a fairly healthy triangular culture that allowed Jews to flourish, not only economically, as we shall see they did through much of the period, but primarily culturally. And they're able to experiment with new forms of poetic expression and musical expression. And this is a period where you have great feats of Jewish culture, like Ibn Gabiro and Yehuda Halevi, and many other figures who have gone on to tremendous prominence. You have in Spain this remarkable phenomenon where you have a Jewish general of a Muslim army who also writes a commentary on Talmud that's studied to this day. I'm talking about Shmuel Hanagid, or Samuel Ibn Nagarella, who was a remarkable Jewish poet of Granada during this period of La Convivencia, the coexistence. It has a couple of definitely hiccups, like for example, when the Almohads invade from North Africa, they push great figures like Maimonides, who was still a young boy at the time, out of Spain, forcing them to flee across North Africa and eventually settle in Cairo or just outside Cairo and Fustat. But they're all products of this unusual period of coexistence that lasts for about 200 years. It sinks into decline as the Catholic rulers begin to push their political and military might to the south, eventually driving out the Muslims in 1482. And the relationship that these Christian kings have with Jews is heavily complicated by these pogroms that occurred at the end of the 14th century. I mentioned them a few moments ago. These pogroms had an especially marked phenomenon of forced baptism, where Jews were, had holy water sprinkled upon them, and certain phrases were recited, and they were pronounced Christian. And this represented a very stark shift in the demographics of Christian Europe, because although these Jews were baptized against their will, they were, according to Catholic theology, nevertheless considered Christians. The church was at great pains to say it is forbidden to engage in forced baptism. But once a Jew has been baptized, even against his will, and we see some very tragic examples throughout the centuries, such as Edgardo Mortara, who was literally kidnapped by the Vatican police in 1858. The Jews were nevertheless essentially given Christian identities and Christian driver's licenses. And all of the discriminatory measures that had held them in check economically and culturally and socially, those disappeared. And so you had these Jews who still consider themselves Jewish, still consider themselves part of the community, still observe the commandments and so on, but nevertheless were free to enter universities, to pursue professions they had never pursued before, including rising high up in the church, ironically. And they were also a powerful economic force because they were literate, and they were numerous, and they were urbanized. And all of a sudden, you had this huge population of Christians who regarded themselves as Jews, who had phenomenal privileges and in many ways advantages over their competition. And so there's a tremendous amount of resentment that built up against this, both from a religious perspective, because they were not really following Christianity, they were really following Jewish laws, and also from an economic perspective. In fact, one of the big debates among historians is which of these two issues was primary. Not for us right now, but we can see that both of them are clearly very important. And so what happened was that the church in Spain embarked on a notorious Inquisition, which was not directed at Jews per se, or even Muslims per se, who had remained Jewish and were not supposed to be baptized. It was directed at those erstwhile Jews who were now technically Christians, who refused to give up their Jewish practices and beliefs. And it created this horrific Soviet-like purge mentality in society, where people would betray their neighbors to the church, indicating that they were actually secretly Jewish, practicing Jews, and the suspected Judaizers would be arrested, would be tortured, would often have forced confessions derived from them, where they would name a whole bunch of other people that, under duress of torture, they gave all their friends' names and relatives' names and so on. And the purge just expanded wider and wider in Spanish society until it got way out of control. The ritual humiliations that were imposed on people suspected of Judaizing, including, as you see in this famous portrait of an Inquisition trial by Francisco Goya, they were forced to wear these humiliating tunics called San Benitos, these long conical caps, which were meant to be humiliating, and were the predecessors of the witch's cap, and even the dunce cap. Some of you may remember those. It was a little bit before my time, but my father told me he often had to wear a dunce cap in school. And they were subject to a whole variety of penalties, including confiscation of property, part of which would go to the church and part of which would go to the people who betrayed them. which of course not only acted as an incentive to betray people, but also as an incentive to betray people falsely. And then of course the notorious and awful Passover Day, the burning at the stake for those Judaizers who chose not to repent or to recant their views. Technically speaking, the church did not burn the Jews at the stake. They released them to the secular authorities. The term used in the transcript is they were relaxed to the secular authorities, who then maintained these massive pageants where people would come from miles around to view the scheduled burning of Jews at the stake. This occurred first in Spain, not in Portugal. But what ended up happening when we get to the end of the 15th century is that the chief inquisitor, shown here in black and wildly gesticulating before the king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, the inquisitor said, after this went on for quite a while, and it just got worse and worse and worse, with more and more people accused, including prominent churchmen and people of means from all kinds of backgrounds. The inquisitor said that, the reason why it's not working is because the crypto Jews, or the forcibly converted, the term in Hebrew is the third term, anusim, which means those who are forced to adopt a Christian identity. The term Marano was actually a derogatory term, meaning swine, that was hurled at the so-called conversos or crypto Jews. So he's Torquemada in the black said to the king and queen, the reason it's not working is because they have lots of contact with their old communities. The crypto Jews, continue to send their children to Jewish schools, they continue to go to Jewish classes, they continue to buy kosher meat, they continue to marry either regular Jews or marry amongst themselves. And so the only way to really fix this and to make, to borrow a Nazi term, Spain Judenrein, free of Jews, is if we expel all of the non-baptized Jews of Spain. In this famous portrait, you have the great scholar Don Isaac Abarbanel, who was also a very important person. He was the second highest minister in the financial apparatus of Spain. Like as in Portugal, the finance minister himself was a man named Rabbi Senor, Abraham Senor, who was also Jewish. And Abarbanel courageously attacks Torquemada's policy, as is shown in this portrait here, and demands that Ferdinand and Isabella refuse his request to have the Jews expelled. He is unfortunately unsuccessful, and although Ferdinand and Isabella offer to allow him to stay if only he would convert, like his boss Abraham Senor, who chose to adopt Christianity. He was an older man in his 80s, and he simply could not bear the idea of being kicked out of Spain and losing all his wealth and so on. But Abarbanel chose to get on the boats with so many other Jews, and estimated somewhere between 150 and 300,000 Jews, and leave the idea. And that marks the formal end of the Jewish presence per se in Spain until 500 years later, when they were finally formally welcomed back. Now, this is not to say that Jewish life ended in Spain. There are still the crypto Jews, especially crypto Jewish communities, as you can see, particularly in Portugal, but formally this is when it ended in 1492. The Spanish diaspora is horrific. As you can see here, that Jews spread out all over the Mediterranean basin, particularly seeking refuge in Italy, where there were many places that opened their ports to Jews. Also going to Muslim countries, Istanbul in particular was a popular destination. and more liberal places like Amsterdam, which, unlike today, is a very liberal place with all kinds of flexible laws. I'm going to be joking about this, but Marcel will be laughing because I can't hear you laugh. And some of them, of course, made their way to the New World. You can left of this map says a las Americas, right? So the first Jews even in New York, for example, they didn't come directly from Portugal, but these were Jews who were forcibly converted, who made their way to Brazil, particularly an island called Recife, and then briefly it came under Dutch control, so they revealed that they were in fact Jewish. This is 100 years later, and then the Portuguese conquered it again, so they said, oh, now we're in trouble because the Inquisition was back. They made their way in 1654 up to America, to New York City, where they present themselves. So this is essentially the Spanish expulsion, but as this map indicates, of course, it's the easiest place to go. The shortest route overland, it does not involve even the mountain crossing you would have to the north to France, was, of course, to go to Portugal. And so you have a massive influx of Jews at the Portuguese border. There's a little bit of a crisis at the time, but Portugal does not turn away from this traditional position as being a protector of Jews, and so many Jews actually make their way to Portugal. Spanish and Portuguese Jews are often referred to in the same sentence because many of the Portuguese Jews that we're speaking about are actually of Spanish origin who fled to Portugal in 1492. However, what happens there is equally disastrous in many ways. Although they are granted a brief respite upon the payment of fairly heavy entry fees, immigration fees, the King Manuel I, who embarks on a diplomatic policy of uniting Portugal and Spain, and in fact marries the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella in an attempt to unite the entire peninsula, is forced to agree, not entirely against his will, that in order to marry the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, he has to make Portugal free of Jews, just as Spain is now free of Jews. Unlike Spain, Manuel does not want to give up the tremendous financial know-how and technical ability that Jews have in Portugal, and so rather than expelling them, he seeks increasingly coercive measures to try to get them to convert to Christianity, to Catholicism, including, among other really disastrous, horrific plans, he separates children from their parents and ships nearly 1,000 of them, the children alone, off to an island that they were colonizing off the coast of West Africa, Sao Tome, where, according to eyewitness reports, many of the children were literally devoured by the giant lizards that apparently inhabit this island. It's very difficult to actually document that adequately, but we know that hundreds, more than 1,000 Jewish children were sent off and never finally, in an act of desperation in 1497, he gathers all the Portuguese Jews within his kingdom and forcibly restrains them in a particular location near Lisbon, and actually all the ones that were in the area of Lisbon, but the policy applied throughout, and starves them for about 3 days, and of course he just converts them, and they are now, against their will, just to be signed 1591 Portuguese Catholics. And there was kind of like a concession where he says to them that for the next 10 years, we're going to turn a blind eye to whatever you do on your own, but within a few decades, the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, and it is in many ways even far harsher than we saw in Spain. The Portuguese diaspora is distraught, and many of them express themselves in remarkable work, such as this fantastic book that I'm looking forward to talking about with you. Maybe we'll assign some of it as required reading before the trip. This weighs Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a unique work in Portuguese. It is actually one of the very first works of Portuguese literature in general that describes in poetic dialogue the long history of what Jews have gone through with an extremely detailed treatment of the Portuguese Inquisition. So Portugal, by the time you get to the middle of the 16th century, is equally bad to what's going on in Spain in the Inquisition. You have 40,000 Jews accused of Judaizing by the Inquisition in Portugal. 30,000 of them are formally sentenced. 750 autos da fe, public burnings, are held not only in Portugal, but in Portuguese holdings in the New World, and about 1,200 Jews are burned to death. The remainder are burned in effigy, which was a popular thing to do. Jews' property could actually be seized after death in order to feed the hunger associated with Inquisition, and so burning in effigy was a popular option. And the last auto da fe, the last public burning, was not that long ago. It's after the foundation of America as a country, the United States of America, after the founding of France as a modern state in 1790. And it was only in the 19th century that the Inquisition was formally ended. So just think about the long history of persecution, which is not only in Portugal, it extends to all Portuguese territories and actually to all Catholic territories in varying levels. We're going to have to speak about that on the trip as well. And we come to the modern era. We begin to see Jewish resettlement beginning around the year 1800. In some places, it's always been there, as David mentioned earlier. The village of Belmonte in the north central part of Portugal is fascinating. This is a view, a photograph that we took when we were last there. You had Jews who were continuing to exist as crypto Jews right up until the 20th century. They were discovered in 1917 by a Polish engineer who was working on a mining project nearby, and someone warned him not to do business with so-and-so from Belmonte because, he's actually a Jew. And this guy, Simon Schwartz from Poland, said, what, a Jew in Portugal? Seriously? And he went to Belmonte, and, there's lots of glitches and say at this point they said things funny, you don't look Jewish, but they didn't believe him. They didn't believe he, the Polish Jew, was Jewish until, they started exchanging a little bit of Jewish geography, and he said the Shema prayer for them, and said, oh my gosh, you really are Jewish, and that's how the Portuguese Jewish community was really restarted in Belmonte. When we go there, we'll see some amazing remnants of Jewish community there. Like this is a photograph from the remarkable village of Ibidos, which is, it really feels like a 15th century medieval place with narrow streets and these very quaint kind of street vendors. And here's David Krause. He's especially good at identifying these architectural remnants of the Jewish community, like this so-called mezuzah scar that shows where mezuzah might have been embedded in the original what's the word for the stucco work of this pillar and so on. Fascinating things to see, really. We also see in Lisbon, this is actually this unearthing and renovation of a home for senior citizens, and behind the drywall, they found actually an Aron Kodesh, a holy ark that used to contain the Torah scrolls that were hidden behind some kind of partition, so that Jews could continue to pray through the 16th century in this particular location. It was later uncovered. Of course, it's not easy to get to, but last year we were able to get into this particular place, which still functions as a senior citizen home, but has this remarkable remnant of the life of crypto Jews in Portugal. In the 20th century, Arturo Barros Bastos, shown here, came out as a Jew, and there's a lot of interesting parallels, I think, with that phrase coming out, and had himself circumcised, and marked the beginning of the resurgence of the Jewish community, particularly in Porto, where ultimately, a couple decades later, they built the famous Kaduri synagogue here, the Kor Hayim, the Source of Life, which is a remarkable building. We had the opportunity to visit it last time. I'm looking forward to seeing it again, God willing. Around the, it's very common in synagogues to list Hebrew verses on the wall. So you read inspirational things like "Know before whom you stand" and things like that. But when you look for verses that surround the wall of this particular synagogue, there's so many of them that echo the unique experience of the homecoming of these Portuguese Jews, one of the most fascinating Jewish communities in the world, in my humble opinion. I'm looking forward to, God willing, exploring this with you in just a few months. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I'm going to turn it over now to David Krause and especially David Lawrence, who will speak to you a little bit more about the technicalities of the trip, and then I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow, Henry, thank you. Thank you so much. It was, as always, full of information and fun facts, and makes me want to go to the cruise even more. It's such the way you present things is so unique, and I have to say we are so lucky to have you on board both virtually and literally speaking. Thank you. So probably before we get into the questions, I would hand it over to my dear colleague David Lawrence, who has some more information for us on the logistical level.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Henry. As always, Henry adds. He's an integral part of the team and adds something just truly unique. Even when we're walking with our guides and Henry runs up, grabs the mic for an interesting story, really makes it something special that we're able to do on these tours. Why I like Portugal and the Douro cruise, obviously I like them all, but Portugal is one of my favorites just because I like those off the beaten path types of trips that you basically can't do on your own. What makes this so unique is we have our floating hotel coming back for meals, of course, with Chef Malcolm and his crew. And seeing places you really can't see on your own, meeting the Jewish communities in places like Belmonte and Porto, the connections that we've made over the years. David Krause alone, before we started our first tour, I think our first Douro tour was in 2018, made those connections, spent a year just touring the Douro Valley and everything around from Lisbon to Porto, making those connections. And we have those special connections with all the individuals in all of these communities. Always learning, always finding new interesting places every time we go there. So we are truly excited to start cruising again, as I'm sure we're all excited to get out and to start. I just wanted to go over some of the, why this is, like I told you, so unique. The research we've done, the training of the guides, David, constantly in communication with our guides who are with us during the tour and on the boat, giving their unique part of Portugal, both the secular side, and one of our guides even, came to us and said, now I understand why my grandmother lights candles on Friday. She didn't understand it, but she just said that that's what her mom did, so that's what she does. So all these people figuring out that they're actually have Jewish history and heritage within their own families, and these are things that we bring out with not just our guests, but our guides. A big question that everybody has, of course, is with COVID and with the protocols that are in place.
in Portugal, because tourism is such an important part of their economy, incredibly strict protocols are in place, especially with the government. The government works with a cruise company. It's pretty incredible. They actually have a container, it's a UV container, which all the luggage goes in and out before it gets onto the boat for decontamination. The protocols are extremely strict. If you look on our website under our health and safety, under facts, you'll see the protocols that are always up to date, always changing. Of course, we will only cruise if we feel safe, and it is safe. Cruising has started last June 15th with the first cruises that began on the Douro with all the cruise companies that are there, and there's probably about 7 or 8 ships that are going right now, and Baruch Hashem, everything is going according to plan. All the protocols are in place. What's unique about, I think, compared to a large cruise ship, is that with riverboating, we are always in a kind of our own bubble, which is really nice. So everyone feels safe and secure. Everyone on the ship, obviously, our protocol is, and so with cruise companies, that everyone has to be vaccinated. That will still be the case when we travel. As of now, PCR tests are needed 72 hours prior cruising. That's as of now. If that changes, we'll let everybody know. A big question about protocols is coming back to the United States, because you again have to have a PCR test. So the cruise line has a program on board where they'll be able to test people 72 hours before travel, returning back home. So that also exists. So we have everything kind of in place. But again, you can call us and you can go over all those protocols that you see. Right now, over the last year and a half, we have over 150 registered participants for 100 spaces. We've contacted pretty much everybody. Not everyone can make a decision now. Of course, when everyone feels comfortable, they can do it. We have about 80 confirmed. Next week, we will be contacting everybody in the order in which they registered to confirm their cabin space, and then they can, if they haven't originally registered with deposit, they will then have a new link to go register for the cabin of their choice based on what is available. So super excited to go. I mean, we're in this business because we get to travel. So we're jonesing to get out and to really, start. Next year is exciting as well. We have our Vietnam cruise is scheduled for January. That is yet to be confirmed, as we're waiting for the Vietnamese government to open their borders, but our Seine River cruise in France, which is our tribute to Jewish heroism, World War I, World War II, in July is guaranteed departure, and then our northern Italy, which is Venice in northern Italy, on the beautiful La Venezia, it's a brand new ship. We're super excited for that. That's next October. And then the following year. But everything's on our website. You can see that. And again, if you have any questions, please contact us. I'm going to send it back to David. Also, Malcolm says hello to all our past guests. Unfortunately, he can't be here. He's just here to look pretty anyway. And again, Henry, thank you so much. Just a little bit more of what to expect when we're on tour. And again, an integral part of, I'd like to say that the Kosher River Cruise team is now complete with Henry, who will pretty much be on every cruise. So we're super excited. Back to you, David.
Thanks, David. Very good information, sure. Really makes me all this, this experience today. I'm really thrilled, even more so, to be finally, time on the boat with you, all you guys, and experience everything again, especially based on what you said. We were all locked up for more than a year now, and this is going to be great. One of these things that I have observed in those many years that we are running these cruises is one of the nicest things about it is that day one, not everybody knows everybody, and it's kind of like ice skating and everything. And as you settle in and you in your cabin and you get to know, the boat a bit, and you start enjoying the program and the company of the fellow cruisers. You're gradually creating a floating tehillah community. And this is for me especially. This person is so much looking forward to be again part of this floating tehillah. So we have a question here. Yes, do crew members have to be vaccinated? One of the first questions. I think that's a question for you, David.
Yes, all crew members will be vaccinated. Everyone on the ship will be vaccinated. The tour guides will be vaccinated. The bus drivers will be vaccinated. And again, traveling in our own bubble, which is kind of nice. And since this, like I said, I think this is the perfect way to start with Portugal. You're not crossing any borders, except going into Spain for the day into Salamanca. We're taking buses, but again, we're staying. The ship is always staying in Portugal, so all those protocols are kept in place. And since this is off the beaten path, we're really staying out of city centers. The only city center we're going to will be Porto, but Porto is kind of that small city where we're not really interacting with many crowds anyway. But yes, everybody on the ship will be vaccinated.
And also, I shall add, Porto is like on a hill, so there's always fresh air there. And it's close to the ocean. There's a second question. By Morris. So we will know next week about whether we are going.
No problem, guys. I mean, we're gonna don't worry about it. I know everyone's trying to make decisions on what they want to do. So take your time. We kind of threw it at everybody about 2 weeks ago that it is on, and trying to feel if they feel comfortable going and if they have the time. I'm sure there's a ton of simchot going on because everybody can finally get together. So everyone's waiting to see who's having a baby, who's getting married. So there's still space. Don't feel pressured that you have to make a decision right now. It's just those people can now confirm their cabins at this time. But like I said, of the people who have registered, about of the 104 spaces we have, I would say about close to 80 have confirmed. So that gives people time to make those final decisions.
Thank you, David. And here is another. This is not a question, but Leslie raised her hand, so I don't know how to do it.
No, you just got to ask questions. So don't worry about the hand raising. If you can, and if you have something later on, you can easily email us too. If you have any questions.
Right.
Great. So I think that's it, right, David? I think that's everybody's
so.
questions.
Yeah, I don't think there are any more questions at this point. Do you guys from the audience, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any more questions regarding?
And you can save it for the boat too, because we'll be doing this every afternoon as well. So
every morning.
Yeah, and what's so unique about riverboat cruising is that we're around each other all the time. So whether you're having dinner with Dr. Abramson or just having some free time walking around, everyone gets to know each other, just ask questions. So it's really an in-depth experience. I'm sure what I can tell you right now is probably about 70% of the individuals who are coming as of this time are return cruisers. So probably many of you all know each other. So I'm going to leave it with you, Henry, your last words, and we'll go from there.
Well, all I can say is that this is like, both David and I are saying all these superlatives, and I want to tell you all that are on this call that it's really true. We have so much fun. We enjoy this. This is, I feel I'm so fortunate to be able to be on these cruises. And everything David Krause says about the floating tequila, the shul at first, when we start the minyan, people are really careful, but everyone's talking during davening by the time we're done, so it's like it normalizes. And we made a lot of good friendships, my wife and I, over the course of these tours, and it is a wonderful experience on every level. On a physical level, the gastronomic expertise of Malcolm is unparalleled. On a spiritual level, connecting with you feel Jewish history so much more powerfully when you're actually standing in the street where Jews walked for thousands of years. It's an amazing experience. And on just a communal level, it feels great to connect with each other as explorers of this long Jewish history. And there are really some wonderful people that go on these cruises. I think that, I don't know if David actually does this on purpose, but everybody has to file the I am vaccinated against being a mean person type of thing, right? Just like they file the COVID-19 vaccination forms. Okay, that was a stupid joke, but at any rate, this
our code of conduct. Everybody loves it. It's our favorite. Just, everyone knows who's been on our boats that it's just laid back, relaxed, and I think that's the whole point. You feel like a vacation. Leave your suits at home. You don't need them. And it's just a way to get to know each other, relax, and especially over this last year and a half, I think we can all use it.
Oh yeah. Okay, so that's it. I'm done. Thank you all very much for attending.
Thank you, everybody, so much. This was such a wonderful start of the new week, and I hope I'll see everybody on the phone.
Thanks, everybody. Take care. Thank you, Henry.
Bye-bye.
Into this. Turning 7-year-old children into gamblers. Which one did I get? I hope it's a special one. Because there's a bunch of regular ones and then there's a special one. Maybe you'll get the special one. Sure, Mom and Dad aren't married anymore, but maybe you'll get the special one. Maybe you'll get the special Labubu. Mommy still loves you very much. I don't know where she is. In the culture that we've created, the Labubu is a symbol of status. In a culture where nothing really matters, fame is awarded to people randomly in many cases. Wealth.
One of the most beautiful sights that we look forward to visiting on the Douro cruise is the city of Salamanca in Spain. It's a gorgeous medieval city and has a very rich Jewish history, particularly for the first half of the millennium of the Common Era. Here's a map that shows you where Salamanca is. It's actually not on the Douro itself, so we have to take a bus to get there, but a very short bus ride. It will be a very significant city for the Douro, however, because when the Jews would be expelled from Salamanca, many of them would make their way directly to Portugal along the Douro River Valley. The earliest documentation of Jews in Salamanca dates to the 12th century, and it's interesting to note that from its inception, it appears that the Jews actually had fairly strong civil rights in the town. These would be degraded over the next few hundred years, but for example, under Fernando II, who reigned in the middle of the 12th century, Jews were given equal judicial rights as Christians in the town, and this is something which was repeated later in the 13th century when a charter, a fuero, was granted to the Jewish community there. They were given full legal rights and also a lot of privileges to judge themselves by Talmudic law. There were some exceptions. If Jews and Christians were involved in a lawsuit, then that might have to go to Christian judges. But otherwise, the Jews had a very strong level of self-government. There were still some discriminatory taxes in place that were specifically connected to the Jewish community, but on the whole, for the early period in particular, the Jews actually did very well. We know that by the 13th century, the Jews in Salamanca actually had 3 synagogues, the so-called Vieja, or the Old Synagogue, the Nueva, the new synagogue, and the Menor, which means the small synagogue. This was actually much of an improvement over many other Jewish communities in Europe, because the custom was, of course, to only have two synagogues, one that you would pray in and one that you wouldn't be caught dead in. So in the 14th century, you begin to see a decline in the quality of life for the Jews in Salamanca. There's growing intolerance. In the year 1335, new laws are passed to say that Christians could not seek medical services from Jews, which must have been a hardship on the population, because Jews are very traditionally associated with medicine, particularly in Spain. This is the place where, after all, Maimonides comes from, a little bit south of Salamanca, but nevertheless. Also, there are the beginnings of residency restrictions, where Jews are not allowed to live in certain areas and are encouraged to live in other areas. But this is really not so much of a hardship, because Jews generally are quite gregarious. They like to stick with one another. They have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, of a ritual bath, of an Asian restaurant, things like that. Unfortunately, towards the end of the 14th century, you see some more significant attacks. Salamanca is largely spared the wave of pogroms that washes across Spain in the year 1391. These are pogroms that are accompanied by some forced baptisms that would have a long-lasting impact on the Jews of Spain, because it ironically created a new class of citizen in Spain, these so-called new Christians, that is, Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, who retained all of their personal identification with Judaism and the Jewish community, but at the same time had the freedom, movement, and privilege of Christians. And this created a rather untenable situation, especially for the church in the 14th century, which will ultimately result in the Inquisition and later the expulsion of Jews. One of the most beautiful areas of Salamanca, in my humble opinion, is the gorgeous medieval university that exists there. And Jews have had a long association with this particular school, especially from the 14th century on. Not only in terms of contributing to its intellectual heft, as many Jews, especially after the forced conversions, would participate in teaching at the University of Salamanca, but also in a very material way. Their Beit Midrash, for example, the Jewish study hall, was ended up, being confiscated by the university when Juan II donated it in 1413. This is after the wave of conversions that occurred following the 1391 pogroms across the Iberian Peninsula. It ended up becoming a dormitory. But even afterwards, Jews, now conversos and Christians, are still participating very actively in the university life. They would come under significant pressure during the period of the Inquisition, beginning from the 1470s and on, but they were deeply embedded in the intellectual life of the university. As you can see, here's a couple of pictures from the last time I was there with Coach River Cruises. Hebrew was an extremely important element of the curriculum, especially the theological part of the school. Here's actually a picture of me in the one of the lecture halls there, which is really quite fascinating. I really enjoyed the classroom furniture. Check out these benches here. No one is falling asleep in my class if I get to lecture in a room like this. Unfortunately, the story of the Jews of Salamanca in the 15th century comes to a dramatic and sad ending with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. The synagogue is confiscated by the church and given over to become a private residence. And the Jews who were conversos are now subject to significant persecution by the Inquisition. Those Jews who were never forcibly baptized to Christianity, or who had never elected to become Christians, decided that Portugal was one of the best places for them to go, and they made their way across the border. Here, by the way, is a dramatic representation of the
presentation of the idea of expulsion to Isabella and Ferdinand, the king and queen, and the person wildly gesticulating wearing the black is none other than the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada himself, and standing with his back to the viewer is John Isaac Abravanel, very important rabbi and social activist politician of that era. The art is by Emilio Salo, painted in 1880. Okay, I hope that you will be able to join us on this amazing cruise along the Douro River, and I'm especially looking forward to seeing Salamanca again with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Tell Dan Bongino to shut up about Jeffrey Epstein and about the cover-up. And this is what was supposedly happening. But there were leaks. People started leaking. The meeting appeared to have been moved or rescheduled Wednesday night. Some officials who were expecting to attend the meeting, including Vance and Attorney General Pam Bondi, responded leaving the White House on Monday evening. Administration officials.
Here we go. Hello, everyone. I am here with my good friend and
Rescheduled the meeting amongst intense media scrutiny. So what's going on is there's a lot of finger pointing.
colleague David Krause. He is our European director, and this is so excited to see him again in person. By the way, this ship, we're all totally vaccinated. And Portugal is one of the safest countries in Europe right now, and I'm really delighted to be back on this trip. David, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about what we expect to see?
Well, thank you, Henry. We are right now getting to coach the whole boat into a kosher mode. So as you can imagine, that's quite challenging. But Baruch Hashem, we're slowly getting there. And yeah, we are about to cruise the entire Douro, all the way upstream, all the way to Spain, Salamanca, visiting some of the beautiful sites there in that ancient Spanish city. And then we start cruising back down. And obviously, one of the highlights of the whole cruise is visiting one of the last Marrano Jewish communities in the world, in a small village called Belmonte, where we actually get to meet the crypto-Jewish community that survived until today, which for me personally is absolutely fascinating. And it's always quite difficult to convince a group of Marranos to talk to a group of strangers about how Jewish they are. So I'm especially looking forward to that. But we already established friendship with some of the leading figures of the community, and this definitely will be one of the highlights. I'm so much looking forward to that, to see my friends again in Belmonte. And then we're also being welcomed by the Jewish community of Porto here when we come back. There's another there's Porto behind us over here. I'm holding a selfie here. I wasn't sure how to use that selfie stick. Not sure how to use it, but my wife said ask any 12-year-old. There you go. You can see it's beautiful. Old Jewish community in Porto. Are we going to the show here too? Yes. Oh wow, it's amazing. It's amazing. Makor Chaim. Kakaduri Makor Chaim. Yeah, gorgeous. You can see in the background also. This is a bridge that was designed by the school of Gustav Eiffel, the famous designer of the Eiffel Tower. You see, it's basically the same thing, just sideways. Right. And one thing they added from last time is, you can see it right now actually. They introduced trams, and one specialty about Porto is that normally in most other cities you have just one set of train. Here you have two, and they're connected together. So that's one of the signature things in Porto.
That's great. Okay, Dave, you're going to speak with me more on this camera as we go on this tour, right?
Right.
It's going to be great. Okay. Next video, hopefully, we'll show you some more cool things. Thank you very much for watching.
Starting to get into fights. People in the White House are going to start to rip each other's throats out over this.
Hey everyone, I'm here with David Lawrence, my friend and colleague from Kosher Riverboat Tours, and we're on the beautiful Douro River on day 2 of our amazing cruise into Iberian Jewish history. David, tell us about this great experience.
So everyone boarded yesterday. We're now heading upriver all the way to the
Spanish border. We'll be doing Salamanca tomorrow in Spain, full day touring in Spain. Today's a leisurely journey upriver. Everybody's resting, relaxing. We have our cooking classes, our lectures, our history classes. Everyone's trying to get to know each other and filling ourselves with as much food as we possibly can to survive tomorrow's full day tour.
And it's also cool. We are right now, by the way, in the middle of a lock. There are, what is a lock? I'm going to turn the selfie stick around for a second. This is a lock, and it is like a way of making the Douro River navigable because it has, like, used to have rapids, right? So these things were constructed in the 20th century to allow the riverboats to rise to another level. And on the other side of that big kind of bridge behind it, will join the river at that level. And by the way, David, I think you know the reason why Jews love to tour on the Douro River is because it has so many locks on it. Yeah, okay. So anyways, tomorrow, Salamanca, which is going to be just amazing because they have this amazing university, one of the oldest in Europe, that was extremely important for graduating a lot of really famous Jews and crypto-Jews after the Inquisition had forced them to convert to Christianity. Really fascinating things to see.
And all the red stone, which makes it a really beautiful, unique city. Somewhere like Jerusalem, here everything is kind of, all the buildings the same color as well. It makes it somewhat almost a very unique place in Spain. I haven't seen anything like it in all of Spain. I've been all over Spain. It makes it really unique. One of my favorite cities, actually.
It is gorgeous. Not quite as beautiful as Jerusalem, of course, but it does have that kind of, reddish look to it. Okay, great. Turn off the camera now. Yeah, you can do that. Oh my God. Yeah. I remember. Wow, this is really an opposing lock here. Okay, David, let's get you in this one here. Okay.
Get my hand?
Get your hand. Hi. Wait a second. Get out of here. So it looks like you're quick. Okay, go. Put some effort into it. Come on. Effort. That's it. Great. Okay. That is great.
You're trying to get in fights. What's Sydney Sweeney doing? It's all about trying to run cover. And if you watch it, it's actually quite interesting the way they're choosing to do it. Now they go, let's get a reality show going.
Right now,
who's in, who's out? Who's blaming who?
Let's watch them actually a fairly isolated part of the world.
What's actually happening.
I'll have to show you some video of being on the mountain top here where you have gorgeous views of the society all around, but it's really quite isolated. In fact, the isolation of this geographic locality contributed to the survival of the Jewish population here because, there was really no major civilization around. And unlike the cities like Porto, where it was much more tenuous for crypto Jews to maintain their identity, here in Belmonte, they could preserve it for 500 years.
Whereas basic communities of crypto Jews were able to survive throughout the centuries. We were in front of the museum. They were able to create, or you can see some beautiful things, and you can actually see families throughout generations and generations, and people that actually helped the community to come out in the open after so many centuries.
Well, I think our journey started probably about 5 years ago when we decided to actually do the Douro River. We had to do a lot of research. Years of research to basically find out how the boat was going to move, how we were going to move, and what we could see within the proximity of the river. It started with a bunch of people getting in the car and exploring. And it took quite a while. And then Dave Crouch, a lot of contacts in the area. People started to look them up, and people started to tell us where everything was.
To mention that we are one of the first groups that are rediscovering, reconnecting this incredible Jewish history after 500 years and reconnecting with the people here in Belmonte, in Porto. Many of whom are recently rediscovering the
5 years ago, we decided we wanted to do the Douro River, and then we had to basically research every stop along the way and try to search out the Jewish history and heritage because there was no roadmap. I mean, it basically took a bunch of us in a car and a bunch of scholars looking for all those points. Remember when we got to this town 5 years ago, the mayor met us and bought us lunch. And was excited to have us come and bring our groups. I mean, never had a mayor buy us lunch.
And in here in Ramlan, through Ramlan, you start to live this holiday together. For me, the first night is the most special.
Behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue of Belmonte, which was inaugurated in 1993. And this is really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the crypto-Jewish community at Belmonte. This gentleman is the president of the Jewish community of Belmonte. Pretty much, as you can see, this is a very remote area. And this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity, but we have to say that the modern Jewish identity would never be part of the community in Belmonte if it wasn't for the 500 years of struggle of the Christian Jews here who kept it alive. And I think this, personally, for me, this is the most fascinating experience because they really passed down the tradition, although in a very, very corrupted, changed way. But the bulk of it was there all the way until the 20th century. Therefore, the idea that they are part of the Jewish people survives until today, and therefore they could rejoin the Am Yisrael beginning of the 1990s. So a process that is going on and explaining to us how they're slowly building up the community, and very proudly now showing us the stadium here where they build a sukkah.
Can you imagine having a sukkah here with that view? Like, oh my God.
And that Donald Trump was going to kind of let Elon Musk run the country. I think Elon Musk was under that impression. Elon Musk got in there and he didn't look like he was here for a limited amount of time. He was digging in, he wanted. I think he wanted that Doge, Department of Government Efficiency, to be a permanent thing.
We know he wanted to do it. We got the Jewish person wanting to figure this with Belmonte.
I don't think too many people get into the White House and want to leave. Musk had all that power, and then it was this huge falling out. Musk thought it was going to be more than it was. This is why he started challenging Trump. Musk knew Trump was going to pass a bill that probably Musk didn't like. Trump didn't run on being a star of the beast, conservative.
So behind me is the wall of the cistern that used to collect the water, rainwater, and then they would send it down to the lower city. All the way up until the 20th century, this was the actual active water source for much of the city of Lamego. And in these blocks here, it was the custom for individual stonemasons to leave their marks. And some of them are really quite interesting, and we can't really tell for sure. But there's this one here. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. I'm holding up my selfie stick at the same time. This one here looks a lot like the Shnei Luchot, the 10 tablets of the law, which would, not necessarily be such a good thing for a Jewish stonemason living as a new Christian to use as his mark, because it would be pretty obvious. But it could be that this here might actually be a cruciform shape, like a cross, to kind of maybe subtly indicate the overlaying of a Christian identity on top of a Jewish identity. Not at all impossible. You'll notice that the these have the European rounded tops, whereas most of the traditional commentaries actually have the two tablets of law as being square. Nevertheless, so we really don't know, but it's fascinating to see this mark on the one of the stonemason's marks here on the cistern.
Business leaders have always wanted the president of the United States to be a symbolic position.
We had over here, we know we had two Jewish neighborhoods. We walked first along the new Jewish neighborhood, and then we will end the tour at the old Jewish neighborhood. The first documentation we have of this church dates back to the 13th century.
We are here at Lamego. We are right now at the newest Jewish quarter. There were sequentially 2 Jewish quarters. Jews are documented here in Lamego as early as 1100, if I'm not mistaken. And now we're kind of like trying to orient ourselves around the Jewish quarter, around the Stiebel. So this seems very suspicious to a European Jewish eye. We were for so many centuries looked up in the air, so we kind of, or at least I do, have it in the eye to say so. So this seems to me like this might have been one of the entrances into the quarter, because you have this massive stone wall, quite out of place on the corner, and then everything else is cramped in. On the other side, you have this very high wall, which might have been actually the division between the Christian part and the Jewish part. And then this building here on the corner, this is nothing really out of the ordinary Jewish up there. That's not Jewish, but that's actually the point. Very often when a synagogue or Jewish building was seized by the Christians, they would override the former function of the building by inserting some Christian symbol. Moreover, we're dealing with a building that's built, obviously, in the axis west, north, west, east. Okay, and there's this brand new in the 14th century in France. Again, in the 14th century, we know from sources that the Jewish quarter was here, and understanding the architecture a bit, in the Gothic period, only really the most important edifices were built with such an elaborate arch entrance, because the people were not really capable of building anything more complicated back then, except for the cathedrals, churches, and some church buildings, and for that case also, obviously, the synagogues. Very often also the synagogues were built by non-Jewish Christian guilds and stonemasonry workshops, and this might have been the case. Again, we don't know. And what, moreover, if you, like in the bigger picture, look at the area, this obviously is the main street, or sort of a, as they say in Italian, piazzetta. So down there we have another building, which again is in the axis west-east, again denoting the importance of it, perhaps. And so my theory is that actually over there was the old shul, and this is the breakaway menu.
So where we're standing right here is one of the structures that we believe may have been the synagogue on this street. It's really hard to tell. There's no obvious symbol. There's a possibility that this may be a little mezuzah scar over here. Let me get in the camera. That may be a mezuzah scar, but it's not quite the right size or placement. But one of the stronger items to suggest that it might be the synagogue is that, ironically, it seems to have been rededicated. It looks like domes, like houses. Yes. And people, like maybe Timoteo, like maybe it was rededicated as a church.
Oh, no, that we know. That we know. That we know.
So
a little chapel, yes.
So this is quite fascinating, because obviously this is a cross that you can see that, but why is it again put exactly on the right part of the doorstep? This is what the neo-Christians and the converters would do in order to show that they're good Christians, but in fact this was a secret message for the fellow converters that this actually is to do with gospel. Wow. I mean, this is literally what you get here in Portugal. Nobody has really dealt with Jewish heritage, or the crypto-Jewish heritage pretty much ever. So you're literally unearthing the evidence right from the streets of Portugal here.
This is the house of the bishop, and this is an 18th century building. And we have information that people talk about new Christian women bearing people here in virgin soil, I believe it's like what you said, and they would bury those people in a weird way, which was wrapping them with white textiles. So this was also one of the accusations happening during that period of the Inquisition being here, 6 years, 41 to 47 of the 16th century. Right.
Thank you, Talisa. So this building here is really kind of fascinating. It holds a lot of promise for our interpretation and understanding of the region. We are on, as Talisa mentioned, Esnoga Street, right? Synagogue Street, which is ironically the name of the street that I grew up on in Utah Falls, the synagogue on that street as well. But as you can see, the building that is behind me is actually a church, and there's a plaque here that identifies it somewhat mysteriously as the first cathedral dated 435. But as Talisa points out, that's kind of a suspicious date, right? It really doesn't make quite sense. But notice a couple of interesting things about this building. First of all, it has kind of like the dramatic stamp of a Christian facility, as you can see there, which is like one of the sort of overcompensations that we often see in converted synagogues. Also, it has two entrances, just like in Brooklyn or Muncie, you would have two entrances like that. It doesn't have a steeple or any other kind of traditional architecture that you would identify with a church. So there's still a lot of questions as to what exactly this building is. It is in the right place to be one of the newer synagogues on the street. Again, if we could go inside and see if there were any names like Schwartz or Goldberg, we would know for sure. But for the time being, this is one of those mysteries. And actually, I've got to give credit to David Krause, who really spent some time thinking about the architecture here. Yeah, he would say it was on a frog kind of reference. Of your camera. Oh, perfect. That's how we all intentions clear and wander their goals into some populist standing right now with the major square across the street from you can see it's planted with a whole bunch of sycamore trees in the 19th century. You have a look at these trees over my right shoulder. You can see that the trunks are rather distended and kind of have these bulbous, large growths. Apparently, shortly after they were planted in the 19th century, they developed some kind of infection with some kind of invasive species, and the trunks were grossly distended and deformed. And it's interesting because right behind me is where the two reported autos da fe happened in Porto. That is, people who were accused by the Inquisition of practicing, secret Judaism, that was also associated with witchcraft and many other things. They were executed here on this square. It was very rare. Porto had only these specific executions, and all of the rest were sent to cities like Lisbon and Coimbra. But it is fascinating, I think, kind of ironic that when they tried to replant over the area, it's as if the soil was tainted in such a way that, at least metaphorically, the trees were diseased. It's also interesting to note that John III, who introduced the Inquisition to this region, amazingly, he had 11 children, and all of them predeceased him.
This is the last neighborhood in existed. If you want to season between 1390 and 1496. So until the expulsion. And as I told you, yellow building all over the place to build here. We have the wall and the Benjamin building neighborhood on purpose. Made this mentioned before, the house of Philip of Lancaster. We are on the second question, St. Benedict of the Victory Street. Please send the questions for what you think. It's really over the this wasn't feeling like this before. So we have an important monastery roughly 20 kilometers along the river. They will move from there and they will establish here where we know that we have houses of 30 families that came from the expulsion of
the Smart Cooking Center tells you whenever your cooking is cooked to perfection, it works way better than old school meat tomorrow. You can still get flash sale prices on Chef IQ sets. The new Flash Your Flash sale is a brand new Chef IQ Mini oven. It's an next generation smart convection oven that's made for Jewish.
So this building here, just to reiterate what Filipa just said, it's really remarkable. This is actually someplace that was used as a house of worship by crypto Jews shortly after the Inquisition. It is now a retirement home for senior citizens. When we were here last time, it is a private facility. It's not a museum or anything like that. We, through David Krause and his kind of like coaching the people, they did let us go in. Obviously, that's not possible with elderly people in COVID-19. And on my website, I have photographs of the Iron Kodesh, but to describe it to you, basically what it was dug into the wall, about a depth of about 10, 12 centimeters, or about a foot, a foot, and it clearly had the shape of an Iron Kodesh. It had the arch at the top and so on, and it was probably covered over originally with some kind of movable false wall. And so people could come in here, and as Filipa mentioned, there's a separate entrance that's not even on the street. You come up from below, and they would have their services in there, and they would just reveal the secret Iron Kodesh by probably a sliding wall. We are right now at the so-called synagogue stairs, which will connect the Jewish neighborhood that's up high down to the lower part of the sign here says the stairs of the synagogue. I'm standing in front of one of the most amazing sites in Portugal. This is the Makor Chaim synagogue, the source of that synagogue, also known as the Kaduri Shul, named after a major benefactor. This is a 20th century synagogue that was created largely for the emerging crypto-Jewish community in Portugal who are rediscovering their Jewish roots. It's really one of the most fantastic things that after spending an entire week on the Douro River, looking at the tiniest little scraps showing evidence of Jewish life here in the Iberian Peninsula after the Inquisition, to see that in fact it is coming surging back to life at places like this synagogue behind me.
Collectors who consider themselves parents shell out for luxury baby gear and dote on their reborns as if they were human children. In Brazil, they've become
Good morning, everyone.
in recent months.
It's a nice crisp morning. It's the middle of October, so the weather's just a little bit fresh. You might even see a little bit of
The reborn doll world is hidden in plain sight in the United States. It's a cottage industry with amateur crafters hand molding and painting dolls.
steam coming out of my breath. We're docked here at the Portuguese-Spanish border. We're going to switch to overland transport to get to Salamanca. You see the boat behind me. This is the Douro Coast Serenity, and it is, really wonderful boat. We got great rooms that the windows actually open right out onto the river, so you can open up the window and just sit and enjoy the water passing by. Salamanca is absolutely fascinating. As an academic, I especially find it intriguing because it's one of those schools that has been around since the 13th century, incredibly prolific in terms of the production of its scholarship, and many Jews and Christian Jews attended this university for hundreds of years. Some of them really incredible, like Abraham Zaputo, with his astronomical work, really made the navigation in the Portuguese industry of navigating the seas possible. So we're going to see a lot of fascinating things at the university campus, and also some of the old Jewish quarter before the expulsion from 1492. Okay, let's go see it. We're in Salamanca's Plaza Mayor, which is a rather amazing public square. I'll see if I can give you a good look at it. I'm walking around. This is the kind of place which was typically associated with Autos de Fe, the burnings at the stake of people accused by the Inquisition of harboring Judaic activities. It happens that this particular one does not have that distinction, primarily because it was built in the 18th century.
This is sandstone. Then the stone we use using monuments is sandstone, and this is rich in iron. Iron becomes rusty with the time. That's why Salamanca looks golden city. Okay, and then the pros and cons with this stone. As the pros is that you can do lovely carvings, lovely details in the front.
The building right behind me was actually the base medrash of Salamanca. See, it's quite an imposing building. It has been reconstructed a few times since then and been remodeled, but essentially this gives you a sense of the size and grandeur of the Jewish community up until the 14th and 15th century. Now, it happened that Salamanca was largely spared the depredations of the 1391 pogroms and mass conversions that we spoke about last night. But it took a little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer, one of the most important instigators of this violence, actually came to Salamanca and spent several months here. I have some ideas, some theories as to perhaps why Salamanca eventually converted en masse, but essentially at the beginning of the 15th century, you have a lot of Jews converting to Christianity at that time, and there was pressure to turn over the 3 synagogues in the town, and especially this base medrash, to the university. It was eventually handed over, as our wonderful guide Jose mentioned. It became a hostel, like in the sense of student hospitals, visiting student housing, and then later became a faculty of mathematics, linguistics, and now is the office of the rector, which is most amazing. And it is quite ironic that in the background here you see Friar Leon, one of the most famous figures from this university. He was, as we shall discuss tonight when we talk about crypto Jews, he was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian whose ancestors were all Jews. His great-grandmother was actually burned at the stake for refusing to give up Judaism. And he got into huge trouble with the Inquisition, primarily because he challenged the translations of the Latin Vulgate, which is the Bible that the Catholic Church was especially associated with. One of the verses that got him into trouble was actually read it last week. He translated the verse that speaks about the thing that the dove had in his mouth when he returned from the ark. And he referred to it with the Hebrew word leaf. And in fact, that is the Hebrew word. It says an olive leaf. But the Vulgate insists it was a branch, right? Like meaning a piece of wood. Well, for a couple of inches, literally, he was thrown in jail for how long? 4 years?
4 years. 4 years and 9 months.
Almost 5 years in jail for suggesting that the Hebrew might be more accurate than the later Latin translation. And when he came back, famously, he entered the classroom that hopefully we'll see inside, and he said, as we were saying, as if to say in a Jewish sense, like when you stop the shear, and then when you pick it up and you just say, Amar Rava. Okay, let's have a look inside. One of the great scholars that taught at this university was a crypto-Jewish background. The sign we saw outside spoke to the many languages that they taught in this university. And as you can see, they have a look at this beautiful classroom furniture. I want to get this on all my campuses, because I guarantee that students will not fall asleep. Thank you. I guarantee that students will not fall asleep with this kind of furniture. And it has USB connections, charging ports, everything you need. Okay, we didn't get a chance to do stuff together. Dave, why don't you jump on with me right now?
I got him spotted.
Something is deeply unsettling about playing dress up or playing pretend as an adult. One of the things that I find the most disturbing in our current society is that people are playing pretend as adults.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the really amazing aspects of Jewish history in the Iberian Peninsula is the remarkable survival of crypto-Judaism in Portugal in particular. What I'd like to look at today is one specific aspect of why Judaism was able to survive about 500 years of persecution by going underground during the period of the Inquisition, and it's specifically along the Douro River. So let's just have a quick recap on what was the Portuguese Inquisition. To understand it properly, you have to go back to Spain in the late 14th century when there was a series of pogroms and forced conversions in 1391. This created a really large population of people who were technically Christian. They had been baptized against their will, and according to church law, they were in fact now Catholics, but they deeply resented this fact. There was an upside though, because now as Christians they had carte blanche to live wherever they wanted, go to higher institutions of learning, to pursue any kind of occupation they want. And so over the course of the 15th century, these crypto Jews, because they were quite often secretly practicing Judaism, still marrying with Jews, still studying Jewish texts, still keeping kosher, things like that, they began to penetrate many different aspects of Spanish society. This caused a lot of tension. By the time we get to the 15th century, the Spanish king Ferdinand and his queen Isabella instituted the Inquisition, which was essentially a way to root out those Jewish practicing Jews who were portraying themselves as Catholics. At this point, we're talking about 3-4 generations of Catholics now. They're called New Christians or Conversos, or the derogatory term Marrano, which means pig. And there's a lot of interesting debate among historians. Was the primary purpose of the Inquisition to kind of generate religious uniformity in Spain, which we definitely see a huge push for that? Or was it sort of a socioeconomic backlash against the Jews taking positions in parts of society where before the forced conversions they had not gone? So this Inquisition was technically directed only at those Jews who had been forcibly converted and their descendants. Again, now 3-4 generations in. In 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella took a much more drastic step, following the suggestion of the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada, to expel all the Jews of Spain. And now we're talking about the Jews who had not been baptized, not the crypto Jews, with the reasoning that it was the presence of traditional Jews, practicing Jews, openly practicing Jews, that were keeping the new Christians from abandoning their Jewish faith. And so the idea was get rid of all the Jews. And that's how we get to Portugal, because in 1492, there's a massive wave of Jews who leave Spain, and many of them cross the land border to the west into Portugal, especially along the Douro River Valley. I'm going to show you a map of that shortly. Portugal handled these migrants, some of whom were legal and many of whom were illegal, with difficulty. And in 1497, ultimately, Portugal took a rather drastic step. Rather than expelling those Jews, because they did represent a significant economic advantage for the country, they decided to simply forcibly convert them all en masse. And so that's in fact what happened in 1497. However, Portugal did not institute the Inquisition. We can have discussions about it. Apparently, they hoped that the problem would go away on its own, and they actually put a stay on the Inquisition for a number of decades. It was only in 1536 that Pope Paul III finally brought the Inquisition formally to Portugal with this papal bull, Cum Admido Magis. And in fact, the Portuguese Inquisition was in many ways even more savage than the Spanish Inquisition. So that's basically what happened. By the time you get to the 4th decade of the 16th century, the entire peninsula is under the supervision of the Inquisition, and the hunt for crypto Jews is relentless and often ends in these horrific auto da fe, these public burnings, sometimes burnings in effigy, sometimes burning of corpses. There's a lot more to say about this, but that's basically the situation. Now let's look specifically at Portugal and the Douro River in particular. Here's a map of the Douro River. You can see that it starts in Spain and it moves towards the west and empties into the Atlantic Ocean. It's actually a very beautiful river. I mean, just gorgeous, with rolling hills and little vineyards, and I think it's one of the most beautiful rivers in Europe. Actually, it also has a remarkable height differentiation. In order to traverse the Douro River, you have to go through these massive constructions called locks, which move the boats literally up or down to be able to travel all of it. But at any rate, why is this so significant for crypto-Judaism? Primarily because if you look at this map here, you can see that the Douro River is primarily in the top, but the main centers of the Inquisition are quite a bit to the south. There's Coimbra, which is a very important university town that was a notable center of the Inquisition. But the other two were quite a bit further south, in Lisbon and in Évora. And the region of the Douro River, which is dotted with these little hilltop settlements, it was basically the hinterland. It was far away from the big urban centers. The closest one was Porto, which also had a very large Jewish community, then and now, actually. But these tiny little communities where you might have 5 families, 10 Jewish families, or crypto-Jewish families, they were able to basically be out of the way of most of the attention of the Inquisition. Communities like Belmonte, Francoso, these were basically where crypto-Jews could more or less stay under the radar, and they did so for a remarkable 500 years, preserving all kinds of internal Jewish traditions, sometimes highly modified Jewish traditions to understand and to adapt to the environment in which they live. And this basically was the situation until the early 20th century when Samuel Schwartz, shown here, who was a Polish Jewish engineer, was in the region. And, he was kind of like an amateur ethnographer, and he was just asking around for different things. And people said, whatever you do, don't do business with those people up in Belmonte because, they're actually Jews. And he was fascinated with Jews in this part of Portugal. The Inquisition has been here since 1536. It's almost 500 years later. Goes up there, and he encounters them, and it's kind of a funny story. They don't believe he's Jewish at first. Only after meeting specifically with the village elder, who quizzes him, gives him a farher, an exam on the spot, and he was able to, for example, recite the Shema prayer. Then she finally says, "Oh, he's Jewish," and in fact, they accept him. So these little communities far to the north and quite remote were able to shelter these Jewish populations for such a long time, and it is one of the most fascinating aspects of European Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to going there with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. It is one of my favorite places to visit in Europe, and I hope some of you will join me. Thank you very much for watching.
To try to feel something that you felt as a child and need again. For whatever reason, this is my big issue with Disney World and Disney adults. They're incapable of accepting the reality of life. And that
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In my research preparing for the cruise along the Douro River in Portugal, I came across an absolutely amazing character that I really have to look more deeply into, but his life is somewhat mysterious, and let me just tell you what I know. His name is Duarte de Paz. He was a Portuguese diplomat who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the forced conversion of 1496-97 in Portugal, and he was born around 1500. He died sometime after 1552. It's not exactly clear what happened at the end of his life, as you will see in a minute, but he had this remarkable career lobbying popes to hold off persecuting other Portuguese crypto-Jews. And it's just mind-boggling what he got away with. I came across this in the Encyclopedia Judaica, which was updated in 2007, but there was some other research that was obviously not included as they updated their article, and I found a great article by Carlos Manuel Valentim at the University of Lisbon, and a really interesting article by James Nelson Novoa based on Vatican secret archives that were recently updated. He's with the Cátedra de Estudos Sefarditas Alberto Benedicto. fascinating material. So here's the story with De Paz. He was the oldest of 6 children, and he was born around 1500, right? So his parents had just been forcibly converted to Christianity, and for the first few decades of the 16th century, the Portuguese Jews were feeling very resentful of this moment, of course, but nevertheless, they had the rights as Christians to do whatever they wanted, and they could practice Judaism in secret, primarily because King Manuel I, who had like a larger geopolitical agenda. He wanted to unite with Spain, and he didn't want to expel the Jews of Portugal, many of whom, by the way, were originally refugees from Spain. He wanted to keep them in Portugal for their economic talents and value and investments and so on. So he simply mass converted them against their will. So in exchange for that act, he promised them that he would hold off on allowing the Inquisition coming into Portugal. And in fact, he did so for quite a while. So our hero, De Paz, was the oldest of 6 children, and the family was very involved in the Douro region. Actually, they're based in Porto, which is where the Douro River empties out into the Atlantic, and they had a lot of business up and down the river. De Paz ended up going into the military, and he actually lost an eye fighting for Portugal in a war in North Africa. But he still maintained very heavy connections with very important crypto-Jewish families like the Nassi family of Doña Gracia Mendez Nassi and Yosef Nassi and others. Now you have to imagine this individual, a decorated soldier with one eye, kind of like a Moshe Dayan kind of look. We don't have pictures of him, but he probably wore an eye patch. And he rose up in the ranks until finally King John III, who actually I'm going to pronounce his name for João III. I have to give thanks to Helena of Brazil, who now lives in Melbourne, for sending me notes on how to pronounce João properly. I used to think it was wow, like when the baby was born, the mother would say, oh, wow, it's a boy. But it's actually João. Anyway, sorry for this distraction. King João III named him to the Military Order of Christ. This is a former Templar organization, like Knights of Templar, and this was in 1530 when he was about 30 years old, and he apparently wore the habit of the Order of Christ, the Military Order of Christ, in his travels. Well, we don't have a picture of him, but here's a picture of the very famous Marquis de Pombal, who is also a member of the Military Order of Christ, and he is wearing the official cross that is so associated with Portugal and specifically this 16th century. So that's what he must have dressed like. So he went off on a secret mission for King João III, but then apparently he abandoned whatever that mission was, and he decided he was going to spend time in Rome lobbying on behalf of his brethren, the Portuguese crypto-Jews. We have to imagine that he carried with him a massive amount of money, which was provided for him by the crypto-Jewish community of Portugal. And he went to Pope Clement VII and actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal. It's amazing. The year before, the Pope had issued this papal bull, Cum ad nihil magis, which was formally allowing the Inquisition to come to Portugal. And with this bag of money, De Paz was able to set it off single-handedly, rather amazingly. And it wasn't only Pope Clement VII. The next Pope, Paul III, was also very involved with De Paz, and apparently, this is amazing, De Paz was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto-Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible. After Pope Paul III, who was in office until 1549, we find out that De Paz's career goes definitely downhill. King João is very upset because he learned that De Paz is not doing whatever secret mission he sent him on, and instead is out there lobbying for crypto-Jews in Rome. So he strips them of his office, demands that he stop wearing the insignia and so on, and possibly was behind an assassination attempt. that apparently De Paz was attacked on the road while traveling. He was stabbed 14 times and left for dead on the road. But luckily, or with foresight, I really should say, he was wearing some kind of secret armor underneath his clothing, and he was able to survive that attack. He was rescued. He was actually brought to the doctors of the Pope who treated him, and he was able to eventually heal and then move on. During this time, however, and it gets really murky, he apparently had significant disputes with his financial backers who were questioning exactly how he was spending his money, and he was replaced by another representative, Diogo Antonio, and De Paz was furious. He ends up in Ferrara, Italy in 1538, and he is jailed at that point. This is when the Inquisition is really rocking through Italy and Spain and Portugal at this time. After spending an unknown amount of time in jail, he was released, and he immediately fled to Istanbul, which was a destination for many of these crypto Jews because there they could openly practice Judaism. I know it might sound ironic in our tense 21st century, but in the 16th century, crypto Jews found a much more hospitable environment for their return to Judaism in Islamic lands than they did in Catholic lands. So De Paz actually openly came out as a Jew. He changed his name to David Bueno, and then we're not exactly sure what happened to him afterwards. Documents released from the Vatican include some reports of De Paz. It's difficult to determine exactly how authoritative they are, but one of the Catholic reporters who describes the story of De Paz says that after De Paz abnegated his Christian faith, not only did he return to his Hebrew perfidy, right? He actually converted to the Turkish sect, meaning to Islam. So it's hard to determine whether or not that is true. It seems like the author of this letter is probably saying that not only did he become a Jew, even worse, he became a Muslim. So it may be just some kind of empty calumny. But what we can say about De Paz is that he lived an extremely colorful life, very heroic individual who actually did tremendous things for the Portuguese crypto Jewish community. Wow. I hope you found this interesting, and I'm looking forward to talking with you more about the amazing history of the Jews of the Douro River. And I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in 2024. Thank you very much for watching.
They ignore a lot of the calls to release this stuff. That's what I think is happening. I would guarantee it's happening. And I would watch that. This is something important to know when you're being played, I think. I think we're all getting played a little bit. Recession this year.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to take a quick minute to talk about a historian that I'm really excited about, Meir Kaiserling, also known as Moritz Kaiserling. He was born in 1829, he passed away in 1905, and he was especially known for his studies of Sephardic Jewry. Let me tell you a little bit about his background and why I am so excited to be reading his work. So he was trained as a rabbi, although much of his published work was in the field of history, kind of like the opposite of me, where most of my training is as a historian, but lots of people seem to think I'm a rabbi. I don't know why. He studied under the great historian Leopold von Ranke, and one of his greatest rabbinical teachers was none other than Samson Raphael Hirsch, one of the most influential thinkers of 19th century Germany. He held rabbinical posts in Switzerland and especially in Budapest, Hungary. He was very active in all kinds of areas, especially in the fight for Jewish civil rights, which was a major enterprise in the middle of the 19th century period. But to look at him as a historian, he made his fame with a 2-volume study, Geschichte der Juden in Spanien und Portugal, the history of the Jews in Spain and Portugal, 1861 through 1867. Those are the dates when these books were published. He would later follow up with a single standalone volume on Portugal that we'll talk about in a second. Most of his books were in German, but one of them was translated into English and in fact is still in print, Christopher Columbus and the Participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese Discoveries.
And another really interesting thing about that particular book is that the Spanish government actually reached out to Dr. Kaiserling and asked him to write this book to celebrate the 400th anniversary of the discovery of the Americas. Of course, we just finished the 500th anniversary a little while ago, so this puts us back in time. Now, why do I think he is so fantastic, especially important for us, especially as we get ready to explore the Douro River with Kosher River cruises? I believe that Kaiserling was pretty much the first historian, certainly of the modern era, but he was the first historian to really take crypto-Jews seriously. Meaning, a lot of historians wrote, before the 19th century about the Gerush Sfar, the Spanish expulsion of 1492, and the tribulations of the Jews that they tried to make their way around the Mediterranean and so on. But the Portuguese Jews, who had a rather different experience, received less attention, even though they were really quite important in shaping modern Jewish identity. The reason is because the Spanish Jews essentially had the choice in 1492 either accept baptism or leave. Right? That was why there was such a large exile. There had been a large number, maybe as many as 100,000 Jews who were already converted or were the descendants of converts from the forced conversion of 1391. And they had to decide whether they wanted to continue living kind of like a double existence with the Jews at home and Christians in the street, but that was less of a phenomenon. In Portugal, there was a very different story because so many of those Spanish Jews fled to the most convenient land-based location, which was over in the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula in Portugal. There was similarities of culture and the languages were related and so on, and that was where at least 60,000 Jews fled in 1492. And that only lasted for about 5 years. In 1497, there was a mass conversion engineered by the Portuguese government, and all of a sudden, all of these Spanish Jews, these refugees, along with the Portuguese Jews who had lived there before 1492, were suddenly Christians. And then it took them many generations after the Inquisition was imposed there to flee Portugal and to readopt their identity. And scholars didn't really look at them very seriously until Kaiserling. But he began to really think carefully about the identity of these Jews. Back then they were called marranos, which is a derogatory term, means swine. Now we use the term conversos or crypto Jews, sometimes new Christians. Kaiserling was the first to really explore what it meant to live that kind of identity. And he recorded that in this great book, which I actually own. Thank you, David, for purchasing this for my research for our upcoming trip. And I can't wait to find out more about what he said about these Portuguese crypto Jews. Thank you very much for watching, and stay tuned for more research on Kaiserling's discoveries of the Portuguese crypto Jews.
Are not reaching their intended targets? Is that one of your big concerns? Here at the Tim Dillon Show, we want to remind you that Palantir is building a machinery that makes Israeli rockets efficiently fire at their Palestinian targets. Thank you, Alex Carton and Peter Thiel at Palantir for sponsoring the show. Are you concerned that your Labubu has a listening device in it? We want to remind you that Palantir doesn't know anything about that. They have no idea about it. They just don't know about it. We don't know.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just recently, I learned about a fascinating individual, Daniel Israel Lopez Laguna. His years are roughly 1653 to 1730. He was born to a crypto-Jewish family, meaning Jews who were inwardly practicing Judaism, but outwardly feigning a Christian identity to avoid the depredations of the Inquisition, which was absolutely horrific in Portugal for several hundred years. And like many Jews of his generation, his family brought him at a young age to a place called Pere-Horad, which was in France, just south of the region in Bordeaux, where I'm hoping to find more evidence of crypto-Jewish activity. He was raised there, and then as a young man, he went back to Spain, again, with this kind of dual identity, where he was studying, and he was arrested by the Inquisition, put on trial, and sentenced to a dungeon for several years until finally he served his sentence. He was somehow reconciled to the church. There was a whole series of ways that this could be done. The most significant of which, of course, was the atum dafei, the burning at the stake. But there were many other ways that a person could reconcile himself to the church, and then the church would relax, that was the term used, relax the individual back to the secular authority. And as soon as he got the opportunity, Daniel Laguna traveled to Jamaica and then readopted his Jewish identity there. Now, while he was in Jamaica, he continued work on something that he began while he was sitting in the prisons of the Inquisition, a remarkable book called Espejo Fiel de Vidas, que contiene los Salmos de David en verso, which was published in 1720. And that's really his amazing claim to fame. Let's have a quick look at it. So the translation of the title is something like the true mirror of lives contained in the Psalms of David in verse. And it's a very, very unusual and highly regarded literary work, which is not exactly a translation of Psalms, but a loose paraphrase. Like many Jews of his generation, he had very, very little Hebrew training. And this was, of course, something that was completely forbidden in Portugal at the time, and so he certainly had no access to it. In France, it was so much more relaxed, but he did not have the capacity to translate from the Hebrew. He relied very heavily on other Spanish translations of Psalms to provide his paraphrase. What it basically is kind of like a sort of translation, sort of meditation on the Psalms, very much in keeping with the way that Psalms are actually used by Jews over the centuries. If you have the opportunity to read the Psalms, there's 150 of them. They are mainly attributed to David, but other writers as well. And they are like the most powerful psychological, cathartic expressions of dismay and distress and exaltation and anger and frustration, and they're all kind of like small prayers to God for, redemption and for salvation, stated in a very, very immediate and emotionally powerful manner. And so people read the Psalms and derive tremendous consolation and strength from them. I myself read Psalms every day, and I also feel the power of this incredible book of the Bible. So what Laguna did was he took those Psalms and he reframed them through his own life, and with frequent references to the Inquisition and how he was so cruelly treated and so on. It's really a quite fascinating work. A couple of observations about it. My colleague Ronnie Pareles, who was a great scholar of Sephardic Jewry, he notes that it stands out as one of the rare exceptions to the rule that most of the crypto Jews never left behind autobiographies. Even though this was, 17th, 18th century, 19th century was really the great heyday of the explosion of spiritual autobiographies. We have a lot of them coming from increasingly important people across Europe. But crypto Jews held back from it, and there are a few obvious reasons. Dr. Pareles, in a book chapter on this topic, discusses how crypto Jews would have felt shame discussing their feigned conversion because they had to live a double life for so many years. And I think I'd like to add to that it would have impact on their family members. They still presumably have lots of other families who are still living this kind of submerged existence and would not want to necessarily out them. So there's a hesitancy to write autobiographies in general. But something like this, which is kind of like one step removed from an autobiography, it is a sort of translation commentary on the Book of Psalms. That's kind of fascinating. Now, as I was doing research for this, I happened to come across a great article by none other than Mayer Kaiserling. You recall we spoke about this pioneering scholar in the last video. And he published an English language article in the Jewish Quarterly Review in 1900. And the reason why he was publishing there is only partially because of Daniel Zir Lopez Laguna's work, but also because of the connection to Jamaica. Because I mentioned a minute ago, he fled the Iberian Peninsula, went to Jamaica where he could readopt his Jewish identity. He was naturalized there in the year 1693. So Kaiserling wrote quite a bit about the author and nature of the book and so on. I think one of the most fascinating aspects aspects is he connected the use of language to developments in Spanish. I was amazed to hear that the Hebrew word malshin, which means like an informer, and was very heavily used in this book as a referring to the people who betrayed him to the Inquisition and so on. In the Spanish language, that term malshin has actually been adopted. The term malsinar means to accuse. Malshin, malsindad means slanderous accusation. And of course, that's one of the contributions of the Jews to the Spanish language because of their experience with the Inquisition. Okay, that's just so amazing. I really am so interested in learning about the lives of these crypto Jews. And I'm looking forward to seeing the central area where they were active in the Belmonte region, the Douro River, and then later in Bordeaux as well. If you're able to join us, I would love to meet you and get to know you on this cruise. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing with you what I've learned in preparation for the cruise and the cruise itself on these videos. Thank you once again for watching.
Okay? It's a huge increase in market capitalization. And it's because they have gotten people addicted to this little off-putting critter. It's a critter. A little voodoo doll. And this is the future of the global economy, by the way. It's going to be crazy.
Erev Tov, it is so nice to see once again such a robust, nice crowd here with us on Zoom. We are so privileged once again to be hosting Dr. Henry Edmondson. I will share that this is again our second in this series, but in the intervening week between last week and this week, we have already gotten wonderful feedback, and even people who are now looking into their own histories and trying to figure out some of their own backgrounds due to the wonderful insights we heard last week. So there's been a tremendous amount of anticipation to this second installment, although rest assured that even if you missed last week, you will still be able to be enthralled and enlightened by what we're going to learn this week. And once again, the opportunity to be enriched in our present and understanding our past and seeing how that impacts our future is one of the things that are really enriching about this endeavor of study. So with that, I hand it over to Dr. Edmondson. And again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Posey. I apologize for the delay. I'm actually not in my usual home studio for this lecture. I'm traveling right now, so I'm in a hotel room in Toronto, and things are very different. The internet, however, seems to be fairly strong, so hopefully we won't experience any more delays. I just realized I had misplaced the Zoom address, and it took me a while to find it. Why don't I start with a quick pleasantry, and then we'll get right to the material. So the joke goes like this, and once again, I apologize for those of you who have heard me lecture before. I only know a very small number of jokes, and I simply repeat them over and over again. Thankfully, the demographic that usually comes to my lectures has difficulty remembering jokes for a very long period of time, so I get to reuse them quite often. So the joke goes like this. It's set in the former Soviet Union when there are a tremendous number of shortages everywhere. And there's this big lineup outside of a cucumber store. Now, as we certainly know now, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the great country was made up of many smaller republics filled with many different nationalities. It's not a monolithic Russian state. It's filled with Ukrainians and Lets and Uzbeks and Tatars and of course Jews and so on. So this lineup is proportionate to the distribution of many different peoples in the former Soviet Union. And they're waiting there in the morning for these cucumbers. The manager throws open the shutters, leans out the window, and he says, "We've just learned that we can expect a smaller shipment of cucumbers today than expected. So therefore, all Jews, please leave the line and go home." So what can they do? You know, the few Jews who are scattered throughout the line, they simply give up. They're not going to be served. They're not going to be able to buy their cucumbers, so they go home. People wait in line. A little while later, he opens up the window again. He says, "We've just learned that one of the delivery trucks has broken down on the way. We will have less cucumbers than anticipated. Therefore, all Central Asians,
Kazakhs, Tajiks, Uzbeks, Tatars, everyone go home. So, what can they do? They have to leave, So this goes on and on and on until finally he opens up these shutters and says, we've just learned that the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. No cucumbers are being delivered today. Everyone go home. So all you have left in line now are pure nationalities, pure Homo Sovieticus mind. And Petro turns to Ivan and says, you see, the Jews get all the breaks. I hope you're laughing. I can't tell over you, but it seems like in many ways, when we look at Jewish history, we see one after another period of persecution and discrimination and so on. And although that does characterize a great deal of Jewish history, there's also a tremendous amount of intellectual creativity and artistic activity. And, as someone put it in the Lachlan School of Historiography, much of Jewish history is like books and pogroms and books. But last week, we looked at the shaping of the Ashkenazic mind. We looked at this idea that and it's just kind of like a working theory. It's not really a defined, well-known, accepted idea, but I believe there's a lot of value to it, at least as a Gedanke experiment, as kind of a thought experiment to get us to think about what it means to develop in the Ashkenazi mindset. We talked a lot about the idea of the Crusades being a defining moment around which that culture is wrapped, in which it is in constant dialogue with that moment, even if the original germ of that historical event has long passed, it nevertheless affected and scarred the Ashkenazi mind so much that one can see its reverberations throughout the centuries, right up to our own day in many ways. And as we discussed last week, the idea that the Crusades created a sort of a fear of the outside world, of non-Jewish culture, that it was toxic and dangerous and threatening. And, there's a lot to say for that point of view, but it's not necessarily the one that was held by Jewish communities all over the world. Tonight's task is to look at the Sephardic experience and to wonder if perhaps there is a similar kind of event, and I will posit for our discussion that yes, I believe there is, that also created a sort of a template for Sephardic thought, or how Jews belong to the rest of the world, that shape the way that Sephardim interact with each other and with other Jews up until the present day. I would like to argue that it is the Inquisition and the expulsion in particular that shaped the Sephardic mind. It is a very different kind of thing because the Crusades were one horrific summer of 1096, but then for future persecutions, there was always a harkening back to, it's just like the Crusades. And I would like to think that in the case of the Inquisition and the expulsion, there's that same kind of circular pattern of returning back to that generational experience as the foundation of how Sephardic Jews react to the world around. One last word before we actually start is the material. When we speak about Sephardim, you should know that there are really two major groups of people who fall under this rubric. There are those who are from the Iberian Peninsula itself, and that would include both Spanish Jews and Portuguese Jews, who had a very different experience, as we shall discuss shortly. And it also includes a large number of Jews from the Eastern Mediterranean and Persia in particular, who were shaped and altered by the huge influx of Sephardic Jews after the expulsion. So, for example, the Jews in Constantinople, Istanbul, Turkish Jews, were deeply affected by their encounter with the refugee Sephardim. And in many ways, they consider themselves Sephardim, even though their
genetics, so to speak, their ancestral origins don't go to Spain, but they found themselves within the Sephardic orbit. As Rav Ovadia Yosef, a very important Israeli Sephardic rabbi, put it, the definition of a Sephardi is anyone who follows the Shulchan Aruch, anyone who follows the code of Jewish law that was written by a Sephardi exile. And of course, that includes a massive number of people who are not from Spain, but nevertheless feel themselves culturally within its orbit. I would like to say, however, that I think the Sephardic experience was so traumatic and so deeply felt on a cellular level that even Jews from Persia are affected by the Sephardic experience and their way in which they see themselves in the world. And so I think a lot of the assessments that I'd like to make today about Sfarad would hold equally true for Persian Jews as well. So maybe we'll have a chance to examine the validity of my thesis when we get to the end of the lecture. Let me take you through the experience of the Inquisition and the expulsion in greater detail now, and then we can assess, to what degree that is a cultural turning point for Sephardi Jews. So when we look at Sephardim, there are basically four major periods to consider. There's first the period of earliest settlement, which we'll talk about briefly today, and that goes up until the year 711, which is the year of the Muslim conquest of the Spanish Peninsula. Then there is the Muslim period, which includes the famed period known as the Golden Age or La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, which lasted for about 200 years and was quite remarkable in many ways. The third would be the Christian period, when the Muslims are slowly driven out of Spain, and the Jews who had really excelled to a great degree under the Muslims find themselves under a very different regime with a different agenda for the Jews. And then finally, the diaspora period, after 1492 for the Spanish Jews, and somewhat later for the Portuguese Jews, when they are living as Spaniards or as Portuguese, far away from the Iberian Peninsula. So those are the four major periods. We're going to concentrate really on number 3 for tonight. And next week, when we look at the impact on other populations, we'll be back into the fourth period. So just to cover very quickly, though, the earliest settlement. So the word Sepharad is applied to the Iberian Peninsula, much like the word Ashkenaz is applied to Northern Europe. It's kind of like a very fanciful imagination from the rabbinic mind. We have these words in Tanakh, like for example in Ovadia, the first parak, only one parak, the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sfarad. A lot of discussion of where that actually would have been as described in Tanakh, but it was later applied to the Iberian Peninsula. The Talmud uses a term that's much more historically accurate, Hispania, which is related to Hispania, which is the Roman term for the holdings in the far west of Europe. We do have legends of very, very old settlements, which are probably not historically valid, but nevertheless interesting. In the 16th century, a Moshe ben Shemtov ibn Habib found an inscription that reads, "This is the grave of Adinoram, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here." Now, it's quite fanciful. It's hard to imagine that in the period of King Solomon, which would have been like the 10th century before the Common Era, that he had actually been collecting taxes all the way west as far as Spain. But nevertheless, there is this kind of idea in the Spanish Jewish mindset that Jews do go back quite that far. The earliest, more reliable text is the so-called Jewess of Adra, and this is in the south of Spain, where a transcription was made by a much more reliable historian in 1783, and it reads like this in Latin. So it's partially obscured. A name that ends in NIA, Salomon Nula, an uno, there's a missing word I've got typed there, sorry, men cuatro dia uno Judea, which translates as, here lies, we have to assume that because it's the great marker, some child whose name ends in Nia, could be Unia, something like that, daughter of Solomon, that is definitely a Jewish name, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day, and then finally a Jewess, Judea. So this is probably a 2nd century marker. Again, it, like the other one, is lost, so we can't say for sure, but we have other evidence to support the idea that, yeah, in fact, there was a Jewish community in Adra that old. This is one of the oldest Jewish communities we have. We know of it, for example, from church records from Elvira, where a synod was gathered in the year 305 to lay out a whole bunch of rules for how the Christians of Spain were to interact with other peoples living there, including the Jews. And actually quite a bit of legislation about how the church really wanted non-Jews in Spain to not ask Jews to bless their crops, to not have meals with them, to not have any kind of social fraternization with them, and the list goes on and on and on. It is possible that these laws were implemented more for the purposes of saying that such laws are on the books, but it's more likely that, in fact, there were Jews there, and the church was really trying to create a social separation between the early Christians and the Jews living in the Iberian Peninsula. So it's quite likely we have a population. Moving a little bit further, the region comes under the domination of a people called the Visigoths, or the Western Goths. This is an unusual people that adopts a form of Christianity called Arianism. That's with an I, A-R-I-A-N-ism, which, among other things, regarded the Son of God as not being the Son of God, which made it something of a heresy, and later would convert to Christianity. That occurred, to Catholicism. That occurred in the 6th century, when Recared I, shown here with a rather ethereal gaze looking off into the sky, when he converts from Arian Christianity to Catholicism. And with that conversion, he felt, as many others do in the future, it's an ironic pattern, that the best way to demonstrate your bona fides in a new faith is to persecute the Jews. That way people will know, oh, he really is one of us. So the Visigoths, they went through a 120-year period of just incredible legislation against Jews. Unfortunately, we have no Jewish records of how Jewish communities dealt with this or how realistic it really was. But for 120 years, successive kings would seem to outdo each other with this idea of creating a kind of a police state to forcibly conform Jews to particular standards. Jews at one point were required, for example, if they traveled from village to village, they had to check in with the bishop of every village that they went to, they had to report. It's just an incredible period of great persecution for about 120 years. Forced baptism became a feature of the Visigoths, and it would later become important in Spain, as we shall see. There were all kinds of, the requirement of the Jews to take oaths for the smallest of things, a tremendous degree of very brutal punishments, such as confiscations, lashes, exile, and amputations were quite frequent. And they had a lot of examples where one of the more minor punishments was something they called decalvatio, which means literally scalping, but does it mean shaving one's head off, or does it mean actually removing the skin at the top of the skull? This, by the way, is a picture from the Civil War of someone who survived a scalping at the time, and it looks like quite a brutal thing. It appears that most people did survive the Calvatio under the Visigoths, because there was always talk about what would happen if they were to be caught again. Nevertheless, a really brutal period of time where Jews were certainly deeply unhappy. And it's not surprising, therefore, that when the Muslims came in the year 711, we looked at this map very briefly last week when we talked about the rapid spread of Islam through the region. They crossed into the Iberian Peninsula, and although it was a long-standing feature of sort of Christian European historiography that the Jews betrayed the Visigoths to the Muslims, we have no evidence of
any kind of betrayal of this nature, but we do have lots of evidence that, you know, when the Muslim armies raced across the peninsula, the Jews in the various towns and villages proved to be very loyal supporters of the Muslim regime, especially considering the background of the Visigoth persecution they had endured. And so they turned out to be quite able administrators for the Muslims. And this was really like the sort of political genesis of the Peruvian age. That's what they call La Convivencia, the coexistence period, which was about from the 10th to the 12th century. Maimonides is at the very end of it, and his flight from Spain was occasioned by the invasion of Spain by much more radical Muslims from North Africa, who came and said, "What is going on here? I can't believe that we have Muslims and Jews writing poetry together, drinking alcohol, which is forbidden to Muslims anyways, together, and in general having like a sort of a great relationship." And so Maimonides is like the bookended time where La Convivencia ends and it begins to go downhill from there. But during that period, you have this incredible phenomenon of Jews rising to remarkable positions of leadership under the Muslims. People like Hasai ibn Shahrut, who was a physician who ended up becoming a foreign secretary or a minister of foreign affairs for a Muslim kingdom. And Shmuel ibn Agrela, for example, who actually led a Muslim army for 16 years. Can you imagine it? In today's world, a Jew, the head of a Muslim army, was incomprehensible. But, you know, so the talent was recognized at the time, and Jews were considered very loyal servants. And so that you see over and over again this tremendous rise of Jews to positions of leadership. You also see periods of phenomenal Jewish creativity as they begin to interact with Islamic and especially Arabic norms. There's an effervescence of Jewish poetry, heavily inspired by Arabic examples, and the creation of people like Yehuda Halevi and Ibn Gabiro, philosophers, people who specialize in ethics like so many important works created during this period of about 2 centuries of great tolerance. And it also represents a period where Jews of this region were willing to kind of like experiment with their Jewishness and especially the cultural expressions of Jewishness and see, well, what can be done within the boundaries of halakha, and we discovered many fascinating things. Maimonides, although he himself was an exile from there, he nevertheless carried a lot of that spirit with him to Egypt, where he composed most of his great works. Large reason for this convivencia was the fact that, anthropologically speaking, even though now we live, I think last time we spoke a couple of years ago, I think I said almost the same thing. Unfortunately, it's even worse today. Even though we live in a period of tremendous conflict between Jews and Muslims in the land of Israel, they're really, anthropologically speaking, the faiths are very much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Islam, like Judaism, is essentially orthopractic in that it focuses on behaviors like diet and dress and conduct and daily ritual, whereas Christianity is much more a religion of belief and creed. One must accept Jesus as one's personal savior and so on. Now, this is an overgeneralization, but there's no question that Jews and Muslims could find a lot of common cultural vocabulary to communicate with each other, and so it worked out fairly well during this period of time. Jews were, however, not equal to everyone else. This was a period when Jewish life in Muslim lands was regulated by something called the Pact of Umar, which is a sort of a doctrine laid down sometime in the 8th century, and it's attributed to a particular caliph named Umar, although it probably was authored later and over a series of time, in which Jews are protected within Muslim society. They're called dhimmi, a protected class, as long as they conform to certain disabilities. Some of those disabilities are economic in nature, such as able to respect their back. Many of them are very symbolic in nature, like they're not allowed to bear arms, not allowed to build their synagogues higher than mosques, have to show genuflection and subservience to Muslims in a thousand different ways. And the Pact of Omar, on the one hand, was insulting, humiliating, and expensive for Jews, but it also guaranteed Jews a legal, safe space within the Islamic world. And it was applied with different degrees of severity by different caliphs in different parts of the world. Spain happened to be one of those places where, for 200 years, it was very lightly applied, and Jews could, basically move about society for a couple hundred years with tremendous freedom. It's also worthy to note that part of the reason for this, for both Muslims and Jews, is the fact that this region is way on the edge of Europe. Right? Looking at this map here, can we zoom into it? No, I didn't do it, sorry. But if you look at this map here, the center of Islam at its birth was in the Arabian Peninsula, and then it moves essentially to Baghdad, to what would be today Iraq. And so that's the center of Islam, but it's very, very far away. Communication takes weeks for any kind of messages to get back and forth. And so basically, it's a little bit like, Las Vegas. And what happens there, stays there. So both Muslims and Jews were free to sort of experiment with their development of their own cultures, and as well as their relationship with each other. This was especially true when they aggressively asserted a greater degree of independence with the establishment of a caliphate in Cordoba under Abd al-Rahman I. And as the legend goes, he was supported by a Jewish merchant who he later promoted to very great heights in his administration, beginning really the idea of the quote, wise and loyal Jewish servant that perpetuates itself throughout much of this period. And it is important to note on a sociological level that, well, of course, the Jews are going to be loyal because they can't rely on the support of the masses of Christians that they live among. The Visigoths, remember how badly they persecuted them not too long ago, and so if they're chosen and picked to be the administrators for the Muslims, they're certainly going to be loyal to their. So this is a period of tremendous creativity and power for the Jewish people. It changes dramatically, though, beginning with the slow drive from the north to the south of the Christians, which Christians will call the Reconquista, the reconquest, because, of course, the peninsula was originally Christian under the Visigoths, then it became Muslim, and now the Christians are going to take it back. And as this map shows, they moved kingdom by kingdom through the peninsula all the way down to the south until in 1482 they finally drive out the last Muslim kingdom. And although Muslims will still remain to some degree in Spain, the Muslims will lose all power to the new Christian overlords who have a decided interest in making it sort of monolithic in its religious character. And that's a great deal of the story that will happen to the Jews as well. The Christians engage in a lot of religious disputes to a certain degree with Muslims, but especially with Jews, because there's this sort of drive for ethnic and ideological purity in Spain that becomes relevant, especially in the 13th century. One of the most dramatic elements of this is the so-called disputations, where the church would hold, often with the sponsorship of the king,
of a king, because these are really kingdoms, a forced disputation where a Jew would have to debate a Christian in a formal setting on the merits of their faith. The end result was almost always the same, and it would result in mass forced conversions of Jews and things like that. One particular disputation, however, stands out as being especially interesting. That is the disputation of 1263 in Barcelona, where the king of Aragon chose a remarkable figure, Nachmanides, the great Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to lead the dispute. And we have an account of that dispute by both Ramban, Nachmanides, and his interlocutor, who is, as is typical for these disputations, a Jewish convert to Christianity named Pablo de Cristiani. We have the account of the debate from Ramban as well as from Pablo de Cristiani in Latin. It's really interesting to see how these two accounts differ with one another, but they're really quite fascinating. In the end, Ramban technically lost because there's no way they're going to judge him the winner, but he so devastated his opponent that King Aragon gave him a reward of 300 gold pieces and said to him, listen, you did a great job. I can't protect you anymore, so you have to flee. And so he took the money and he ran. He ended up in Israel, where in his old age, he turned around the Jerusalem community remarkably, ended up starting a renaissance in Israel. I have here actually this is, by the way, a really interesting graphic novel version of it, which is popular with teenagers, that goes through the transcript, because we have two versions of it. And here, I don't know if it'll work, but let's try this video. This is from the video has the disputation has been dramatized. Here is a remarkable presentation. I can't remember the actor's name, but he's going to portray a scene where he speaks as Nachmanides. I'm just going to show it to you for a minute while I have a drink of ginger ale.
When they arrive, Maple 23 places a line of people dressed in onesie and hair bow.
Hear that.
It's the people of Christendom, the followers of Jesus. Giggling, Maple and Naomi shop for tiny clothes.
The majesty of the great king and Christendom. The nights in armor crash like thunder. You have your footstool to the arches of engines of war. If you believe that the fire has come, why do you not
These collectible baby dolls would convert up to 10,000 apiece.
The world is full of war and darkness. Not far away are the armies of the Muslims. Beyond them, the armies of the Mongols and the Tartars. And beyond them, who knows what other armies. Where does it say in the writings of our prophets that you say you believe? That the coming of the Messiah will bring not love but hate, not peace but war. Another question. The coming of the Messiah, according to all the Hebrew prophets, must be a time of justice. Right up around the world that you Christians have made your faith in Jesus. Is it the world of brotherhood and equality? There is no Jewish aristocracy, no Jewish slavery, no Jew is born overseas. No nation on this earth except ourselves has learned to live this way. Have you a higher standard of justice?
I wish we could watch the whole thing, but it's a couple of hours. But it is, you can get a sense of the majesty of Nachmanides when he's free to speak his mind. You can also see why he was ran out of the country as a result of his performance. So that's kind of like the tense period that we go into when we get to the Inquisition. And here we have to slow down a bit and understand what exactly was the Inquisition, why was it instituted, and why was it so horrific. So it starts really in 1391. As I mentioned, with some of the disputations, like the Barcelona disputation of 1263, there are forced conversions afterwards, but these tend to be fairly small scale, local in nature. In 1391, there is a mass movement that sweeps across much of the northern part of the peninsula, converting Jews left and right by masses of people who are all fired up by a particular preacher named Jose Carrara. And we should understand that in Catholicism, merely administering the sacrament of baptism is something that is sufficient to consider a person a Christian, a Catholic to be precise. And anyone can administer that sacrament, and it doesn't have to be holy water like blessed. It can be like water literally in a ditch, as happened in France, for example. It can be literally any kind of water just sprinkled on a person, and a particular phrase repeated, and that does it. It's kind of like the Muslim Shahada in many ways. So we have a huge number of these, conversions by force. For example, in Salamanca, there's a situation where people actually burst into the synagogue on Shabbos, sprinkled around a whole bunch of water, pronounced the key text, and the entire congregation was suddenly against their will converted to Christianity. And this created a really unusual sort of situation because the church recognized these people as actually now being Christians. The Jews themselves who were baptized certainly did not. And they said, no way, we are still Jewish. That's ridiculous. And the church simply didn't know what to do with these people because they were not converted at the directive of the church. This is kind of like a mass phenomenon with a fiery local preacher that went viral. And so basically they were left to their own devices. And this meant that you had a large class, maybe 20, 30, 40,000 Jews, hard to say the exact number, who were given essentially the full privileges of living as Christians, meaning they no longer had any barrier to entry into higher education, no longer any restrictions on their residency, no longer any restrictions on their activity in the economy. They could pursue any kind of trade they wanted. And so many of these Jews said, why not? They continued living as Jews, marrying other Jews or other, as they were called, new Christians, or conversos, and maintaining a Jewish lifestyle, and yet taking advantage of the new freedoms they received as a result of this action. And this continued for almost a century, until 1478, when the church said, we have to turn this around, and we have to make sure that these people, now the descendants of this large mass conversion of 1391, we have to make sure that these people leave behind their Jewish identities. They cease all Judaizing activity. And so the Inquisition, headed up by Thomas de Torquemada, shown here, who himself was of Jewish origin, was tasked not with persecuting Jews per se, but those Jews who had been baptized, even against their will, and making sure that they stayed within the lane of Christian behavior and that they abandoned all Jewish activities. This was, kind of like a crazy sort of phenomena where for, about a decade and a half, the entire society was turned upside down as people would be denouncing their neighbors left and right. I'm going to get back to that, but I just want to, before we go to it, let's just have a quick look at this theological conundrum, which I skipped over very quickly. The notion that the church believes, and this is really still Catholic doctrine to this day, that if a person is forcibly converted, even though it is forbidden to forcibly convert a person, once that person has received the sacrament of baptism, they are now a Christian. The most dramatic example of this, in my mind, is the 1858 conversion of young Edgar Mortara in Bologna, Italy, which I understand is going to be made into a major motion picture when it's been popularized by a very important work by the title of The Kidnapping of Edgar Mortara by, I think his name is David Swansler, if I remember correctly. And this is a case of a young boy who had a Christian nursemaid living in a Jewish home, and he was very sick when he was an infant, scarlet fever, something like that. And so the non-Jewish nursemaid, who was about 16 years old, felt so sorry for young Edgardo because she expected he would die, and she didn't want him going to everlasting hell as a Jew. So she went and she secretly had him baptized, and then he recovered. And he got better. And then when he was about 6 years old, there's a complex series of events, but apparently
she repeated the story of his baptism to a grocer, and eventually this got to the ears of the Vatican, and the Vatican priest came and took that child from his family and brought him to the Pope himself. This was 1858. This is still, this is the modern age. And there were protests all over the world, including in New York City, saying, how is it possible that the church can actually kidnap a Jewish child over an unwitting baptism? But the Pope, Pius XI, maybe it was 9? I'm not sure which. It was Pope Pius, ironically named, absolutely refused to return the child to his family, and ultimately raised him as his own. And he ended up becoming a priest himself. You can see him here on the right. He was later, as an adult, reunited with his mother.